Hey everyone, how's it going? I hope you're all doing great. Welcome to the first part of our exciting series. In today's video, we'll be exploring a fascinating what if Naruto's emotional sensitivity made him a formidable threat? Stay tuned as we dive deep into this intriguing concept. Let's get started. It was with a heavy heart that Sarutobi led the 2-year-old Naruto Uzumaki out of the orphanage for the last time. He had wanted the boy to have a normal life, a normal childhood. But it seemed his mistakes were the very cause of it not being to be or part of them. Announcing the fact that the boy was a Jinchuriki was his biggest mistake. Thinking that a single law would be enough to allow the boy to live in blissful ignorance was his second. But the strangest thing was that it seemed his plans were doomed to fail from the start. Because the boy was not normal now, anyone would claim that the son of Minato Kamikaze and Kusina Uzumaki could not be anything other than abnormal. They would be right, but even that would not be enough to conceive how abnormal the 2-year-old Naruto boy really was. He could not live in the orphanage because the caretakers hated him, but because everyone there feared him. Yusin, on the other hand, could not help but see the child, the future shinobi. As talented, the child had the unnatural talent of being able to feel every single negative emotion directed at him. Or no, he could barely speak, but the boy understood people far better than one could with simple words. The Sandaime was grateful for this gift as it saved the boy from attacks, but it was worrying because word had started to spread of this talent. It started out simple enough, the boy crying whenever certain people came near. At first, the reports only claimed he was sensitive. It was not a euphemism, but things changed when the boy was able to walk. He walked everywhere looking with innocent eyes. The children would never notice, but some of the caretakers had seen him staying in the shadows and places a child should not be able to reach. He was a quiet child from the beginning, but when he started talking, he had accurate vision. The shinobi children grew and matured quickly, but Naruto was years ahead of prodigies like Itachi and Kakashi. Even Orochimaru, his sentences were short and too precise, but they were coherent indeed and were delivered from the mouth of a baby. Even now, the watching eyes of the Namek Uzumaki Union watched him silently. He could feel the gaze on his own face and couldn't help but look down at the child in his arms. Minato's appearance, Kusina's tenacity and intensity, a perfect union of two premier shinobi. He thought of the tragedy of the children's parents' deaths and realized his mistake too late. You're sad because my parents died, you love them. The voice sounded unnatural coming from one so young, and Sarutobi would have wreck if he hadn't already read the reports of the boy's vision. I love everyone within the walls of Konoha. Even you. The boy's eyes blinked at him with Olish. He nodded in agreement. This was almost becoming too surreal for him. Sorry for scaring you. I'm not going back there, am I? So even now the boy had some perception of the consequences of actions. He understood the nuanced remorse that Sarutobi held within himself and related it to the feelings that he had unmasked inside the orphanage. The boy was 2 years old, and yet Yuan knew he could topple countries up to their knees. All he had to do was take the boy to a banquet of one, and watch as all his political schemes and intrigues fall around him. The people are really mean. The aging Hokage sighed. The innocence of the boy wouldn't last long. Oh, I'm young, but I'm growing faster than normal. That's weird. The boy had no chance of having anything resembling a childhood. All Yuzin's plans regarding the boy would have to be scrapped. It was too dangerous to leave him alone. He had no choice but to raise the boy himself to help him learn to control this power of his. He would rarely get to see the boy, but it was the best route to take. Left alone, there were all sorts of players who could seek to take advantage of the boy. He would just dance and do it. No, I don't like it either. It was going to be a grueling few years for Yun. Sarutobi and his new charge Kurama watched as his host was taken to the office of the one the humans called Hokage. Remembered the man from the night of his liberation, possession, and subsequent resealing. He was the second Hokage he had fought, and from what he remembered, he was close to his last imprisonment. His time in Kusina was painful by seal design. He hadn't had much solace in his tenure as her prisoner, neither did they speak as her second Jinchuriki. That seemed to become the trend. Everything seemed to be going as well as it had. His time within Mito Uzumaki Senju when Kusina had become pregnant. She was not the first. Kurama was the first to experience the full gestation of a newborn growing inside another living organism, but it was the first time ever that he wasn't mindlessly raging at his seal as the child grew. Being a chakra construct meant that there was always a slight curiosity that latched on to the workings of the more organic life forms on the planet he inhabited when they weren't trying to seal him away or enslave him for their power. As the fetus slowly grew, he had discovered that he could manipulate it minutely with his chakra, and that brought him an evil joy. He could devastate his prison for what she had done to him. But as he was about to do so, he realized that this new life, although human, had not committed any sin in anything. It was the definition of innocent. His father's words rang through his memories, and he couldn't find it within himself to destroy it. That had been an extreme blow to his enjoyment. he couldn't attack the growing organism, and some of his interest in it faded. Then one day boredom had grown so much that he inspected the baby again and identified a gene that led to a rather mediocre characteristic. Almost mechanically, Kurama instructed his chakra to correct the rebel gene. It was only after the fact that Kurama had realized that he had inadvertently helped a human being. His disgust with himself led him to spend a few weeks doing nothing but thinking of all the ways that humans were pathetic, weak, and terrible. But the boy was none of those, at least not here, where he couldn't be tainted by those in the great world beyond. And it was that fact that made Kurama stop and think about his current situation. He knew only the damned Uzumaki clan could contain him, but there were only a handful of them left in the world. There was no Senju. With the release of wood, his container Kuzuna would not live forever. The boy was going to be his next prison, whether he knew it or not. Kurama accepted this, and he didn't hold it against the boy. In fact, it wasn't his fault, the status of the outside world. He was as much a victim as Kurama himself. It made him pause again. The boy was to be his prison. The boy he could strengthen and improve for no reason would be his prison. He had a chance before him. He could mold it so the boy would be strong, that the boy would become wise, that the boy would be above the depraved around him. He could improve him so he could sense the evils around him. Of course, none of these powers could be at their fullest until they were sealed into the boy, but they could lay the groundwork for his rule right now. So he set to work. He would make his next ship worthy of being one. He would gift the boy a great advantage over any fellow human. No, Kurama's work increased as he began to look forward to the day he would be able to speak to the boy, he who had had as much to do with the boy's growth as the boy's own mother. At first, he wished to form a more suitable and comfortable prison, but towards the end, Kurama had realized that he had become affectionate with the girl, and the day drew closer and closer to the day of her birth. And what a catastrophe had been sealed within the child within Naruto on the very day of his birth. It was a blessing for Kurama, but he knew it was a tragedy for the child. It took a day to get used to his new prison. The work of the damn Yondaime slowed down his work even more, but now he had nothing but the best intentions towards the child and was helping in the function of the seal, so that he would not stop. The foundations that he had laid were acted upon and built immediately. The child would know all the evils of man, a monumental burden for any normal human being. But he would need it. He needed to have it to understand Kurama, to know that the rage of the Kyuubi was justified, but not endless, that their hatred was born of fear, frustration, and regret. That was the only way to make the boy understand, the only way to ensure that his prison is a friend while being summoned to his cage's office. Wasn't a new hobby, unfortunately. It was still one he was struggling to get used to. His sensei's office was still the same. Some of his portraits and mementos were still in their places, but it was no longer his. It was once again his predecessor's, the Sandaime. As with every loss of a precious person in his life, Kakashi had taken it very hard after all the progress he had made in dealing with the loss of Rin and avoiding losing his sense and his father figure. And not being able to stop him was terrible. He had gone headlong back to the ANBU, quickly reaching his rank of ANBU captain and taking on a transmission mission for 2 years. Yuen had understood, not approved, but allowed him to cope in his own way. That's why today a stranger came out of nowhere. Something about it was making her stomach feel uncomfortable. Zara, comfortably, and she didn't know what. She jumped over the windowsill and came face to face with the blue eyes of Minato. Kakashi stopped dead in his tracks, and he couldn't help but look at the blonde hair and the innocently inquisitive look that looked back at him, and thought of Minato, his leader, teacher, father. Sarada, to your father, my father. Kakashi's blood ran cold, and shock kept the lid down on his instincts to walk away. The Naruto boy, for who else could it be, was still staring at him, apparently staring into his own soul. He was so restless he couldn't even decide if the boy could or couldn't. You've lost a lot of friends, a lot of family. I lost my family too. I'm sad too. I don't blame you. Nissen. Kakashi still couldn't say anything as the boy spoke the truth he tried so hard to keep inside. Was this his punishment for failing? The boy to have all his failures laid bare, for a judgment to be passed upon them. He hadn't forgotten about the boy. He had simply felt so guilty, so fractured, so broken. He couldn't have raised the boy. He wasn't his father. No one could replace his father, and it was his fault. No, it's not your fault, Nissen. However, I forgive you. I think you're nice. You're a good one person. It was at that point of one-sided verbal conversation that Kakashi's instincts kicked in, and he looked around. Besides the amused Sandaime, they were alone while the boy was spewing secrets that even he shouldn't have known. They would have to teach him to be quieter. He wasn't a child anymore. He was 2 years old. Kakashi hadn't been doing missions for that long. He picked the boy up in his arms and looked at him, making sure his sensei's son was okay. He gently turned him around this way, and that looking at him, he couldn't see anything wrong with the boy. He lifted his headband and looked at the boy, who once again with his death Sharingan seemed to be fine. Wow, that's an incredible gift. The boy stretched his arms out and kept his face still so he could look into his eyes. Kakashi didn't know what was more disturbing, the boy who spoke in this way, so young, or knew things without them being said. He looked at Hokage, and the old monkey smiled softly and gestured for him to sit. Naruto here. Kakashi will no longer live in the orphanage. The man of silver hair nodded silently as he sat down holding Naruto in his lap. The boy couldn't stay there. Something was wrong or different with him. and they needed to find out what left the sense, and something to hint at what could be the cause. The Hokage shook his head. I'm afraid we're very much in the darkest too. What brought this on our dear Naruto-kun? Maybe it has to do with his tenant, or not. Both men paled Aaron, and looked at the boy whose face was scrunched up and thought, something that scares you is out of me. Well, Kakashi had learned many things, but how to censor his subconscious train of thought was not one of them. Not even his Sharingan could help him with that. God forbid if he started thinking about clandestine operations that the Sambu were so happy to perform. Naruto's face scrunched up as if he had tasted something sour, and Kakashi couldn't even fake an innocent look as Yusin stared at him coldly. No doubt this would take some getting used to. The Kage sighed as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Child is to be cared for by me. I will need your support and assistance. While I do so, congratulations on your promotion. So that was the plan. If Kakashi was the ANBU commander, he wouldn't be away on missions as often and could spend some time watching the child when the Hokage couldn't either. The plan was good, but sure, there were times when both of them couldn't look after the child, and when both of us are busy. Hokage-sama, his question had Naruto as well looking at the Hokage curiously, knowing his answer was be the identity of someone Naruto would know. I have some ideas. Naruto suddenly stuck his tongue out and made a gagging sound. Isn't he? Gigi, he doesn't seem like a nice person. Kakashi watched as Sarutobi and Naruto seemed to have an argument about extra supervisors and caretakers. The boy was incredibly terrifying. Even the boy, if he could even be called a boy, was more than Tototo. He could be a Keiki Henkai, but he wasn't. Uzumaki Minato was always perceptive, but not even he was as cunning as the boy did. 1,000 theories bounced around Kakashi's head, and they all led to the same conclusion. Naruto Uzumaki was special. The 2-year-old boy sitting at Sandame's desk, having a conversation, completely oblivious to the surreal reality of the moment, was precious. He had to be protected. Kakashi had few friends and no family. That was what his guilt had convinced him. At least he hadn't deserved to get close to the boy, would only bring tragedy. Now he knew better. The boy needed security, and he needed guidance. He could. That Kakashi may not have been as old as the Hokage, but he was a skilled shinobi. Right now, the boy needed to be surrounded by those who could take care of him. It was funny that it was Naruto's words that made Kakashi realize this. He needed the boy too. They were family. Minato was a father to both of them in different ways. Kakashi had a purpose again. He would teach and nurture his sensei's legacy. A warmth blossomed in his chest, and he smiled as Naruto began to laugh. As Yuzuna once again, he accidentally thought of a state secret. Kakashi, could you take Naruto to my house and take care of him for the rest of the day? Iokama. Naruto turned to him with his arms outstretched, and Kakashi picked him up. The hands that had killed thousands of men easily enough picked up the boy and held him close. He may be gone from the boy's life by now, but that would change. Even if he couldn't be there constantly, he would always protect him. That's what older brothers do, right? Naruto's eyes widened, and he looked around in amazement. This was not the bedroom his new older brother had almost left him in. No, this was some kind of dark place, and it was what? A dark, damp place. Naruto slowly stood up and wiped the water off his back. It didn't feel good. It made him feel bad. The dark, damp place was also cold. However, that was a man too long. The dark, damp, and cold place. The place is not good. Well, that was okay. He took his first steps into the not good place and realized it was long. There was no door in sight, and Naruto was starting to get scared. He slowly made his way down the hall and grew more anxious as he went deeper. After a long time, he came to a large room where there was a large door. Beyond the door, there was something that was very, very large. 2 large eyes. They opened in the darkness and looked at them curiously. Most children would have been scared, or at least unsure of the nature of such a being, but Naruto could sense it. The animal had many bad feelings, much too much for Naruto to point out. But there was only one bad feeling directed at Naruto: fear of being alone. Hello, Naruto. Naruto blinked in surprise and took a few steps closer. He timidly looked closer and saw more details of the large beast as it slowly crawled towards the light. Hello, how do you know my name? Was I there when your parents named you? The boy's face widened in surprise, and he took a few more steps forward. Did you know my parents too? Were you friends? No, they didn't like me. Oh, the boy was no longer so exuberant and slowly shrank back into himself, but still came a little closer. What is your name? You are what? Two Kakashi-san were afraid of. Yes, I am the Cuban Kitsune. That is a long name. Kurama looked at the boy without passing judgment. Actually, things were looking good. This had been the longest and most civil conversation he had ever had with another human besides his father. It is a title, a name. People call me. My real name is Kurama. The boy nodded, instantly oblivious to the importance of the moment. This was Kurama's first step to trust a human for the first time in his life. The boy may be taking it as if it were simply a new meeting, but for Kurama himself, it was about to establish a bond with another, a friendship. Why are you here, Kurama? This place doesn't seem very nice. I'm trapped inside a seal. Naruto-kun, inside you. This is the manifestation of the seal. Can I change it for something prettier? The great fox blinked. He wasn't used to this. A big part of him still expecting to be manipulated or taken advantage of. It was nice, refreshing. Actually, you can think, and the seal will change if that's what you want. Well, this is your home. Don't you like it like that? Kurama smiled toothily and shook his head. No, Naruto-kun, I'm not having fun. This sewer, we find ourselves in sewer. So that was the shorter name for the dark place of wet gold. Naruto, nodding his head in agreement. He didn't like the sewer either, but he didn't like the orphanage either. and he doubted that Kurama was too big for people's houses and he was a fox, so maybe a park. His surroundings rumbled and changed. A large expanse of green grass and trees surrounded the two. In the distance were mountains, all of which had their own Hokage monuments, but it was impressive to a 2-year-old's imagination. It seemed like the boy was still learning about the world around him. That was okay. Kurama could deal with having to look at the faces of 4 humans. Honestly, after Naruto got up outside, he could get some joy out of firing a Bijidama at 1 or 2 of the monuments. Suddenly, Kurama felt Naruto climb up on one of his legs and almost knocked the boy over in shock. So to speak, he jerked up a bit, and Naruto laughed as if the Biju had done it to amuse him. He couldn't have foreseen this. The boy was lying on his fur with his eyes closed and seemed to be almost purring contentedly. I know you were scared. Don't be. I would love to be your friend. Kurama couldn't even answer no. He didn't know what to say. He just looked at the boy for a second, then closed his eyes and lowered his head. He felt the boy climb up his neck and fall back down to lay on top of his head. Taking everything into account, he could get used to this. In the 2 years that Naruto Uzumaki had made his home in the Sarutobi clan compound, there always seemed to be something going on. If other Sarutobi members were talking to him about his young charge walking around the grounds in the dark of the night, seemingly talking to himself, to the boy, who he would approach other members out of nowhere and converse with them about his fears and pain. Just as things began to calm down, the boy had taken him amongst himself to begin wandering around the village. There had been quite a few occasions where concerned civilians had taken the boy to the Hokage Tower after having seen him wandering around his loner on the other side of the village. After the 3rd such incident, and realizing that Naruto would not immediately listen to his orders, he had decided that it was necessary. That an ANBU squad always protected the boy was necessary. It was a protection of a future asset and a vital player in the village. Naruto would grow up and change things. Of course, Inu couldn't be constantly separated from the guard, but the ANBU commander joined in from time to time. The honor usually fell to the cat, the weasel, and the boar. It was funny hearing their first report how the boy always seemed to sense their presence and would seek them out. After a few hours of them constantly moving and almost dancing away from their sight, the boy seemed to pause, as if realizing they couldn't be in his sight due to their job, and never looked back at them. Of course, the group knew he was aware of their presence from the data he unconsciously gave. It was infuriating to all of them, especially Weasel, how his skills meant nothing in evading the boy. Yuan realized the boy was perfect exercise for new ANBU recruits. It quickly became routine. It was normal for the trainees to be tasked with protecting him and staying out of his sight. They always wondered why the exercise didn't fail immediately after being caught. Once they quickly learned that the boy was too good. He seemed to recognize people after a few times around them, but was always wary of new presences. Naruto's guard quickly became an informal punishment, of course, for the 3 regularly scheduled to protect him. He honed his skills. The 3 of them couldn't understand how the boy did it, and Ruin had no intention of telling them, to be honest. He also found himself testing how close he could get before Naruto noticed him. It seemed speed was his greatest aid in evading the boy's senses, but even that wasn't perfect. The boy may have matured quickly, but he was still a child. He didn't have the knowledge, the experience, or the skills to be a real threat to any shinobi above him. Honing range, that was until he noticed Naruto was using these practices and timings to train himself. It would take an experienced eye to notice, but the boy's reflexes were growing, as was his sensing range. He was 3 years old at the time and had already begun training that led to him sitting down and teaching Naruto the basics of chakra and its usage, only to be told his friend had already told him. Fearing for the worst, he had almost interrogated the boy before finding out the true identity of his friend, the Cuban no Kitsune. That had been a huge discussion. In the end, he couldn't sway the boy, and he found himself powerless to deny that the boy actually had a much greater insight into a person's or being's character than he did. This conversation also cemented that it was the Kubo's handiwork that granted Naruto this empathy. He had heard that Jinchuriki had taken over several styles and gifts from his patron Baiyu, but those always seemed to be more ninjutsu-oriented. This was in a whole new level. Let the Kyubi inadvertently give his host what could be the greatest gift among the 9-tailed beasts, and so he began training the boy at the young age of 3, the youngest to train in Konoha. Since its founding, he led the boy through his lectures on the shinobi world and on chakra theory and jutsu. The boy absorbed it all. His chakra stores were minuscule, his body weak, but his mind and senses unnaturally advanced. The boy, he went off to train with a vigor that reminded him of his old Genin team. The Sannin was always training. After a few months, it came to his attention that the boy had forced Weasel to train with him. Apparently, Naruto hunted him down to help. After 3 hours of constantly making the Weasel lose his senses, Weasel became his Senna, and with a vicious fervor as revenge for being used like that by the boy, Yuan decided to leave them to figure it out themselves. It would be nice if Naruto had another role model, and it was good for Itachi to have some sort of social interaction. That was the difference between prodigies like Itachi and Kakashi and Naruto. Naruto was becoming more and more frank and optimistic. The Kusina personality was beginning to appear from time to time within the boy, but he still operated mainly under the calm and analytical demeanor of Minato. after 6 months of training. The 4-year-old boy had become a shinobi, an inexperienced and amateur shinobi, but one of all his age was the only thing holding him back. He hadn't learned any jutsu, at least none from his human teachers, but he had been starting to practice the Uchiha interceptor style techniques. As per Weasel's request, it seemed Naruto's senpai had taken a supreme interest in his carear, and wasn't above ignoring a few clan laws to help him out in the time he could spare. Yuen had also started the boy along the path of the monkey's claw and Hutsu styles. Truth be told, the Hokage found himself having a great pleasure in instructing such a willing student, and had found himself beginning to lecture on the basics of jutsu creation, not realizing how advanced a subject it was. The boy was coming along very well, and Sarutobi found himself allowing him to sit in on diplomatic meetings here and there. He would dismiss just a child, and that was a grave mistake. That was what led to this meeting between Yuen and the ambassador of Kumogakure. Treaty had been signed and officiated. All that was left was to discuss the plans between the two villages and organize a celebration, send the ambassador back to Kumo with the good news, and they were on their way to having an alliance with another hidden village. Yuen was not naive, but if a treaty, a tangible peace, could be achieved by 3 of the 5 great nations, it would be the first true step towards realizing Shodame's dream of global peace and unity. Yes, he was wary of the treaty, but he also allowed the benefit of the doubt. It may not be the yellow flash, but he would not be remiss to remind Kumo of what was called the god of shinobi. In the corner of the room, Naruto sat silently watching the meeting continue with narrowed eyes. The man from Kumo was a good man, but he had something planned that would hurt someone within the village, and as a shinobi of Konoha Corps, Naruto would not let him enact his plan. End of Chapter 2. Naruto watched silently as the ambassador of Kumogakure radiated with a repressed intent to do harm. Usanjiji, his Hokage, had spoken to him of proper diplomatic etiquette. Allowing the young Uzumaki listening to such proceedings was as presumptuous as it was to interrupt or act would be incomputable and embarrassing for the Hokage. He had to be on his best behavior. If he felt something was important, but not critical, he had to wait until after the meeting to report with Yuen. Gigi, if it was critical, he was supposed to signal to Lambu in the room. What was he currently doing? Yawning and stretching his arms out to the sides and then back, and then looking out the window with a sigh that would trigger a wide sweep of the room and the surrounding area of the Hokage Tower after Naruto had foiled an assassination attempt on Iwagakure by preemptively exposing the assassin. Word had spread throughout ANBU headquarters that the Hokage War Jinchuriki could become quite a useful tool for the security of the village, as well as protecting its cage. Sarutobi had watched in amusement for nearly a week as Enel Senpai and Naruto had established a complex form of code in his office. The boy treated it as professionally as he could as always, but seemed to enjoy trying to think of subtle accounts that others would ignore. It was a game. While it was true that many shinobi children did in fact play similar games, it was a unique experience to see a child create such a versatile and useful code, one that the veteran ANBU would learn with the same fervor as always, but seeing them test themselves and try to decipher every move the child made him happy. The old man Naruto wouldn't have a normal childhood, but he was glad to be happy, or he seemed to be at least. After alerting the Lambu, Naruto slowly walked over to Hokage, and simply he tugged at his sleeve twice. Ouch. His job done, Naruto relaxed and fine-tuned the conversation. Now there was only one thing he could do: try to interpret the man's intentions. He closed his eyes and acted like the sleepy boy he had to concentrate. Kurama-san had spent time with him to hone his senses, and even now he could feel the Bailu watching him from the seal. However, the fox said nothing, knowing he wanted to find out himself. He could do this. The man was arrogant. He could feel his smugness and conceit slowly rolling off of him in bitter waves. The man hated Konoha that was hidden deep within the moment. He hated the shinobi clans. He hated them for taking his younger brother's life. Yes, the regret of failing his brother somehow led to his end was there, and that self-hatred fed deep within him. Hatred for Konoha. The man was in constant pain, not unlike Kakashi, but he wanted revenge. The hatred did not drive Kakashi, but it drove this man, his self-confidence, and his hatred for the clans, the shinobi clans, the talented shinobi clans, the clans of Kumogakure, Kiki, and Henkai, and had more kidnapping attempts on foreign shinobi than any other hidden village. Gigi had told him the same thing in his lessons not a month ago. If that was the case, then this could be another kidnapping attempt. It would be a good opportunity to try and steal a Kohen bloodline on the eve of brokering a peace between the two nations. Konoha had been preaching peace between the shinobi nations since the last shinobi war, but which clan would be the victim? He doubted. He would be the target. Gigi had told him how his mother was almost kidnapped by Kumogakure decades before, only being saved by his father, so the target could have been himself, but the man had no intentions towards him. It was not another clan. The most logical targets would be the Uchiha, the Yamanaka, or the Yuga. Naruto nodded slowly before catching himself. He had a role to play, and he couldn't let the ambassador realize that he had been done so. He pretended to sleep until the meeting was over. It was then that he told his Hokage the secrets he had learned. He could feel the pride that Kurama sent him from the seal, and he almost smiled. He was happy to be of use to the village, and his Gigi would make sure that this man's plans failed at all costs. Yuen sighed and he rubbed his temples. The room had been cleared and Naruto sat in front of his desk and Kakashi Yachi were on either side of him. The news was not favorable. Honestly, Yuen became very sad and also frustrated because a fellow Kage took advantage of his wish for peace. Once again, thank the gods for Naruto. He wouldn't have suspected until it was too late. Otherwise, why didn't we stop him? Gigi, why hasn't he committed any crime yet? Naruto, if we arrest him for thinking of committing a crime, well, that wouldn't be with Kumo. The boy blinked. Hoya nodded in agreement. He was young, and some of his naivety still remained, but he was learning much faster than expected. Getting back to the matter at hand, they had to be careful. They had ANBU following the Kumo representatives, but they didn't know who the target was or when they would attack. Making sure the additional detail about ANBU wasn't discovered was also essential. The thousand variables surrounding the situation they made the aging shinobi truly wish that his successor could have been here instead, but he wasn't, and it was up to him to keep his village safe. To uphold the will of fire, he had to stop. As he saw Naruto's face sadden at the reminder of his father, Yuzan strengthened his resolve. He would protect the families of Konoha, if only so that no other child would need to feel the pain Naruto felt. Reinvigorated, Yuzan abruptly stood up from his seat. It was a sign from the gravity of the action. The three shinobi coughed. Shinobi and a child instantly silenced and unconsciously fell silent to get orders. Inu, alert the clan heads. Send a squad to every clan compound. Weasel, take Naruto to my compound and take him. Kakashi didn't waste a single moment and left to carry out his orders and protect the village his family gave their lives to protect. He stopped as he sensed the hesitation in both Naruto and Itachi to sit on the sidelines. GGI, I can help. I realize when he's going to make his move. Itachi didn't say anything. If anyone could talk to Yuzan since his last order, it would be the 4-year-old boy who could sense any lie or malicious secret. He could read a person better than even the Hokage himself. I won't risk his safety in such an operation. This is non-negotiable. Go Weasel. Now Naruto opened his mouth to continue his argument, but Itachi heard the steel beneath the order and knew this wasn't Yuzan's speech. Yuen, Naruto Gigi was the teacher, the god of shinobi. Itachi didn't dare anger his leader and quickly left with the boy. Mid-rebuttal, Sarutobi sighed. Once more left in the quiet of his office. He didn't know the exact moment, but he had grown so old now he could feel it. He was still as strong as the best of any jounin, but he could feel the weakness in his bones and the pain in his joints. His mind felt as young as ever, but his body revolted in every direction. His dreams, they were still as vibrant as ever, of a world where children didn't need to be trained to kill. What he would give to bring peace to these petty, squabbling nations. He was getting less optimistic every day. He had really thought the Yondaime Reikage had changed his mind. How foolish of him. The Belizean ways of Kumogakure seemed to be in full effect. Even now he groaned as he realized how long Danzo was going to keep this latest development hanging over his head. He wouldn't be surprised if his rot agents were waiting in the shadows to take advantage of this situation. That thought brought him to the present. He was losing himself with the stress of the moment. He needed to protect his village. He may have become more and more in his old age, but he was no less protective of those he served, and his judgment would be as cold and swift as the canal he had used to end the life of Konohagakure's enemy. That was for sure. Naruto sat silently, while Weasel Senpai stood silently, his vigil over the boy absolute. Anyone else observing the young teen wouldn't infer anything from his stance, and if they could see his face beneath his mask, they would find the mask to be more expressive. But for Naruto, this was the most troublesome thing his caretaker and mentor had ever had. Anxiety, worry, anger, regret, fears the Uchiha would be attacked, that his brother would be stolen from him. While guarding Naruto, the realization that he was preventing Weasel Senpai from helping his family peek at Naruto had no desire to carry no one, especially someone who really cared for him and was kind to him, felt all the fears that he usually had, and it almost overwhelmed him. His fear for his brother, for his family, was suffocating the Uzumaki to such an extent that he was starting to panic. Fear of loss, hatred for himself, anger at his helplessness. The Uchi felt everything much more than normal people. It must be the curse of hatred for Kuram-san. He liked to go on and on about the six Uchiha and his bleeding hearts and corrupted eyes. Huel Senpai, he must have been a very strong Uchiha if he felt emotions so deeply as he was. Naruto didn't like his friend and senpai feeling that way, but his senpai knew him well. He couldn't convince him to go with him to stalk the ambassador. Weasel Senpai wouldn't let himself be manipulated into escorting Naruto against a direct order from Hokage, but what could he do? Naruto could still sense the ambassador and realized he was getting close to his point of action. He needed to stop him himself. He wanted to show everyone that he could be a shinobi. He could save them like they saved him and took care of him. So he had to think. He couldn't convince Weasel Senpai with logic, but he could use his fears against him. It was a simple idea and a basic tool of any shinobi, but it was one that made Naruto hesitate to use it against his ally, his friend. But what choice did he have if he wanted to prove that he was a shinobi? He had to act like one, even when it made him feel bad. The senpai is moving. Well, he had his senpai's attention. Time to prime the Hokage. The Uchiha is going to chase after Sasuke. Uchiha, the ANBU, are getting distracted. Naruto had never lied to using Keikyo. Itachi had never lied to any of his precious people. So when Easel Senpai immediately jumped out the nearby window, Naruto felt no pride, he felt guilt, overwhelming guilt. He will get over it, boy. If you want to act, you better be careful. Naruto nodded in agreement and left. He made his way across the rooftops, effortlessly evading all the ANBU patrols. Would make his Hokage proud, would make Kakashi proud, and find some way to apologize to the senpai. Maybe buy him a box of his favorite poke. Well, ask Kakashi to lend him the money to buy the poke. If he couldn't convince Gigi to count this as his first mission, actually he would probably have to think of a way to apologize to the three of them after tonight. So Naruto's mind was consumed with what he was going to say as he followed the ambassador of Kumo towards the compound and Yuga. Maybe this wasn't the best idea. Itachi had crossed the village faster than ever, and a minute after arriving at his clan's compound, he entered his younger brother's room through the windows with his sword drawn and Sharingan swinging wildly around the room. His entrance caused his brother to wake up with a cry of fear, and it wasn't long before his parents came in ready to assault Itachi. Before they realized who he was, Fugaku sheathed his kuna and narrowed his eyes. Itachi-kun, what are you thinking? The ambassador of Kuno, where is it? Fugaku's eyes hardened, and he growled. Then he is pointing at the Uchiha. Fool. Itachi ignored his father for the moment and tried to find something out of place. Any sense of the ambassador's chakra could be that Itachi had arrived early, but that was absurd. Naruto had been quite alarmed, and it wouldn't have been so bad if the situation hadn't necessitated it. At least the boy hadn't done it before. As he had a moment to calm down, Itachi began to get an uneasy feeling in his stomach. Father watches over Sasuke. I will go talk to the others outside the compound. The Uchiha patriarch nodded. The tacit agreement that Itachi's best course of action was to consult with the ANBU was clear as Mikoto sat on Sasuke's bed to comfort the young Uchiha. Itachi walked out down the path. After replacing his mask, he headed to the nearest squad and landed next to his captain Ersan. The suspect has been stopped entering the compound. Uchiha. The captain shook his head. No, San, there have been no sightings or alerts. What made you think the ambassador was coming here? Naruto-kun informed me that he sensed the man was after Sasuke-kun. The tiger mask nodded. Once understanding, we will do another sweep of the compound borders and call in a squad to protect the target. With another, the head tiger and his squad left to fulfill their duty, and Itachi's concern only increased. If the ambassador wasn't here all set, then no, he would have come here. And if he hadn't come here, then Itachi Chia had been tricked by a 4-year-old boy who used his quirk to manipulate him. He didn't know if he was more proud of the boy or furious. As he ran back towards the Sarutobi clan compound, he just hoped that the boy had rethought his plan and returned to the compound. If not, Itachi was going to be in some hot water with the Hokage. And that was it. If the boy wasn't hurt when he tried to save the day, Naruto listened to Kurama's instructions and obeyed them. He could diligently fool anyone in the world, but he couldn't lie to Kurama. They were intertwined to fool each other, and that was the way Kurama seemed to like it. So he had to promise to listen to the fox's orders if he wanted his support in foiling the Kumo ambassador's plot. Naruto was well versed in the application of chakra, but he was young and had no lack of potential reserves to draw on. His chakra coils were weak and were still developing. Even with the key manipulation, his body was still too young to be a threat to a fully trained shinobi. At least just his body. His body had also been coaxed into becoming a perfect vessel as a Jinchuriki. His body was the strongest a human could naturally be, and his affinity for housing and channeling the Biju's chakra was unmatched by anyone in shinobi history at this time. If he performed a perfect link with Kurama and fought in tandem, he could maintain the full cloak of chakra for about 5 minutes, but the seal was closed. The two had discovered there was a key to the seal only recently in their attempts to crack the Shiki Fujin until they found some way to either get the key or unlock it through Fuinjutsu lock picking. If that was possible, Kurama could only imperfectly flood the single tail's chakra safely into the 4-year-old. That would give him 30 seconds of use before it started to affect his body. If it allowed Kurama control, would be enough a jump on the unsuspecting Monin quickly launched himself into the shadows of an alley, while his target passed beneath him in the sewers. An interesting choice of movement, and quite risky. In fact, ANBU regularly patrolled the underground tunnels, and if caught, there were not many ways to escape, and unless he was extremely skilled in earth jutsu, making a tunnel would be a 50 and 50 shot at best. The only time he would enter the sewers of an enemy village on such a mission would be if he had acquired the schedules for the ANBU patrols. However, that was worrying even more, as Naruto could sense that there were no ANBU around to intercept the ambassador. This was very bad, very, very bad. Maybe he should have found some way to convince Itachi to come with him. Thinking about his senpai made Naruto nervous for a completely different reason. Naruto approached Naruto. He nodded silently and focused on the task at hand. He couldn't care about the repercussions. He had to carry out his mission. He had to be a shinobi. If he was stupid, then Gigi senpai and Kaka Sanairi would be upset with him, and just feeling their disappointment and frustrations, the thought made him cringe. He hated it when those he cared for felt those emotions towards him. So he did it. So they wouldn't have to. They would do their job perfectly, and they couldn't get angry. His vigor was renewed, and it didn't happen long before he began to believe he knew his destiny. The Yuga complex, then Kumogakure, was behind the Byakugan. Fell silent across the street from the complex. As the ambassador stood up from the manhole, he looked around the corner of the building, but couldn't see anything where he knew he was the man looked like he was quite skilled at infiltration. A big surprised Naruto realized he shook his head and using as much chakra as possible he scaled the wall. He pointed out that indeed there was an ANBU patrol, but they were sedentary alert, but not moving. How could they not sense the moaning was gone? At least Naruto couldn't sense it at all. How was that possible? He could feel their emotions, but they were confused, and it was hard to pinpoint exactly where they were. It was as if his brain no longer knew how to cease his empathy. Jutsu, Naruto groaned, and Kurama quickly disrupted his chakra system. At first, Naruto noticed that there was an extremely light humming noise in the backpack of his intelligent hearing a Jew based on hearing one that wouldn't immediately alert the clan with eyes that can see chakra. Incredibly intelligent. They had planned this mission very well. They better have if they wanted to steal a citizen of Konohagakure, and Naruto had anything to say about it. The small boy quickly threw himself into the branches of a tree hanging over his perch and silently maneuvered from limb to limb, making sure to stay within a certain rank of his target. Tsueji had taught him how to walk through trees early on to help learn about the monkey claw style. The style was most useful when the practitioner of the style was amidst the branches of a tree. It gave the young boy a sense of belonging amidst the treetops of his home and made him more deadly when acting within the forests of Inokuni. Truth be told, Naruto had quite liked the style, partly out of wanting to emulate one of the most precious and important of his life, and also partly because of the maneuverability that brought about the style. Where the Uchiha interceptor katas were fast, they were rigid when defending. The elites of the Uchiha clan were the most dangerous when they were stationary and had a clear range of vision. Their Sharingan gave them enough time to plan their opponent's next move, and the space gave them enough time to react to any incoming threat. The style was based on being able to counter blows quickly, and at the same time, allowing the shinobi to switch to casting a jutsu at any time was perfect to also counter the enemies that came here in droves without the benefit of the Sharingan. Although the style was rendered nearly useless, it was only Naruto's skill that allowed him to salvage what he could by twisting the style and perverting it to match his sensory power. However, that alone would not be enough for him. It was the addition of the monkey claw style that would give the boy the edge he needed against the enemies that would normally overwhelm him. This is what Unbeatable Senpai had told him many times. Of course, they had meant in the future when he was a true shinobi of Konoha, and not before his chakra coils had finished developing. However, it was his understanding of the monkey's claw style that truly allowed the boy to not arouse the suspicion of his prey. The infiltrator had managed to make his way unnoticed by the Yuga until he stood before the door of a bedroom. Naruto had to holding back until just after the man enacted his plot. He was facing a Hunin. He wasn't even a Genin. He couldn't fail. Here there was too much at stake. He had to get this right. The man entered the room and grabbed a sleeping girl, trapping him. She was helpless to resist. This was the moment Naruto struck. He threw his training kunai at the man, making sure to throw two others into interception pads in the two most likely evasion routes the would-be kidnapper dodged out of the way in the last second, evading the subsequent kunai easily and throwing two shuriken at Naruto's initial position. Naruto watched impassively from beneath his original perch, remaining calm as adrenaline pumped through his veins and the enemy shuriken sailed over him. The boy knew how risky his current situation was, and he knew the risk and what it could cost him. He would not be hasty. He would prove that the lessons he had been taught had not been given in vain. He would act as a shinobi with the moaning, could not let no witnesses live, and every second he was prevented from getting the package and retreating severely increased the chance of detection and mission failure. He would have to take care of Naruto quickly, so he would let the ninja come to him. So he waited. He didn't have to for long. The man blurred into his line of sight, and it was then when Kurama flooded Naruto with his chakra. Naruto could taste the fear that suddenly flooded his enemy. After all, he was a shinobi from Kumogakure. He probably knew what it felt like better at chakra than any Nonin. That hesitation was what allowed Naruto to slash forward with his hand and strike with the chakra cloak. Large strands of hair that opened up in the would-be kidnapper's chest. Naruto moved faster than ever and used his enemy's movements against him to swing and grab the bag before pushing off with his feet. The force sent him and the young ace he saved up to the roof as he pushed the infiltrator forward. Naruto frowned as the one-tailed one it dissipated, but then blinked and sighed in relief. The enemy, Ning, quickly turned around, only to stare into the burning Byakugan of Yasi Yuga himself. The situation became more dire as another 10 members of the clan stepped forward from the shadows, all in the gentle fist stance. Renar Yasi's voice was as calm as ever, but Naruto was nauseated by the emotions that were kept below the surface. Naruto almost jumped when he felt a hand resting on his shoulder and turned to see an identical, but less enraged version of Yasi. The man's eyes widened in surprise. After finally noticing who Uzumaki-san was, Naruto smiled sheepishly, and that nauseating feeling only grew as a squad of ANBU materialized on the same rooftop. He paled as he stared into the emotionless mask of a weasel as the girl he had rescued was pulled out of the bag and placed in the girl's arms. Naruto almost wished he could control his quirk. That way he wouldn't be able to feel his senpai's disappointment and rage, And worse, his fears about the condition he would find Naruto. And excuse me, I send my squad escort, the prisoner to Ibik-san, but the Oki wishes to see Naruto. Sen immediately the Yuga nodded and looked at Naruto sympathetically, and the boy could only gulp as they avoided Naruto. Sighed grimly as he slowly copied the excerpt of the dangers of fighting a superior opponent from the Ninja Guide for the 50th time. He was halfway through the second half of his punishment, and he couldn't decide which half was worse, having to look Huin Jiji Itachi Senpa and Kakashi-san in the eyes and endure the bitter waves of disappointment oozing from them as he gave his report, or the meaningless, insignificant task he was assigned. Even now, he could feel Sarutobi Jiji glancing at him from his desk from time to time. He was brought out of his misery by the sound of a knock at the door. Yuan barely had time to call them in before he had assumed the ceremonial position of a minor. Observation pavilion ranked to the side of the room. Yush Yuga entered, and next to him was the young girl that Naruto had saved. The two Yugas bowed in respect, and Naruto leaned back as Yusin nodded yes, yes. He stepped forward. Okage-sama, I am here to ask about the fate of the infiltrator. In here has something to say to your ward, he gently instilled himself, pushing the girl hiding behind his leg forward, and she looked down. Naruto could sense her fears of disappointing her father, as well as her fears that they make fun of her for her eyes, and for being called weak. Her mind already seemed to hate herself. Naruto wasn't used to feeling these emotions from children around his age, and it was a little surprising. She quickly bowed. Thank you, Uzumaki-san. There was a brief silence before her father pushed her lightly, and then she blushed in embarrassment and looked at the ground. For saving me. Thank you. I'm sorry. Yasi sighed, and the disappointment that she couldn't hide from Naruto made the boy frown, or his features, when he noticed the man had noticed and frowned slightly before effortlessly assuming an emotionless mask. Naruto wondered why they didn't model the ANBU masks after the face of Yuga's peerage. You have the thanks of the Yuga Uzumaki-san clan. Along with my questions about the perpetrator, I would also like to ask how you would be able to detect him while my own clan mates were trapped in his genjutsu. That is a clan technique, and so I'm sure you understand. Yasi tried to nod in acceptance, but Naruto felt that Yasi's pride was not sated with that answer. And the ambassador of Kumo, Okage-sama, what is to be done with him? I will send him back with an escort to Kumogakure with a letter of his transgressions. Luga's eyes did not portray even an iota of the rage Naruto felt within him. This man was probably one of the best liars Naruto had ever met. The Raikage will deny any involvement and will reject and demote him. That is not justice and a war for an attempt to kidnapping. It is. If we return him, they can make no claim against us for breaking our treaty. He is alive and has returned home. Kumogakure will be shamed, and they will have to abide by the treaty, and we will have the moral high ground. A political play. We give justice to allow a false peace. Yes, Naruto hardened as the professor's voice spoke for the first time in that meeting. It is not up to man to judge our fellow man. How does he gain more by following this path? There was an acidic silence before yes, he bowed once more and left, and Nat bowed quickly as well, and behind her father after the door closed. Yuan sighed and relaxed in his seat. He thinks you're being weak. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Are you afraid that's the case too? The old man sighed once more and turned to look back at the village. Naruto joined him wordlessly, having to climb up onto the chair so he could look out the windows. The sun was beginning to set, and a light breeze made the treetops dance in the fading light. The village. He looked calm and beautiful. Naruto felt the Sandaime looking at him, but he couldn't tell what he was thinking. All he could feel were his fears and regrets swirling somewhere in the background, not currently at the forefront of the great shinobi's mind. I think you've written enough for today, Naruto-kun. I think it's important that we begin covering the politics of the damage the five great nations and the minor nations. Will start with a history of the age of the warring clans and move on from there. Ayaka-sama. Yusin smiled. It was good to have a student once again. Kakashi watched lazily as Naruto jumped down from the treetops. After another few months of training after the Yuga incident, the boy was finally at Hinin level, at least in terms of physical strength. His chakra coils were still not ready for continuous use, and that aggravated the boy to no end. Kakashi, Itachi, and Ran were grateful for that fact. It kept the boy from progressing too soon. If the Uzumaki boy would have gotten away with it, he would have been on a Genin team by now. If he hadn't been apprenticed to one of his three mentors, the boy was a more intellectual warrior than his father, and was slowly becoming more spirited than his mother. It was quite terrifying, the idea that Naruto could surpass Hokage in a decade or less. The boy was special, and Kakashi had Hokage's permission to push him and challenge him, so his mind wouldn't wander off to other activities. Naruto was going to be kept busy and guided. Saruto was adamant about not creating another Orochimaru. Had actually sent a message to Jiraiya about the boy, but he didn't know if his former student had received the message or not. The Toad Sage had been beaten up pretty badly when Minato had passed away, and just like that, Kakashi had gone back to his job to escape reality. Kakashi knew the Sannin could return in a month or 10 years. There was no telling how long Jiraiya would need to be away from Konoha. Kakashi leaned back as the boy struck out with his clawed hand, and he walked sideways. The boy's left leg was getting faster, and that was good. Speed was a cornerstone of his preferred style, and it was imperative that it be one of the main things to improve. He threw another kick and jumped back as the boy tried to kick his legs out from under him. The boy transitioned instantly to respond to Kakashi's actions before he was compromised, his speed and strength being the only reason he was too slow to hit the jounin. He pulled out his book and read half a page as the boy jelly with exhaustion. They had been at it for 4 hours. Kakashi was impressed, as always, but he didn't let Naruto know that arrogance was not a useful trait for any shinobi. He tensed as the boy took a deep breath, and suddenly a layer of chakra erupted out. Isn't it good? He finally decided to use his Asa. He could only use it for 30 seconds, but that would be the tensest 30 seconds of Kakashi's day. Kakashi instantly discarded Ichiha and found out his Sharingan as the boy flew over him. Faster than before, Kakashi leapt into the air, throwing a wired ninja kunai at a nearby tree. The boy's chakra claws shot upwards towards his location. 10 seconds. He dove out of the way of the chakra claws, only for a third chakra arm to cut his taut ninja wire, leaving him in the air with no means to redirect himself. A fourth chakra arm reached into him from behind, and Kakashi's body disappeared with a puff of smoke to reveal the construct of the chakra had pierced a log. Naruto growled and turned straight towards Kakashi, who was hiding behind some trees. 20 seconds. Chakra arms flew towards Kakashi and quickly crashed through the trees surrounding the boy's position. He could feel the chakra flowing, slipping right behind him, and he dove back into the middle of the clearing. 30 seconds. He stared in disbelief as the boy roared at him and charged. The cloak was still active. His skin was beginning to peel off his body, already dissipating into the cloak before Kakashi could do anything. The boy's eyes rolled back into his head, and he collapsed to the ground, the corrupted chakra incinerating the grass beneath him. After 2 seconds, the chakra cloak disappeared, and Kakashi wasted no time in picking up the boy and running to the hospital. Like hell, he would let a training session ruin the boy's life. He poured some lightning chakra into his legs and ran faster than ever. His brother would not die today. Kabuto had a life troubled, a very troubled life. If you asked anyone else, they would actually say it wasn't a great life at all. But it was all the young man had. He didn't remember his parents, he didn't remember his own name, he only knew what he had been given, his name. Kabuto from the orphans at the orphanage, his no glasses, his Danzo training, the death of his adoptive mother at his own hands. Danzo, his new role as Orochimaru-sama. He didn't know who he was himself. Kabuto was a canvas and had mastered changing and becoming what that he was told to become. He hated how it felt. He didn't even really know who he was. Why should anyone else know who he was? So why did it matter if he did? Except he cared. It kept him up at night. He was stationed back inside Konoha once again, even under Danzo's nose. And he didn't know if he hated the village that took his family away from him or loved it, how it made him remember when he was a true shinobi of the leaf, and how it made him feel like he belonged. Just like with everything else in his life, he felt indifferent to him. The village gave him nothing now that his use for him had run out. He was now a spy, and spies were everything and nothing. Kabuto hated being nothing, and that is what drove him forward with a zeal almost unmatched in his studies and training his skills. It is what made him mortal. He stepped ahead of his job in writing a file as he felt the chakra signature of his supervisor approach his cubicle. He was years ahead of any nurse or doctor in this building, but it was necessary to blend in, and that was hard to do from the limelight. So he found himself stuck in the lowly cubicle working position. Most of the time, Kabuto, come, we have a special case that could be a great learning opportunity. Kabuto nodded, politely put down his pen, and followed quickly. He was taken to a shinobi trauma emergency room and almost whited out. He identified 2 of the chakra signatures inside as belonging to Sarutobi. Kakashi attack is not a good sign. He was going through escape plans all the way through the doorway threshold, and even as he walked to the side of the bed, a small boy with blonde hair laid down on him and tossed and turned as his burned skin slowly retreated before his very eyes. Kabuto was shocked at the rate of natural healing. It was quite impressive. Orochimaru-sama would definitely be interested in hearing about this ability. This is the patient Naruto Uzumaki. You will be in charge of his amazing stay. Kabuto, he blinked out and looked at his superior, looking at him from the corner of his eye. Why me? He almost tensed when the professor stepped forward. Naruto-kun is a special kid, and we think having a younger doctor like you will calm him down. Right away they narrowed because he knew there was more he wasn't being told, but he simply nodded. He was a doctor from Konohagakure, a lowly genin. I'll just take good care of him. The Hokage nodded and walked out of the room, starting to discuss something with the head doctor, and Kakashi gave him a penetrating look from Kabuto. You better be a humble doctor. He wouldn't make fun of the Jounin's threat, so he didn't let him imagine the day he could peel off this skin and rub it in the arrogant ninja's face. It was a strong secondary reaction. He took a second to look at the boy more carefully, desperately ignoring ANBU, who was studying him from the outside. This boy was receiving more assurance that an heir to the clan must be the Jinchuriki. Naruto opened his eyes after having a long discussion with Kurama and losing access to Kurama's bad chakra quota in any training studs until he truly understood the gravity of abusing such a bad gift. Blah blah blah. Naruto knew he shouldn't have pushed the boundaries of overusing Kurama's chakra. He knew Kakashi had continued reading the book, and was starting to scratch at Naruto's pride that he was only taken seriously when he fought as a Jinchuriki. He had apologized to Kurama and accepted the added punishment of feeling what he put his body through, and he had woken up to feel his body on fire. His skin was burning, and his pain clouded his mind and made his vision blurry. He heard a mechanical beeping from a nearby machine speed up exponentially, and then he felt a calming green chakra healing his body and numbing his nerves. The doctor worked diligently, and after a few minutes Naruto was able to open his eyes to the end and see clearly. His doctor was surprisingly young. Naruto knew how difficult medical ninjutsu was, and you had to be extremely competent to be a doctor at the shinobi hospital. He had silver hair tied up with glasses, which you don't really assume. The doctor gave a warm smile, and his eyes checked Naruto for any injuries. He spoke, and the words were warm and kind. "I'm glad to see you're doing so well, Naruto-kun." Naruto immediately tensed as his herd fighting instincts kicked, and this was wrong. This was all wrong. Everything Naruto was seeing and hearing wasn't even close to what he was seeing and hearing was boiling beneath the surface of the man that stopped. "Go away." Naruto began to panic and tried to get out of his bed and began to struggle more as his medic began to physically restrain him. "Kun, stay still and calm down. I'm not going to hurt you." Naruto struggled even as he felt the man was technically telling the truth. He wouldn't hurt him right now. After a few more attempts, Naruto breathed quickly and was about to call out to ANBU outside for help. He could sense that they were out of earshot, but at the same time sight, and if he gave them the code they would know he was in trouble. It was as he moved his hand to the side about to signal his guards that he felt something else inside the man. Fear of being found out, fear of someone in Konoha, fear of Danzo. Naruto froze. His eyes searched the black eyes of the silver-haired man, and he relaxed against his pillow. "Do you know Danzo? Killing me now won't help you. Then you're of any use," said Danzo. Kabuto blinked and opened his mouth, and Naruto knew a sick and sweet lie was all he was going to listen. So he cut it off. "You can't lie to me, and I know you're of no use to them anymore. Now you serve Orochimaru." "Seriously, that's not much better. Both men are callous manipulators with almost no degree of empathy, but you already know that." Naruto smiled at how nervous he was able to make the doctor. "What's your name, by the way? And remember, I'll know if you like." "Hey, Kabuto." Kabuto frowned after introducing himself to the boy. The boy was strange. He definitely needed to report this to Orochimaru-sama. "Oh no, you won't tell him anything about this meeting, Kabuto-san?" Kabuto held back the urge to growl and instead smiled politely. "Of course, Naruto-san. May I ask why you think that the ramifications for you, if you do so, are not in your best interest?" The reality that a 4.5-year-old was talking to him like this almost drove him through a loop in itself, but for the child to somehow believe he had the upper hand in this confrontation was just weirdly insulting. As soon as he thought that, the child pouted and looked away. "God, don't I treat him like a baby, Kabuto? No, or I'll tell Kakashi Nizan that you're a spy." The thought of being forced to tangle with attack inside Konoha without support right now was chilling. "Haha, yeah. It's pretty scary fighting Nissan. That's why I'm here. That made the spy stop era." The boy was already fighting with Kakashi. That was very interesting. Kabuto was starting to get an idea of exactly what made the Sandame so protective of the boy. It might not hurt to go with the flow of the conversation and see what he could find out. "You can read minds, Naruto-kun. You are part of Yamanaka." Naruto rolled his eyes and sighed. "No, I'm not Yamanaka. I don't read minds. However, I can't tell you what I can do. It's an important secret of the S-rank." Kabuto's eyes sparkled with interest, and Naruto leaned forward. "Now it's my turn. Why would you want to work for someone who isn't going to help you find out what you want to know?" The boy was quite presumptuous in thinking that his technique, whatever it was, could identify with precision anything that shook Kabuto. He prided himself on his infiltration skills above all else, and this kid was going to find out soon enough. "Orochimaru isn't that bad." The boy frowned once more and leaned back. "I said, don't lie. I'm not Orochimaru. He's not a person. Don't you think he's a sociopath and a murderer? Are you impressed with his power?" "Don't lie." Kabuto frowned. "He promised me he'd help me." Kabuto's blood started to boil as the boy simply laughed. He laughed. "You know, you don't. He's going to give you exactly what you want." "And what I want, Naruto-san?" The boy frowned and stayed silent for a few seconds. "You want to know who you are, but that's crazy. It's just you." Kabuto's brain started racing towards Uldri, trying to figure out what he had done wrong and what had given him away at the same time. He suddenly felt overwhelmed at having his secret desires brought to light. In no way had he expected the boy to be so intuitive as the waves of emotions surged to their peak, boiling inside him. "That's the problem. Orochimaru can't help you the way you want, Kabuto, for the same reason Danzo couldn't. That's because they don't really care for you, but for your service. I know, Naruto-san. But there's a lot more to my situation than that. If your mother..." No, Naruto tensed as he felt killing intent and hurriedly waved his hands in front of himself. Wow, I'm sorry. I don't even realize I'm speaking what I'm processing out loud." And I stopped as Kabuto lightly pushed him down. So he was lying on his bed. Kabuto, despite all he hadn't even predicted the possibility of having a conversation with a Koen boy about his life and his problems. It was the surrealness of the situation that allowed him to sit up, and it was his curiosity that pushed forward. You could feel the emotions. The boy shuddered and felt a smug satisfaction. At least he wasn't the only one whose secrets were being revealed in this little chat. "Well, not all, however. I can't say more. You understand the importance of keeping a secret." Kabuto nodded slowly, he did a silence grew between the two. Kabuto couldn't leave the boy with this knowledge. He couldn't risk it, but he couldn't kill him, and he wasn't a Yamanaka, and kidnapping the Jinchuriki wasn't possible. And as he thought of possible actions, he looked at the boy's face and realized that the boy knew what he was thinking, and he himself was in some kind of dead-end. Kabuto and I have an idea. The vulnerability present in the small boy as he spoke was very. It was then that Kabuto realized that he was talking to a 4-year-old this whole time, and he could relate. If Naruto had stayed at the orphanage, then maybe Danzo would have recruited him. Maybe he nodded silently to show that he was listening, and the boy looked him straight in the eyes. And if we made a deal, I know who you are, and I can help you find yourself. And in exchange, you have to go back to Hakor. Kabuto blinked. It was absurd, a childish idea. Naruto, so you realize that before I was a Konin? Yes, and if I really joined the ranks, Danzo would do. The boy frowned and nodded. Contentement. I know what I would do. You wouldn't inform me, and I would tell Hugh and Gigi what you tell me. Ridiculous, laughable madness. And how would this benefit me? The boy smiled. Because you wouldn't feel the pain, the hate you feel, and I would keep you safe. The last 5 words were said so innocently, but with such conviction that Kabuto felt his will weaken. Logically, he should kill the boy now. He takes the body and flees the village, but the boy, even in how he presented himself, he only reminded Kabuto of the orphans at Nono's orphanage. The longing to belong was there, and he was actually getting the objectively better end of the deal. If the boy could just keep his promise, if he could somehow be sanctioned by the Sandame. It felt crazy but good. For the first time in years, Kabuto recognized the will of burning fire. Once again, he was quick to keep a cover, so the boy wouldn't realize how much he longed for it, exactly what was offered to him. Instead, he just gave a polite smile. I'll think about it, Naruto-san. Tomorrow we can discuss it more. What do you say? The boy smiled as if he had won some kind of battle and had X's hand. I think we're going to be great friends, Kabuto-kun. Maybe we will. Naruto-kun. End of chapter 3. Kabuto arrived early the next morning to see Naruto, and was only slightly surprised to find the boy lively and waiting for him. He hoped the boy would sleep longer. Considering his age, it seemed like he should. Having known he would be disappointed, the boy began to babble excitedly as Kabuto methodically examined his vitals. The spy had been up all night, going over his options, planning for each and every one. He eventually came to the conclusion that he couldn't fool the boy. At least he couldn't do without additional data. It didn't seem possible to fool him, so he had to test the boy. Look how perceptive he really was. He paid half attention to the boy's ramblings. Boy, as he walked over to his coat, a syringe was filled with a low-strength toxin, potentially fatal if not treated within 72 hours. He gave the boy a smile as he administered the dose into the boys, for the boy watched him silently as he injected the toxin, curious in his eyes. Are you trying to kill me, Kabuto-kun? I thought we got past this yesterday. The boy pouted and crossed his arms. And once again, Kabuto was shocked. Once again, the boy didn't even seem bothered by, of course not, Naruto. But you knew that, right? The boy smiled sheepishly, and Kabuto found that he actually had a limit to his patience, and it was getting closer to it. How long had you known that he had no intention of killing you? A few minutes ago, when you entered the building, Kabuto-kun. Kabuto didn't know how to respond. This whole scenario was insane. There was no precedent in his experiences of what taking note had wanted to test the boy, test the extent of his powers, and it had all ended the moment he had entered the building. Was slowly beginning to accept that the boy was a prodigy, to end all prodigies, at least as far as sensory abilities go. He wants to be a shinobi. Naruto-kun watched as the boy smiled, nodded, and gnashed his dreams of being the Kage. He saw signs of childish delusions, weaknesses, or logical fallacies. He found none, at least none beneath the surface. The boy was energetic and boisterous, but his eyes showed the true picture. No matter how bright they shone, there was an eternal flash of insight that made Kabuto cautious. He didn't know if that was a relief or just more worrying. Naruto-kun, I think we should talk about our current situation. I think so too, Kabuto-kun. You've been worried about that all morning. We need to talk about it. And then when you're okay with it, we need to start working on your strips. My lie. Naruto nodded sagely, with his small head nodding with the oversized hospital gown, accentuating the absurdity of the gesture. You need to become a better liar if you're gonna trick Orochimaru to trick Orochi. Yes, indeed. Naruto tried to get up. Kabuto quickly pushed him back down, but couldn't stop the boy from ranting. This isn't a game. I know where you stand, and the only way you'll be safe from here on out is if the only person you can't fool is me. I can feel all the negative emotions inside of you, Kabuto-kun. I can tell how conflicted you are right now. Fear, yes, fear. The boy closed his rebuttal before he could even open the mouth. I can feel hatred in you, a lot of it. You look down on others. You envy people for their happiness, their identities, but you regret what you've become. Not much, but you do. You fooled yourself with how buried it is, but I can feel it. I can feel everything. The boy sighed and retreated into himself for a moment. Kabuto could see the most disam movements on his face, hinting at the formation of thoughtful expressions, almost as if he was having another conversation. Although as a Jinchuriki, it's quite possible the boy would never be, only he had not yet seen if that was good or not. But he was concerned about Kabuto's safety. The boy clearly already saw him as an asset. Kabuto did not feel comfortable with that. He had become accustomed to serving people more powerful than him, the people who thought they understood him, but they never did not completely. That was what gave him security. If things did not look good for him, he always had a backup plan, an escape route he could attack before they were stronger than him. but he could deceive them this boy was weaker than he was, but he couldn't fool him. He didn't have that security if he was going to work under Naruto, also hadn't gotten over the fact that the most disturbing person who would seek his loyalty was a child. There were many dangers that came as well. Getting Naruto the boy was a Jinchuriki, while Orochimaru may not be interested in the boy. There was still another man who thought he had made Kabuto his spy. Sasori, who had ordered Kabuto to be aware of the issue of any Jinshu Kobu. Sasori was part of a very secret society or organization, which could mean a large force of ninjas hunting for the Jinchuriki in the future. Then there was the fact that Naruto was loyal to Konoha and had no real political influence to protect Kabuto until he did so. Kabuto's relationship could only be unofficial, and if he was discovered it would be bad for both of them, though worse for Kabuto. And on top of that, the boy was the son of the fourth Hokage, and there was no way Yagura would let him live for long. It would be suicide. Kabuto took over his thoughts as they accelerated in pace and intensity. The boy was watching him, and Naruto had given crucial information before the boy could feel all the negative emotions. It was safe to assume that Naruto had already felt all of Kabuto's thoughts. It certainly made communication that much easier, though he was finally starting to realize that he couldn't really lie to Naruto. That too was it's worse. What would you need from me? The boy perked up, almost as if he hadn't known what Kabuto would choose. Something for future deliberation. Well, I don't know if you know things that could help Konoha or save lives, tell me. But if it's too dangerous, don't do it. I want you to be as safe as you can, and one or no, you can lie to me. And you have to keep your word. You can't break a promise, and I promise I won't break any of mine. The boy extended one hand, and they both held their breath. The boy didn't know if he would shake it off, and Kabuto didn't know if he would either. It was dangerous. The boy wasn't as strong as Orochimaru, however, but Kabuto wasn't thinking long-term. The boy was the Jinchuriki of the Kitsune Cuban, son of the Yellow Flash. He was about 4 years old and had taken Kabuto to a HM. He just needed time, and then he could become as strong as Orochimaru. Stronger. Not only that, but the boy was a good person. Kabuto couldn't detect a hint of malice or evil intent. If he didn't join, then he was declaring that he would serve Orochimaru, he would serve against Konoha, and he would be making a powerful enemy. That thought mocked the imagination of Kabuto to paint a portrait of the shinobi the boy could become. He performed a quick analysis of the boy's chakra and intellect now, and made a quick and dirty estimate of the boy's strength in the future. His power is capable of inspiring true loyalty and cutting corruption and betrayal at their roots. Kabuto was indeed dangerous, but Kabuto was beginning to see the potential in the situation. Naruto professed his desire to be an Hokage and was already working on those around him. He was trying to seduce Kabuto into becoming a shinobi. He defects to his banner. The boy's face grimaced at the darker interpretation of his actions, but Kabuto paid little attention. This was too much. Kabuto had been denied his entire life what he wanted at every turn, to have it all here in front of him. That's why he was hesitating. It was too good, and yet he overlooked it. Now his eyes narrowed as he reached out to shake the hand of his new leader. He was worried and unsure, but he was also proud. He felt the will of fire burning within him. Once again, her smile matched Naruto's, and he didn't even have to pretend. It was the middle of summer in the village, and the heat saturated the air and carried the sounds of a bustling town quite easily. The Sarutobi clan compound was on the northern outskirts of the village proper. It was one of the closest compounds to the Hokage Monument and Hokage Tower, respectively. Yuen took the time to allow the ambience of the perfect day to overcome him as they ate an early breakfast. The conversations with Kumogakure had increased after his attempted kidnapping of Hinata Yuga. The poor boy was nervous for a while, but seemed to have calmed down after a while. A tragedy in which the shinobi world was still so indifferent to its children. His future had taken months, but the Yondaime Reikage was finally forced to compromise with the treaty so that his subterfuge would not be shown to the world. The fact that shinobi were underhanded was nothing new, but getting caught was always a bad deal. Without caring who found out could be seen as a sign of weakness for Kumo, while it is a sign of strength for Konoha. Konoha had even shown mercy and forgiven the infiltrator overall and wasn't too keen on letting the story leak out, so they would meet up for a peace deal. He wanted to enjoy his time as much as he could before the trip. The chances of anything happening were slim, but every time a Kage left their village, there was a chance they wouldn't return. It was the only thing he was worried about, whether he should bring Naruto or not. The boy would be an incredible asset and could further enforce a true agreement, but he hadn't determined if it was worth securing a true treaty to reveal the asset they had in Naruto. As soon as he spoke of the boy, Sarutobi smiled from across the table as Naruto ate a larger than normal breakfast in front of him. After coming home from the hospital, the boy had returned to his normal self. The boy was a few months away from turning 5, and he had grown quite a bit. Sarutobi knew he had to make a decision and had wanted to talk to Kakashi about it first, but Danzo had surprised him by showing up in his office yesterday before picking Naruto up from the hospital. It seemed the old war hawk was starting to come to the same conclusion. Yuzin had Naruto should enter the academy or go straight into an apprenticeship. Sarutobi had accepted that the life he wanted for the boy would never come to be. He knew the boy would beg for him to finally go to the academy, and he would understand what that meant better than anyone else his age, but it was still a heavy burden to force any child. That being said, he had no intention of letting Danzo take charge of his training. That's why Naruto was already looking at him with a face of pure excitement. There really was nothing secret for the Uzumaki. Really, Gigi, can I go to the academy? Or yes, Naruto-kun, which do you think would be a better option, Naruto? Or for himself and his thoughts, what do you think, Kurama? I think not you. Should wake me up from a nap to answer a dumb question. You already know everything school would teach you. Naruto nodded a little sleepy frown, indicating how much he was thinking about the matter. Yeah, but I could make friends join a Genin team. I don't think that would work, Naruto. I don't think they'll accept you. I may be wrong, but I think you know what you should do. Naruto sighed, then smiled softly. I think I should do an apprenticeship, Gigi. I don't think the academy is for me. I'm different too. Yusin smiled softly and walked over to Naruto's shoulder. Okay, Naruto, I understand. Did you have any idea who? Naruto nodded excitedly. What about the senpai? I would love to learn from him, the god of Shinobi nodded, and Naruto was ecstatic when he realized that Sarutobi had approved of his choice. The old man smiled softly. I will talk to him about it. Thank you, Gigi. Naruto coughed as he landed on the ground once again. Weasel had dragged him to a training ground and told him that he was going to be his new sensei. Right when Naruto cheered, he had kicked his legs and sent Naruto into the dust. He then began asking questions, and every time Naruto answered incorrectly, their next exchange was especially brutal. Naruto groaned as a hand dragged him to his feet before he swung, wildly hoping to surprise his sense, and with a shot to the kidney. No such luck. Who are you? I am Naruto. Uzumaki dodge kick. Jump. What guides your blade? The will of fire. Back flip. Kicked in the stomach. Spring from the ground. What are you? Naruto. The weasel mask he once associated with safety and protection appeared in his vision before pain blossomed from his chest as his sensei buried his knee into it. A shinobi. What is a shinobi? Naruto-kun. Naruto hastily dodged a right hook and threw a counter as he lay down a weasel soldier. Sensei. His fist hit nothing as his sensei jumped back, dodges the next shuriken, throws his kunai, jump dodge, jump attack. By what a fight a shin. Naruto-kun. A kick out of nowhere knocked Naruto sideways and rolled to minimize the impact. His boxer groaned breathlessly as his sensei remained hidden until a vicious attack clued him in that he had answered wrong. Incorrect. His village. The weasel furiously bombarded Naruto with attacks and only stopped when Naruto fell to his knees and spat out blood. The red fell from his mouth and landed on the grass beneath it and dyed it red. We started the timer again. Now it starts again. What are you? Naruto. A shinobi. Kakashi smiled as he watched his sensei's son draw with his arms crossed in the Hokage office. Such thoughts of his deceased sensei brought his pain, and the ray of sunshine would always stop when he felt those feelings to look up and just smile at Kakashi. The boy burdened by the loss of his parents and constantly reminded by the memories of Kakashi, he always tried to comfort his brother, as his first reaction would usually be to feel guilty for constantly bombarding the boy with these feelings, and that it would usually end with the boy feeling that and walking over to grab his hand. Luckily, he was able to hold back this time and just smiled behind his mask. Day by day, his guilt was slowly diminishing. That was a miracle in itself. The death of his father Tsukumo had destroyed him. He had broken into fragments, and his personality had been as sharp as broken glass. He had been so destroyed it hurt me to this day to think of those memories. He had hated his father and had dedicated himself to the shinobi lifestyle. Was only thanks to his team, his sensei Minato, that it ever returned to normal. Oh well, as close to normal as he could get. He had made quite a reputation for himself as a lazy, untimely, perverted reader of obscene reading, and to be honest, he had been too lazy to actively try to change that perception, which gave the lazy part of his reputation more weight than it should for any shinobi. That's not to say that the death of his team or sensei had changed his mind. Would have made him fail as a shinobi in no sense. He had never trained harder. The only reason he wasn't listed as an S-rank shinobi in any bingo books was due to the fact that he was the acting commander of ANBU. He had a moment where he snapped after Minato, went through a period of time where he let his pain take over. It was thanks to Naruto. He was surprised the boy had done what no one had ever really done, and it eased his guilty conscience, meaning every time he saw the boy did everything possible to make him feel better. And it actually worked. The man he was today was stronger, and not just in terms of physical power or skill. He was stronger in spirit, and will be, than he ever had been. Minato Rin and Obituary had taken a broken glass ball and had been able to smooth out the edges. Naruto had been able to reforge the glass and fill in its cracks. The boy had been intact to bits, and in ways he didn't even know he was empty. That was the boy's power, and why he had needed to be so strong as he could to protect him. If the boy had not had his quirk, he would have been content to remain stuck floating in his grief until the boy was of age to need a Honin sensei. He would have been content to let the boy not interact with him for over a decade. It would have been a mistake, and all he would have to excuse were cowardly defenses. Although if that had happened, Kakashi could admit that he would not have been the best guardian for the boy either. He would not have been a good enough father, and he could not have caring only, but he could have been an older brother figure, much of what he was now. It was a simple irony that after the boy healed him of his past regrets, he found his time spent regretting actions he hadn't taken but could have. Of course, the boy was also very helpful in de-stressing Kakashi from the grip of his new position leading an ANBU team, and losing a member was one thing. Leading each team, every loss could be traced back to him, and if the blame was he at his feet or not, Kakashi found himself helpless, But to blame himself, he was a creature of guilt and pain. It was the natural action he had to take. Naruto made it all worth it. He would have fought countries for his old team. And Minato would fight the world to protect Naruto. Luckily, he wasn't the only person looking after the boy nowadays. Yu and Sarutobi and Takia were probably the best caretakers he could ask for to look after the boy. Usually the three of them looked in agreement. That's why when he disagreed with any of them, it was enough to get him a little anxious. It's never good for Shinobi to get nervous. Today was shaping up to be one of those days. I'm serious, Kakashi. I'm bringing Naruto-kun with me. The Hokage was going to the summit to meet the fourth Hokage, and he wanted to take Naruto with him. Now this put Kakashi in a situation he never thought he'd be in. He never imagined that the Hokage himself could be a threat to Naruto. Before he could restrain his subconsciously, he had already gone through contingencies of grabbing Naruto, and going rogue was not ideal. But if his leader was going to recklessly endanger Naruto, now then he would only be more brazen in the future. It was only Kakashi's trust in Yuen that allowed him to break that train of thought to allow Hokage to say his piece. He was not so naive as to not immediately associate his commander's smile with the god of shinobi. After he had guessed what had just gone through his mind, he was full of pride at how far he would go to protect Naruto. But he was lucky the Hokage was miser curious. His behavior had bordered on betrayal. He couldn't protect the boy if he was executed for his thoughts. Of course, Naruto chose that moment to grab his hand and realized he had needed the extra comfort from the boy anyway today. Oh, these sweet little ironies couldn't. Itachi's sen look at him. Naruto cocked his head to the side. The sense's name is Itachi. Go the Sandame side, and pinched his nose as Kakashi laughed sheepishly. It was a minor flaw, but he let his guard down around Naruto. It was minor, but still a flaw. Itachi is on a task. I will take him with me so he can learn about diplomacy and see a little more of the world that lies beyond our walls. Danzo has also been showing an increased interest in the boy. I will not leave him unseen. Kakashi nodded and relaxed immediately. Better on Hokage's side than vulnerable to tender mercies of rot. Poor Tenzo had yet to fully recover from his time as a Kino, and he knew that Team R was doing well under Itachi's leadership, but he missed seeing the Mokuton user regularly. Perhaps Naruto could help Tenzo heal like he had Kakashi. Actually, the boy could help heal all of the Zanbu. Being able to accurately pinpoint each individual's problems more efficiently than a Yamanaka could. Honestly, the boy could become an honorary member, run a few select and safe missions with Team RO. Would do wonders to the experienced boy, more than he would learn at the academy. He would talk about it later with the Hokage. As you wish, Hokage-sama. They won't suspect BU in controlled environments. He can't do it like Naruto. Uzumaki today was definitely one of those days, but maybe in a good way. He was thinking the same thing. Okage-sama would need a code name. He turned to Naruto, who still held his hand, and however, he met her eyes with an unnerving intelligence. What would you like your name to be? Naruto-kun. Him. I would like to be called Konoha. Kakashi blinked. Ho, and Yuzin laughed out loud. Kakashi laughed. Naruto-kun. Usually ANBU picks animals for actually Kakashi. I think that's good name for him. Kakashi couldn't tell who had the wider grin, Naruto or Yuzin, and he doubted that even his Sharingan would give him a clue. Yuen smiled as he handed Naruto a blank ANBU mask. The only one defining feature was the Konohage core symbol on his forehead, and his two eye holes. He was smooth and featureless. The lack of anything else made him unnerving. He was definitely one of a kind. The boy was ecstatic as he took it in his hand and placed it on his face. It fit perfectly, and he looked up to meet Sarutobi's eyes, and Yusin couldn't stop the gasp of both pride and sadness at the sight of the boy. He was almost 5 years old and had been placed inside the ANBU, not taking into account that it was a special placement, and that he was by no means a full member. The history books would not remember it. They would remember the fact that the Sandame Hokage, in a time of peace, placed the 4-year-old son of his predecessor within the most twisted branch of the Konoha military corps. That was the objective fact, the youngest member to join. ANBU was now 4 years old, and it almost broke his heart, but he was the best choice to protect Naruto. ANBU were the elite, and they were a family to each other. Same whether you were active or retired. Once you put on the mask, your family grew exponentially. They may not be his friends, or they may not still respect the boy, but they would die for him. They would have died for any civilian or citizen of Konoha, but now they would be more aware of him. They would be attentive, if not just to make sure he lived up to the new brotherhood. He belonged to ANBU was for life, and Naruto needed that protection. He needed the power of Konoha at his side at all times, until he could protect Konoha with only his power. There was the blood of an Hokage inside him, and a Biju in his belly. Naruto was special. That was what let Sarutobi sleep at night. The boy trembled with joy, but gave no childish exclamations of joy or pride. The boy had been painfully observant of the ANBU the past few days, forgetting that his gaze forced the ANBU to relocate if they hid. Yuen was amused to find out that the ANBU had discovered 12 new hiding places within from his office within the span of an hour. Not that it lasted long, but after Yuen gave a quiet cough, the boy had jumped up and realized what he had been facilitating. Both musical chairs. He hadn't missed the sighs of relief from his guard. The word had quickly made its way through the ANBU, and they more or less knew what was going to happen. The Hokage district would become an honorary member, and would even go on missions with the esteemed Team R. It was almost ridiculous that those rumors had not been spread by Huono himself. Sarutobi was almost exasperated over the course of 2 days. It seemed as if almost every ANBU had circulated through the office to get a first impression of a boy. They had then been shocked to realize that the stories of Timar and a few others about the boy had been true. His detection abilities were unimaginably powerful. None had been able to hide his presence. Although a few had raised their sights, the boy was still somewhat susceptible to genjutsu, especially Kurama didn't consider the caster to be a threat. The boy had eventually grown bored of trying to find the ANBU agents, but he had answered the Hokage promptly and accurately every time he asked the boy how many were in his office at any given time. It was pretty impressive, the ANBU thought. So too, word had even spread to some of the lower-ranking shinobi. Yuzin had to have a talk with Shika Kuner, the Jounin commander, about why stopping such rumors about a new ANBU initiate was imperative for Konoha's safety. Once you piqued Nara's curiosity, it was never brought up. Some ANBU paid a corrective visit to you for letting slip such sensitive information. It was Naruto himself who was able to identify the culprits and verify their identity when they came forward to accept punishment. Yuen had still verified it through other means. He had learned his lesson about trusting the boy too implicitly. Even if there was a guilty smirk on the boy's face, he never complained, knowing that was the consequence of lying to Itachi. Going against the Hokage's orders, once he felt relieved that the boy was already acting like the elite shinobi, but it was still a little unsettling. He bent down and placed the boy on his back and smiled as his young ward whined, "Gigi, I can run, yes Naruto-kun, but you're still not as fast as me, or my guards would enjoy the break from having to run in the future. I may need to that you take me." That made the boy laugh, and he still smiled. And Ruin left the gates of Konohagakure towards the land of iron and was not happy to be here. And he was not pleased with the series of events that led him to be here. His advisor Deijai had warned him that trying to snatch Yuga's heir was likely to backfire, but he had trusted the men he had chosen, and also the rage of Yuga being let down twice was infuriating. Even more so was Hokage's response. He had never been a true believer in diplomacy, believing that the military could be the best bargaining chip, but even he could see how detrimental refusing Hokage's request would be for his people. As a Raikage, he was bound to do everything he could to protect them, even if it meant meeting with the old monkey with him. He brought Killer by CCO ANBU. Normally, he would have brought less, and wouldn't have even brought Ub, but this was no ordinary diplomat. This was the god of shinobi, and he didn't believe the rumors that had spread in the wake from the death of the Yandami. Hokage knew that Biju had not died. B had confirmed that fact. Konoha still held the Kirui and hid them in an attempt to spread the image that they were not mobilizing their forces, and honestly sued for peace between nations. It was a bunch of no longer bought it. Entered the room in which the samurai were organizing the talks and was mistaken. The Hokage had 2 ANBU guards behind him and a baby sitting next to him, masked with an unusual mask with the insignia of Konoha. Wasn't happy to be here. He wasn't happy to be forced into diplomacy, and he sure hated being thrown around by the effrontery of the smiling monkey sitting in front of him. That feeling only increased when the Spark Boy wrote in sh state slammed his hands on the table and yelled at him, "The rake, okay-sama, it's not a monkey, I wasn't Sato." End of chapter. Wasn't pleased. Yuen could see that the moment Yamurkage had entered the room, he had never known him to be a patient or diplomatic man, and it seems some things hadn't changed. The man had brought along a rather impressive guard to boot. He was quite pleased with his own guard, relying on the experience of Boar Cat and Konoha. It was a shame that flush of pride he felt at the thought of an agent code named Konoha was overtaken by a sigh as said agent gave in to his childish impulse to respond to some thought he was sure the Raikage had. Upon seeing him, however, he figured he would have earned more respect than being referred to as a monkey by his kumpan Kaj, even if that reference was in the privacy of his thoughts. Raj Dano, I apologize on behalf of my subordinates. Outburst. I'm sure we could begin these peace accords with an honest intention between us to do our best to unite. Would be very beneficial to both of our peoples. He said goodbye with a grunt and sat down in his seat. His right-hand man, a man who appears in the bingo books as Darwi also does. The samurai mediator sat equid instantly between both parties to one side in silence until any deception began. AC crossed his arms and leaned forward, also looking to come to a peaceful resolution. Okido is lying. Sarutobi made no move to turn his head to listen to Konoha's response beside him, but the focus immediately shifted back to the unknown people of ANBU at his side to make Naruto put himself. This person would not be in vain if they did not use their talents. They even had a perfect truth for it to be presented in this way to the rake. It was a hasty policy, bold, reckless, and hated politics. Would not get angry for a fellow Kaj, but would fall prey to the manipulation of someone who saw as inferior to his position, a position that Naruto could easily use as to concede. Daru narrowed his eyes at the masked ninja next to the Hokage. It seemed that the hand of the Raikage wouldn't be fooled so easily. Sorry, what that was Sarutobi wasn't this meeting between the cage of our villages, the large shirtless man faced Konoha and Grun. You shouldn't throw baseless accusations. Sarutobi boy took his time and slowly pulled out a scroll. All the ninja tensed as it unraveled and looked at it. Even the young Naruto with pride, his eyes slowly scanned over the blank scroll and raised a brow. Is that so, Raj Dano? You have no more plans to kidnap a titular son of one of the Kekjenka and of Konoha? That was all they told him. Naruto would need a shinobi, was to be a master of his body, being able to not account for blame one way or another. The cages were a few steps above the mere rabble, with all their villages holding the most valuable and terrible secrets. Their minds were another matter. Some things cannot be trained or controlled, hence why the Yamanaka before Naruto were so sought after and vital to counterintelligence. Yet, even the Yamanaka, they would have a hard time getting the secrets out of a cage's mind. Then it was a good thing Naruto wasn't a Yamanaka. His skills added up to his own. Naruto nodded, and Sarutobi wanted to growl under his grandfather's smile. He passed the scroll to the boy, his eyes never leaving the rake. What intelligence did you gather in Kumo Konasan? Those in front of them immediately tensed at the casual admission of infiltration and espionage. If only they knew the truth, they wouldn't find any trace of the people inside their ranks, and that would only make them believe it even more. Naruto took the scroll and pretended he was reading the empty scroll. In case Yuga's kidnapping was not successful, the next operation would target the Uchiha clan, aiming for Fuga's youngest son. Sarutobi side-acting as if the news didn't surprise him. He wanted to laugh at the nerve of the leader in front of him, the Uchiha. There had been wars that had started less. The Yuga incident was cause enough to start a war. Danzo, he had advised it himself. It seems you are interested in taking advantage of my hospitality. Rakage Dano, you are so surprised. I didn't have operations in motion to be ready for this eventuality. Your people have wished for Genin and Kai for a long time as well. I am getting tired of being ignored in my quest for peace. I thought I would acquire leverage targets that would disable Kumo's stance. As one of the big five, the boy slowly pulled out a paintbrush and began writing names. Sarutobi marveled at the precision of his perceptions through sheer emotion, also shuddered as he suddenly thought of what might have happened if Naruto had been born in another nation. Naruto handed over the scroll and nodded specifically. It seems your two Jinchuriki killer by Yui Tony the Rakage seemed to take the threat seriously, as he immediately stood up and smashed the table in front of him with his fists. The mediating samurai immediately stood up. Gentlemen, please hold your spirits. Sarutobi smiled, and that did little to calm his fellow Kage down. By of course, I would never threaten the life of a Kumo shinobi while in the middle of peace talks. I'm sure you know that, Rei Kage Dano. I don't like having your espionage attempts thrown in my face, or Kage Dano, especially when you surround yourself with them. Yuen shrugged and rolled up the scroll. I wouldn't have mentioned it if there was nothing to mention. It made me sad that you still weren't being honest with me, Rei Gedono. I was hoping to truly unite our nations. As he sat back down in his chair, idly kicking the debris off the table away from him, Darui seemed to sigh and look away, but Yuen saw his attention was now focused on Naruto. The treaty is still official, isn't it? Okay, Dano. Sarutobi snorted, eliciting another grunt from the treaty his ambassador ignored on its inception day. By his orders, yes. It is still official, yes. Presided over by additional appendages in the face of its violation is what is supposed to set up this meeting. If you break it, no shinobi village will beg with you, you know. And I got the news that your damage isn't that thrilled about this mistake of yours. Raj Dano a growl, but he seemed to take the lie quite easily. It seems Naruto's performance and punctual intelligence had put him off. You are as unbearable as the Namikaze. Sarutobi was. Naruto tensed at the mention of his father, and Dewey's eyebrow rose. Oh man, that wasn't right. You'll find the will of fire to be quite an influential ideology. Raj Dano waved his hand in contempt. Then what's the point of it all this, Sarutobi? I don't like you or your people. My people don't like your people. And you don't trust us. We're going to let the treaty stand and continue as we have. I want there to be peace. Even Naruto shuddered at the voice that escaped from the aging leader of the Leaf. The times were few and far between when Yuen Sarutobi lost his temper, but when he did, everything he experienced, he would remember it. He sighed for almost the 7th time in this meeting and sat back down. I apologize, Samurai-san. Raj the samurai nodded at him with his opinion and did the same reluctantly. What would it take for you to believe me, Raj Dano? I have to declare war to demand that my wishes be fulfilled. Is that what you wish, to test your mettle against Konoha? You think they are not weak, no. But when you come here, and I apologize, Rakage Dano, but I was not finished yet. I will give you a resounding reminder, and I hope you listen to it. I am the cage, but you know that I only have so much power. If you continue to poke the sleeping bear that is my people, there will only be one answer. Although he may take it as a slight against the pride of his nation, I urge you to remember there hasn't been a shinobi war that Konoha hasn't won. You're either old or Kage Dano, and the Yondaime is dead. Now I'm the fastest man alive. I wonder how much your ninja would appreciate seeing what happens to their ranks when one who holds that title stands against them. Cages don't win wars, you know this to be true. Don't forget. The Sanin Ace laughed and leaned towards Adante. You're right, maybe I should look for your former student who ran away. Sarutobi. Naruto suddenly said he scared Okajima. That was the turning point. In an instant, A was in front of the boy, a fist barely away from his nose. He was staring at the boy blankly, even as Sarutobi held a kunai to his kidney. If this boy speaks one more time, you have no bargaining power here. Rakage Dano, what is he, a Yamanaka? You are reading minds here. Sarutobi Uensare laughed softly and shook his head. There is no Yamanaka here, Raj Dano, only an inspired shinobi who stays true to the will of fire. You are already training another successor. He seems a little young. Yuen, he nodded instead of disagreeing. He hadn't lied to himself. Naruto was a strong candidate for Hokage, but that was far in the future, very far away. If he had anything to say about it, he hadn't been thrilled to come out of retirement, but the weight of age had been shaken off. He wouldn't let his age inhibit his decisions. He had to fight harder to be fiercer than he ever was if he wanted to keep Konohagakure safe. It was one of the few instances where Danzo had approved of his choice. Rakage Dano, I think it's time to get to the heart of the matter. Let's talk about the terms that will encourage our two villages to work together and finally see each other as true allies. There should be no compromise between Shinobi Sarutobi. The unbearable Cage in front of him crossed his arms and frowned. But I guess I have no other choice. We'll try to make this work. But Kumo will only uphold this treaty as long as his needs are also respected, or until we have the advantage. It wasn't said, but it was a step in the right direction. Yuzen could work with this. He was glad Naruto saw some samurai practicing their sword from a balcony. The conversations had ceased for the day, and he was parked to overlook the courtyard to protect Hokage. He liked being part of the ANBU. He belonged there. None of the others cared who he was. For the first time in his life, he felt like he truly belonged, and he got to be a shinobi without going to the academy. He had always been afraid of going there, and that the other kids would make fun of him. Every time Iji had taken him to the park in the past, every time Naruto would go off alone, the other kids would pick him up and call him by his name. Eventually Yusen had found out, and they had stopped hanging out during the conventional times, but he had already decided that boys were just bad except for the girl Yuga Hinata. She had been very kind, however. She still made him feel a little uncomfortable with all her insecurities. It was nothing against her. In fact, he felt bad for her. But in people like her, his empathy, sometimes it could overwhelm. It could cause a physical reaction on his part, make him sick. He had wandered around the village and experienced 1,000 emotions, and found that if he didn't pay attention, he could easily become overwhelmed. Kurama helped a lot. He was always there to talk when it was too much for him. Kurama always apologized for making the empathy so strong, and always thanked the Vyulu in turn for the amazing gift. Naruto saw Kurama as his best friend and felt so sorry for him. Every time they talked, they could feel each other's emotions. Kurama's best friend just wanted to be free. It was something Naruto couldn't grant him without killing himself. He had thought about it once, but Kurama's reaction had been severe. He's been insisting on you for a long time, boy. Don't waste my time. You'll make me angry. Naruto felt the truth. Kurama was afraid of losing Naruto and was very angry with him for even thinking about committing suicide. That meant that Kurama would take care of him. It was like every time Kakashi got very sad and guilty when he saw Naruto. It meant that he loved him. Naruto couldn't feel love or friendship like hate, anger, hurt, or guilt. He had to learn them each time he experienced them for himself. And sometimes it was hard to understand them. It was easier to think of love as an absence of hate. People were full of bad emotions, and every time someone felt a positive emotion, it was like a hole. Naruto couldn't see. He could feel the edges of these holes. He knew they were there. He was just blind to them. However, he didn't blame his empathy. He didn't need to know when people were happy or loved him. That wouldn't protect him like they knew when they were lying. However, Kurama had a long talk with him years ago when he assumed love was just the absence of hate. Naruto still didn't understand what love really was, but it warmed his chest when he was with any of his precious people. You shouldn't focus on your mission instead of losing yourself in your memories. You're not even 6. You're too young to remember. Naruto chuckled softly as he looked at his around, more attentive to his duty. I know you can feel Vor watching us on guard too, Kurama. Plus, I don't feel anyone with the intention of harming Gigi or spying on him. I think he'll be fine. Still, you shouldn't be complacent. They could be waiting out of your reach with a long-range jutsu. Naruto-ku, I'm sure you take the protection of Hokage very seriously. Gigi. Kurama. Naruto could feel the annoyance of his friend. I know how much this means to you, boy. That's what I care. Naruto assumed it was the love and affection that surged through him at Kurama's words and made him feel warm and safe. I know, K-Ka. And he frowned slightly as he reviewed the reports of the current operations that Sandaime had ordered before his departure. Things had looked bad in the months following Kirui's attack, but things had more or less calmed down since then. However, for some reason that only put the Sandaime more on edge. Kakashi was sure the ANBU hadn't received that many spy missions since the last one. Shinobi War Team Rod was the spearhead of many of these operations, but with the inclusion of the Konoha people in their ranks, they had begun to take on different missions. Usually only 2 members of team were sent. Hell and Yamato are the current operatives that were deployed. Their last report had just been delivered by a crow. Kakashi had been sure that they would have been the pair to go investigate Kumo, but instead they had been tasked with investigating Iwa. Kakashi had some guesses as to why, but was caught not knowing for sure. Either way, instead of worrying about the 2 team members, his thoughts were consumed with the reports he had received from Jiraiya. The Toad Hermit had been away from the village for years, and had never even met Naruto, he would always ask about the boy, but Sarutobi would always give vague details and hint that if Jiraiya wanted to know more he should go back. The hermit would always respond with more questions, and at times it was very frustrating. At the Hokage, Kakashi understood the Sannin's position. It was the same mindset he was stuck in after Minato's death. He now knew what a mistake was, but he was in no position to try and tell the spy master himself. But if Team Aro was on a mission and ran into him, that might work. Whether the old hermit wanted it or not, it would be good for Naruto to have another connection to the parents that had been taken from him. However, that was all for the future. For now, he had other matters to attend to: how to keep a closer eye on the Uchiha police and find someone to infiltrate. There had been an incident where it seemed a member of the Uchiha police had framed a merchant for murder. Apparently, the Uchiha member had massive debts and tried to bury them along with the man he owed them to. The Uchiha police had repudiated his actions and arrested him when it came to light, but became very tight-lipped about the details of the case and refused to apologize on behalf of the force if he was allowed to get out of hand. Well, the Uchiha weren't known for being cold-blooded. When it came to the matter of Rot, it seemed the Hokage wasn't taking kindly to his ANBU commander being the target of an assassination attempt from within the village. Honestly, Kakashi wasn't too happy about it either, but when he opened the last Uchiha that had been included in Jiraiya's latest report, he found he could deal with it for now. Yeah, this last scam book made it all worth it. Naruto, still, he sat next to his Hokage as negotiations entered their fourth day. The Hokage had been stubborn on all fronts. It seemed each day he was only going to cover one aspect of the treaty. He hadn't taken off his mask, except in the sanctity of the Hokage's private suite today. There was something interesting about the form of the Hokage's new bodyguard. He was a young man who carried an interesting amount of swords, and Naruto could sense emotions from within him that were much like ones Naruto himself had often felt, and felt emotions of something else, something far away inside the ANBU man. The Hokage had brought a Jinchuriki, the Jinchuriki of the 8 One-Ido Yuki, as Kurama had informed him after the scene he had caused the first day. He had been ordered to be discreet. Darui seemed to be more perceptive than Yusin feared. The connection would be made between Minato Namek and his son Naruto. Waited until a break was called before silently walking towards the much larger man. As he approached the Jinchuriki, the older man, he paused in writing his note blog. He seemed to be mumbling some sort of rhyme to himself. Kurama and Naruto had had many arguments in the past about the other Jinchuriki, and the Biju, Kurama's brothers. Naruto had promised that he would try to find some way to save them. He ignored the guilt Kurama harbored for creating the situation where Naruto would take on such a monumental task. The Biju were scattered across the world, and as shinobi he didn't fist, and lightly pressing it against the hand offered by the Konan. Naruto's eyes widened, and he marveled at the sight of the 8 tails that were in front of him. The Biju were huge and impressive. He would have been scared if he hadn't. He'd been so close to Kurama since the age of 2. That didn't mean he wasn't respectful. He bowed slightly to Yuki. Killer Bee, as Kurama laughed behind him. Nice to meet you, Killer Bee. Sani-san the octopus by giant scoffed at him and ignored him to look at Kurama. You call one my name, Kurama, without my permission? I see your arrogance hasn't dimmed with time. Save your breath, Yuki. I can't lie to Naruto-kun. We're too closely bonded, and I've given him a gift. Naruto silently absorbed the waves of regret, anger, and pain simmering deep inside. Yuki was different than Kurama. Kurama was a passion. When he was angry, it burned hot and overwhelming. Yuki was more restrained. It was a cold anger, analytical and patient. Naruto watched as Yuki lowered her face to him. Most would consider it rude to read another human's mind. Naruto bowed once more. I apologize, Yuien, but I wasn't reading your mind. So you're not a Yamanaka. I'm glad. I don't have to pull your socks up. You're the Jinchuriki of the key. Better be proud to meet me, Killer Bee. Or Naruto laughed when the couple of Yuki, Killer Bee, or to argue between them could feel their annoyance with the other, but it was a feeling born of friendship and connection. They liked each other a lot, as well as Naruto and Kurama. It's a pleasure to meet you. They kissed. My name is Naruto. I know that we are not true allies yet, but we are brothers, right, Jinchuriki? We have to stay together. I think I want to save the Biju. Kiss. I want them to be free and safe from Shinobi B. And Yuki blinked in state of shock at the young man's frankness and Kurama sighed. However, Naruto didn't falter. He had to show that he would back up his words. He knew the risks he was taking. His Hokage wouldn't understand and could put him in danger, but he had to take this opportunity. As Killer Bee smiled widely, Naruto didn't even have to use his empathy to understand that he had found a spirit to end. How old are you, bold Sonova? This time Bee was able to dodge the tentacle that intended to slap him in the head. Is a bee boy, watch your language. As the two continued, Naruto's smile only grew, though it took on a bittersweet edge. It's okay, Bean, I know you can't do much to help me. I can't do much right now either. Just if you see Yujido-san or any other Jinchuriki, could you try to get in touch with them? I'll do the same. The much larger man inged and cooed at Naruto's hair. It was very OS, and Naruto found that he liked the attention. He liked B's feelings. They were comforting, soft. His negative emotions would dull. He was a good person. Of course, Naruto, I'll keep this a secret. Naruto smiled as the mindscape faded. He blinked of the second after their fists hit. Stoic behind the face mask, the Kumo ninja watched in confusion at the interaction. Naruto smiled at what had happened and the emotions he felt from those watching him. No one had a clue what had happened. That was okay. it would probably never come out. Too much, but he had to try of uniting the Jinchuriki made him feel good that he could finally put a face to the name of one of his 8 brothers through destiny. If there was one thing Naruto learned to treasure, it was a positive emotion. Naruto smiled. As he walked back to the village proper, the land of iron had been cold. He wasn't used to the weather. He was more used to the heat of Konohagakure. Still, it was a great experience, and he loved seeing the Hokage in action. The Raikage had been a scary man, but the old man had handled quite easily. Being able to use his gifts to serve his village had also been all he had ever wanted. The Sandaime had been quite pleased with his efforts, though he also pointed out what Naruto needed to work on. Cat and Boar had also been quite pleased with his service, even going so far as to say that Weasel Senpai would be proud. He was glad that he had been able to exceed his superiors' expectations. Not feeling any disappointment or regret from them was a blessing. Followed the Sandaime back to the Hokage Tower. Boar and Cat had disappeared towards the ANBU headquarters to report to Kakashi. Naruto had managed to discern quite a bit of information throughout the negotiations, and they would go into their files for future reference. Naruto normally would have gone with them if he had been a normal ANBU agent. He had a different job assigned, so walking calmly through the busiest district of the village alongside his leader was the easiest way to use his power to check on the population in order to determine any new developments that might have occurred while the Hokage was away. It was likely that he didn't pick up any hidden shinobi news, but he was wise to cast a net and see what Naruto could catch. Most of the villagers were fine and happy, although he was bombarded with more individual problems. Rejected lovers, angry family members, greedy business people, and annoying children were the strongest signals he received. There were many gaps and holes of what he could feel, so for the most part the villagers were happy. However, as more people passed, an undercurrent of fear began to become more and more apparent within all the civilians. Some scandal had occurred, and recently also, as an Uchiha police patrol passed by, the feelings intensified, and Naruto felt the Uchiha feelings of outrage, hurt, pride, and injustice. He could see them mocking those they had sworn to serve, and the fires of mistrust were slowly lighting up within the hearts of the villagers. This was not right. He and the Hokage slowly made their way into the Hokage Tower, and from the outside Naruto seemed to be fine. On the inside, worry took over his heart, and Kurama fell silent as he tried to come to grips with the fact that something was very wrong with the Uchiha police force. He needed to talk to Itachi. Itachi watched as the Kumo envoy approached Yagik village. Him and Yamato, they had gone deep into IWA and had only encountered an IWA patrol once. Luckily, their disguises had seen through inspection and had remained under enemy scrutiny. Their orders had been to intercept the Kumo delegation's information and make a copy of it. If Kumo and IW started talking behind the scenes, the Hokage wanted to know what was being raised on the table. He couldn't trust Kumo to work with them and was doing everything he could to force the alliance to stay. Itachi appreciated the strategy. It was very political, and of the two, it would only work against Aeon, who was too cunning to try and outwit the clever one. The fence's sitter had faced Matter Uchiha. He would not be harassed by political maneuvering. Itachi found the political arena to be a far better alternative than the battlefield he had seen. Combat during the Third Shinobi War. The thought of his brother or Naruto facing such hardships made his heart skip a beat. Cool down were the reason she fought for the next. She had paid for the mistakes of those who had come before. She would make sure that those who came after would be free of any mistakes of their own. She had just arrived in ANBU when her father had spoken of how she should try to become the Hokage, how it was time for Unia to wear the hat and take up the mantle of village leader. Tensions with her clan and the rest of the village had been high after Kirui's attack, and her father's arrogance and pride had not were helping things out. Things were getting a little out of hand at home, and he had used his apprenticeship with Naruto to get away from it all. However, things were heating up recently with some scandals with the Uchiha police force, and Itachi was starting to worry about his clan overreacting. Tensions weren't too high yet, though it would only be a matter of time before things escalated. Hopefully the issues can be resolved peacefully with the help of Naruto. Was sure that things wouldn't get too out of hand. The child's gift would be incredibly useful in maintaining peace and security. The last thing Itachi wanted was for his clan to become a danger to his village. The will of fire burned deep within him, and he wouldn't see it extinguished by the pride of his clan or his father. Wrapped up in his thoughts, he almost missed Yamato appearing at his side turn. And Cho, there's an IDA patrol heading our way. We should go. Itachi nodded and jumped towards the cliff face behind them. It was time to go home. Saratobi smoked his pipe, while Konoha stood behind him. Karu, Omura, and Danzo stood ahead of him. They were meeting about the summit and also trading barbs about the direction of the village's latest policies. It was an old and familiar game between him and Danzo, and it brought a sense of normality to their day. Naruto seemed very anxious, and that was a big red flag. The boy's ability made him an emotional barometer, and apparently something it was brewing within the village itself. As the meeting continued, Konoha kept looking at Danzo. Finally, Danzo caught his attention noticeably, and he looked back. Saratobi dismissed his advisors and was surprised when the young Uzumaki approached. Danzo advisor Shimurazen, can I talk to you? The leader of Rot paused for a second, looking at Lage before nodding. Naruto turned and bowed to him before walking off with his old friend and rival. It doesn't bode well. It wasn't happy end of chapter 5. 7-year-old Naruto Uzumaki sat in his own apartment practicing his sealing. He had moved out of the Sarutobi compound a year ago, after resentment from the civilian sector began to rise. Tension had been building throughout Konoha for years, and with the growing distrust between the village and Liao, few had become very outspoken about their dislike for the brat monk. Not that anyone had ever uttered that in public, that is, but when Naruto realized that his adoptive family had been aching for their loyalty to him, he had moved out on his own initiative. Yusin had tried to talk him out of it, and even Alma had tried to convince him to stay. Young Konohamaru had been crying the day Naruto had moved out, but he had managed to calm down when Naruto promised to visit him and take him to his apartment to visit regularly. It wasn't said throughout the village, but it was widely known that the Saruto clan was fiercely protective of the Jinchuriki, and it was them. Even those who looked down on Naruto would not speak ill of the Sarutobi to his face. The villagers had learned that lesson a long time ago. He was an anomaly to the village. It had been years since rumors of his strange behavior had circulated, and Naruto had learned to act in a more socially acceptable manner. Now Naruto was seen quite frequently during the day throughout the village, going for walks, buying food, something along those lines. No one knew the true intentions of his undertakings. Public being rejected was the perfect cover for a spy to scan the emotions of everyone he came across. Naruto had recovered invaluable data for the Hokage, and the benefit of the village. The entire village was under scrutiny, and none of them knew it well. That wasn't entirely true. He had to be careful not to scan any Yamanaka too deeply. Inoichi had broken into the Hokage office a few months ago, warning him that a shinobi had infiltrated the village and was searching people's minds. It was embarrassing to have been caught by him and the Hokage in a shinobi village. Nothing built more distrust than being caught spying on your own subjects. Luckily for them, Ino had been brought up to speed and had fabricated a story about new counterintelligence training. It was fine, but every now and then a Yamanaka would try to pinpoint his location, and he'd have to evade them for a handful of hours. The last one had been quite persistent and had almost chased him for a whole day. It seemed the training was doing wonders for the Yamanaka's skills, but it was still annoying for Naruto. As Naruto walked around during the day, the Cone agent would appear at night. Thanks to the tensions between the Uchiha and the Hokage, Hiezel had been assigned as mediators between the two sides. Itachi would spy for the council, and Naruto would accompany him to the Uchiha compound and read what he could of the emotions of the meetings. Things had gotten worse and worse. The Uchiha were entertaining thoughts of rebellion. Of all the plans they could have come up with, they had to decide on the most suicidal ones. Kurama felt it was the only option, and Uchiha had the worst. His opinions on Uchiha hadn't changed much over the years, however. He had come to accept Itachi into Naruto's life. Naruto's training had also intensified. By age 7, he deserved his status as an ANBU agent. That being said, he was still a long way from Keikyo's level. Itachi had been raised with the role models put in place during the second and third Great Shinobi Wars. Kakashi and Itachi had even put him through similar missions that resembled those they had endured in their own tours of duty. Naruto was rarely disappointed. His performance in the Kanabai Bridge exercise had made Kakashi's guilt and pain lessen until it was almost unnoticeable. For weeks afterward, Kurama said that it meant Kakashi had been proud. It was the Hokage who had given Naruto his final mission, the sealed. Apparently they had reached a stopping point in their training, at least for a while. The Hokage insisted that Naruto not be pushed too much, that his progress was exceptional, but he wished for his young pupil to take some time to reflect and perfect his techniques. Naruto understood the reasoning. His body had just begun to grow, and that would change his taijutsu as his body grew. His chakra would too, and only constant control exercises would maintain the levels of control that he had become accustomed to. Thus, the Hokage had taken this time to be used to further his learnings in new areas and avenues. Sealing was the first of his new subjects, and also the most difficult. Naruto enjoyed it very much. It was relaxing and felt natural. He knew his parents had been sealing prodigies, and practicing the art made him feel closer to them. That alone was enough for him to become obsessed with the art. After only a week of instruction, he had also spent more time at Hokage's side as Agent Konoha, learning from observation everything from mission assignments, council meetings, advisor meetings, the paperwork that ran through the village, and even took to transcribing the Hokage's private correspondences. The young shinobi did his best to make his leader and grandfather figure proud, made his own pride feel warm and strong. It was quite an addictive emotion. Naruto looked up to see Itachi sitting on his windowsill, tense and emotionally harassed. He didn't often see his mentor like this, and immediately stood up. Itachi-sensei, what? Get ready, we have to go now. Naruto's body went into autopilot, just as he had been trained. As he grabbed the stack of explosive notes he had just finished creating and grabbed the mask that was on his hip, it was cold professionalism that drove him crazy. As he remained speechless, the example of his superior out the window, and across the village, they drove away from the village beyond the wall and towards the river to the east. He didn't know if this was another mock mission or a real mission, but either way it didn't matter. He would do what he had to do. They ran for half an hour before Itachi suddenly stopped. Naruto stopped beside him and waited silently for his mentor's Words the morning sun was just starting to break through the upper branches of the trees, but he felt no comfort from the light. Something was terribly wrong. My friend Shizu is in trouble, I think. Rod is after him. I'm sorry to ask for your help, but I can't trust anyone else. If there's fighting, I don't want you to get involved, but take Shisui and go. Understood. Naruto bit down on his instinctive refusal, buried his demand to fight alongside his master, his brother, and nodded. If he wanted to help, he had to follow the rules. He had promised that he would never lie to Itachi again. He would stick to that promise. Itachi turned and walked away again. As they approached a clearing, Itachi motioned for Naruto to step aside, and he complied. It was evident that recently a fight had broken out here. The surroundings clearly showed signs of an intense exchange of jutsu burn marks and cuts on trees that resembled the chakra marks of the wind nature Shizu and Danzo himself. That was not a good sign. There were other markers of additional combatants, but that made sense. Danzo never traveled alone. Slowly, he made his way along the bottom of the gorge closest to the river. He could sense Itachi up above, talking to someone else. It could only be Shisui. He couldn't hear them, but his empathy was enough for him to understand the essence of what was going on. Danzo had believed Shizu, and using his Sharingan to stop the blow was a waste. Danzo had stolen something of great value from one of Shisui's eyes. Naruto couldn't believe undo jutsu could be so coveted. Before he remembered Madara's stories, along with the rumors that a Sharingan could control the Biju. A rumor that Kurama had reluctantly verified. Kyuubi's attack was orchestrated by Unia, but not by one who was in the Shisui village. Continued, and Naruto felt his heart drop for Itachi. The beating wouldn't stop. Rogue was involved. The conflict was in being now. He felt Itachi's bottomless pain growing as Shisui backed away from him, urging him to kill him. Naruto wasn't fast enough. He couldn't move or do anything before the part of Itachi that Naruto always admired, the part that was selfless and served the village before everything and anything, urged him forward until Shisui fell unconscious and fell into the. Naruto jumped off the wall and caught the body before it could land on the rocks below. He quickly took the body to Itachi. When he saw his brother, his older brother, who had always protected him, he saw the pain in his eyes. Pain he had only felt deep within the Uchiha, and as his eyes slowly changed from the strange way they had been, he watched as Itachi cried. For the first time he had ever met him, the Uchiha quickly moved away from Naruto and stood up, taking care of the body. Konoha-kun deserves to be found by his family. I will inform Lokage he was gone before Naruto could say anything, before he could try to comfort him, before he could tell him the spark of life that was still inside Shisui Uchiha's chest. He felt conflicted. Would it be a lie to save Shisui? He had the right to risk everything to save this man. It was selfish. If only they debated it. NOI of the leaf. Plus, he had been ordered to take care of the body. He would do everything in his power to do so. Kurama, before he could finish his question, a slow trickle of Kiwi's chakra flooded from his hands and entered the dying man's body, raw and inefficient without Naruto to guide him. But he had yet to learn medical ninjutsu alone. He couldn't save Shisui's life, but he knew someone who could. Kabuto was hard at work filing paperwork for all the patients he had seen that morning. When a faint smell drifted down the hall, one of the first things he had gained from working under Orochimaru was the exercises and rituals that could enhance the senses. A person relied on. Miss Oromin had lately become quite familiar with food. Apparently it was for him when a brown-haired girl rapped a knuckle at the open door of his office and greeted him. Hello, Kabuto. Son, I have your order. Miss Oromin smiled and thanked her as if he had ordered it himself and paid her for the food. As she walked away, he quickly grabbed the styrofoam bowl and set his job as it was. He had been summoned. His new leader had finally used it. Kabuto had provided weekly reports to the young shinobi, but had wondered when he would first be called to serve. Beyond the information, he hadn't actually believed he would be called. As soon as he made his way to a nearby park that had a play structure with dozens of small children screaming and playing around it, the children were some of the best. Camouflage their innocence, tended to bleed into the surroundings they frequented. No one noticed as he walked past a statue and didn't appear from the other side of it. After all, secret entrances didn't always have to be flashy. The walk down the hallway wasn't very long. It used to be covered in dust, but after Naruto showed interest in using the hideout they had renovated it, Orochimaru had dozens of Persian bases around Konoha before he fled, and the masses only knew a few. The ANBU knew most of them. Kabuto had met them all. Naruto had excited to learn of the 3 bases that had yet to be found, even by the Kaisens, were rather small, but privacy is something that could never come at a high enough price, especially within a shinobi village. As he entered, he expected to see his master had not iPad a stripped and bleeding body on one of the tables with surgical tools set up and ready. Naruto-sama, you didn't have to get me a gift. He enjoyed the annoyance his joke seemed to inspire in the young man. Shinobi Kabuto-kun, this is Uchiha Shisui. I need you to save him, please. Kabuto walked towards the fallen Uchiha and looked at him. There were questions on his tongue, but the body answered some of them. He saw lacerations common with the chakra of fine channel, internal bleeding, bruises that were common with broken ribs, 2 missing eyes. I must confess, Naruto-sama, that there is not much of a body left. It is important that I know you want me to simply preserve his life to obtain information. or save him completely. The way the eyes of the boy darkened in anger, it sent a chill down his spine. He knew it even before the boy opened his mouth. The realization of such made Naruto do not like him. Shisui is a true shinobi of the leaf. I won't let him die. It seemed the boy had found a great opportunity. Kabuto had already been informed of the situation with the Uchiha. Shisui had been tasked with spying on Itachi, but he had defected to the village, just like the Uchiha prodigy. Even if his life was spared right now, his life in the light of Konoha, it was over. The Uchiha would never accept him, and Danzo would not let him live. Even the Hokage would have a hard time trusting him. He had gotten himself in too deep. Kabuto washed his hands and began his work. I'll take it from here, Naruto-sama. I will let you know when the operation is complete. The boy nodded and hugged him from behind. Thank you, Kabuto-kun. Thank you, Kabuto. Watched the young Uzumaki leave, and in that moment, he found that his loyalty had been cemented. Any doubts he had about serving the boy had gone to ashes, and in its place an unmoving loyalty. The will of fire rekindled and burned as strong as the sun. In that moment, he wished the boy could have felt the emotion he had inspired within him. As the moment passed, he moved on to save the life of Unia Shizu Uchiha. He didn't know it yet, but he owed his life to young Naruto Uzumaki. It was a fact. If the boy hadn't been there, Uchiha's body would have drifted further down the river. Long dead. Kabuto would make sure to see that debt paid. He alone wouldn't be enough to serve the boy. They would need more soldiers for whatever cause Naruto was pursuing. Kakashi waited in silence as the Umbud squad leaders gave their reports. The tension that had been brewing in the village after the QB incident had never been worse. Fights had been breaking out between civilians and the Uchiha police force, and there had been casualties on both sides. The other clans had seen the signs and had ostracized and had further fanned the flames of the tensions were mounting. More Yuga were being requested for work from long-time Uchiha-favored clients. The Uchiha had not been invited to Harm's palace for a wedding of Harm's cousin, and the civil council had approved business practices that undermined Uchiha's business. The entire village was turning against them. The Uchiha were not the only threat to the village at the moment. Kakashi knew that periods of civil unrest were the perfect time for sabotage and espionage. The ANBU had been working tirelessly trying to mitigate any outside influences in their current state of crisis. Kumogakure had increased correspondence with Iwagakure since the treaty, and reports had claimed that Kirigakure was slowly degrading into civil war due to the bloodline purge instilled by the Yonde Mizukage. Relations with Sunagakure had slowed and cooled as the Daim Yodwine had suddenly begun sending more jobs to Konoha. The five great nations were arriving slowly to a very dangerous point. If the situation in Konoha did not stabilize soon, then he would not be surprised if a fourth great shinobi war began. He would do everything in his power to minimize that chance. The Uchiha needed to be resolved. Unfortunately, the Hokage was slowly losing hope for a peaceful solution. Rumors were spreading that Shirsu Uchiha had disappeared. Apparently, the Uchiha elders had tasked him with supervising Itachi, and now believed the prodigy was a spy. Even though they were not wrong, ruined any chance the Hokage had to use Itachi peacefully. Agent Kono had been quite helpful in uncovering that. Intelligence was also very helpful in identifying the force that had provided further evidence of Shirsue's disappearance. In the wake of the elder Uchiha, Danzo had become more active, more than he had been in nearly a decade. Uchiha, Danzo, Kumogakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, Sunagakure. The village had to be aware of all possible threats, even those that had quiet as Orochimaru. Agent Kono had somehow discovered some of the Snake Sanin spies, and though the Hokage had attributed it to his empathy, Kakashi suspected there was more to it than that. However, he had no problem letting his younger brother have his secrets. He had more than earned the right to keep them. Naruto had exceeded all his expectations, and yet it worried him all the same. Naruto was the future of Konoha, a very promising candidate for the title of Hokage. His skill as a shinobi was being put to wonderful use. What worried Kakashi was his social skills. He had noticed in conversations that Naruto was starting to focus little by little more on the negative aspects of people. He didn't know Kakashi blamed empathy made it difficult for the boy to see the good in people and all people. However, he couldn't be blamed for that. How could you believe in something when all you saw was the opposite? While the concerns of the village plagued his mind, so did the worries of the young Uzumaki. What if Naruto lost faith in the people of the village? If he decided that the people of Konoha were too twisted and cruel, they didn't deserve his protection? Maybe a stretch, but it was important to identify the worst-case scenarios in his line of work. If he was being honest with himself, the worst-case scenario for Konoha would see him siding with Naruto against them, because if the boy ever truly decided that he was better off without the village, so how could Kakashi deny his logic? How could he abandon him? Those who broke the rules were trash. Those who abandoned their friends were worse than trash. But Naruto was family. Kakashi had turned his back on his family. Once his father had no desire to make that mistake again. Hopefully he would be able to avoid that possibility and find some way to nurture Naruto's humanity. Of course, that would have to be after Kakashi dealt with the power-hungry ninja villages. They would see burning his village, would see them all beaten and bloodied. He was not in Izuka, but it was an attack. The attacks of old were known for their determination to protect their clan, his family. Kakashi would remember all the elemental nations who exactly were the attacks, and he had to do it. Naruto was in the safe house watching Kabuto take care of the sleeping Shisui. The Uchiha was calm thanks to the sedative. If it weren't for that, then he would have woken up already. Naruto had asked Kabuto to keep it down a little longer to plan what to actually do with him. He had just returned with some food for the both of them and had started eating as Kabuto-kun thought, how long will the rehabilitation take? The doctor shrugged and wiped his glasses. Hard to say, Naruto-sama, his injuries were quite extensive, and the loss of his eyes will set back any progress in combat for a fairly substantial amount of time. The psychological damage, well, I don't know how bad it will be. Naruto nodded as he ate his sandwich. What should we do with it? The gray-haired spy turned and looked at him. That's a loaded question. What do you want? What are you working on? I want to be the cashier. Naruto pouted as Kabuto laughed. What do I do? Believe it, that's not enough for you too. It's just part of what you want. I could tell you want more than a hat and a mask position. Naruto blinked. The answer had been so honest it made him think about what he wanted, and he thought about his meeting with B and what he said about the Jinchuriki. I want to save the Biju. Naruto, you don't have to do it. Ignoring Kurama, Naruto's eyes nodded, and he nodded to Kabuto. I want to save the Biju. Naruto couldn't help but be impressed by the smile that came to Kabuto's face. The man wasn't afraid at all, and Naruto knew the weight of what he had just declared. That is a worthy goal. You will need influence outside of Konoha. To achieve it, you will need agents and allies both inside and outside the village. If it is discovered, you will be labeled a traitor. Until I become Hokage, he had thought a lot in it. The shinobi system as a whole was responsible for the treatment of the Biju, and it would have to be torn out. Root and stem was a disgusting balance of financial and martial domination, and only then came hatred and bloodshed. If it weren't for those close to him, he would have believed that every human being was implicit in his continuing evil. Within every man, woman, and even child could cloud his senses at times. His upbringing made him believe that such a change would take monumental action. A great catalyst would move slowly, would allow for more peaceful approaches, but he only had one life to do what the three great shinobi wars could not achieve: peace. He would be the one to lead the world to the next great step towards true peace, united under one flag, one person, a paradise for all sentient beings where Biju and human could live side by side. Becoming one box was the first logical step. Well, you'll still have to answer for the damage. I don't know where you're trying to take me, and I get it. That's something we can do. Talk in the future. Naruto smiled and gave Kabuto a sandwich. For now, let's eat, and then we can go back to deciding on the fate of the blind Uchiha. He's the only good kind of Uchiha boy. One blind. Naruto mentally snorted as he shook his head. You're forgetting about Itachi. Kurama Itachi sighed as Naruto once again failed to hit him with his kunai. You should be doing better than this, Naruto-kun. Your training may have been put on hold, but you're clearly not giving this fight your full attention. Naruto gasped, without breath, as he sat down. Where had he been? I'm sorry. Itachi-senpai closed his eyes and laid down on the ground. A cool breeze blew through the trees, rustling the leaves for a while. That was the only sound. Then Itachi sat down beside him. Naruto-kun, I think you have something you want to talk about. It's been worrying you all day. I don't want to lose you. Itachi looked at his young protege and smiled softly. You know I can't promise you'll never lose me. We're shinobi, Naruto-kun, I know that. But with the Uchiha, and just before he could say more, Itachi decided to stop him, running his hand through the boy's hair. You are younger than I was when I first joined the ANBU. You remind me of myself in many ways, but I don't think I can ever come close to how noble and honorable you are. I want you to promise me that you will leave me the Uchiha clan. I know what a promise means to you. I need you to do this for me. He wasn't surprised when the boy fell silent and refused to make eye contact. His own smile widened in response. We can't promise things we know we will. We can't do. I know you have your mind set on helping, but the Kohen agent can't help me when the time comes. Itachi saw the boy's eyes widen in fear as he finally felt the guilt that Itachi had hidden deep within himself. And no, you don't mean to. You can I do it? I will kill the Uchiha clan, and when I do, the Konoha agent must do everything in his power to finish me off. Naruto immediately sat up and slammed his fist into Itachi's chest. No, you can't. You won't. I will let you. I will stop you. You have to become Naruto-kun. It's okay. I've taught you everything I can. Now it's up to you to grow strong on your own initiative. No, 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 no. No, you can't. You just can't leave me. Itachi had seen Naruto cry many times, but he believed that this was the first time he had made a child cry. The Uzumaki clung to him and hugged him tightly. I'll be lost without you. I steal. The boy and rested his chin on his head. I know it's scary, but you won't be alone now. You are strong. You have everything you need to be a great shinobi. I think in you, and I need you to trust me. I must do this to save my brother. You can take care of him for me when I'm gone. You can see Sasuke. The blonde-haired boy looked at him with tears running down his face and slowly nodded. You have to promise that you'll come back someday. You have to promise that you would try. The boy's fingers began to tear at his clothes in desperation, and even though he knew he shouldn't, he felt the words slip into his mouth before he could stop them. I promise, Naruto, I promise you that I will try. You have done what you. And growled silently to his advisors as they sat across from him. Omura and Karu couldn't help the tension they felt from his outburst, but Danzo seemed taken aback. I asked for the gore for the operation. Itachi will fulfill his duty as a Lee's Nin and eradicate the Uchiha in a single night, quickly and painlessly, and without risk of collateral damage. Without civilian losses, we will lose the reputation of the Uchiha clan, but it is imperative that we can prune the bush. That was not your decision, Danzo. I am the cage, and I have let the situation get out of hand. Danzo looked at him with the same anger. Your drive and strength have been rekindled these past years, but your heart is still too soft. They have chosen their path, and Uchiha is siege. Fool, you would watch our enemies tear us apart. Because you couldn't bear to make the hard choice. Finding peace is the hard call. Danzo, you are taking the easy way out. The destruction of an entire clan is unprecedented. I will not be the OC who ordered the death of a founding clan. Danzo leaned towards back. You will not be remembered as such. Either anyone else would have been confused by Danzo's words, but Ron knew his old friend well enough to immediately understand what he meant. How dare you? Not even he could stop his muscles from tensing at the killing intent that leveled at each other. He struck a hand forward, and an ANBU guard stepped out of the room to dissuade the surrounding shinobi from believing the Hokage was being attacked. He took a breath, and sat back down with sad eyes. This was the ugly side of leading a village. He had done his best to lead honorably and fairly, to fight for peace and transparency. He had kept Danzo close. He even ignored his actions in the shadows at times, if only out of respect for the bond the two of them had. It was a mistake. Was this just another case where his inaction would haunt him? You mock him for his mistakes. You condemn a boy who loves his family to not only kill his entire clan, but to then, taking on the mantle of a rogue terrorist, dismissed his actions, relabeling him a traitor, asking a shinobi to do his duty for the village he loves above all else. Yuan couldn't see any signs of regret in his old friend's eyes. He saw a tense calm, a nervousness. Yuan was then very aware that Naruto was not by his side. He had grown accustomed to the boy's ideas during these meetings, and was now realizing that perhaps his behavior had been noticed. No, it was necessary for the boy to attend all the meetings, but this was the first time in a long time that he wasn't there for a meeting with Danzo. A quick glance showed that Omura and Karu were also nervous. Not from a fight, but from discovery. Yuan felt his heart stop, and turned to the windows in panic, looking desperately over his village, as the sun slowly set. It was very quiet, very quiet. Yes, Sarutobi is up to do tonight. End of chapter 6. Sasuke stopped in front of the Uchiha compound doors in confusion. Something was wrong. The doors were left slightly open and the compound was quiet. The Uchiha weren't the most exuberant of people, and even Sasuke knew that things had been strange within his clan recently. But this wasn't right. Something was wrong. He walked into the compound and gagged as the smell of blood filled his nose. His eyes watered at the sight of bodies lying on the street, everything blurred as he tripped over the nearest body and turned it around to reveal to one of his neighbors the old man's neck had been slashed to the bone, and he recoils as one of the neck tendons popped out of the dead man's neck and into his hand. Sasuke recoils and tries to catch his breath before pausing. He looks down the street towards his house and sees the lights flickering inside. He runs. Sasuke reaches his house and hears sobbing. He slowly climbs the stairs. The sounds from his parents' room made his skin grow cold and his chest tighten. The air. He evaded his attempts to catch his breath until he opened the door and saw his brother standing over his bleeding parents, his sword ready to execute. His mother Itachi looked at him and locked gazes with him. Sasuke could only stare in horror at his brother's twisted Sharingan that shed tears of blood. His brother was expressionless as his Sharingan, his wrong and evil Sharingan, twisted and turned, and suddenly he was in a world of negative light. The shadows were bright white, and what would be light was pitch black. He could still see everything and could only cry as he watched his brother slaughter his entire clan. Odd me, Sasuke. That's the only way you could ever hope to kill me. Hate me. No knees. And Sasuke was cut down as Itachi stabbed his sword into his chest. Then you'll still be the helpless child who watched his parents die. Suddenly the world came back into focus and Sasuke watched as his surroundings slowly cleared. He heard his mother screeching for him to look away. He watched as his father attempted to use a jutsu before being knocked to the ground. He saw his brother move in for the kill. He watched as a strange ANBU shorter than him burst through the window and struck his brother. Itachi backed away languidly and readied his sword. So the Hokage caught up with my plan. Of course, I would send you Koha. You are the only one who would have a chance to stop me. Itachi Uchiha, you are accused of treason, murder, and crimes against a founding clan of Konoha. Surrender. Sasuke longed for his brother to drop his sword so that he would stop this, for to become the brother he loved, who taught him how to use his shuriken, and kunai, who was proud of him when his father was disappointed to become sworn again, and not this monster. His brother cried more tears of blood as he slid towards the lone ANBU who tried to stop him. He wanted this madness to end. He wanted his brother back. Naruto felt nothing as he countered Itachi's sword with Sukunai. He didn't allow himself to feel the emotions that were forcing against his training and willpower. His anger at being forced to fight the man he saw and loved as an older brother was channeled into his attacks, and in reality, it wasn't Itachi he was fighting but the world his love for. The Uchiha held his heart in a vice and clenched painfully even as he coldly levels his own killing intent towards him. His loneliness screamed deafeningly as he continuously felt the deep depression. Itachi was sinking into deeper and deeper. Each blow sent shocks painful to his arms as their blades connected, and it was all Naruto could do to strike faster and faster, the pain being the only thing that grounded him in the moment. This was the greatest test the universe could have created to face him. There was no scenario in which Naruto did not lose something of incredible value. He was very lucky to have the maturity of mind to channel any hopelessness or despair into the fight. He buried his heart and became the weapon he was trained to be. He flipped through the air, grabbing Sasuke by the collar and dragging him out of range. A fireball hit the ground, and he screamed as the heat exploded and burned them both. Naruto didn't flinch in pain as he was too busy deflecting the knives his mentor was sending towards Sasuke with terrifying accuracy. Kurama Naruto mentally screamed to his closest ally. The fox was quick to flood Naruto's body with tail chakra, and Naruto moved forward even as Itachi dodged his flurry of blows with liquid grace before his red eyes blinked as their eyes stared at each other. The Jew he had been caught in was broken almost instantly by Kurama, though that instant of his chakra fluctuating was all it took for Itachi to move in a heave and throw Naruto into the side of the building. Naruto coughed and slowly freed himself as he watched Itachi move towards his bleeding mother. The clan head's house was on fire. Slowly, and Sasuke stood trembling between his older brother and his battered and broken parents. Naruto growled as he felt his limbs flood with Kurama's chakra once again. He had no hope of beating Itachi. All he could do was waste time. He knew as he ran towards Dante that even with a single tail of Biju chakra, trying to stop Itachi was like trying to move a mountain with a single earth dragon jutsu, an effort in futility. Yet there was only him between the extinction of the Uchiha clan, and Itachi barely managed to get in front of Sasuke and throw himself out, forcing Itachi to take a step back. He pushed towards Dante, kicking and punching, trying to maintain his momentum with everything he had. He was forced to rely on his enhanced healing abilities as Itachi inflicted wound after wound. He couldn't fight defensively. He could only minimize the damage and leave as few gaps as possible. Itachi cut his own arm once again, and Naruto gritted his teeth. Itachi lunged at Dante in an attempt to reverse the momentum, and Naruto leapt back before launching a handful of seals into the air. Itachi only had a moment before the explosive notes and flash seals ignited. The force of the explosion sent them both flying back and damaged the structural integrity of the building. Naruto threw Kuna and Shuriken, as he had been taught, as efficiently as he could at the most likely routes his opponent would attempt to take to get to him. He heard the sound of metal clashing to the left and turned to face his enemy before he felt the pull of his chakra fluctuating to dispel the genjutsu. He couldn't even think as his body jerked to the side to dodge the attack from his blind spot that he felt in his bones was coming closer. He couldn't move fast enough to dodge the fiery blast that impacted where he had been standing less than a second ago, but he forced his burning, smoking body to move. He could feel his skin cracking and falling off as he turned around to face Itachi, only to discovering that 3 different copies of his sensei were approaching him. He roared and ran to meet them head-on, exchanging blows and dispelling one before he found himself knocked out of the air and landing on his back. His breath was knocked from his lungs. He then watched as 2 kunai were launched through his hands and into the floorboards. He felt the blades cut right between his bones, and his muscles spasmed as the blade cut through tendons and muscles alike. He screamed, and his vision, she turned white from the pain. She could feel her body trying to heal around the wounds, and the burn of her cells, unable to regenerate, was worse than the initial pain itself. Tears ran down her face, as even then she felt the utter despair around her. Sasuke's fear of his own brother, the awakened Mikoto's fear of seeing her eldest son kill her youngest son, and Itachi's utter despair at the pain he had inflicted on Naruto and what he was about to do in the face of his brother. Sasuke closed his eyes and screamed as Itachi swung his sword towards his helpless mother. At the last moment, Fugaku threw himself in front of his wife in a final act of love and sacrifice. The Uchiha patriarch whispered something to his eldest son, but Naruto couldn't hear it. All the negative feelings and pain became too much for him. He roared once more and threw his hands back at Dante, splitting them in half from the center of his palms, and ran towards Itachi, blood spilling from his hands, and the force of his run was keeping the flesh apart, which was only lengthening the regeneration period. His healing was powerful, but even he had limits. Luckily, it seemed the move had thrown even Itachi off balance, and before he could get away, his dying father had grabbed him and stood his ground. Naruto sided with Itachi and threw him away from his family. The fire had spiraled out of control and the roof began to collapse. Naruto kept his senses alert as the smoke clouded his vision, could hear Sasuke crying and shaking his father behind him as his mother struggled to carry him to safety. Beyond the smoke, he saw the shapes move, and he raised his stance. His hands had joined together again, but there was no skin, only bones and muscles moving into the clawed stance of the monkey fist. The shapes held each other before they seemed to change and disappear. He stood still, and suddenly they were back. He leapt into action, leaping through the smoke, and slashed at the nearest figure, only to stop at the last second when he came from mask to mask with Konoha bore. Relaxed. Naruto took a step back and silently checked the identity of the newcomer. He nodded when he was satisfied that they were not imposters, and looked at the survivors of Itachi's family. They need help. You two, shake your hands. Naruto jumped off the building before he could hear the last of the order and headed for the nearby roof. His hands slowly cracked his skin, the nerves burning as if they had been dipped in acid. The pain swirled through from him, and it blurred his vision, but he was too busy looking for Itachi. He couldn't feel him within range, so Naruto channeled Kurama's chakra directly into his empathy, It was like opening his eyes for the first time. His rank doubled by 10, and through all the white noise of the village and IIA's trauma, he could feel Itachi leaving the village. Then he was gone. There were a few seconds of peace before Naruto realized he had been crying. The tears had run down his mask and had cleared the paths through the blood and grime. He felt Kat behind him watching him silently. He closed his eyes and wanted to stop crying, but the tears didn't end. Konoha, his eyes widened at her voice, and he stopped channeling the chakra into his empathy. As his rank became distributed, he found the tears stopped as well. That didn't mean his heart was any less broken. Come Kat, he felt the intruders. They intend to leave with some Sharingan. It seems there are still some conspirators inside from the village. Yusin, let them go. This is pointless. Sarutobi didn't move out the window. Minutes after he realized the plot that had been born under his nose, reports had come in. The Uchiha clan had been almost completely massacred. It was quite impressive in a really horrible way. It had been too clean. Not only was the clan compound hit, but so was the Uchiha police force headquarters. Itachi was skilled, but he couldn't have done it alone. Zenu was patrolling with all his strength, was just waiting for Konoha to return. Ku was about to voice another complaint when the four of them saw the presence of an emotional shinobi approaching. The aura of killing intent radiated from below the stairs, commanding silence. The four elders of the village had fought throughout the 3 shinobi wars, and this presence would have given them pause. Even in his prime, a young man slowly opened the door, tears dripping down his ANBU mask. He walked silently past Kurama, and he placed a handful of bloodied and chipped masks on the table in front of Danzo. The two stared at each other in silence, and it was only then that the cage turned around. Only then did he break his silence. When I became Hokage Danzo, I allowed you to form rot in an attempt to cover up my shortcomings, my weakness, my inability to put the village before my conscience. I turned a blind eye to your moves, to the crimes you have committed against the village itself. No more. Rot is over. Danzo gritted his teeth, but before that he could answer, the blank stares of the Konoha people stopped him. The boy still shed tears, and Danzo would have been disgusted by the pathetic display of emotion if he hadn't somehow untied it. 5. That's how many underground bunkers you have. You have scrolls hidden around the village containing supplies and classified documents in 47 locations. You have agents within all the major clans, including the Sarutobi. You have illegal dealings with all the major criminal syndicates. You are guilty of treason. Dozens of times you ordered agents to steal your Sharingan to go along with the one you stole from Shirsu. Uchiha, you take orphans and pair them up. While you train them, you force them to kill their partner so they can train you. Graduate, you've worked with Anzola Salamandra, and you're still in contact with Orochimaru as Sannin. Can you deny anything? Danzo calmly shifted his eyes to look at his long-term rival and once friend. I did what I did for Konoha. You still need me. Yusin, we don't need rot. I won't deny it yet, not, but you've grown too bitter, tired, and willing. You've put your own interests before the interests of the village. Don't try to argue that. Kei and Amura remained silent as Danzo looked between the Hokage and his protege. This hadn't been a scenario he was ready for yet. Your ward has been well trained, Sarutobi. I'm impressed. The Konoha agent didn't respond, tears still slowly trailing down his mask. You resigned Danzo as advisor, and as leader of Rot, you will place Konoha as the new headmaster under my full authority. Konoha will examine you for loyalty. He will rewrite your seals to remain active under himself. You will assist him in this transition. You can advise him if he approaches you, but you will remain under constant observation. If you violate any of these stipulations, you will be executed immediately for treason. Do you understand? Danzo looked between the two, and to Kurama's surprise nodded. Once I understand, I do not regret my actions, but I see nothing wrong in grooming my own replacement. If this is what the Hokage demands, then I will abide by these conditions. It is clear that you were the best choice for the position. He looked at him and nodded. It seems that I am under your care, Konasan. The boy said nothing. Yuzen laughed and looked at Danzo. Your orders made Itachi go rogue. I don't know when you will be forgiven for that. Danzo shrugged and stood up. I have no interest in forgiveness. I only want what is best for the village. Yuen turned to the two advisors as Konoha escorted Danzo out of the office. I think it's time the three of us talked about exactly where you fall in the village hierarchy. A reminder of who you should and shouldn't keep secrets from. Sai stood up as the rest of the root gathered in the main room of Bunker 9. Bunker 9 was created to be an emergency meeting point where the village vibe would be relocated in the event of a successful invasion. It hadn't been used except 3 times in the past 5 years. He and Shin had just finished training when another agent appeared alongside their instructor, and his session had ended abruptly. They had quickly made their way to the designated meeting place and saw that the entirety of Rot had been summoned. When everyone introduced themselves, Danzo stepped forward from the shadows. At his side was a figure that was around Sai's age with an unusual mask. Sai knew that the shinobi was not part of Rot, which made this whole situation unusual in itself. The day has come for things to change. The leadership of Rot is being transferred to Konoha with immediate effect. 7 different root agents surrounded the two, separating Danzo from the Konoha people. 6 of them focused on watching the boy while Danzo was being checked for genjutsu or other nonverbal data of forced coercion. After a few seconds, the agent checking Danzo took a step back and knelt in the direction of Konoha. Immediately, all the root ninjas knelt and lowered their heads in the direction of Konoha's side. Did not know what would happen from now on, but this was great. Their new leader put on standing with his mask covered in blood and dirt. There were tear tracks on the lower half mixing the blood and dust. He looked at them and then nodded. Continue. Stop all graduation exercises until further notice. I want a list of all current operatives and operations fired when they were fired, so I couldn't help but think how similar his new leader Konoha and Danzo was when they both gave orders. There were no protocols set for leadership to be transferred to someone who it wasn't. Danzo himself probably didn't expect this to happen. He was cooperating, and that meant he thought it was the best option right now. Maybe everything was fine. You're not fine, Naruto. I think you need to tone down the training. It was just his position as ANBU commander and his position as Naruto's older brother that made the stubborn boy stop his katas and fall to the ground. You may be blessed with unholy stamina, but even you have limits. This wasn't the first time he saw the boy training until his limbs shook, but he wasn't happy to see him again. The last time it happened was when Naruto got into a bad fight with the Kurama over something to do with the blind Uchiha. He was taking Itachi's disappearance very badly. He sat down next to the 7-year-old boy and rested his hand on the boy's head. They sat in silence and watched the clouds go by. I miss him. Kakashi didn't need empathy to hear the sadness dripping from Naruto's words. I know it. We will find him, and then we will find out why he did what he did. I'm sure he had a reason. Naruto, I want to talk to you about your hands. The boy tensed, but didn't move as Kakashi slowly took his hands and examined them. Naruto had scars torn in the middle of his palms. Naruto, why are they still visible? Your healing should have been taken care of by now. The boy turned his head and avoided meeting his eyes. I asked to keep them. I wanted to remember that night. I will heal them when I get back. Kakashi wanted to tell him that Itachi could never come back after what he had done, that hoping for things to go back to normal was hopeless, that Itachi's best hope was imprisonment. He knew that Naruto already felt what he wanted to say inside of him, and that was enough. Naruto curled up into his side and sobbed a little. I'll let you know if we find anything on him. If we do, I'll let you talk to him. I won't keep you in the dark about it. He shouldn't let his emotions overwhelm his judgment, but it was worth it. The pity for the quiet whispered thank you that came from the boy's lips. Team Aro needs a new captain. Could you please know that was his the weasel position, and I'm not entirely strong enough for missions. I couldn't save the Uchiha. I need to get stronger. I want to learn jutsu. Now, considering I'm known for copying more than one jutsu, I'm sure I have a few to teach you that would interest you. I agree. I think it's time to get you back on the path of training. Thanks, Nissan. When do you think my training can start again? I'll talk to the Hokage, see if you and Team Aro can also get a mission. What's going on? I'm being reassigned. Naruto wiped his eyes and sniffed. I'm going to become an ANBU captain. Kakashi looked in his eye. There's no squad that needs a captain other than Aro. Cat is taking care of Aro. I only answer to you. And the Hokage, you don't have a squad. What are you for? Naruto looked away. I can't really say Hokage Hige. He wants it unofficially, though I needed further authorization. So that's why the rank is just a formality. Naruto, I don't like this. Are you sure? You're not getting too in over your head. I have to do this. Nissan the boy gave him a big hug and couldn't help but smile softly. Take care, Naruto. Kun, you still have a family that loves you here. I know waking up in a hospital room is an unpleasant experience. Waking up in a hospital room after not having expected to wake up again is an unpleasant experience. Completely different. Shisui heard the beeping of a machine monitoring his vitals and tensed reflexively. He realized there was another person in the room moving a few feet away. Shisui didn't know where he was. All he knew was that he had to get out. The fire won't burn the trees. The voice spoke from beside him, and Shisui stopped. That was a phrase that had been used in the last Shinobi War. It was used to identify medics of their wounded or disoriented comrades. He stood still for a few seconds, almost expecting a kunai to slit his throat before he felt the telltale sensation of a medical jutsu calming his chest. Where am I? You're in an underground bunker, hidden in the village. We had to keep you in the shadows during your recovery. Us, me, and your savior, the Konoha agent, brought you to me while you were at death's door and ordered me to save you. Shisui felt himself relax a little. Whoever these people were, they were clearly not rot. Shisui realized that the Konoha agent was the designation of the ANBU under Itachi's command. Agent Konoha, no, that's not an ANBU. Why am I not in the hospital? There were concerns that with the escalation of the situation you would be captured or kidnapped from a hospital room, or worse, imprisoned or killed for involvement in the Uchiha. You know, I thought only the Hokage and the Kano advisors were informed. If anything, the current situation is worse for you after the Uchiha massacre. It was rumored in the upper levels that Itachi could, having received help. Shisui felt the darkness press down on him. He grew unbearably cold, and his voice growled weakly from his suddenly weak body. Massacre of Uchiha. So Itachi killed over 90% of the Uchiha clan, yeah. And if you were to suddenly appear now, you'd never leave the compound again. At best, not your future lies on another path. What are you talking about? My path? My clan is dead. My best friend is sub-executioner. I've given everything to the village. What else do you want? There was silence. As the Nin doctor unraveled, he slowly wrapped a bandage around his arm and applied a new one before replying. Konoha saved your life. The village may have cast you out, But there's still work to be done. Konoha-sama wants to save Itachi. I have a feeling you may have a similar wish for that. Shisui gritted his teeth and groaned, I have no eyes now, I'm almost useless. You're not the first blind shinobi, and you won't be the last. You sacrificed much for peace, but you have more to give whether you know it or not. Your family is gone, and you can't return to the village, but you still believe in the will of fire truth. You have the chance to rise again, a chance to fight again. You'll take it. We'll see. I want to talk to Konoha. The doctor laughed. Of course, yes, that's to be expected. Considering how he saved your life, he's very eager to meet you. You know Itachi, apparently he spoke very highly of you, and is a little desperate to find someone who also believes that his senpai can be saved. Shisui felt his heart unknowingly go crazy for the boy. It seems the Uchiha weren't the only victims of this night. He knew how close Itachi was to his protege. They were practically family brothers in everything but blood. Shisui felt guilty. Maybe he could have tried to use his left eye to stop the blow. He had been so overwhelmed by fear of Danzo that he had lost hope. He had given in to fear. He felt ashamed lying there beaten and broken in both spirit and mind. Shisui had never felt so desperate in his entire life. I want to fix what I've done. I want to make up for my mistakes. He'll let me do it. That's all you want, and more. As long as you give him your loyalty, you'll find it impossible to lie to him. And if you have any ulterior motives, you'll find that any chance of redemption you may have had will be stripped from you. Shisui nodded and tried to sit up, only to groan in pain. He heard the doctor laugh again. And sit up. Don't be too anxious now. Your injuries will have to heal before you'll be good to do anything. When will I talk to Konoha? He'll be coming to check on you. Soon. I would get some rest. While you'll be busy in the coming weeks. Very well, thank you. Itachi looked down upon the village of Kanahagakure from the treetops in silent contemplation. He didn't react as the figure of Madara came into existence beside him. His ancestor wore a spiral mask and a large robe. The glow of red visible from behind the eye of the mask assured him that he was a true Uchiha. You promised me the eradication of the Uchiha clan. However, I heard that some of them survived the night. The Konoha agent stopped me. My young disciple is quite skilled. Madara laughed, and Itachi wanted to attack him. Just because of how cruel it sounded, he didn't make a move, and instead looked towards his current ally. Well, despite everything, a deal is a deal. Isan, you still hope to join Akatsuki too. Protect yourself, yes, with the village on my tail. I will need it. Very true. However, will you be loyal? I wonder. He didn't say anything as the disordered man laughed and began to jump through the treetops. Will you meet your new family in Amigakure? I will be there in 5 days. Pain will introduce you to your new partner, Juso Viwa. Itachi took one last look at the village before hurrying out. It wasn't the unturn he was worried about catching, but Naruto. If the boy caught up to him now and begged him to stay, no. If he could refuse, Naruto sat in Hokage's office, facing a lodge Danzo beside him. He had my IS that he had received from Rod agents and from his own private source, so Yagura is looking to ally with Kiri. Kumo. Danzo nodded. Yes, Sarutobi Inoki is making it increasingly clear who is displeased with this treaty. You have forced Kumo to participate and has made no progress in tempting Kiri to his side. It seems the Yagura boy is content to remain neutral as he orchestrates the genocide of his own nation's Kekkai's, but there has been an increase in communications between Inoki. Well, that surely can't be good. What steps are we taking in his effort? He looked at the unmasked Naruto. The Rod agents have discovered that one of Iwa's Jinchuriki has abandoned the village and is traveling by the land of the land. Sarutobi frowned. You're implying murder? Naruto-kun no Okama. I wish to try to convince him to defect. End of chapter. Teat Naruto sat next to Yuzin in the training field. Yes, they had come here many times to train. It was the training field where the Sannin had also been instructed out of the whole village. It really felt like his place. Naruto knew that if he was upset and needed to talk to someone, if he just waited here, eventually his Gigi would walk by the street and would sit down next to him. The Hokage smiled as he caught Naruto's eyes. Are you ready to begin? Naruto-kun. Yes. Gigi, his guardian, pulled out a square of chakra paper, which Naruto took with reverence. He knew this was the next milestone in his shinobi career. They channeled chakra into it. There was a moment of silence as the teacher and student waited to see the results. They were both shocked when the paper split down the middle loudly, and the two have slowly soaked my two chakra, nature's wind and water, a perfect combination of your parents. Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled as he looked at the remains of the paper and nodded. Kurama told me that because of what the chakra did, it would be easy for me to use it on any element, but he said that my affinities would still be the easiest for me to learn. In fact, so that's where we'll start. Well, after seeing your progress with the Genin Traer, you've been practicing. Naruto gulped. Well, I'm having trouble with the Bunin. It wasn't often that Naruto would fight with something, and he didn't like to admit that he couldn't do something. He was very grateful that Sarutobi simply raised an eyebrow and said, show me. Naruto closed his eyes and concentrated. He did the Sasal Chanel, the chakra, and 75 half-dead-looking clones appeared around him. He blushed while the Hokage laughed out loud and ruffled his hair. I think I might know what the problem is. Naruto-kun. You simply have too much chakra, and your control is not yet at cage level that can be easily remedied. Well, I was planning on teaching you this technique anyway, but I think it's best to do it now before we move on to the elemental jutsu. Oh, what a technique, sensei. It's called Kaibun in the shadow clone technique. Naruto watched as a clone appeared next to Iron in a small cloud of smoke. It takes a huge amount of chakra to make, even when it divides it between the user and the clone. The most impressive part of the jutsu is that all of the memories the clone experiences are sent back to the caster upon its destruction. Naruto felt his eyes tingle. They opened wide. The implications were astounding. If I could make 2 clones, then I could have 3 days of study in one. That would greatly improve your training. That's amazing. GG, please. How do I do it? What are the seals? The Hokage gave another smile. Naruto knows that at his core the Sandaime was a teacher, a scholar at heart. Naruto didn't mind indulging him with his enthusiasm for learning. He had the opportunity to learn from the best, and he always made sure not to waste it. He is pretty simple. Naruto-kun, just a ram seal like that. Naruto's hand went into position and channeled chakra. How many do you think you could do? GG, probably a couple. Naruto, it's very tiring. He was interrupted when the clearing was covered in a monumental cloud of smoke. Naruto blinked in confusion as the smoke began to dissipate. GG, it didn't make that much smoke when you did that. I think I did something wrong. Naruto turned around and noticed his master was open around him, speechless. He didn't understand until he felt them look in a mirror for the first time. It was unnerving to see your reflection as the world sees you. It's an unusual phenomenon to feel the emotions of yourself perfectly copied and surrounding you, emanating from over 300 replicas. It's amazing. Naruto-kun, we need to talk about your future training regimen. I've decided that may need to be accelerated. Sai was shocked when he was called to meet with his new leader. Konoha. Konoha had taken over headquarters with a smooth transition, had vetted all the agents in 3 days. He had retired 5 of them. Those 5 surprisingly had not been neutralized but reintegrated into the village as civilians. An interesting change. He entered the leader's room and saw the true face of Konoha for the first time. The boy seemed to be as old as Sai himself. It was quite surprising. Most children are not that independent or mature unless they were in rot. Sai stepped forward and greeted him at ease. What is your name? My name is Sai. Konoha nodded and looked at him with a look interested. I have a long-term mission for you. I want you to join the Shinobi Academy and observe the heirs of the clan, mainly one Sasuke. Uchiha. Sai bowed his head as he received his orders and knelt. Your will is done, leader Sama. Sai stood up and walked out. He had to find Shin to figure out how to make friends with the kids. He didn't want to disappoint his leader Danzo, or else it wouldn't reflect well on a rot agent. Failing his mission, he headed to the dining room and found his brother eating with pleasure. Shin had always been more expressive than Sai had been. His brother looked at him mid-bite and watched the heirs of the clan. I'll be stuck with the kids. It could be good for you. You're a kid. He stared at his brother and didn't notice that he didn't flinch in display of emotion. The emotional conditioning had been removed from his training. However, he saw his brother smiling and realized he was still expressing his displeasure. His face slid smoothly from back to the neutral state he had been trained to assume, and then his brother chose to frown. Naruto watched the young ninja walk out of his new office. Inside, the office was rather empty. No wonder, but he had taken some pictures the Sandaime had given him and put them on his desk. The picture of Itachi eating at Ichiraku was securely tied in his top drawer. It wouldn't be any use to openly appreciate a number that one missing also bothered him to look at it. Naruto stood up and opened a door secret behind his chair. Danzo had turned his paranoia into a weapon and had dozens of secret passages that only he had previously known about. It had been easy enough for Naruto to discern their existence. One-on-one with anyone, he would inevitably reveal his darkest secrets. He traveled slowly up the spiral staircase and past a few locked doors. He was heading towards one of his own darkest secrets. At that moment, he stepped onto the door and channeled his chakra into the handle to release the locking seal. It glowed in green and opened it as the lock clicked lightly. Naruto was convinced that there was something genetic about the Uzumaki and the Kurama seals. He couldn't highlight any genome that indicated such a relationship, but Naruto only needed to think of the few dozen seals he had mastered to be confident in his belief. The art of sealing was done in levels or stages, and on top of that there were levels to each individual seal. Seal masters made the most of their money with tweaking existing seals, making them more reliable, efficient, and lethal. It was very rare for completely new seals to come out in mass production. It would usually take a few generations of a prototype seal to be perfected by the creator or his students before it began to be used by the village, and from there stolen by spies and off to fallen shinobi. Naruto had no time for such traditions. He had designed his own locking seal that was locked to chakra signatures and used them everywhere where no one would piss. He was sure Danzo knew he had his own locks now, but he most likely kept them to himself. Just because he no longer led rot didn't mean he wasn't still a strong player in the village's political theater game. Since his retirement, Danzo had been much more active, talking to the different clans. It would take time to figure out what he was up to, but Naruto was determined not to be outdone by the cunning warmonger. He pushed open the door and stepped inside Kabuto's newest. He didn't look up from his test tubes. Naruto hadn't expected him to. The experiments Danzo had been conducting were disgusting, but they fascinated Naruto's friend all the same. The young doctor hadn't left the chamber for more than an hour or so a day. I can't say I'm glad to be back in the middle of rot, but this is just too good to waste. I know Kabuto and Naruto sat down at the desk. I read through all the research before handing it over to you. I didn't understand the most of it, and what I didn't like it. I don't know if it's a good idea to continue with these experiments. Naruto could sense Kabuto's reluctance to agree. Kabuto was of a more morally ambiguous nature. He also felt his apprehension about raising his concerns. You can disagree, Kabuto-ku. I'm not going to get angry. Kabuto smiled and turned to him. Naruto-ku, and your enemies won't play nice. We shouldn't either. These experiments aren't nice, but there are ways to carry them out in a way much more humane and compassionate. Could mean success. You need to use every tool in your arsenal if you want the best chance at success. I know you're right, but I don't like him very much. However, I will trust your judgment for now. Thanks for coming here. I know you're worried that Danzo might attack us. You are very brave. Kabuto laughed and Naruto pouted. But he knew there was nothing he could do to stop him. Kabuto would still be amused if Naruto ever tried to comfort him or something. What's our next step, Naruto-ku? And we have routed our commands. Suddenly, many more routes are open to us. Do not get too excited. I do not trust anyone here. Danzo. If someone could find a way to fool my empathy, it would be him. I have agents gathering as much information on the Jinchuriki as they can get, and I convinced the Sandaime to let me send agents to convince Rossi, the Jinchuriki of the Fertiles, to defect. But good thing I didn't tell him that I myself am going out to talk to Rossi. Kabuto se. He stopped in his writing and turned to Naruto in front of the grave. That's a terrible idea. If something's happened to you, I know, but I have to do this. I wouldn't trust anyone else. This is something I have to do myself. Kabuto frowned and Naruto flinched as he raged. Kabuto's anger was like a tight, poisonous snake. Kabuto was a dangerous man and was almost as emotional as in Uchiha. It just took more than most to make him lose his cool. Who are you taking? Root agents? Yes, but I'm not going like Konoha. Kabuto blinked, and his surprise calmed his anger a little. Naruto sighed a little. He hated bothering those around him. You're going to be Naruto Uzumaki. How is that going to work? Naruto shuddered and looked away as he idly traced a seal on the inside of his sleeve. Well, they're going to hold the Hing exams tomorrow, and I'm going to sneak in and pass them. Then they'll have to make me a Hunin. Kabuto groaned, and Naruto shuddered again. The only thing worse than Kabuto's anger was his anxiety, and it was increasing a lot right now. You haven't given me much time, Naruto. Make some shadow clones. We're going to have a few hours of cramming before you jump into something you're not fully prepared for. Shikaku and Nara watched as the nominees for the Jounin exam presented themselves one by one. The Hunin exam was a promotion option for Chunin to Kibetsu Hin, who felt they were ready for advancement, but hadn't been promoted by Swaj's own initiative. It was primarily for the use of those who needed to prove their ability. As was the Jounin exam, it was much more reserved than the Glitzy and public Chunin exams. As such, it also had an incredibly smaller pool of examinees. There were only about a dozen applicants, but the nature of the exam split them into cells of four. The group he was supervising contained Chunin Sanka Mitarashi Karina, and Yui Saito and Cab, and Toku and 8 Hing exams were only held once every 2 years. And for a good, they were incredibly grueling, and if they were offered every 6 months, they could be more harmful than beneficial to the strength of the village. It followed the same formula for the Chunin exams, but was much less lenient. There was a 300-question exam for the first part of the Hunin exam. Each examinee was given a specialized packet the day before the exam that had 70 questions out of the 300. Each examinee was asked different questions in the pre-exam test. You were expected to figure out skills to piece together the other answers. Of course, this left 20 questions that hadn't been answered given to no examinee. And to pass the exam, you could only miss 10 questions. The first exam only lasted an hour. Shikaku thought this was the easiest test out of all of them, but many players blamed this part of the exam. Why did it take so long to be promoted? This year's group of students introduced themselves wordlessly and sat down at their desks, and prepared to observe them more closely. It begins. Each examinee began their exam in silence. This was not the first time Hade had taken the Genin exam 2 years ago. He had advanced to Tokof Suhounin due to how well he had done. His sword and stealth had been exemplary, but his genjutsu and ninjutsu had been quite lacking. He was also battling a chronic illness that had been progressively getting worse. He is not the best material for a Jounin, but his will and ambition were slowly making him up. Hana Mitarashi and Karina, and you were two young Chunins with something to prove. Most of the village knew Hank Mitarashi. Even he found him hard to believe. She hadn't known of his true nature, sensei, that of Orochimaru, but she fueled her resentment and anger into sarcasm, disrespect, and a drive to make anyone who doubted her eat crow. Literally, in the case of a very vocal and drunk civilian, Anko was about to rise through the ranks as quickly as she could. Beside her was Kurinai. Kurinai was an esteemed genjutsu user who had been quickly gaining fame throughout the village for her skill with the art. With the loss, most of the Uchiha in the village had been pushing for genjutsu users to rank up to teach the next generation. That was enough, along with being one of Anko's only friends, to get her to take the exam. Finally, there was Saito, and Kaba Chunning that has been there for 6 years. It was quite surprising to see him push to advance so late in his Chunning career. He had been an instructor at the academy and seemed content to stay there, but he had handed in his application on time, and so Shikaka got in. He doubted that anyone in this group would pass the entire exam. They were all quite skilled. Most of them lacked the necessary experience that they hadn't gained yet, but they would have an idea of what it meant to be a jounin, and hopefully that would inspire them to continue. They were about 15 minutes into the exam when Shikaku noticed something off. Saito was acting unusual. Each shinobi had a dossier, a file that included past exams, mission statistics, confirmed kills, history, personal and behavioral missives. Saito was not behaving like his file had led Shikaku to expect him to. It was possible that the file didn't know all the secrets of a shinobi, but the behavior section shouldn't be like that. Saito was known for being a scholar, but he was also supposed to be anxious. He almost failed his first chunin exam due to his nerves. However, out of the four, Saito was the coolest and was flying through the exam that could almost be ruled out assuming he had just studied his questions well and other general areas, except he was just looking at his paper and wasn't out to cheat. The other three were being clever, but Shikaku could more or less determine how they were handling it. It was likely Yui and Mitarashi had previously exchanged answers with each other. Yes, I was taking notes of what the other two were writing in their margins, and Anko had sent a snake before the start of the exam, it looked like, and it was coiled around a beam above Saito. Yate. While all this was going on, Saito sat writing. His eyes didn't waver from his page, and he was almost done with his test. After another 5 minutes, Saito stopped writing and put down his pencil. The other three examinees stopped and looked up as he handed in his papers and sat up straight in his seat. Shikaku didn't blame them, but still took note of it. Anyway, it seemed like Sato's belief in his answers made them uneasy. If it wasn't that, then no, they had been as quick in securing Sato's answers as they had hoped. After all, there was still 40 minutes left. However, this would be a good lesson for them if they failed, because they had made an assumption about one of their opponent's performance. Then that would be as good a metaphor as any for underestimating an opponent on the field. Whatever chance they had before was now severely diminished. It was imperative to get the 70 questions that the others had out. They were the exam and playing in the 20 that no one knew. Even if they got half of Sato's answers, that left 55 answers left. Terrible odds for this level of exam. The questions weren't easy. Shikaku had gotten hold of that. Saito was sitting still, looking straight ahead calmly. Shikaku didn't know how, but this wasn't Saito. Of course, he made no outward sign to alert the other three. If a shinobi sneaked into Hin's exams, then they had the ability to take them. There was no rule prohibiting new chunin or even Genin honestly participating in the exam was very dangerous. Whoever this shinobi was, however, they were doing pretty well for themselves. That being said, how well they did really depended on the results of their exam. In any case, it would be interesting to see this play out. Time passed incredibly slowly for the two kunoichi. As I-8 finished her exam with 15 minutes to spare, Mitarashi barely had enough time to put his pencil before the timer went off. Time be up. Prez joined the tower, or cash in for the second part of the exam. The four of them stood up and walked out. He waited until the door closed before walking over and grabbing Sato's test. He scanned it and laughed. Perfect score. Whoever it was, this shinobi was good. Shikaku stood up and headed to Hokage Tower. Usually he headed home after finishing his work, but this was proving to be interesting for once. Anko walked next to Karina and behind Saito and ate. The test hadn't gone the way she or Karina had planned, and she was upset. She remembered Saito. He had been kind of a bully when she first joined the academy. He had been jealous that Orochimaru had chosen her as his apprentice. Of course, after her sensei's defection, Saito had ridiculed her pugnaciously, and the rumors he spread about her inferiority. So he walks in and not only her but Karina and ate in that exam. Well, it really pissed her off. There was no way Saito of all people could have finished the exam so fast and passed, so he just was trying to sabotage. Screw you. Once again, you need to calm down, Anko, she growled and rolled her eyes at Karina. Prim composed. I did. Quinn. Karina, her best friend, you know, not only did he screw me back there, you also got the short end of the stick there. He got us in there. No matter how well we do now, there's no way I have enough questions to prove. Then that's it. It reflects poorly on us as hopefuls. Don't give me that. We would have been fine if he hadn't done it. It's not just his fault, Anko. We should have done better to get his answers while he was vulnerable, and we didn't. Anko gritted her teeth and looked away. She hated every time Karina, and she was right. She often did. I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. Karina sighed, but she sped off before her friend could try and stop her. She quickly passed Yate, who gave her an amused smile, and got to the day with Saito, who was walking emotionless down the road. Hey Saito, what the was that back there? Saito looked at her, and it was almost like he didn't know who the asshole was. He was pretending like they'd never met. Something like that. I apologize, me Tarsissan. I didn't realize ending it so quickly would impede your test. Nonsense, Saito. And really, MIT Terrasissan, do you think being civil is gonna work now after you've called me snack ESL all these years? I know, but I mean, we're both Konoha shinobi, right? Maybe we could just start over on a new page. Anko would have laughed at her. What? Do you think I would start over after all the you've thrown? Saito actually seemed to grimace, or was it a gag before he nodded. Of all things, I apologize for my behavior, my Tarsissan. I didn't treat you like a fellow shinobi, and that's embarrassing of me. I promise to try better, to be open-minded in the future. After this exam, I'll do my best to stay out of your way, my best that I can, and not cause you any more trouble. Anko couldn't process what Saito was saying. She had known him for years, and this was a complete change from what she expected. She didn't know how to respond directly, so she settled for looking at him and pushing him harshly. If this is another joke, and it fits, then I'm going to beat you so hard it'll make the last one look like a training session. She didn't wait for a response. She turned around and went back to Karina and agitated. What happened? He apologized. Dinner. She blinked in a state of shock, and Anko was relieved that she wasn't the only one who didn't expect that from Saito. The instructor may have been a decent teacher, but he wasn't a very nice person. He had almost been arrested by the Uchiha for trying to start a riot before the Uchiha massacre happened. He didn't have many friends. Maybe he's trying to make a fresh start with this exam. Anko, I don't think it's Saito and Kabe called me my Tarsus, and something's going on here, and I intend to find out what. Hanko kept her eyes on Saito as they approached the Hokage tower. No matter what happened, she wasn't going to let Saito get the better of her. She would be ready for any trick he pulled. The Hokage tower was one of the most defended buildings within the village for several reasons. Besides being the symbolic source of strength for the village, it also housed most of the confidential documents, the forbidden jutsu, and the shinobi lists. It was also the office of the Hokage himself. On top of all that, there were cells in the sublevels of the tower that could house prisoners of interest for the village. Today housed over a dozen captured spies, most of which belonged to Orochimaru. Truth be told, they had already been through TI, and now they were to be the second test of the aspirant. The aspirants would have 1 hour to break the prisoners and find out what information the spies had already provided to the village. The toughest shinobi had been selected from the halls of TI, those who would view assistance to a low-ranking leaf shinobi as an insult, those who, and they would actually be a good test. The examinees had 1 hour, and if they didn't succeed, they would fail. They would continue on to the next exam, but then find out if they would pass or not. To become players, they had to beat all 3 by a respectable margin. Scraping by on 2 exams wouldn't be good enough. Sarutobi had come to watch the Jounin exam. He watched as the examinees showed up and settled in from his observation window. They would be kept under observation and released one at a time to break their prisoners. Yuzin was taken away from his observation as Shika Kuner stood by his side. Hokage-sama, I have something to report. Oh, go ahead. Nar-sen. Shikaku slightly tilted his head and held a folder with the results of the first exam. As he took them, he couldn't help but notice the interest in Nara's eyes. That meant this mystery was important. He looked at the results and raised an eyebrow. Out of the 3 groups, there were 3 perfect scores. It seems our Chunin are more skilled than we thought. These 3 candidates achieved perfect scores in an almost identical manner. The most unusual thing was that he suspected. He watched as the veteran Jounin sighed and glanced at the report. He suspected that an undercover operative who had not been granted an official Jounin rank wanted to claim what he believed he deserved. It was not an unheard of situation in the village's history. Similar cases had occurred this year. There had been almost a dozen cases of this phenomenon. Exactly. But this time it put Yuan on edge. He immediately thought of someone he was waiting for. That his pupil wasn't planning anything that he hadn't discussed with his guardian. The boy was already more into the life of a shinobi than he had wanted for his age, but he would respect the boy's decisions. If he were Naruto, then he would give him an impartial and objective evaluation of his exams. He only hoped that the boy would be able to handle the responsibility he was placing on his shoulders. His stomach sank even further when Ikki entered the room with a frown on his face. Hokage-sama, this Saito Kabe, has that being in disguise what happened? Entered the room, asked his target a single question that was not even answered, and left. After the report provided the requested information, I think this Saw stole the information beforehand. Oh yeah. And Vicky, the veteran interrogator, lightly in his hand and looked back at his cage. Or is it the shinobi you have randomly testing? The Yamanaka Shikaku looked sharply up at that, observing attentively the Sandame not even he knew much about. Konoha people. Shikaku had 3 possible candidates for the identity of the terrifying censor, and was interested in finding out the true identity of such a shinobi. Yuan couldn't contain the sigh that left his lips. My thoughts exactly. And Vicky wonder how the rest of the examinees will fare. The final part of the Jounin exam was scheduled to take place at one of the Jounin training camps. These were much harder to find and access than normal training camps, and minimized any civilian lost or unfortunate gene to stumble upon an active training camp. Anko marched furiously alongside Sina and towards Training Camp 22, a large valley on the northern outskirts of the village territory. Ahead of them once again was Saito and Kabe. Thanks to his training with Orochimaru, as well as his own natural inclinations, Anko had been aiming to have the best performance in the interrogation exam. She knew Kurinai was also very good with her twisted Ju, but Anko's style took less time and less effort, a little messier, but extremely efficient. Then Han took it a little personally when and saw that 3 others had completed their interrogations before her. One of them was Ikabe. He even had the nerve to ace with the S on her side when she came in, as if they were really starting over. She almost tripped when Karina and hit her. Her friend almost stared at her, and Anko rolled her eyes. She did her best to calm down and relax. She started running a mental checklist of all their hidden seals and weapons. They all knew what the third would be, a slug fest. Nothing was said between the cells. The other 2 would be grouped, but Anko was looking forward to getting a lick or 2 in. And Kabe, in madness, she saw him a little tense. and looked at her. He subconsciously looked away as soon as she realized they had made eye contact, and Anko's stomach dropped. She knew that Zaido and Cab were not a type of sensor, those who were gifted with the ability to sense chakra in their surroundings. They were the most skilled at detecting killing intent. Think about how many ways she could stab him. No, really, it wasn't necessarily a killing intent, but it still remained a sensor of sorts, could distinguish passing impulses from premeditated fantasies of mutilation. Whoever was walking in front of them, it wasn't the teacher. He couldn't sense her if she was 6 inches behind him. Not only that, but now she had just alienated whoever would have been able to stay arm of another shinobi. Throughout his exam, the imposter knew that Hanko intended to ambush him, and shinobi were a paranoid bunch. She wouldn't be able to convince them that her intentions had changed. With a silent growl, she began to point at Karina, and that her original plans would have to change. Unfortunately, they would have to leave I8 to defend themselves, as the Saito imposter would assume that all three were on board to take him out. He tried to ignore the angry glare of Sina, and as they quickly exchanged sign messages, whoever this infiltrator was, Anko was going to have some harsh words with them about how real they had achieved their Hing exam. They would definitely buy him some dango. At least Naruto quickly inspected the battlefield. They had been taken to Training Ground 22, was one of the 5 locations Kabuto had predicted would be used based on the information a handful of root agents had supplied to Naruto. It was one of the smaller training grounds, and would force the examinees to remain locked up during their sparring. He shuddered as the aggression surrounding him grew stronger. The negative emotions these shinobi allowed to overwhelm them were almost astounding. It was taking all of his training up to this point to not visibly react to each and every violent thought. Kurama was proud of him, he believed, but remained silent so as not to distract him. His senses were going crazy, but that was okay. He was giving them time to get used to them, because when the fight started, it would only get worse. Everyone was lined up, and Kakashi appeared before them. They all stood firmer at attention. Kakashi had only gained more of a medical status after disappearing from the public eye. Naruto felt Kakashi's eye wash over him, and he nearly swallowed it. He knew it. Both he and Gigi knew he was in the exam. He gritted his teeth and held Sato's head high. He would make them proud. He would prove that he couldn't be another thing than a jounin. He could help the village. He would help the village. Examinees all have 1 hour to express their experience in combat. Here are the rules: no killing, no forbidden jutsu, do not leave the arena. The wind whistled through the valley. As everyone took a steady breath, the battle began. It broke out in the span of a second. The groups had already separated, 3 groups, facing each other. Of course, that only lasted a moment before everything changed. Anko and Kurinai walked away from Hate and Naruto, doing 4 groups. It was then that Naruto took that surprise time from the other 2 groups and I8 to release her other 2 shadow clones at the other 2 groups, and replaced herself with a nearby rock as a shuriken volley pierced where Sewer had been a breath before. Things went from aggressive to vicious. Most of it could be laid at Naruto's feet, but the 2 kunoichi hadn't helped. Tensions rose as the other 2 groups realized their 4 cells had fallen to cells of 3, and the kunoichi's recoil incriminated them for being involved. If the 3 absent shinobi reappeared along with the kunoichi, that would make 1 cell of 5 challengers against 2 cells of 3, and 1 I8 lone. 1 cell chased after Anko and Kurinai, while the other headed for I8. It was smart. Take out visible threats and keep your eyes open for ambushes or traps. Naruto would normally have capitalized on his paranoia and stayed hidden until the 2 other cells weakened each other before storming in normally, but he wanted to leave his mark. He wanted to be noticed. He wanted to be remembered. He had to stop himself from rolling his eyes as Kurama laughed in the back of his mind. Naruto dropped suing and clasped his hands together. Kaibyun Sin no Jutsu. 20 clones appeared at his sides, and he leapt forward silently. They moved forward to engage the members of the 2 cells that were hanging in ambush. Ironically, they were the easiest targets. Naruto, he closed his eyes and relaxed for a second as the shadow clones created an empathy relay. It was a side effect of the jutsu that had never been observed before. Each clone had their empathy. The more clones he had at once, the faster his empathy was processed and turned into reflexes. The first time he used the jutsu, it had left him with a huge headache. But with training that had been minimized, his clones fell upon the 11 shinobi with the efficiency he had learned from his days in ANBU. Each cell had to dealing with a new cell of 5 men. He felt his confusion as a flood of children swarmed the battlefield, and felt it turn to panic as his clones incapacitated 2 ninjas. Early on, one was an Aburame, and the other a Nara. There had only been a few shinobi who had noticed him and his clones, and those 2 had been the most dangerous to him. If the Nara had been a little faster, he could have possibly gotten the rest of the examinees to join in the fake fouls. As it was, their clones were slowly being pushed back on the defensive as the 3 2-man cells and I8 began to thin the herd. The shadow clones were meant for recon. 1 good hit was all it took to take them out. Blades flew through the air and blood was spilled as the groups were herded together. Their clones worked seamlessly together and began to react before their enemies could physically react. He observed M-Pesa Elementi as an unfortunate Chunin was beaten by 5 clones who had managed to isolate him before moving on after 2 clones kicked him in the knees, and shattered them. His screams were silenced by a dispassionate kick to the head. These were allies, after all, rather brutal. Naruto-kun, you sure this is the path you want to follow? Look at all the pain you cause those you're supposed to protect. I have to play by the rules of this world. If I want to change it, it doesn't justify my actions, Kurama-kun, but I have to do what I can. This is what I was trained to do, and it will let me help the Biju as quickly as possible. I never intended to take over your life. For this purpose you fight so jealously, for I only wanted to show you the truth of this life. Knowing the truth and not acting upon it is how evil infects the air. To breathe that apathy, I can feel the hatred that resides within us all. I know how cruel inaction truly is. This is my choice, Kurama. Millions have ignored your pain, the pain of you and your brothers. If I'm going to be the only soul that's going to make a difference, I have to act with every ounce of my being. You're my family. This is what family does for each other, what you've already done for me. Behind you, Naruto pushed his head to the side, dodging the kunai that would have taken a good chunk out of his ear, and fell off the tree branch he'd been hiding. In front of him was I-8 with Anko and Kurina, and on either side of him a child. What are they thinking about right now? No Anko, no underestimates. Naruto leapt forward and once again capitalized on someone underestimating him. I-8 went for a slide and Naruto flowed seamlessly beneath his blade as if he were an amateur. I-8 lost control of his sword as Naruto slashed at his wrists and his grip broke. He immediately twisted and kicked the sword away. The chakra-infused attack, sending it out of bounds. He immediately pulled hate back and the three of them got into taijutsu stances. Naruto identified them as the snake style, the willow stance, and the village style Jounin stance. Took his position and heard them gasp as the Uchiha interceptor stance breathed fear and disbelief into them. His blue eyes stared at them coldly, mocking them with their lack of dojutsu. Every fool, hoping to get a promotion, tried to learn the Tatsu interceptor and use it to rely on their infamy. When the clan was still going strong, Uchiha Jounins would actually teach the stance to any chunin or honing foolish enough to ask. The Uchiha would laugh if anyone ever tried to use it in combat, especially if it was for an exam. You couldn't use the stance without the Sharingan. Naruto and Itachi had discovered that you could actually use the interceptor without the Sharingan. You just needed some other form of prediction to replace it. There you gave him a smug smile and star towards a Dante. Anko stayed behind. Those two didn't have the doubt that Kurinai felt. It was their first mistake. Hi-8's willow stance was about flexibility, very similar to the style Anko's snake, and the interceptor responded with rough grabs and shoves that threw their balance off. Quick, debilitating strikes that stuck when they couldn't react. Kurinai entered the fray in an effort to defend her allies. Naruto could easily predict their attacks just from their movements. Taijutsu was definitely not her forte. He blinked as Kurama broke a genjutsu and realized he had almost opened himself up for a final attack from Anko. The emerging genjutsu, Mr. Sofkanoa, it was deadly. That level of illusion, it approached the level of Itachi himself. Anko screamed as Naruto deflected her attack and quickly broke her wrist. He jumped straight up and into the tree branches as I-8 tried to blindly swipe him. He broke my wrist. I'm going to kill him. Anko, no, my Tarashi's anger and frustration that had been bubbling up this whole time overcame her better senses and forced her to jump immediately after him. She came face to face with three clones who rushed her tan. As soon as she got into range, she dodged and struck, destroying one. The second backed up slightly as the third managed to latch onto her waist. Instead of having to regain her footing, the clone pushed against the branch and sailed them into the air and over the cliff. She howled as the third clone descended upon them with a brutal donkey kick that split her in half and sent them flying towards the stones below. Naruto watched anxiously as I-8 regrouped with Kurinai. The genjutsu specialist could be a thorn in his side. She was the one most likely to eliminate him out of the rest of the Jounin. It seemed like she didn't like how he treated her friend and was getting angry. She was terrifying. No wonder Asuma was so in love with her. That being said, her clones were starting to get a little thinner. That wouldn't be too much. Kaibun no Jutsu. The two Jin cursed and turned back when suddenly 50 clones appeared and swarmed the battlefield. The original somewhere among them. Who is this guy? Kurina resonated. Hi-8's exasperation. Is the Hokage neighborhood the Uzumaki? How do you know? Kurinai opened her mouth to reply, then closed it, trying not to blush. She still didn't feel quite comfortable with how close she had gotten to Asuma, her teammate turned friend. Well, her focus was jerked back to the present when Yates shoved her back out of the way of a kunai that would have severed her hand from the wrist. She was constantly holding back on the defensive. Naruto was pressing the offensive with ruthless zeal. She had fought with Asuma long enough to spy the telltale signs of wind chakra. The boy wasn't extending it as far as Asuma's trench knives, but Sukunai might not have been made of the right metal. It was still lethal and couldn't be blocked directly. That's the important thing. She had watched as her clones had thinned out the competition in the other cells. By the end of this exam, there would be many shinobi injured. Some of the others were still awake and fighting one last group of 3 ninja against a horde of 30 clones. It was absurd. She knew the B-rank ninjutsu clone could do a single clone she had believed was incredibly powerful and one of her most unexpected assets. She had actually planned to show it off in these exams, weaving a combination of genjutsus at the same time. Thus, she was incredibly intimidated by the amount of clones. The boy in front of her was unobtrusive, And they were strong. Naruto was a small army on his own. She jumped on a clone, and she kicked at another doppelganger. Suddenly, she was knocked off her feet. A body slammed into her, and she almost put a kunai on her before she realized it was Hayate's bleeding body. She could feel the clones taking position around her, and readied her kunai. She was about to jump to confront them when a huge cloud of smoke erupted from below the near side. A bruised and bleeding Anko appeared standing on the head of a huge green snake. She watched as the clones seemed to respond as one. At first, she realized that somehow whatever one observed others would too. Her heart dropped. Anko dispelled as many clones as she could. She tried to fight her way through the clones towards Anko. She cut down two before a third grabbed her. She swung her knife at her arm and was shocked when blood flew out of the wound. The Real Naruto wasted no time and disarmed her, and swung his own kunai at her chest, replacing it at the last second with his fallen weapon, another feat that she had anticipated to show the examinees. She lunged forward and disarmed Naruto, as well as all the seals he had in his bag. She saw him frown as he hid the pile of seals. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. Ama may have told me that you followed his father in many ways, such as hiding an arsenal of weapons. Your skills have been impressive, but you must be tired by now. Send it. Anko's evil curse deep inside gave Karina and her little hope that her summons would have been able to take out the Trent clones at once. It seems like they were the last three ninja standing, the two underdogs, and the boy who in no way intended to enter the exam. Whether he succeeded or not, she was sure the story of this was going to go around the village. Asuma always spoke very highly of you, Kirina. I think he has feelings for you. The young man looked into her eyes with a focus that wavered into the unsettling. You should tell him your fears about pursuing a relationship at this stage of your career, and your unresolved feelings for me. Tarsison. Kurina's eyes widened in shock at the secrets she had never voiced out loud, only to see Naruto's hands glowing with a sickly green chakra. And rushing towards her, he engaged in taijutsu, and she tried to avoid his fists as best as she could, but inevitably one made contact. She felt a piercing pain in her leg as it collapsed beneath her. The blow left no marks or tears, but she felt her muscles unresponsive. All the same, chakra Nisu, the scalpels of chakras, I still don't have control of using them for their intended purpose, but with them I'm never unarmed after this. First, I'll notify the medics. This shouldn't take much longer. 3 more attacks followed, and Kurinai couldn't escape. Her limbs lay useless on the ground. She's never felt so helpless, all in the hands of a child. Not even 10. I'm sorry I scared you so much, Karina Isen. I promise I won't tell anyone your secrets. You were just too scary. Your genjutsu skills are amazing, and Tachi-kun would have been impressed. She couldn't help but stare as the boy turned and clasped his hands together. With only one opponent standing, she realized that against her own warnings to her teammates, she had underestimated his abilities all along. Kaibun no Jutsu, and as 200 more clones appeared around the summoning of the giant serpent, Kurinai realized that she hadn't stopped underestimating him. End of chapter 8. A breeze blew through her arms crossed as Naruto looked at the snake summoned beneath Anko's feet. She regretted not focusing more clones on her from the start. She was reckless, powerful, and cunning. She was a student of a Sannin. Naruto had many discussions about Sannin with the Sandaime, his strengths and weaknesses. Kabuto was especially wary of Orochimaru. Tsunade was a Senju Jiraiya, was her father's sensei. Anko would have learned straight from the mouth of one of the best. She could feel his wrath like a bonfire. He had infuriated her that was almost as bad as it was good. Summoning launched himself forward and brought out 20 clones at once. The remaining army wasted no time and launched themselves towards the imposing snake. The clones grouped into squads and acted as one. They had fun in long-range squads, medium, short-range, and sensors. He would have to thank Anko for such a challenge and Sandaime for preparing him for it. The Sannin were known as such for a single feat, fighting Enzola Salamander until he stood still through their teamwork. And their summons. Yusin had admitted without his summons that his students would have fallen like so many others to the power of the salamander. Their use of summons was so integral to their styles that they were their nicknames. The Toes Sannin, the Slug Sannin, and the Snake Sannin summons were game changers, and summoners were fiercely guarded with the resources of their villages. Naruto had been taught to deal with them. In fact, he had learned it himself. The best way to fight a summons was to banish it from where it came. The snake was an armored giant, but Hanko was not. Naruto sacrificed dozens of clones just to get a single squad on the snake's back. Anko spent no time engaging them, fluidly dodged their chakra scalpels with terrifying speed each time she moved forward to face a hail of Kuna and shuriken. He intercepted her. He had to keep her off her feet and prevent her from synchronizing with her summons. Breaks her rhythm and breaks her synergy. The snake raged beneath her squad's whole bodies fall at her lunges. Anko held the clones back only to hear the crinkle of paper. As she took a step back, her eyes widened at the sight of the edge of a seal, and her heart froze as the esoteric markings flickered and crept up her leg. With a burst of smoke, her summons disappeared from beneath her. Naruto watched as the Chunin looked at the 120 clones surrounding her. Her breathing was ragged, and Suira slowly went beyond normal aggression. The hatred was overcoming her. She was consumed with it. Naruto gagged at how strong it was. Give up have thing, or else they won't mark me. Get out of here. Naruto stood paralyzed as he watched Anko charge at the nearest clone. His hatred reached its peak, and then he screamed in agony and collapsed to the ground, clawing at his neck. Her screams resembled some buried memory or a long-forgotten dream, and Naruto felt a great sadness emanating from Kurama as she began to cry and writhe. He broke his trance and rushed to her side. He was there in a moment, and his clones quickly joined him. He removed the seal, interrupting the summoning when she wouldn't calm down, and continued to scream in pain. Naruto closed his eyes and allowed his enhanced senses to envelop Anko. He could feel every darkness inside her. He understood her and knew her on such a deep level. He felt bad too easily. All his little pets, all his bitterness and regret, shame, fear, hatred. He finally located the source of the trauma. He pulled down her jacket from the shoulder and saw the pulsing and shifting seal on her neck. Her emotions were a hurricane of blind hatred and rage, but through the tempest she was able to discern its origin. Orochimaru, then a cursed seal Kabuto, had taught her about them. Naruto knew she had won, but he hadn't thought it would be so reactive. Anko was struggling slowly on the ground, her blood tab in the dirt. Her clones tried to hold her steady. She opened the brush and ink and tried to clear her mind. She had never before used his empathy so closely on someone in so much pain, and it was hard to stay calm. He dipped the brush in and moved to start, then he hesitated. The exam is still in progress. I'm supposed to act like a jounin. She's not a kunoichi of the leaf. Right now she's my enemy. If I help her, will it affect Naruto-kun? Listen to me now. Naruto's hand trailed off as the words of his best friend spoke with such passion from within him. I have no love for the majority of the human race. The hatred I bear for them will last for centuries. But look at her child. She is truly suffering. Can you stop it? Can you ease her pain? Be a force of compassion like my father wished me and my brothers were. Don't. Orochimaru wasn't his to pay for, nor was he his to regret, but he was evil, left alone in this world, and Naruto was pretty sure he was the only one in the village who would have been able to fix it. Because of that, Anko suffered, and that was his fault. He would begin to amplify the strength of the original containment seal. He had to adjust to her spasms as her clones held her. She had just lost her senses from the pain and had been reduced to writhing on the ground. He activated the additional containment, and she jaded out loud and her body rested. She rained softly before her breathing evened out. As she lost consciousness, she relaxed and her clones moved her into a more comfortable position, and he rested his head in her lap to better work on the seal. Naruto would have considered stopping him there, but Kurama's words and his own guilt had made it impossible. He was removing this cursed seal no matter the cost. He began to create the sealing array required when he realized that Sandaime Kakashi and some others were suddenly behind him. It seemed like the exam was over. That's enough, Naruto-kun. Naruto didn't hesitate, while Kakashi rested a hand on his shoulder, but continued his work. Naruto held back the urge to scold his older brother for touching him as he drew an unfinished seal. I'm helping her, I'm removing it. That seal was placed by Orochimaru of the Sannin Chunin. That rough voice could only be a Biki. Naruto had only encountered him as the Konoha agent, so he didn't expect him to realize he wasn't a real shinobi, but he was almost disappointed that the leader of the torture and interrogation hadn't realized who he really was by now. Oh, not only did he have a soft spot for his little protege, it seemed he had sponsored and encouraged Anko for this exam, and he was wary of the repercussions of Naruto's actions against Orochimaru's work. His respect for the man grew. So I'm not a chunin and I know it. If this was Tot Sannin's job I wouldn't dare, but he should be able to handle this. Naruto felt his disbelief, even Yuzen's, but he smiled as Kakashi slowly let him go and took a step back. When the Hokage spoke, it wasn't for Naruto's benefit. Let's see what he has in store. Naruto felt pride flow through him, and his smile grew wider as he began to write. This would be his true test, not only as a sealer, but as a player. He began taking 5 minutes to observe the seal time. He would never have had on the field. The seal, it was evil and a work of art. Anyway, it took care of the negative emotions in the user and had other purposes. It was by twisted. Naruto's disdain for Orochimaru grew, and thoughts of exactly what he would like to do to the snake summoner were only met with a pleasant growl from Kurama. Hearing stories was one thing, feeling Kabuto's fear and Huzen's regret was one thing. This was almost too much. As the seconds passed, he felt more and more frustrated. The mechanisms of the seal, they were all wrong. It was just an enhancement seal. It was housing something. It was more like his own Death Reaper seal than anything else. Kurama realized what he was missing before he could put it together, and he was growling in pure shock and disgust. His soul has implanted his soul within her, the soul of Orochimaru, or a fragment of him within another person who does not consent. A disgusting, degrading an act born of the shinobi world. His mind was racing with possibilities. The soul had to be erased to remove the mark that I knew if I expelled him he would perish, would form a weak body, or latch onto another host. Orochimaru would threaten anyone in the village, All but him. He housed the 9 fox. His seal could contain the shadow of the Sannin. No matter how twisted it may be, it is the only course we can take right now. I will handle it from within. Naruto-kun, I am proud of you. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he worked. There was no specific seal for this. The transfer of a soul, of one awaits a Jinchuriki seal, would have to improvise. That was his favorite part of sealing. Be careful, you almost killed us last time you improvise. I got it, big baby. Yes, 5 minutes of dissecting a seal was a long time. Taking 30 minutes to extract a sealing panel was a lifetime. As he completed the last brush stroke, he took a deep breath he didn't know he needed, and allowed his senses to expand to their usual strength and range. He realized that most of the injured had been cleared from the field, and only a medic Ning remained hovering over a dinner, and worried and stubborn it seemed like Anko had more people who truly cared about her than she realized. She reseals the brush and sighed. Someone must have kept Hano asleep while working a subtle genjutsu on Kakashi that wouldn't have interfered with her sealing, was her best guess. I must admit, Naruto-kun, I've never seen a seal like this. Naruto laughed sheepishly at the unasked question. Honestly, GG, I just did the worry, and Ike's distrust flared like the sun. He took a step and opened his mouth, but found himself frozen in place by a quick glare from Iron, the Avasai Dukage side, and did his best to check his students' work well. I must confess, it looks like it will work. You intend to reseal it within the Yondaime seal? Naruto might have nodded, but he had already decided not to lie to his guardian again. And not when the well-being of one of his shinobi was at stake. There is a fragment of Orochimaru inside the seal. That's what will transfer me, is the only way. Any other box would have denied it. Naruto was not only not a true seal master, but he was not a true shinobi yet. And was a Jinchuriki. Any chance of damaging one of a village's strongest weapons was a terrible idea. Naruto knew this. Kurama had taught him so much, but Yuan Sarutobi just smiled with faith in his student and nodded. Do it. The seal activated, and Naruto watched as a dark, sickly purple chakra come and burned. It was akin to a negative emotion, condensed as it entered his chakra network. He gritted his teeth in pain and rested his forehead on Anko's. Kurama's chakra was quickly overcoming the V intrusion and breaking it, preventing it from uniting within the seal. This will take time, Naruto-kun, but I will strive to reduce his chakra so that his influence does not work his whims on you. However, be careful, this will only end when you have completely absorbed every last trace of his chakra, and I understand. Thank you, he sighed in relief as the process was completed, and was very glad at the fact that Anko's neck was not in the grip of the snake mark. He looked at those watching in silence and smiled as tears fell down his face. I saved her. Tune and Fu worked quite well together. The benefits of the Yamanaka Jutsus with La Bame's special technique had been a great blessing to Danzo in the past. After Konoha had taken over, they had sent them into the field. After assessing their loyalty, both of them, they understood, of course, they had been Danzo's personal bodyguards of the Rod agents. It was more likely that they still resembled the loyalty to the War Hawk. The fact that Konoha was even younger than Torn spoke volumes of his skill and prowess as a shinobi. He even seemed to have Danzo's respect. However, by making use of his skills, he did more for the benefit of Konoha than removing them, as Konoha had done with more insubordinate agents. That being said, even the emotionless pair had a certain apprehension over their current mission to track down Rossi's Jinchuriki in the Yam in the middle of the land of the earth. Getting as far as they had into the farmlands of Idayu had not been easy, and yet they had done it. They had posed as young rice merchants, and so far it had worked wonders. The Torian bugs had spread themselves incredibly thin to find some trace of their enemy, and they had found their trail only to realize that they had found them. Trune and Fu worked pretty well together, and that was the only thing that kept them alive as they ran from the angry Jinchuriki. Trune cursed as Fu pushed him out of the way of a blob of lava. You sent the message to headquarters, of course. How do I look? Was cut off as the ground erupted around them and magma tap it. Its escape. Rossi's form slowly walked towards her, lava dripping from his body. Now, why don't you two just stand still for a while and tell me who sent you? And what do you want? Tune gritted his teeth as Fu sighed in the defeat. Fu sat up and used his training to appear emotionless. Trune was not as experienced as him, and Konoha had stopped all emotional conditioning. He was forced to hold back his terror with every ounce of self-control he had. Our master sent us to find you. He wishes to speak to the two of you. Re snorted and crossed his arms. The older shinobi had red hair and a dull expression on his face. He was not wearing the traditional attire of a shinobi. His armor was more consistent with the attire of the era of the clans fighting that with anything else. Who Hani and I big chance no Tai Son Goku. Trune almost bit his tongue when he realized that he and Zu were being held in the air by their necks, almost pressed against the lava wall. Tune couldn't help but marvel at the display of power, the control over the lava, to not burn them, even from that distance. It was terrifying. The man was a monster. How does he know that name? We don't know, but he would like to talk to you. He said that he and Kurama had something to ask you for a favor and a deal. Fu was a much better talker than Torian, because if he had been the one to open his mouth, he was pretty sure he would have Toon regretted not being told Konoha was crazy. Danzo wouldn't have thrown away his assets so blatantly they were going to die here. Because the boy had overestimated his hand and Rossi was going to call his bluff. And well, a week, that's all I'm giving him. Troon and Funo waited to thank the merciful Jinchuriki they ran. Naruto stood in the spotlight alongside Kurina, and in the Hokage office, he had his tendons bandaged and repaired. Naruto had apologized and been scolded by Kakashi for using such a technique against his fellow shinobi, but Kurina had ignored the pervert's warnings and hugged him. She smiled kindly at him and praised him for the fight. She was quite good. He liked being around her. He could feel her nervousness as they stood there and almost envied her. He knew what it had been, the exam verdict, the instant he had sensed Sueji's presence behind him on the field. That still didn't calm his own nerves as the Konoha Corps chief stood up and smiled at them. That was a great showing, Kurinai. I want to congratulate you on Hi-8's performance. Unfortunately, due to the first exam, you and I-8 will not be promoted to the full promotion of this exam. Naruto shuddered as he felt her disappointment and shame. She had desperately wanted to move through the exams. Rose well, if the old man would hurry up and not leave her hanging, she wouldn't feel so bad. She realized her annoyance must have been evident in her height as the old man laughed and handed her a certificate. But your promotion to Tokabetsu Jounin is more than earned. Kurinai smiled widely and teared up a little. Thank you, Okage-sama. And what about Anko-san? After much deliberation, she has also been promoted to Tokafutsu Hunin. You can pass the news on to her, if you wish. If it was possible, her smile only widened, and she bowed. Thank you, Okama Uzumaki. Naruto, his smile disappeared, and the irrational nervousness entered him once more. He knew he was going to be promoted. Incomplete. It was impossible to surprise him, however. He feared the answer. All the same, congratulations. You have made your sensei proud. You are hereby established as a Hing of Konak. You have earned it. That is impossible to deny. Naruto cried, the tears Aben with spilling over as his role model, the closest thing to a father, praised him, and for the hidden message underneath, the only one he would be able to understand. Itachi would be so proud of you, son. He had to wait as Kurinai left to go tell him the news. Anko, as the ANBU were suddenly dismissed before she could run forward and hug the man who had blessed her life so completely. Thank you, Gigi. I love you. I love you too, Naruto-kun. You have made us so proud. In that instant, he felt really happy and focused. He was on the right path, and the way forward was clear to him now. He was a tried and true shinobi of the leaf. It was time to get serious. Anko opened her eyes after making sure Kurinai was the only one in the room. It felt like she was in a hospital room. Waking up after combat was always terrifying. The uncertainty and disorientation were dangerous. That's why recovering patients were left alone whenever possible. Kurinai must have been very worried about being left behind. Hey, how was the promotion? She smiled as she ate dinner and smiled exasperatedly. You no, Anko, it's good. See, your optimism is still strong. Anko smiled at her best and only friend. Yeah, well, I could tell by your face. If you didn't get promoted, then you'd be a piece of ice right now. They both laughed and laughed forward and grabbed her hand. You know, you really got it all out in the end. I didn't know you could summon a snake that big. It's not about the size, Karina-chan, but thanks for appreciating its girth. She laughed out loud as Kurina and lightly hit her. I'm serious, Anko. You deserve to be promoted. AB full Jounin, yes. And no, it touched Sue for the two. Anko smiled, but she didn't have her usual edge. She felt empty. A half step. She knew she could have put on a better performance if that boy. The memories of their fight rushed back to her immediately, and she groaned. I just complained in the end. I couldn't even. What was that boy's name? He became incomplete. Joun, he owes me Dango regardless of when I get it in my hands. Anko, the worried tone of her friend made her look at her. Something in her voice from Kurina, and it was wrong. It was hard to tell if it was good or bad. Yes, what is good? Yes, Naruto-kun was promoted. AJ and incomplete, but Naruto-kun, that boy is the reason we didn't pass the first. Anko, at the end of the fight between you two, his seal acted up, and then his blood ran cold and he gritted his teeth. What did he see? You trying to kill me? No, Anko took it away. The room was dominated by silence, and then Anko took her hand away from dinner and don't fuck with me. That's why Anko did it. He's gone now, and they said it was permanent. I tried from taking it off. I cut the skin it was on. It was under there. It can't be removed. Anko, her friend was crying now and gave her a small mirror. Look, her hands were shaking as she grabbed the mirror. She didn't know what scared her more as she lifted it up to her neck to realize Kurinai was playing a cruel joke on her, or she was gone. All she saw was her spotless, pristine, empty hers. She was free, and she had been unconscious during what would have been one of the happiest moments of her life. Where is he? Where do I find him? I'm gonna punch him or kiss him, and I'm gonna do it now, so stop looking at me like that and tell me where I can find Naruto. Fin Uzumaki right away. He better have been given a Jounin for this. She didn't even realize she had started to cry before Kurinai laughed and started to cry more as her friend hugged her. She realized it was a sunny day outside. She had forgotten how bright the sun could be. It had been a long time since she had noticed the sky. She was so blue, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So she just sat there in her best friend's arms and did both. Naruto trained like no other ninja before him. Every day he made 200 clones and sent them out to predetermined study areas. Kurama and the Hokage had talked pretty thoroughly about the limits of his schedule and how much he should or shouldn't push himself. Naruto could easily make 1,000 clones a day, but for maximum effect, Kurama and Sarutobi had forced him to stick to 200 clones a day, which they each trained for 6 hours, 12 hours of memories a day, plus their own memories stacked on top about a year and a half of training in 2 days. Now, to be fair, in some areas, it just wasn't the same. Muscle memory was almost completely lost in translation. So his Hutsu was handled by himself most days. Most of his clones focused on chakra control. Ninjutsu, some attempted Jinjutsu that never really seemed to go anywhere, but Jiji, Kakashi, Kabuto, they insisted that he work on it. So whatever, and reading books, the libraries hadn't been flooded with Naruto clones. And because of the frequency with which they were in them, a recent social trend of increasing popularity of reading had begun. The village as a whole had become more literate and book sales had begun to go through the roof. Of course, some clones were missing. The Yamanaka were getting upset. Naruto couldn't turn off his empathy. That was by design, of course, but Kurama even admitted that it might have been a good idea to silence him from time to time. The Min Walker clan had gotten wind of one of their own who had the unfortunate pleasure of being in Naruto's Jounin exam, and they were out to get him. Yuzin was still adamantly protective of his identity, but there were 200 shadow clones in the village. Every day, most of them were in Hokage's personal training camp, but the Yamanaka had started to realize that the libraries, they were full of empathy. Then they realized that they were shadow clones, and that, well, if a clone was cornered, he was cornered. The Yamanaka were proud, and apparently were a little offended that the Hokage had a shinobi who could defeat their own ninjutsu. They felt threatened. Naruto completely understood how they were reacting. It was annoying that he had to be constantly on alert for them. He had grown tremendously. Kabuto placed him in the middle of the range, so neither of the Kurama chakras. He was 7 years old and already a little assassin. Naruto was proud of how far he had come, especially for having been an ANBU before he finally felt like he had earned his place in the village. Now he just had to make a name for himself. He was currently working on his taijutsu when he felt the sudden rush of memories of a clone on the outskirts. Someone was coming. His clones immediately began to dissipate in clouds of smoke, and he put on his most Drosera smile and turned. When the intruder, he came to his senses only to realize who Anitar was, as she was still a little bandaged up but was limping towards him with quite a bit of determination. Her emotions were a whirlwind, and Naruto felt frozen as she walked towards him. She knelt down and looked into his eyes. Naruto, she leaned forward and hugged him. Thank you, thank you. She grabbed him tightly, and he didn't know what to do. He slowly hugged her from behind, but he wasn't waiting for how she would react. How did you do that? She pulled back and looked at him into his eyes with watery brown eyes, red from crying. How did I do what? She frowned, and her eyes scanned him for beads. It seems she had learned a lot while she was under Vicky. You know what I'm asking? How did he get it off you? She sighed and looked away awkwardly. I can't tell you. I knew what to do, but I like to seal. Is that enough? She was scared, confused, and frustrated. If she hadn't had his empathy, she wouldn't have detected even a bit of his inner turmoil from the soft smile he was giving her. Yeah, boy, it's okay. Well, thanks. I can't wait to see what you got in him. Sorry. She laughed and ruffled his hair like Itachi used to do. Can't you just perform a miracle for me and then run away? Boy, someone needs to teach you to enjoy being a jounin, and I've decided to take care of you. She almost grimaced. Well, don't you find that strange? I mean, no, I should be your senpai. He turned pale as he realized what he had done, as he saw her snake-like smile, and she wrapped an arm around his shoulders and pulled him firmly to her side. Oh, so the little boy already wants a hottie to be his koaya. It's like that, and I'm not too young to think about pursuing a girlfriend. Straight boy, I know I'm hot, but we got more important things to worry about, like you helping us. Amiya Karina, take our next tuning exam. You know how to get the scoop. You already made a joke with that last one. You don't owe us, boy, and I'll make sure you pay. He groaned as she picked him up and began to walk him into town. He hadn't realized what he had invited her to. Ordered life. She was walking through the chaos, and it seemed like she had decided that she liked him now. But he's busy. No, she sang childishly. I know how many shadow clones you can make. It's impossible that you're busy. He turned AP. She paled. She knew it. She wouldn't be denied now. Just get used to it, Naruto-kun. Now we're going to be best friends. We're a Konoha player. It's time to celebrate. The Konoha agent stood in front of the last messenger. Kabuto stood by his side as his personal bodyguard. He didn't trust in nobody and rot, and was Naruto's last line of defense against betrayal. He wore a snake mask and was known as Agent Snake at Naruto's request. A little on the nose, Kabuto was worried that Danzo already knew his identity and was just biding his time. Master Konta-sama, we have heard news from Toryun. They have located Rice and have delivered your message. He will be expecting you in 3 days. Thank you. Dismissed. The messenger nodded and disappeared from sight. And Naruto sighed and slumped back in his seat. Rosie Noah gave a lot of time. Apparently it's a trap. If you arrive, you'll be worn out and exhausted just from the trip. You know this, I do. Yet you remain adamant about this. I have to talk to him, especially if he's really going to give me a chance. Take a squad with you. Don't slow down. I'm meeting up with Futorian. They'll be my guard. How will Naruto Uzumaki justify Irwa on his own? Naruto smiled and Kabuto's blood boiled. He always smiled like that when he thought he'd done something smart. Kakashi has let me know that IWA and Kumo, they're going to have another summit. It's the perfect time for me to go to IWA. Kabuto knew the only way to convince Naruto not to go was to play on their friendship, to beg him not to. He stood in front of him and put his hands on the boy's shoulders. He looked into Naruto's eyes. It was then that a snake came out of the shadows and up to him. They both looked down at it. It was white with red eyes, and in its jaws there was a note. At that moment they reserved the roles. Naruto's hands clung to his as he walked away. You don't have to go, Kabuto-kun. You're not ready yet. Please. The irony of the situation was almost too much for him as he smiled. Helplessly, he had to go. They both had to leave each other when it was the worst thing that could be done. We have to do this, Naruto-kun. It's okay. I'll be back if you do promise. The boy's eyes grew tougher as his words from when they first met came back to him. You can't break a promise, and I promise I won't break any of mine. It's a promise, Naruto-kun. A promise of a lifetime. Kabuto was watching that night when Naruto left the village. The copycat Kakashi had accompanied him to the gates of the village to take him off. Kabuto knew someone would have done it, someone who could move freely in the village, who was not restricted to the shadows, someone who lived in the light of the world. He stood still when Kakashi looked at him. The ANBU commander couldn't have known who it was, masked and in the shadows of the rooftops, but he closed his eyes as he smiled and nodded. It seemed like he didn't care who Kabuto was. He knew why he was there, and he was grateful. Well, at least it seemed like Kakashi didn't care about breaking the rules, and it was for Naruto's sake. Kabuto wondered how far he would go to attack the boy. He didn't realize he was still thinking about Naruto until he was already halfway to San. He was worried, and there was nothing he could do. He had forgotten how hard it was to take care of people. Shisui cursed as the sun burned more and more, hand-pouring tea. Rehabilitation was a slow process, but it was one that had been carried out with fervor, had been known as Shunin no Shisui o Shisui of the strain of the body. The Shunin was one of the peaks of agility and precision, a title like that demanded skill and precision of mastery of one's own body. How low had he gotten? Where was he pouring scalded tea over his own hand? He rested, and the cup was missing entirely. He was in a cabin on the outskirts of the village, a shelter. All the windows were closed. Not that it made much of a difference to him. He was constantly in the dark. That was the worst part, always living in pure darkness. The colors of his memories were so vivid, he didn't even know what color his clothes were. Uchiha wasn't made for blindness. It would drive the weaker ones mad. Uchiha wasn't weak. That's what he told himself. He complained he ate himself, as was the custom of an Uchiha, but he was working on his rehabilitation constantly. Konoha-sama had been quite helpful in that regard. He had provided several alternatives that would allow him to get back into fighting shape, a jinjutsu to place on himself that would allow him to see sound if his opponents noticed how he was warning. Then they could use loud noises against him. Good, but not perfect. A chakra technique that involved sending pulses of chakra into his surroundings to get an echolocation. Expensive and not very subtle. He hadn't found the right fit, but was constantly working to try and find something that would work. He gave up before, and it cost him his clan and his eyes. He had promised to never give up again. He wouldn't fail. He cursed as he accidentally knocked his teacup off his little table, and it shattered on the floor. He hated tea. Itachi drank his tea and looked at the villagers of Kirigakure from under the brim of the absurd hat that was apparently an Akatsuki uniform, a black cape with red clouds, nail polish, and wide hats with bells and ribbon. It's not very subtle, but when you only had the best of the best wearing them, Itachi supposed he made up for it. He had paired up with Bwa, who was some sort of jester, a loudmouth, the wielder of the Kubikiri Bocho, or executioner's blade. The idiot was wearing it in the middle of the village. Itachi was waiting for him to notice, so he could escape himself, not to sabotage any of the organization's missions. But if his partner wanted to get out of the idiocy, he wouldn't stop him. He almost wished Naruto was here to see if Ba was looking to start a fight in the village. He had deserted from. He blinked and had to take a second to recover breath. That had been the first time in a few months that he had allowed himself to think about his brother. He had dedicated himself to the work that Madara had given him and was content to bide his time until Sasuke was strong enough to avenge the Uchiha clan. When his attention was brought back to the present, he was smiling widely at a figure walking down the street towards them. The Yonde Mizukage Yagura Karatachi Jinchuriki of the Sami. Well, Itachi, San, it seems that we can see if we are really strong enough to stand up to a Jinchuriki as leader. Says, come on, let's go. Itachi didn't, but cast a quick jinjutsu to hide his escape. He knew he couldn't fool the box for long, but he had no intention of fighting in the center of Kiri. Wouldn't it be better to fight among the trees? Even if it was filled with fog, he wouldn't die here, yet not Naruto would be devastated. He wasn't happy. He was a simple man of simple pleasures. Sitting in front of him was the sand-eyed Tsuchika Jinoki of both scales, was discussing the current political climate and the finer points of the alliance with Kumo. I had thought they would be of a similar mind as to how to proceed against Koen's threat, but Inoki seemed to be perfectly on board with the scheduling. Summit after summit, they had been meeting for over a year with no results. He decided that it didn't matter which nation he was talking to. Kona Oiwa, any Sandom was a pain in the ass. I think we should call the meeting here, Dano. We've covered enough for now. Your accommodation is to your liking. Yes, Skit Get Ono. The room is fine. When do we meet next? Tom, I hope to finish our talks and decide on some course of action. I'm tired of waiting. Very well, next time we talk we will finalize our plans. Very well. One got up from her seat and left the chamber. Darui at her side. What news? Darui, his right hand, felt her frustrations and got straight to the important details. We believe that IWA is going to go ahead with the plan to attack Konoha. They are gathering a force of over 500. It seems Inoki was not able to dissuade the Daima from inaction. They will commit themselves and aid us in our plans. Inoki is smart. If he wanted to fully commit, he would send 10 times as many shinobi. She is ready. He and I will be the focal point of the task force, being the Jinchuriki of their main assets. Yes, but well, I have some information that I cannot determine the validity of. Oh yes, it comes from one of our men who had been imprisoned in Konoha. Up until this point, a detainee had a feeling that he wouldn't like what was going to be said. And what message does it bring from the prisons of Konoha that IWA is going to lose one of its Jinchuriki? A growl and hit a nearby wall. It shattered into dust, and a lid was met with the terrifying screams of a young couple on their honeymoon. Darui stayed behind to placate the couple, and the hotel staff, surprised and angry, already burst into his room barking for his shinobi. Had to verify this information. If he were not able to bring all his power to this invasion, then it would be Kumo who would suffer the greatest losses. It seems the old monkey's sight and reach were far away. He still remembered the threats made against his own Jinchuriki. If Konoha was to start retaking the tailed beasts, then the rest of the 5 great nations and the lesser villages would rise up and protest. If they took the 4 tails, then these plans would have to be scrapped. However, it wouldn't mean the end. It just meant that he would have to be smarter. Naruto entered the clearing and felt the magma cooking below. He hadn't stopped running for almost 3 days, and his guards had been exhausted by the old man. He was incredibly glad for his Uzumaki stamina and Kurama's influence, or else he would have never been able to do it. They had led him to a section of forest that had been leveled and replaced with a sheet of obsidian soil. Standing in front of him was Rossi. It couldn't be anyone else. He felt the Wyan well. It was as clear as day. Good morning. Thank you for meeting me. I'm Naruto Uzumaki Jinchuriki of Kurama, the nine-tailed fox. Naruto sensed the spike of distrust from Rossi, but he went ahead anyway. 2 titans were separated from their villages in a meeting that was treacherous at best. I'm Rossi, but I assume you know that whatever you have to say, save it. Goku and I have thought things through, and before we say any more, we want to see where you two are. Naruto gulped as Rossi's body was suddenly overcome by a vicious red chakra, and 2 tails grew out of his back. The Jinchuriki smiled a bloody smile and spoke with a voice that could only be described as demonic. Okay, come on, kid. Let's see the strength of the Jinchuriki. And the 9 Tulos lava began to shoot from the ground, and Naruto, while dodging the strong swings that were aimed at separating his head from his body. I thought you said he would be willing to talk. The damn monkey was always a little unpredictable. He's the type to talk about things with his fists. How was I supposed to know that he wanted his ship to fight a child back? Naruto jumped back as Rosie opened her mouth and fired a jet of lava at him. This was not going according to plan. I hope Kabuto was having a better time than him. Tell me, Kabuto-kun, what do you know about Sasori's Katsuki of the Red Sands? Kabuto smiled and tried to hold back his panic. He could do this. He could lie to Orochimaru and get away with it. Nothing. My God. He was going to die today. It wasn't even time for lunch. End of chapter 9. He dodged Rossi's punch, but found little satisfaction in doing so. The ground beneath his feet was rising in temperature, and he could feel the lava challenging beneath him. Naruto tried to ignore the sweat as Rosie pressed her assault. The 4-tailed Jinchuriki was in a layer of the zombie's chakra. Engaging in a melee against him was out of the question. He would have to resort to ninjutsu, or he would if he had any ninjutsu that would have been a threat to his opponent. Naruto knew about 24 elemental or offensive ninjutsu, but none of them they were strong enough to deal with Rosie. He had spent most of his time building his foundations and mastering simpler ninjutsus against a normal shinobi. Naruto would have had hundreds of options at his fingertips in the face of this threat. A furious Jinchuriki with command over a weapon as harmless as magma itself. There was only one option open to him. And how many tails can you force me? Kurama at once 3, but it will be incredibly painful and dangerous. None of us will have control. Naruto, little by little more tails will appear until Rossi is dead. And then who knows how long it will take for your rage to disperse. I don't see how we have such a choice in the matter. I can't touch him, and it doesn't look like he'll stop anytime soon. If you were to start with 2, there's a chance you'll retain control on a 3rd tail. It'll be a gamble. You might lose. Naruto, do it. Naruto's palm rose to catch Rossi's punch. A clear red film of chakra bubbled from his hand and encompassed his body. 2 tails sprouted from behind him, and he could feel his bloodlust spike. The power of the Kitsune Cuban washed over him, and it was hard not to smile. Rosie didn't hide her own animalistic grin and laughed. The monkey says, he's glad you actually decided to show your power. We were getting bored just making you dodge. Boy, this isn't my power, Rosian, but I thank you for giving me and Kurama the chance to show you our power. Naruto tightened his grip as he twisted and turned, knocking Rossi into the ground behind him. His foot slammed into the neck of his enemy, but was only met with dirt as he descended. Rossi was fast, and as the two collided, the wind ripped against the obsidian beneath their feet. Cracks began to form, and the air heated up as the magma below slowly revealed itself. Naruto didn't care as burning tears made their way down his cheeks. His empathy intensified every time he used Kurama's chakra, and as he fought, he bonded with Rosie in a way he had only done with a few others: Yusin, Kakashi, Kabuto, Anko, Itachi. Rosie was the next person Naruto felt understood. Rosie was proud, cynical, that Desvira shinobi respected strength, and also had a strong sense of justice. The veteran of the Rock Village had no hatred in his heart for Konoha. For him, he was testing him. That being said, if Naruto did not meet his expectations, then the Jinchuriki was not afraid to kill him. Naruto was not safe, but his situation was not hopeless either. It was a battle of expectations. Two Jinchuriki had not faced each other like this since the last great shinobi war. Naruto struggled to maintain his taijutsu style amidst the swirling desire to bring it out. It was a constant war between his instincts and Rosie, a battle on two fronts. Rosie seemed to be having an easier time. Rosie wasn't giving him room to back off, to breathe. Naruto was struggling. The energy was incredible, but uncontrolled. He could feel more of it seeping through his seal, a burning sensation emanating from his navel that was quickly turning into a dangerous distraction. His senses were at war for his attention. The sounds began to dim. His attention narrowed to the fight, and his vision began to tunnel. It was getting harder to pay attention to his surroundings. His vision was beginning to blur. Red was consuming his sight. It was hot. How hot? Hot everywhere. Hot inside him. Burning blood and iron. He tasted blood and iron. Screaming. He heard screams. Screaming outside and screaming inside. He was screaming and roaring. He saw his enemy, the monkey, and the man in front of him. He heard a voice screaming inside his head. Two voices, their voices. But he didn't care. He fought harder than he was. He didn't care if the red-hot rock touched him. It only washed away his chakra, his power. The stone melted from the heat, and their battle raged on the liquid stone. He was suffering too. His enemy was strong and fast, but the angrier he got, the angrier he became. The stronger the monkey and the man were starting to fight back, to get away, to run. He couldn't escape. No one could escape from him. Two enemies appeared more foolish. They didn't even have second halves. They didn't have a partner that strengthened them. Without animals, only men with besides shiny metal. They saluted their arms, and as he roared and spun to destroy them, he heard a third voice, one that he had almost forgotten from his memories. Why does a shinobi fight? Naruto, the village Itachi's sense. And with Hakor, the village, hidden in the leaves, the symbol of the leaf, the symbol on their heads were Kon no Anin, was Kon no Anin, their claws left of grabbing their throats and letting go. They didn't flinch, though he could smell their fear. His hands had raised their necks from his corrosive chakra. No enemies, friends. And so he began to remember who he was. Koha agent, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Naruto Uzumaki, shinobi of the leaf. He roared and felt the wind send a gale into the clouds above. He could feel the cloak around him as it fought for control. All right, boy, keep it up. I thought we almost lost you there. It was the hardest thing he'd ever done. Even now, the urge to lose himself, so much he could make it flow through him. It was ringing through him. Just let it loose, it seemed to whisper. Just let it go. He stood still and finally felt the cloak dissipate. He pulled a little and looked at Toriyanayu. They stood at attention, motionless. It seemed like he was still loyal. How are you two? Okay, sir, we apologize. We thought we could help you. He was shocked to realize they thought they would be punished more for intervening. They didn't realize they were the only reason for which he hadn't lost himself was lost in hatred, the very thing he was trying to fight at ease. I'll find some way to reward you both when we get back. Excellent job. He saw the surprise on both of their faces and would have smiled if he hadn't felt so guilty as it was. He turned around so he could face Rossi. The older man was standing there with no chakra cloak, with his arms crossed. I passed your test. Rossi, and the first boy speaks. Naruto almost groaned after that. He was exhausted and just wished he could lay down sleeping and crying. It seemed like the yin wanted him to exhaust himself when he gave his skin to have the advantage. Well, Naruto would give him that comfort. Well, but I'm sitting. And sit he did. He crouched down on the hard stone beneath him and crouched down as it nearly burned him. His fighting from a few feet away had heated the stone for dozens of feet beyond what it seemed. His throat was tight along with everything else, and it burned from overexposure to Kurama's chakra. It seemed like it would cut it off, and Dulce would have to be enough. I bet that's what Rosie wanted anyway. I want you to defect from the DEA. You can come to Konoha, but if you have any doubts about it, just going on your own will be enough. I can offer you protection one way or another. If you want, I want to gather all the Bijou and their Jinchuriki. The world has used them as pawns for too long. I would see us all united as a family and maybe reform the shinobi system. That's a fucking crazy kid. It's impossible. No. It's good. It's not impossible. Think before Mito Uzumaki. There had never been any Jinchuriki before Konoha. There was no village. It's entirely possible to effect change. It would be difficult, Rosian, but if you fight for us, I will fight for you. I give you my word, and I can't go back. That's my Nindo. Rossi looked at him, and Naruto gave her the courtesy of not giving away all his feelings. Kabuto insisted that Naruto not do it when he had the chance to convince people without making them think he could read minds. Apparently, he had a bit of a nerve when they first met for first time. Why are IWA and Kumo going to ally to fight Konoha now? So you want me to fight my own village to protect yours? No, you don't have to join Konoha. And I wouldn't ask you to fight your own village, but if the others join us, they could fight IWA. Just like I hope you never ask me to fight Konoha, you are not a weapon, I are not people either, and the beings we carry also deserve to be treated as people. Don't you think hunting me and Inoki won't be that interested in let me get away so I can protect you? Naruto kept his eye contact silent. Rosie was a better fighter, much more in tune with Goku than Naruto's seal, allowed her to be with Kurama. This was the hardest deal to sell by far. This one, I'll prove it. I have some business to do here, and then you can come back with me, and I'll show you some hiding places where they'll never find you, where you don't have to be separated from any of the villages. I'll take care of you until there's a safe place for us where we don't have to fight. Please, Rosie. And Rossi laughed, but kept his seriousness. He didn't falter at Rossi's skepticism. It wouldn't be right to shake him off so easily, not when everything depended on convincing Rossi that leaving was the best option to do right now. I'm serious, Rossi, and you know what will happen if you stay here, if you help in this campaign against Konoha Open War. The Sandaime, the god of shinobi, knows about the conversations between IWA and Kumo. Suna is our ally. Do you really want to be used as a weapon again to put your life at stake, just to kill shinobi for the sole fact that they are from another village? Fight until they kill you, and then have Son Goku sealed into another person, someone who may not be as respectful or caring as you are towards him? What business do you have here? He met Rossi's eyes head on. Only brutal honesty would work to secure their friendship. I'm going to decimate Iwa's invasion force. Rosie raised an eyebrow and smiled. You're going to die? Do that? And what happened to not killing shinobi for the sole fact that they are from another village? It was just one line. I'm not going to die, I promise you. I'm not as trained as a Jinchu as a shinobi, and I don't want to, but if I can finish the fight with one round, then that has to count for something. It's hypocritical, boy. I really don't see any other way, Rosie, and I don't like him, and I hope by doing this I can stop fighting anymore. I have to hope I will in any case. Why are you trying so hard? What do you get out of this? I have the idea to make my friend happy. Rosie laughed and then sighed deeply. Naruto realized that he was deeply conflicted. The Jinchuriki of the Yambi was a veteran of the last shinobi war. He had faced Konoha, killed Koen shinobi, and if he had any friends in IW, some of them probably died against Konoha. But Rosie was disillusioned with the life of the Inoki village. He saw him and his fellow Jinchuriki Han Solo as active weapons. He was tired of that. Naruto understood how he felt. He also felt guilty for using his feelings to manipulate him in this way, but they gave him their gifts for a reason, to use them for this purpose, to stop the wars and protect the Biju. What would you do if a Jinchuriki denied you, if they were against your goal? Naruto frowned. He could sense what Rossi wanted to know. Wouldn't it be right to be optimistic? There was a good chance that any number of Jinchuriki felt more loyalty to their village than to each other. Or the Biju be? Was it like that? Naruto could sense that he would never voluntarily bring the Raikage along. He would have to be honest. Then I would have to free the Biju from them. If they are determined to keep the Biju subjugated and imprisoned, I will kill them. He was not proud of it, and yet he could see Rossi's approval anyway. For the first time since they started talking, it seemed Rosie had some affection for Goku, more than he had guessed. Show me what you can do. Boytoon and Fu wordlessly approach on either side of him, ready to go. Very well, follow me. The four of them disappeared from the rocky field, and that is how the socio-economic design of the warring clans at the end of the era led to the formation of shinobi villages and inspired the first shinobi war, and how Tobarama Senja's vision on jutsu creation and seal led to Konoha's first world Escar victory. The class was silent, and even the infrastructure you walked. He was giving him a strange look. This used to happen whenever Sai would answer a question or give a verbal report, and he could never figure out why. He always answered the question as completely as possible. Well, yes, but we won't be talking about court and village politics for a few months. Say you could have stuck to the basics of Nidaime background, but still good job. Some students laughed, and Sai wondered what Sense said and how Nua. Thanks, Yuka-sensei. That concludes my report on Mio Shinobi. Tobarama Ju went to his seat. No one applauded. They were quietly whispering about the pale mouse and talking about how annoying and hopeless he was for being a teacher's pet and such. Sai, he had deduced a while ago that most of the students were unsettled by him, and instead of trying to emulate him, they were content to perform at his mediocre level. They didn't know his report was styled into a cover briefing. Irika gave him another cursory glance before looking around at the whispering, nervous class. It seemed like no one wanted to compete with his report, as boring as they were whispering about it. And Yada, the Kyria girl, he was proud of how he resisted the urge to scoff. Yuga's air was the most meek that he had met, the exact opposite of his goal essay. Slowly fingered Sasuke. Yukiya seemed to be in his textbook. He was a model student and a promising shinobi. It seemed Konoha-sama had just as good instincts as Danzo-sama when it came to selecting future recruits. Why else would he have placed Sai in such deep cover with the sole purpose of observing and protecting Yukiya's heir? If he wasn't the future clan head, then he would have been a perfect candidate to kidnap and initiate within Rotoshin. Naruto Uzumaki, the J class, felt their focus shatter. The words that came out of her mouth were so unexpected, he had to listen to the frantic whispers around him to confirm that she had said Naruto Uzumaki, yet Yuga knew Naruto Uzumaki and idolized him. How? It's not like it was a surprise that Konoha-sama was worthy of such praise. But no one should have known about him, at least he's not an academy student. He saved me FR'd, and a cack moaning ninja. Everyone when I was whispering frantically except for the Uchiha and the heir of Nara. All the students knew Naruto Uzumaki, the Saratobi neighborhood, the weird one, the one their parents warned them to avoid. Some even knew his forbidden nickname of Demon Brat. None of the students knew what he had done to be so vilified, but they assumed it was justified. It seemed like none of them were willing to question their parents' opinions. He struggled to continue, and Sai felt torn. Hinata continued with her report, crying of shame and frustration as her stuttering worsened while her classmates mocked and made fun of her. Eventually, Irika was forced to let her sit down halfway through her report, since she couldn't even get a word in. He sat silently in his seat and corked his Kan-os-sama. She adored him enough to brave the ridicule of her classmates. If this had been a report on the origin of hand sealing, and she had messed up one sentence, it would have been closed after the first comment, but she had stood there for over 20 minutes, and only sat down when told to. For most, that wouldn't mean much, but for Inada Yuga, that had been a statement, a line in the sand. No one else had witnessed or understood what had happened in that class today, but Sai was there. He saw an opportunity, a potential asset. Even if she didn't become a powerful shinobi, she was the heir to the Yuga clan. That made her a powerful player, and potentially one that Kano-sama could easily controlled and manipulated. He sat down to read some more youth reports of famous shinobi, and the cool thing is that they were their jutsus before the class was dismissed. Hinata remained in her seat as the others left. Sai stood up and walked over to her. Yugon. She flinched as if hit and looked at him with her eyes, the red band and face stained. She saw fear and apprehension on his face and knew that her next sentence would matter. For the rest of their interaction, she had to show that she was different from the rest of the class, had to let him know sure he wasn't like the others, she could trust him. She had to foster a relationship. He's my hero too. At first, she didn't seem to react. She just stared at him. She didn't know what had led him to get involved with her. This was completely outside the objectives of her mission. Maybe it was his potential usefulness. Sane didn't dare think it was, because with a singular shared interest, she now had more in common with him than anyone else in the class. That fact had somehow overwritten her disdain for his temper. She continued to stare at him, and he tried to smile. It felt a little forced, awkward, but then he smiled softly as he sniffed her. She started to cry again, and he almost feared he had made a mistake. Thank you, Sai-san. But then his smile grew the first time he saw her smile at another person. Would you like to tell me more about how Uzumaki-san saved you? Kakashi spent most of his time training or going over missions for the ANBU. In another life, he would have preferred to remain captain and just run missions with team, or he probably would have been forced to resign to be a sensei to Naruto. And if Itachi had completed his genocide, he would probably be sensei to Sasuke as well. In all honesty, he was happy that things had gone the way they had. Being here for Naruto had made him feel normal as any top-level shinobi could be. It was essential to be a role model to a child, to see them grow to love them, and have that love has returned 10 times. Kakashi hadn't thought about having children of his own, but now if he met the right person, he wouldn't mind retiring and starting a family if he survived. Of course, if he didn't, then all the secrets and techniques of the attack clan would be passed on to Naruto. That wouldn't be so bad either. His father would have liked it. Naruto had a lot in common. No. He didn't regret all the times he had taken Naruto to the park, the times they had eaten together at Ichiraku, teaching him, training them when Naruto was a little younger, and his empathy manifested as nightmares. As he slept, he calmed the angry youth with stories of his father's intellect and his mother's power, of their love for each other, of the village. And for him, he had finally gotten his old copy of the Tea of the Utterly WS, and Shinobi and Naruto had fallen in love. Kakashi knew Jiraiya was going to be very happy when that fact came to him in the future. That being said, Naruto had started to become more independent, taking the exams he left in Enzo. That was impossible to ignore. He had done better than Kakashi had, and Kakashi had been a few years older when he had been made Jounin. He was proud of Naruto. Every positive influence in his life came from his decision to involve himself in the care and guidance of the boy. That was the exact reason he had diligently combed the village for 3 months to find the said route. He had become some sort of Danzo training. He was smart, and the last base Kakashi had saved Tenzo from had been dismantled and relocated. It hadn't been easy finding the new headquarters. It had been even harder to hide his search from anyone else. Kakashi had wanted to find out where Naruto had gone as an agent. Konoha and Team Rose had been wondering where his old senpai was disappearing to whenever he was off duty. Of course, spending his time locating his younger brother's hangout was a pretty normal and understandable thing. Finding the base far beneath Yuga's compound was quite ingenious. As long as no jutsus or chakra flares were set off, then Rot was literally hiding right under the nose or well eyes of the village. The new base was upgraded. Security was pretty tight and well-controlled, well-manned as well. It took a few hours to make any progress on the base. However, Kakashi was pretty sure he now knew what Naruto had been up to recently. Sitting behind a desk that had pictures of the boy with those closest to him was all the proof Kakashi needed. It seemed that Lin had found a replacement for Danzo, and Rot the old man had gone behind his back and allowed Naruto to not only further entrench himself in village politics, but become the leader of its most dangerous organization. This is what Naruto couldn't tell him. What Yuzin had been comfortable enough to leave him in the dark. The Sandame seemed to think he could choose when and what did he tell Kakashi about Naruto. Maybe the Hokage had forgotten who Kakashi was. He was the ANBU commander of the village. This kind of confidentiality was unprecedented. He was supposed to be the second most informed shinobi aside from the advisors. The way things seemed to be going, it seemed like Naruto had taken that spot. He would gladly remind Ira's in his position. He could do nothing less when Naruto's safety was at stake. He finished surveying the room and left a small scroll on the desk. It would be nice to let Naruto know that his security wasn't as airtight as it should be, and he would also appreciate the ramen. When he had examined the security of the scroll, Itachi stared at Yagura. Itachi, the Yandere Mizukage, was short, very short gray hair that varied half of his face. He wielded a large spear with 2 hooks on the end and a large flower attached to the largest hook. He had a pink scar under his left eye. He looked at the two of them with the air of a cage, with the confidence that he could defeat them both and get out alive. His only advantage was that he might not know who Itachi was. Vayu was now aware of what reckless that he had been before, and he seemed to regret it. I never thought that you would dare to show your face in the village, Juzo. I didn't necessarily want to. I had a Yagura mission. The Massacre looked at the 2 lifeless bodies of Suntaran and sneered. Your actions betray your wish for death, Juzo. I am ready and prepared to take you to Itachi Chia at the same time. Get ready, Bayu. He swallowed along with Itachi. Well, I guess he is going to surprise us. It passed quickly when suddenly the trees around them were flooded with a mist that carried the power of foreboding of a biju behind him. Was only thanks to his Sharingan that Itachi could see the red claws sliding down his face. He jumped back, noticing that Vayu had blocked with his sword. The executioner's blade now sports a large cut that almost disconnected the upper third of the blade from the rest of his body. The sword chin swore and dove behind a rock, while a chakra explosion almost took his head off his body. Itachi had a hard time helping when the Jinchuriki appeared in front of him. He 3 red tails emerged in a turtle-like fashion, and he noticed how in tune Yagura was with his biju. They were working in perfect tandem. I am one of the first Jinshu to have perfect control of my demon. Do you realize your madness now? Uchiha Itachi was not designed to respond as he dodged a rapid onslaught of attacks from the Yandere Mizukage's arms, legs, and tails. Even his elongated jaws would seek to snap Itachi's limbs in half. When they closed, Itachi frowned. He frowned and quickly summoned a shadow clone. The moment it appeared, a large fire attack burst from his lips as the original Itachi was forced to block a punch from the berserkin cage. As Yagura was sent flying back, a film of coral began to grow and spread across his body. He could feel it growing out of his clothes and skin where Yagura had landed his punch, and it was quickly overtaking his entire body. Before he had a chance to think of any way to escape the prison, Viva Ballo reached out and cut off his growth with his huge sword. That is Yagura's coral fist technique. It is important not to let it hit you. Very important. Via's head turned and Itachi saw him. See what had made Itachi panic. Yagura was on all fours with black and white chakra balls manifesting in front of his mouth. They condensed into a single orb, and then Yagura's mava encompassed the massive chakra. We have to move to the ground. Yagura let the projectile fly, and with an inhuman scream, he pulled out his sword in his path. The legendary sword met the chakra missile, and a powerful explosion sounded. Itachi could see how the projectile had been sent into the air, but as the smoke cleared, he saw Vaya thrown into a tree by his own blade. The hilt that was disconnected in his hand. Blood was flowing from both his stomach and his mouth, and Itachi knew at that moment that his partner was dead. His brain had not yet accepted it. Itachi took a step forward, and then Yagura landed before the two. Itachi panicked for a second. The thought of hurting Naruto and failing Sasuke, breaking his conditioning, and making him lose control for the slightest moment was enough for his Majek to activate, and the black flames of Amaterasu were unleashed upon his enemy. Yagura collapsed to the ground, the fire burning through his chakra cloak, and Itachi felt an intense pity for him. Intense pain radiated from his eye, and he felt blood seal down his face like tears. The chakra drain of that technique was quite considerable. I needed to work more on it. I mastered Itachi. It seems you were more compatible than I saw. He coughed up blood and smiled at that moment. He looked like a true shinobi of the bloody mist. I want to die here on this land I have been from for too long to be at peace. And he knelt down and placed the handle of the Vaya blade in his hand. The swordsman smiled as his hand gripped the hilt. His eyes closed, and he passed away. Itachi waited a moment longer before silently rising from his position and proceeded to leave. The leader did not. He would be very pleased. He wasn't thrilled about losing Bawa either. He had been pretty tolerable as a partner. Maybe Madara would find some way to convince 7 other Miss Chinese swordsmen to join, as long as he wasn't paired with someone annoying or was too bloodthirsty. Might Terumi walked into the room, quickly checked to make sure she hadn't been followed, and tapped her foot 3 times when she confirmed that she hadn't grown up in the Blood Mist village. No, it had been easy, especially for anyone with a Kek and Henkai. Having 2 didn't help at all. She could have run away when the bloodline purges were gone, but this was her home. This was the home of all Kiri shinobi, regardless of what caste they belonged to. Running wasn't an option, so instead she formed an insurrection cell, gathered a group of other like-minded traitors. She was planning a coup d'état. It was slow going because if she included the wrong person, everyone would die, and any hope Kiri had of changing from her current course would die with them. She had gathered their trust, those who would become the lieutenants and generals of her rebellion. She organized a safe haven to meet in any emergency. Losing a member of her group was one such emergency. She had just received Ao's message when she sensed a turning outside her home. It hadn't been easy, but she had managed to lose them. Her tension had only increased on her journey, and she was one wrong signal away from burning the building with its lava release. Terumi-sama spun, kunai, aiming straight for jugular before registering Ao's voice. His right hand remained unmovable, faithfully submissive, sure that the one to whom he had sworn loyalty would not hit him by mistake. He wondered how calm he would have been if he had realized how close he was to killing him at that moment. Oh well, it didn't matter. The village was infiltrated earlier today, and one of our men did not survive it. Was one of the Gura ninja hunters sent after the infiltrators Jobi and Itachi. Yukiya, that's the one who defected from Konoha. The Kubikiribocho was recovered. In fact, Madame Ando's, it seems that Yagura has decided that the next bearer should be Zabuza Momochi. I'm sure he himself will inform you later, but there's more due to the nature of infiltrators. Yagura himself came out of his tower. He couldn't help but gasp in shock. Yagura had not been sighted within the village for over 3 months. His paranoia made him believe that a group of traitors had gone out to kill him. It had not been the most convenient. If Yagura had left the Kage Tower, I would have seen him, and you were right. You saw it, I did, and yes, Yagura Karatachi is under a powerful genjutsu. He is under the control of another person. I almost felt her legs fall out from under her. The ramifications of this were incredible. One thing was for a Jinchuriki to become a tyrant and go on a bloody rampage, but this someone was destroying their country, and they would pay. It is time to improve our game. Ao, summon the others. We need to make a plan how to proceed. Of course, my lady, I had something in mind, some ideas. Kurenai laughed as Asuma smiled with his expressive and open impassiveness. When they were inside the clan compound, she didn't mind very often. It just gave her another reason to come and stay inside the gardens. Asuma's nephew Kono Amaru laughed and played with some monkey summons in a nearby field. Quite a few of their summons passed. Looking at the boy, it seemed that his partner of usual games, Naruto, wasn't as available as before. It didn't surprise her. The boy deserved to be made jounin, and once again her thoughts had wandered to the blonde Jinchuriki. She could see Asuma looking at her with a knowing gleam in his eyes, and she sighed exaggeratedly. Seriously, Asuma, can't you tell me anything about him? Oh, interesting. Have you stopped trying to trick me into it? Yes, I have. You're too smart, and you're pretty obnoxious. Every time I try. She smiled as he laughed sheepishly. Why do you want to know so much about him? Her mind went back to the exam of what Naruto had told her in the moments before his defeat. His fears of getting too close to Zma. He told me something during the exam. Hing was surprised to see that her words seemed to resonate deep within him. He sat up and looked at her with a very serious expression. Whatever he told you is real, isn't it? He raised a hand as she opened her mouth. You have to tell me what it was. Obviously, it's very personal. But did I ever tell you what that made me stop being one of the 12 guardians for harm? She shook her head. That story had been the most searched after Naruto. It would make sense that they were connected with how stubbornly he danced around the topic. Riri was going to lead his reformation because he couldn't deal with my father. He was ruined in so many ways. And the day he was going to return to the capital, Naruto showed up. He was only like 2.5 years old. This was right after Dad adopted him, made him his ward. Of course, I hadn't really met him at the time, but he looked at me and he told me he knew why I was so angry. I was scared that I wouldn't make Daddy proud, that I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. Asuma stopped to wipe away some tears, and Karina took his hand silently. The boy just knew. I could feel every bit of darkness floating around in my head. Hear it all. I couldn't. I broke down. Dad found me sobbing on my knees, Naruto trying to hug my side and cry with me. It was the first time in a long time I remembered that hugging each other. The three of us sat there for what seemed like the longest time, and as I started to calm down, Naruto asked me to come read to him. I was supposed to go to the capital, we all knew that, but he asked me to come with him, so I went with him and hung around, and I don't regret it. He looked at her, and she was touched by the warmth in his eyes as he looked at her. Whatever the boy told you, you can tell me whenever you're ready, and whatever it is, I know you're strong enough to handle it. Kurenai, I can't wait to see you when you do. She felt tears welling up in her own eyes and leaned forward into his embrace. She desperately wanted to tell him the truth, but his voice just wouldn't carry, so she hugged him tight and held on. Soon she would tell him. Soon, that was a promise, one she made to herself. Working papers were a skill acquired from Kabuto, and one he was quite proud of. He had perfected writing simultaneously with both hands, but his specialty was in his eidetic memory, had performed the necessary operations to do so. Kabuto never forgot something he read, so spending a day doing all of Orochimaru's paperwork was one of the greatest intellectual robberies in living history. Of course, the information alone was harmless. You'd have to have a really deep knowledge of snack Sanin protocols and keywords to read between the lines. Kabuto had been there at its creation. He had pioneered the bureaucracy of Iden Nun Village. He was the right-hand man of Orochimaru's head scientist. Was the snake Sanin's only weakness? One day, he would act on Naruto-sama's orders and bring Orochimaru to his grave. One day, but not today. Today, he was gathering potential recruits for Naruto's route, at least the shinobi information of interest. What he wouldn't do to burn this place to the ground. But he was loyal, and loyal shinobi only burned enemy bases when ordered or forced to do so. He was worried that Orochimaru would have sniffed him out, would have seen the change within him, would have known that the will of fire had been rekindled. Kabuto had made peace that if he was discovered he would take out the sand and not die trying it. Was then the man smiled and asked what he knew about El Katsuki. Admittedly, that wasn't much. Sasori had only recently joined within the last few months at the same time as Itachi. Naruto hadn't been happy to be informed that Itachi was now part of an S-rank terrorist cult. Still, there was still no way to learn more about the organization. That was until Orochimaru revealed that he had been invited to join and was planning to use this opportunity to obtain the Sharingan. Was gone soon after, but he had tasked Kabuto with reorganizing his planned research and preparing a suitable vessel in case he was unable to acquire Itachi's body. Uchiha Kabuto had set to work for both masters, advancing Orochimaru's plans advances Naruto's. At this point, both would learn invaluable data from the research of this base. The study of the curse seals would surely interest Naruto-sama. At least it would be good to keep an eye on the snake's plans, so as not to be caught off guard. Sapporo. There had come a time when Orochimaru finally realized that he had defected. It was his duty to do as much damage as he could while he was escaping. Until that time, for Konoha, for Naruto-sama, Iwa Kumo have decided to invade us. Kakashi, his ANBU commander, called attention to him in front of his desk. So we are not adhering to formality at this time. Okage-sama sighed on the edge at Kakashi's voice. He knew exactly where this conversation was going, and he very much wished he never had to go through this again. Kakashi attack was a perfect shinobi, except when it came to Naruto. He had vehemently protested Naruto's promotion. Jay, an incomplete Yuan himself, he hadn't wanted to continue, but his hand had been forced. Naruto had made him one of the things. There was no way he could have the boy after that public display of skill. It would only have made things more suspicious. Until now, the boy's abilities had been kept secret enough, but Yuan felt strongly that he was getting closer to the day when the world would know that Naruto Uzumaki was not going to let things be. He was going to shake up the rankings and fight for what he believed in. His will was as contagious as that of the Shodaime. Kakashi, I'm sure you have a very important reason for this talk, but I'm in the middle of managing some important documents regarding the trade routes with Suna. Naruto is the new leader of Rot Truth. Yuan regretted having given up smoking, as he was sure that the smell of his favorite tobacco would have done something to eliminate the migraine that was building up on his forehead. Yes, although as you are aware of this, I'm sure that I won't be happy with it. Is just a child. Or Kajama is only 7 years old. Minato would be. It is because of Minato's actions that things have come to where they are today. He saw Kakashi tense with his words. The attack was almost too much loyal to those who they had been through. Sometimes it was his biggest flaw. Naruto Uzumaki is not a normal child I thought you would have made peace with. That by now protecting him too much won't help his growth, won't help him. The boy has the ability and knowledge of one many years older than his age. The only thing holding him back right now is his body, and that is not something to fix. So yeah, he is someone I can intrinsically trust to keep Rod on the right path, someone who is nearly impossible to question, someone who is as close to the will of living fire as I have ever found. I have taught him to be a good and honorable man. I have taught him everything I wish my children had wanted to learn. He is my legacy, and someday, he will be the OC. You know that much is true. Not only was he trained for the position, but he was born for it. The only uncertainty is whether he lives to see that day come. I wish for him to lead Rot be a Jounin. No, I wouldn't. But if having him lead Rot means he has to spend more time within the village while he appeases his need for defend his home, then I will water that seed. I will walk with the boy, so he will come to me when he needs him. Trust in the boy, Kakashi. Trust him to use what we and Itachi have taught him to keep him safe. Kakashi stared at him before nodding and jumped out the window. Using groaned and went back to reconvent ANBU. Back to their positions in his office. Send for Danzo. I need to talk to him. Naruto was standing with Rossi on top of a cliff, overlooking the first wave of the Iwa army. The Iwa mountains, they were rocky and arid, just like those in Kumo. The camp was based in a valley protected by the foothills of the mountains. The force that was assembled seemed to have numbered in the 900s, with more trickling in every hour. 900 shinobi, at least the numbers were in their favor. I have a plan, Rosian, one that will largely only work once. After this, my strategy likely can't be used to this effect. Nanny, I have no earthly idea what you're talking about. Naruto nodded and looked back at the assembling army of the Iwa shinobi. My father once destroyed an Iwa battalion. It was at the Battle of Kanabai Bridge. He felt rosy harden. He felt the fear and realization, a flash of hatred before it seemed to fade as the man exhaled. Of course, you'd be his son, I guess. That's supposed to be a secret. How I'd appreciate it, Rosian. Let's see if I can live up to his legacy. With that, Naruto started running up the mountain after them, quickly climbing towards his. He could sense that Rossi had given up, and he was guilty for what was about to happen. In all honesty, Naruto feared what was coming. The great force of the people below in the valley radiated a larger group of negative emotions. But for Naruto, those were his lives, his daily problems, his pain, his fears. By dawn, most of it would be gone to the small town by the future end of the chapter. Music. It doesn't belong to me, it's all from Kushimoto. And just like this theory is not mine, in the description is the author's link. And 10 Naruto rested on a rock outcropping just at the pass from the top of the mountain. It was quite high above the Iwa camp. It was his first time so high, and it was almost mesmerizing. He couldn't see people from this height, and his empathy couldn't make out anything but a general collective of emotions. As if a great beast slept merman in the valley below, he closed his eyes, and he allowed his senses to expand. Kurama's chakra began to seep into his body. His features became more animalistic, and he began to cry. Tears began to slowly fall down his face. Before he suddenly stood up, he would need amplified empathy for what he was about to do. You sure you got your thing, boy? He absolutely stepped back and took a few calming breaths before bursting forward and over the edge of the cliff face. He gave a clipped cry of excitement before taking control of himself and refocusing. Kurama's chakra supercharged his momentum, and he flew high into the air, farther than he would have ever been able to jump on his own. As gravity took hold, and he began to fall, he archaeologized his intended path. It was dangerous, with a high chance of failure. He would have to fight harder than ever. He couldn't fail here. His plan was reckless on so many levels. Itachi would have called him an arrogant fool. Kakashi would have reminded him that he didn't always have to do things by his own. Yuen would have told him that the risk was not worth the reward. However, Naruto knew in his heart that all three of them, if they had his skills and were in his position, all three of them would do exactly what he was about to do. It was not said that the will of fire carried with it the propensity for martyrdom. It just took experience to know when it was worth it. And there is only one way to gain experience. His plan had a greater degree of success than his mentors would make it seem. At first, his enemies did not suspect from an attack, at least not from a single person or from above. Of course, their sensors would have a barrier covering their heads as a precaution, but that wouldn't do much. If they weren't already prepared, it wouldn't do much for them either. If an entire army rained down at once, it might just take most of their chakra, but in the end it was worth it. Just before entering the range of the sensor barrier, he gathered the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Smoke covered the entire sky above the IWA camp as 2,000 clones appeared at once and descended upon their unsuspecting prey. The sensors were suddenly overwhelmed with data, as where once there was nothing, there was suddenly 2,000 enemies falling on their heads, launching jutsus the Narutos used for the first time, a wind jutsu that slowed their fall safely and repelled any of the projectiles launched at them. As they landed, the first objective of their mission was achieved, inciting panic among the IWA forces. The great emotional feeling of Camp Escanto quickly in a sea of fear. There had been no warning of such a large force moving against them, and suddenly an entire army was attacking in the middle of their own camp. Naruto didn't blame them. He was sure the nature of this attack had never been encountered before. If they didn't gather, then it would be a massacre. It was up to him not to give them that chance. The Hunin reacted quickly and began to engage the enemy and tried to fight off a counterattack, but the army was mostly Chunin and young Genin, and with Shinobi who was in no way prepared for this ambush. The fight broke out, and every time a clone appeared, Naruto gained the memories of the young ninja he had killed very quickly. It began to number in the dozens. That was not to say that his enemies were not capable after landing. Each clone relied more on taijutsu to take out his opponents. The original Naruto tried as hard as he could to stay out of any fights. Maybe he had a handful of jutsus he could throw. Left fires raged from the tense Naruto. All he did was act to make as much chaos as he could. If there were no enemies nearby, Naruto's clones were planting explosive tags and incendiary tags all over the camp, taking out as many tense weapons depots and medical tents as he could. Tears were streaming down his clones' faces, and at this point, it was no longer just a side effect of Kurama's help. His heart was torn. But this is what a shinobi should do: defend his people at all costs. His clones acted together in units, systematically facing any enemy that stood in their way. Naruto had read the stories of the war before he had read the reports of ANBU. He had heard the first-hand accounts of Sandaime. If this force of shinobi had met with the Kumogakure troop, then there was an open war with Konoha and the Crosshairs. They could not be allowed to mobilize. This had to stop here. Now you are acting like it, that the shinobi system would make you act. Naruto, you're little more than a weapon now. Were all these deaths necessary? Yes, it has to be. It's too late to get out now. His grip began to slip on its cradle, and as all the blood streamed down the blade and soaked into his hand, it was little more than a black frozen goo made up of the blood of many different enemies. Dead shinobi, dead people. Once you finish this, we'll see if you think it was really necessary. Naruto could feel Kurama's disappointment, but he didn't. He had time to feel guilty. Now was not the time to guess. It was, as he said, it really was too late. Naruto, the original, was heading to the outskirts of the camp in the middle of a group of 5 clones. They had put their seals on and were stealing everything they could along their way to safety. He watched the destruction around him and saw some deaths from 2 different perspectives. The lives he saw the clones take were the hardest, as when those clones fell, their memories would stand out more and truly blur the ones in his reality he had killed before, but never so much, never to this point. He saw himself reflected in eyes of fear as his blade bit into the neck of a shinobi beneath him. He saw arms and legs, severed heads that his wind chakra cut through so cleanly, soldiers screaming as they tried to hold back the blood in their bodies, clutching their wounds as if it could dull the pain he inflicted on himself. A genius begging for mercy as his teammates die before him. A young girl pleading for the way, trembling from his lover. As a group of his clones descended upon them, the young couple held each other in their arms as their blood pooled upon the earth. Naruto became familiar with a multitude of responses people have about his impending death: loyalty, fear, cowardice, begging, denial, rage, despair. Dozens now dead, asking him why he was doing what he was doing. Who was he to them that deserved such slaughter? He saw himself everywhere. He turned with crimson eyes and blood-soaked hands, tears slowly dripping down his face. He saw no compassion on his own face. He saw no hatred. He saw resignation. He didn't know if that was worse. The continued acquisition of memories from defeated clones was making Naruto lose hope. It added to the finality of his actions. The memories would be his forever, each one adding more and more to the fact that he had made a mistake. The Elu shinobi reacted well after the initial surprise. His troops began to gather. The few censors that remained, the handful he hadn't managed to kill in the initial fight, were quickly gathering information for their commanders. The troops were being assembled, and the organization was being dev back from the carnage. After all, it was only expected no shinobi force of this caliber would succumb to a surprise attack. For a long time, Naruto's forces were combing the fields, but in the end, they would realize that they only needed one good hit on each enemy, and at the speed at which they were blowing up the clones was increasing rapidly. Naruto expected it would have taken them a little longer to regroup, but there was nothing he could do now. The Sandaime had taught him that the most important lesson in a tide battle was to turn strengths into weaknesses and anticipate enemy moves. With that in mind, Naruto grimaced and took out a signal seal, attached it to his cradle, and threw it as high as he could. Sailed through the air, and just as he reached the apex of his trajectory, the seal, he turned off, a blinding red light flashing over the entire camp. There was a moment where all the clones stopped to take the signal. The clones' greatest weakness was that it only took one good hit to stop them, making taijutsu the most efficient way to dispel them. There was an easy counter to this. The clones would get into their pouches and start setting off explosive tags whenever someone got within melee range. Suddenly, explosions rang out throughout the camp. Body parts and blood flew through the air as unprepared ninja screamed in agony or died soundlessly. The order that was beginning to stabilize was quickly shattered once more as the attack on the camp intensified even further. As smoke clouded the skies, water flooded the ground, and wind tore through the earthen walls that rose in defense of the onslaught. Chaos thrived. Screams filled the air, cries of defiance and pain. He alone witnessed every violent act that the living memory of an entire army took place. An army has blood on their hands. It was too much. The weight was too much to bear. Naruto continued to fight while crying. According to his calculation, 15 minutes had passed and hundreds of lives had already been lost. He had lost 3 of his 5 guards, and they were almost at the edge of the camp when a scream rang out. He saw a girl, perhaps a few years older than him, screaming as a large sphere of earth collapsed inside of herself. She sobbed uncontrollably while one of her clones came up behind her and pointed a kunai at her neck. She felt her eyes widen, and before she knew what had happened, she was holding a kunai in a cloud of smoke. The girl looked at him in utter confusion and despair after he had pulled out his own clone. Her hair was singed at the edges, and she had cuts along her arms. Her pink eyes looked at him, lost and overwhelmed. She was swirling with pain, shock, and depression. She was completely defeated. Why couldn't she answer? The truth tasted like ashes on his tongue. A group of 6 jounin approached him, and his 2 guards. The girl gave no reaction, just sobbing softly. The man leading the jounins growled and braced himself to attack. Naruto wasn't surprised to sense that it was his father. There was a distinct family resemblance there. Let her go. Naruto quickly dragged her limp form and held a kunai to her neck to stop them from advancing, but didn't stop his arms. That's the Tsuchikage's granddaughter. Boy should cause her any damage, all of Iwa's power will fall upon you. Naruto tensed and held back the urge to scream. I can't let her. If I took her as Reen, that's the lever that could hold IW back. Force them to come to the table. Naruto, kidnapping is beneath you. Is this really something you would consider? I have no other choice. Kurama heard Kurama's scoff and tightened his hold on Kuratsuchi as she began to realize what position she was really in. Daddy, please, daddy, don't let them take me. Naruto felt his heart break. His father, and the rage that was slowly but surely building inside of him. His father would have felt that hatred if he had fallen into danger. Was love so powerful to create such hatred? We could talk about this. Boy, let her go, and you can still get out of here alive. You are a terrible liar. You have already signaled to your forces that I am here. The true me. Naruto felt the same from the man. This revelation seemed to resonate something within the hing in front of him. He watched as the man smiled darkly. The Raikage mentioned rather interesting shinobi in which the Hokage seemed to have taken an interest in, one that seemed to have some jutsu related to information gathering. The books aren't out yet, but there was an entry in the bingo book for you. Thank you for showing us your face. My face alone will not endanger me. Your threats mean little to me. Now clear the way or I will end your legacy. It was only the moments he finished speaking that he felt the decision to attack manifest itself. He ducked beneath a stone spear and leapt out of the ground beneath his feet, which became a pit with pure Kuratsugi, was struggling in his arms as he crashed next to a burning tent. His 2 guards stayed back to hold back the tide, but the group left and made short work of them. Naruto was finally able to stop Kuratsugi but barely avoided an earth spear sent by his head. Naruto backs away, a curse as he got closer and closer to the edge of the camp, but he could sense the Kitty girl's father gaining ground behind him. The smoke made each breath burned the blood from a wound. On his face was starting to bleed into his eyes, and he realized that his regeneration was extremely high. He was dangerously running out of chakra, and he couldn't use Kurama's anymore without putting himself in danger. Maybe this whole idea hadn't been the best plan. I got you. Naruto felt something hit him in the back and slammed him against a tree. Kurama fell from his arms and groaned in pain as the impact hit his head and made him lose concentration. He could feel the intense hatred emanating from his protective father, but his vision was getting worse by the second. You think you can come to our camp and just leave? I hate to tell this boy, but you were sent on a suicide mission. You would never come back from this. Your Hokage ordered you to die. Naruto heard a kunai being pulled from a holster and tried to lean forward and prepare a defense. He could sense the attack was going to be for his neck. Could he do this? I'm not done yet. I'm not going to die. I'm not going to die. I refuse. But even as his arms came up to defend himself, Kitty changed course and kicked him in the chest. Naruto gasped for air, but none came. His lungs were screaming for something, but they were stuck. Naruto felt like he was suffocating, and just as his body adjusted and was about to breathe, another kick stole his breath. Once again, you had your hands on my daughter. My daughter. Naruto moaned as a large fist hit his face. Naruto heard some crack, but he couldn't even tell where it was coming from. Pain. He blinked and realized he was lying on the ground with his body limp. He could see one of his arms, his left arm. His head was resting on top of his left arm. His left hand was palm up, covered in blood. But even despite all that, he could still see the scar that almost cut his hands in half. I can't die. I promised that I would be safe. I promised Kabuto, I promised Kurama that I would release the Biju. Kakashi Yusin one foot flipped him onto his back, and through his blurry vision he saw the blade about to take his life. Kurama, saved your breath, boy. It's not over yet. Naruto blinked in confusion and witnessed Kitsuchi's body freeze. Then he stood up and watered his kunai. Konoha-sama, let's evacuate. Naruto blinked once more, then began to regain his senses, and his vision began to clear. Fu, yes, we will finish this enemy. As the possessed Fukitsu pointed a kunai at his own throat, Torian appeared next to Naruto and began to assessing him for injuries. Was still difficult for Naruto to concentrate, and yet as his body began to ache more, his mind cleared. Never before had he felt so weak, not to meet up with Rossi and escape, but to clear his mind. No memories of this night. Fu nodded and began to carve a sealing array into Kitsui's hand. Without a doubt, Toon lifted Kurama over his shoulder and gathered Naruto into his arms. Allow me to help you, Koha-sama. Naruto saw the handprint on his Jinchuriki cloak, still red and raw, in Torian's throat, and he felt an immense wave of guilt hit him. Thank you. The two, Toon and Fu, felt their heads drop. Toon ran out of the dabar and Kitsui's body fell to the ground as the seals spread across his form, keeping him in a state of paralysis. Behind them, the IWA camp was filled with the sounds of war as the rest of the clones continued their assignment. It wouldn't end for another hour until the final clone had been defeated, but Naruto and his allies were gone without a trace. A week later, he found Yuan sitting in his office with Danzo. The past year had been ripe with changes, the loss of Itachi and most of the Uchiha clan. Naruto's leadership in the Rotihin exam, however, one of the more subtle changes had been Danzo himself. Yuan couldn't put his finger on what exactly his childhood friend's behavior was so different, but it was actually starting to annoy him. You've been acting up lately, Danzo. Any particular reason why? His old friend laughed lightly. It's always so refreshing whenever you lose your patience. Oh, I'm sure you delight. Yuan furrowed his eyebrows and leaned forward. You've been silent ever since the Uchiha massacre. It seems as if Naruto has taken control of Rot from you without a hitch. That's too much for you to believe. I know better. Danzo simply smiled and nodded. I know. It seems weird, Yusin, but the truth is I have no inclination or to go beyond what I've been assigned currently. Perhaps that comes from the new fire the child has lit within you. I admire your intuition, but I hope I can put it to rest. Besides, this meeting was to discuss the massacre of Shadow Valley. To the propaganda department, he loves his poetic names. Tell me what you're hiding. Danzo sighed and dropped the topic. Yes, Shikaku decided that we should take ownership of the attack as a preventative measure. That will surely make Inoki back off of any plans immediate that will force him to abandon his plan and leave him trapped in this alliance. If we can somehow convince the Kazekage to join us in this alliance, we have a chance to force Kumo to compromise. I think you picked the wrong village to enter into the treaty. Yuan stopped and raised a questioning brow. I know you don't mean IW. So Kirigakura are on the brink of civil war. It's all but assured. Your own spies said the fighting would happen within a year of done. But with the events of the Shadow Valley massacre going the way they have, it has changed things. The boy almost died. Danzo from chakra exhaustion, no less. He is not yet ready to be a one-man army. No, he is not yet capable of taking on an entire army alone, but he now has more than enough power to be a powerful bargaining chip. It is of the utmost importance that we have his safety assured. Danzo put his one visible eye on and frowned for the first time in months. Saratobi, there are ways to use the asset he has under his command. as well as mitigate the danger Koha faces. The village has accepted responsibility for the attack. The credit for the success of the mission should go to Konoha. The agent saw his face. He didn't have his mask on. He also didn't have an itate, no headband, no leaf symbol. From now on, he should always go on missions masked. This strategy won't last forever. As soon as a bingo book is published with his face on it, all our village will know who he is. The spies will spread the word after that, so we have to spend time thinking of an alibi, make one, or train the kid to the point where it doesn't matter. Very well, I had something in mind, something like how much of the side the kid knows. Hard to say. He's had no formal training, and our books only go up to the intermediate level. Danzo nodded. Sealing masters were few and far between. It was an art that was still barely understood by the average shinobi. Maybe the time is coming to guide him into his legacy. I'm sure his parents left behind some tomes of sealing. Yusin went to answer an answer, but Danzo beat him to it. And yes, studying without the presence of a teacher is dangerous, but we really don't have the luxury of waiting for your lustful student to finally reappear. He needs to learn, and the perfect opportunity to give it to him is approaching. Yusin looked at the trees, slowly beginning to change color at the approach of autumn. Yes, it's almost day, isn't it? You don't remember anything. Kitsuchi stood still. He gave no signs of further weakness or disobedience of standing before his box, who was also his father. He acted as the loyal shinobi and Tenna's son, even though the interrogation and the reprimand were gritting his teeth. But he remained silent. Inoki sighed. Inoki was old and getting older by the day. The last of his hair had turned white, and recently his back had started to hurt whenever he strained himself. Kitsuchi Inoki, they had been grooming Kurotsu to become the next Tsuchikage. She was family, their legacy, their daughter. How do we plan to proceed? Their Shikage-sama. Inoki growled as he looked at the missives on his desk. Fortunately, our options are severely limited. This engagement has begun horribly. The worst defeat we have suffered in nearly 2 decades. 500 shinobi dead, 50 of which were honing. No enemy casualties. Now is not the time to act. Kitsuchi stood still and silent as his father rose from behind his desk and walked towards him. At ease, son. The Sandem Tsuchikage sat down beside him, and for the first time, even Kitsuchi lowered his walls and sighed, showing his weakness and concern. If we want to ensure their safety, we can't attack. Not with an army. I'll send an envoy to meet with Salat Toy and receive their demands. We'll have to get out of the joint invasion with Kumo. In the meantime, the Raikage won't like that. What have I told you about wasting your breath saying things that don't need to be said? Of course he won't. I imagine he'll be very frustrated. The chance of us working together may be in jeopardy. But if we take our time, can I find some way to push them even further into our corner? Kitsugi nodded. Knowing that nothing her father said could get out of this room, I'm going to form a team to try and extract her. We've also lost contact with Rossi, so I'm remembering, and in the village, it's very important that we see how the balance changes after this Konoha victory. We've compiled a drawing based on all the descriptions. Do something to bring back your memories. Kitsuchi took the drawing from his father's hand and looked at it. A young man with spiky hair, animal features, and tears running down his face. Why the tears? Because all the witnesses of the attack commented that each clone was crying all the time. Is it some kind of psychological game or a side effect of their ability? However, I'm sure he really was a shinobi of Konoha. How can you tell to stop Konoha from benefiting more from its? Hatsu, one of the veterans of the last war, began to notice similarities with the Uchiha interceptor style, but I didn't have any exchange, I know. And that's what worries me the most. It was more than stopping an invasion. It was a revelation. A single shinobi who can grow to fight armies. A shinobi of that caliber hasn't played in the field for years. Maybe Kuratsuchi can tell us more about our new enemy friends. And he recovers. When he recovers, father, yes, of course, forgive me, you're fired. Who is the B? Answer me now. A promise is a promise. Don't make me act lawless. I roared and threw his desk out the window. Maui, his secretary, screamed as she demolished his office for the 5th time that week, and Darui pinched the bridge of his nose. That ruined our plans, and don't think Saratobi, that old monkey, isn't going to capitalize on this. I wonder if he planned this. You're being too paranoid, bro. Just take it easy. B, this is a request. Who is Agent Konoha? Send me. If he attacks, otherwise he'll break your back. Darui stood up. They already shut up and looked at him. So he's a Jinchuriki. See, if you're the only one who can take him down in battle. I never said that. Nah, the boy is just a stone-cold killer of Zo. To Darui, and then back to B. So that's what it is. You're being all nice to the enemy. Just because he's a Jinchuriki. B grows up, he's an enemy shinobi. Saratobi, he probably set him up to build that camaraderie with you. Wake up, he's a threat to our village. B crossed his arms and actually kept his mouth shut, and that only made it more that outside he couldn't believe that B was defending a foreign shinobi who he had just wasted his plans. Well, we have another Jinchuriki to use. See how you won't contribute. You're fired. Maui, stop bothering and summon Ujido. I have a mission for her. Might Terumi looked at the report in her hand and turned her back to Ao. This Konoha issued this statement to nodded seriously. I Terumi-sama, they have published their stance on the Shadow Valley massacre. They sent an elite agent, Agent Kanoa, to preemptively attack an invading force from Hakur, and their lone agent succeeded. This could be what we needed. We need allies' manpower. If we had a shinobi on our side that could create an army, we could attack Yagura directly. We don't have the resources to last more than 2 more years. It's now or never. Do you really think a full assault at this stage is wise? If we have additional firepower, yes. If we let Yagura steady, the pace of this war could drag on for years to come. The sooner we can stop the bloodshed, the stronger. Kiri Ao will become. Nodded. I'm heading to Konohagakure myself. Don't bother, I'll go myself, inform Zabuza. To await his strike. When he returns we will attack as one with, or without Agent Konoha. As you command, good luck. Terumi-sama opened her eyes, and the first thing she did was take note of her surroundings. She had dreamed about the battle in the last few days, and knew for a fact that she had been induced into a state of unconsciousness during her journey from camp. She was in some sort of cabin. The outside windows showed trees of a forest surrounding the building that could have been any number of places in the elemental nations, but she had a good idea where it ended up. Welcome to Konohagakure Kurati. I will be your warden for your stay. She turned on a defensive to find a young man with a blindfold sitting at a small table. He had short black hair and some facial scars that stuck out from under the cloth covering his eyes. He was wearing the attire of a left shinobi, minus the headband. Who are you? She tried to access her chakra but found that she couldn't channel it or even feel it. Her eyes widened, and she began to look at herself before seeing a black mark on the back of her left hand. That doesn't matter. You can call me warden if you want. I'm just here to take care of you until my boss decides what to do with you. Your boss? You mean the blonde-haired boy with the red eyes? The warden's head seemed to tilt to the side, and he was staring at her. Red eyes, with burning red eyes, with slits down the middle, and he was crying. That's your boss? Oh, actually I guess that would be an apt description of him. Yeah, that's my boss. He took you as a remand to better negotiate with your grandfather. He sealed your chakra, so you wouldn't run. He really thought just because you had no chakra that you wouldn't run. He had already determined 15 different escape routes just outside the cabin. The warden smiled and took a sip of tea before saying, oh, I didn't know you'd run. It just so happens that looking out for you and being ready to stop you actually sounded like a very, very good practice to get back in shape. I have recently recovered from the loss of my eyesight, and I need some time before I can be cleared for service. A genin with no chakras near the Chunin is a wonderful marker. Please don't give up on me, Kurats. She didn't know how to react to that. At first, anger, frustration, injured pride. The thought of this blind Conan shinobi talking to her with a look down on her really made her blood boil. Oh, I'm gonna make you eat. I know how the villagers feel about me. Even now I can still feel it. Even you two are guilty. You used to have less foresight. Hanko took this time to really look at Naruto, his blue eyes reflecting the light of the setting sun, the wind blowing through his wild blonde hair. You are a brat, a child. She put her arm over his shoulder and gently pulled him to rest against her side. I am the snake Zora, the traitor, hopeless wannabes. Those names mean nothing, but the feelings behind them are real. Her voice was barely more than a whisper. People feel that way about me, and I did something on that last mission that would show them that she was right. And people think that I'm still like Orochimaru. Every time I summon a snake Usami Hutsu, even though it's for the betterment of the village, they see it as another sign of my betrayal. Never mind. Karina, and walked over and started running her hand through Naruto's hair. He stopped short at the touch and froze, looking out at the village. Naruto, what Anko is trying to say is that no one knows you. We feel guilty because I never met you. It's horrible having to live with that burden. Worse than the fights we've. Ignorance is more powerful and more dangerous than any genjutsu I know of. But you helped my dear friend when you didn't have to. You've given Anko the chance at an unmarked life, a life free from the shackles of her past. You've done so much for her. She smiles now, and I can see how much she means it. Kurenai closed her eyes with her on top of Naruto's head. Yanko felt her heart ant in her chest for the first time in years. Her eyes began to water. No matter how hard she tried to stay calm, you saved her. You really saved her when no one else could or wouldn't. That makes you one of my heroes. The boy began to shake silently, and they both realized he had started to cry. He pulled his knees as tightly as he could to his chest, and they both leaned in and brought him into a hug. You saved Asuma, too. You've done so much for the most precious people in my life, and I have no idea how to thank you for that. I just wanted him to help. We know that. Naruto-kun, we know that you're a good one person in a place that demands horrible, terrible things. We do this for each other. Anyone who tries to say otherwise, any shinobi who speaks ill of you for fighting for the village is a fucking fool. You can tell us what happened. Promise me you won't think I'm a monster. Anko rested her forehead against the side of his head and whispered in his ear, you could never make me hate you, boy. Now you're stuck with me. In Kurenai, I caused the Shadow Valley massacre. I'm Agent Konoha. Kurenai looked at Anko, knowing intrinsically that she wouldn't. They were authorized for that knowledge. They should go immediately and report this. Refer to Naruto psychiatric counseling. They both felt himself shrink even further into himself, and Anko sighed and spoke silently. We won't tell her, Kuin, but you need to talk to Oke-sama and get some help. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have told you that. Okay, boy, okay, we're here for you. Let's sit and watch the sunset. He nodded and slowly relaxed in his hold and watched the sunset in the village. It was later that night when Naruto walked into his apartment and was surprised to see the kitchen light on. He slowly made his way to his house and was shocked to see Hokage and Kakashi sitting at the table waiting for him. There were 3 bowls of ramen, a stack of scrolls, a strange 3-pronged kunai, and a cake. What is this? For you? And smiled warmly. Welcome home, Naruto-kun. You don't know what day it is. Kakashi smiled and pulled his chair out for him. It's your birthday, little one. Happy birthday, Naruto. You're 8 years old. End of chapter 11. Naruto sat patiently at his table looking at the scrolls in front of him. 3 empty bowls of ramen sat in front of him although Kakashi and Ruin were taking their time finishing their food. Kakashi was somehow the slowest, even though he took the quickest bites, so no one could see behind his mask. Naruto had long decided that his older brother was probably very attractive under the mask, and that's why he hid his face, so people wouldn't see him. Didn't make a fan club for him, or something. Actually thinking about it now probably wasn't right. It's amazing how childish I had been all those years ago. A year ago. Alright Naruto-kun, yeah GG. I'm fine. That happened from time to time after a mass clone deviation. His sense of time would be hazy for a while as memories would compact a day for about a year, about 270 years of memories. Most of those memories were studies, of course. Sometimes he would that everything was very surreal. Only thanks to Kurama was able to process all the information without melting his brain. I'm fine GGO. I already said you, and paused and put down his chopsticks. Kakashi doing the same. You seem distracted Naruto. Naruto lowered his eyes and sighed. I know you're worried, but I'm fine. It's just the memories. I feel weird. My first response is almost always I don't know Yijo. Kakashi joked. Use inside, and Naruto jerked back as if die slapped. You're only 8 years old Naruto-kun. Shinobi your age are expected to be more mature, but any impulses that are normal for children to have are forgiven. You are not expected to be as mature as me, not even Kakashi. You are in a unique position to face struggles unique to your own experience. Not even the second Oki could have had the chance to have someone use their technique to gain as many memories as you do in a day, as much knowledge as you now have at your fingertips. He walked over to the table and patted it in Naruto's head, and Naruto felt the familiar warmth spread through him. He never felt more understood and appreciated than when he was with his family. Their love, their trust in him, only made him more determined to make them proud, to make their disappointment in him go away completely, to turn the hatred for him in their hearts into nothing more than emptiness. Well, for your birthday Naruto-kun, we decided to give you your parents' notes on sealing in addition to the Uzumaki clan sealing scrolls. Naruto whined. Without his inheritance part of it, sure, but she still cried for joy, and I can use them. Read them to the one in your heart Naruto-kun. We will try to arrange for a seal master to pass your final exam, but I'm sure you'll make us proud. Kakashi smiled and ruffled his hair. You do this every day. I know Minato and Kusina would be very happy with how much you've grown. Tears came to her eyes, and for the first time in a long time it wasn't because she was improving her empathy. Welcome to Konohagakure Taran. Thank you Okido. Please Saratobi. It's okay. The woman in front of him was dangerous caliber Cage. He realized even before she entered the room there was a time when shinobi gained enough skill and power. They simply acted differently. They gained a nuance to their body that was nearly impossible to hide from shinobi of the same level. South-rank shinobi came close and many of them approached or achieved that status simultaneously, but Kage was a clear step above. What made you seek help from Konoha Taran? She smiled, and yes, it was quite lovely. Any lesser shinobi would read pure kindness and compassion, except maybe for Naruto himself. Very dangerous indeed. However, Yuen could do it. Through her act she was calculated with every breath. If he had been 30 years younger he would be in love. Yaku would have been furious about it. Don't be such a cuckold. Sarat Bidon, are you mind surprised? I'm here after recent events. I'm surprised the news of our recent trade deal with the Land of Snow has already reached the shores of Kirigakure. He received a flat look for his response. He knew why she was here, but no way was he going to give her any chance to get the upper hand in this little talk. I can't afford the luxury of time right now. Salat Bono. No. She didn't. The rebellion in Kirigakure was putting up quite a fight from what her spies had reported, but they accomplished little. And then you held Yagura at a stalemate. Then it's best that you get to the point. Very well, I have read the reports from Shadow Valley. I have come to Konoha to seek the service of Konoha the agent. Of course, if you were to lend me the aid of that single shinobi, the rebellion could end the bloodline war in a matter of weeks. Or you could take the opportunity to isolate my asset and assassinate him at the behest of Iwa Kumo, or any of their allies. How much did they offer? He laughed and returned to the courtesies demanded of political maneuvering. I am not trying to add more parties than there are absolutely necessary to work with you. Guarantees neutrality is an Iwa will surely bide its time. To get the best chance to attack Kumo is paralyzed by your treaty and desperately seeks allies to get them out of it. If you work together with them and kill that shinobi Uri Sunashan with Yagura, I dare say that would turn the civil war into the fourth shinobi war. Just like that. None of us want that, okay? Although it would be another shinobi war that Konoha would win. Like we all have one. I have no intention of being the first Cage to lead the village to defeat. That is why you are the only logical choice to seek aid. You are well known for preferring peace between villages, or so you say. The massacre at Shadow Val and is almost equivalent to the carnage the late Yonda Hokage inflicted on Iwa that forced them to accept the armistice that concluded the Third Shinobi War. Clearly Konoha is capable of once again engaging in another shinobi war, but ending the bloodline war can prolong the peace for years to come. What do you offer? She smiled, comfortable that her acceptance was an inevitable conclusion. Nice, but not quite right. An alliance between our villages with the caveat that Kiri will not join any wars over the next 5 years. You expect to be significantly weakened. He will take time to eliminate any remaining loyalists and rework the village infrastructure. Of course, all our aid trade will be offered to Konoha to benefit First HM. Have you prepared to give me everything I could ever wish for? Mission? Is the deal acceptable? Of course, though one more problem remains. He blinked at me and withdrew the hand he was about to extend. Oh, have I missed something? He nodded and smiled at her. He couldn't match her good looks or charm. Her weapon didn't present itself in other charismatic ways. A grandfatherly smile. Oh yes, the land of water will require a new damage and our own damage. Yoshioda has 2 sons. I'm sure he'll be more than happy to urge his second son as the Dano of the land of the water. Unacceptable. Taram dropped his act and shook his head. Allowing our new Dano to be the son of the Dano of the land of fire would be more or less a political takeover, more or less making the land of water a vassal state of the land of fire. The treaties have taken advantage of me many times. They are very difficult to enforce in our shinobi world, therefore I am forced to take further action. You just said it yourself, Taram. Where else do you have to go? KIR hasn't acted against Konoha recently while IWA tried to invade you. Kiri was our enemy many times in the past. I understand that you wish to recreate alliance ties between villages, but many would avoid trusting the blood mist. I am giving you the best offer. You will find his face now. He gave nothing. It was a polite nod of his head that broke the stillness of the room. I see now that you are not as heartless as most would have me believe. I have done you no disservice in the past, Saruto Baido. I am quite surprised that Kumo is allowed to any. We have been dealt with several times, and I am the one who must pay the price. He nodded and did not refute her. Kumo will be shocked to find out that his actions have already resulted in reparations. They just don't know. Yet these are my terms. You can retire to your quarters to think things over if you need to. Either way, before any agreement is finalized, I will summon the Konoha people to meet you. Why is that necessary? He leveled his tightest and most rebellious smile at her and leaned back in his chair. Because people know you will lie. All the lies you've told me or haven't told me since we met at the table. Deny whatever you want, but the truth will be exposed at your meeting. She couldn't hide how nervous she felt about him after that statement. He had no walls. She realized he had complete confidence in that fact. She regained her composure, thanked him for his time, and then left the building. She hadn't anticipated this meeting. She hadn't anticipated the consequences of many of the actions. Naruto, the boy, was acting on his own agenda. And though he had served the needs of Konoha for now, he worried about when the boy would finally be asked to go against his own wishes. He loved him dearly, but not even he could predict a scenario where losing Naruto as a loyal shinobi and as an asset wouldn't irreparably shake the village to its foundations. The Yuga incident, information of the Kumo army and Jinchuriki, the Uchiha massacre, Danzo's conspiracies, his exam Jounin, the massacre of Shadow Valley, the Jinchuriki of the Yomi, now wandering on his own initiative, could be hiding in the land of fire for all. He knew if it was discovered that Rosie would remain under Konoha's protection, hostilities would only increase. There was a reason for the Shodame's act of distributing the Vyulu to other nations. Although Naruto disagreed with the principle of using demons as bargaining chips, now Kiri, a new, more tolerant Kiri, could be an ally and reasoned all this by the gifts of the boy. The problem, if it could be considered so, was that children do not stay forever. The boy would develop his own codes and ideology from now on. He followed Sueji's orders, but as he showed Suma, children did not always agree with their parents. A talk was in order. He needed to remind the boy that he believed in him. It would also be critical once again to find out if Might Taram was trustworthy or not. His trust in the boy was unwavering. He believed he would look different from a Suma, and of Orochimaru. Naruto's power was what Konoha needed in his head of his leadership. Whether he knew it or not, the future depended on the words of Naruto Uzumaki. If he said that she was being honest, then he would give her the help she asked for. Now, if she lied, she would never reach Konoha alive. Caliber Cage, what may be, but he was the god of shinobi. His victory over her would be assured. Then Konoha would send help to Yagura. As unpleasant as it was, if they took out the leader of the rebellion, it would be better for them if neither of them were left to seek retaliation or worse, win their war without her and hold a grudge. He was tired of the wars, tired of sacrificing children to create assassins, tired of regretting his choices present and past. Let's hope this doesn't blow up in their faces. Naruto sat at his desk in the new root headquarters and stared at the scroll innocently. Sitting there upon his return, he was shocked to find that someone had entered his office without permission express. After sending agents to check if any rot members had entered or left, it had been revealed that none of them had done so. Trune and I then combed the entire office for 2 full days before admitting that nothing else had been tampered with and that he was not trapped, so that left him sitting at his desk Uzumi and pushing it while also looking for seals. This is the most childish you've been in a long time. They cleaned it up like nothing more than an unsealed scroll. It could be a trap, some kind of weapon sealed inside. True. Do you think it is? Naruto, he examined it a bit once more and shook his head. No, I don't think it's something else. Why, what makes you have that feeling? Naruto was disgusted. Kurama knew why he felt that way, and he was trying to hide it. Okay, don't hide it. But he didn't acknowledge it. Kurama needed to calm down. Every time he was accused of hiding something, Naruto rolled his eyes as Kurama became increasingly annoyed by his emotional processing. You know, I can't control how I feel, neither can I, so stop. Mention I'm not trying to hide it, I was trying to get you to find out for yourself. It has to do with your empathy. Naruto was confused. He poked the scroll again, and was even more confused about why he didn't feel threatening. How my empathy relates to this feeling a scroll can't feel. I could feel Kurama calm send me to think about it. No, but you can flood feelings and emotions into items, just the smallest amounts. But the stronger you feel, the stronger the resonance will be. You humans would call it retroc. Nah, you've started honing your empathy without realizing it. Then I can feel the emotions. Hudson, an article I could feel more than see. Kurama nodding his head. Actually a very rare skill, and one you need more practice with if you ever hope to use it beyond vague feelings and guts. I'm proud that you're advancing so quickly. I honestly never expected you to develop your empathy so quickly. What did you expect Kuren out of? Curiosity. Well, disappointment. I was hoping I wouldn't be, and well boy, you're more than I expected. You're my first friend ever, and I care about you. You don't have to worry about me, Kurama. I understand why you're saying what you think the only way to change the system is to act within it for a better position. I understand the logic. I just hate that you're the one who has to be the victim of it on my behalf. Naruto held back the urge to vehemently deny that he was doing it alone, or that he didn't feel bad. No, he could. Kurama knew how he felt. He always knew they both knew each other, and they truly cared for each other. Sometimes there was no need to say words between them. Even now, he could feel Kurama's concern, but also his resignation, his hatred for anyone who hurt him. The strength was like a boiling sun. He cared so much for Naruto, for having so much hatred for his enemies. It was sweet. He poked the scroll again and closed his eyes. Some tears seeped out from under his eyelids, and he channeled a pinch of Kurama's chakra to increase his empathy. Kakashi Nissen quickly tore open the scroll and opened it to reveal 3 steaming bowls of amazing ramen. He yelled as he did. Toryun, and Fu kicked his door down and looked for threats. No, I'm fine, sorry. They both turned to him, and Fu tilted his head. Are you okay with Noah-sama? You seem embarrassed. I could be a little. Nothing's wrong, I'm fine. Seriously, it's not a problem. I just got some ramen from a friend. Very well, Konoha-sama. They both bowed and backed away, and closed the door behind them. Kakashi is the best. He raised his chopsticks that he rested before the first bowl, and began to finish waiting. How did he find my office? Naruto groaned in exasperation as he realized that Kakashi's would be defeated by now and Ruin would punish him for being discovered. How am I supposed to keep something a secret when my brother Commander ANBU is spying on me when I leave? He raged silently as he ate his ramen and pulled out the few reports waiting for him on his desk. There were 2, both were missing. Marked. He took them both in either hand and closed his eyes. He started to cry once more as his empathy increased. Okay, the one on the right hand first feels sharp, excited like a snake. Maybe. Kabuto opened his eyes and opened the folder and smiled when he was right. It was Kabuto's. Amazing. Okay, notes on the seal. Interesting. Possible recruits Orochimaru's. Research. Oh man, I hope he's okay. Speaking of Orochimaru, Naruto, we still have to deal with the last of that soul fragment here. I'm getting tired of taking care of him. It's absolutely disgusting. Give me some time to figure out how to not just absorb all of his memories, and then we can take care of it. Okay, fine, but please make it a priority. I will do it quickly. He finished scanning Kabuto's report, taking note of the crucial information, and then put it back. Okay, now this one once again caught his senses, and tried to discern the identity of the sender of the report. This one is difficult. Worried Itachi. Naruto's eyes, they flew open, and he began to quickly read the newspaper. It was him at last. After so long, it had been months since he had received any word from him. He had been worried to death. The report said nothing more than written information. There were only facts. Members of the organization had undertaken missions that Itachi was aware of, such as a recent excursion to the hidden mist. Yagura, the Yonde Mizukage, was the Jinchuriki of the Sami. Itachi had defeated him. Apparently Yagura was not there dead, but he was the leader of Kirigakure. Isabu is the name of the Sandy. He is quite shy. Actually, he is easy to get along with. He didn't like any of us fighting, and was content to stay in the temple his father built for him. So do you think I could convince Yagura to listen to me if he knew the 2 of us were working together? Most likely it's Goku and Rosie who would listen to you. Amazing. Maybe soon I will get a chance to send Furotorin to talk to him. He felt Kurama's fear that his plan it was impossible to slow down minutely small steps. Naruto was no fool, but he was confident that together they could save the Bihu and change the shinobi system. Shisui had been watching Kuratsuchi for a little over 5 days. During that time period, he had attempted 10 escape attempts. Each one was done at different times, through different means, through different escape routes. And it was all done without chakra. He had been taught well. To a person so young, Shisui just wished he could see his face every time he scorned right in front of her and kicked her to the ground. Like, right now, it's not fair. You shouldn't be able to use that jutsu if you can't see where you intend to appear. Good luck, he said cheerfully. However, that was close. At that moment, you almost got within a mile of the cabin. Good job, she growled. She actually growled at him. It was such a refreshing experience after being trapped under the polite but brief care of Kabuto. No one liked to joke around. Although Konoha-sama would laugh or giggle whenever he joked, she liked it quite his company. but he was quite busy running a normal occupation for a child. He was determined to find out more of the story of how that had happened, but he still wasn't that up to speed. However, when Asama arrived at his hut with a prisoner of war from Iwa Shisui, he knew he was being presented with the opportunity to serve the village once again. It was a perfect scenario for him: reluctant company, unwilling help in his rehabilitation as a shinobi, and the chance to do something for the sake of the village. Catching her always made him extremely happy, so happy he couldn't help but smile, and it seemed like Katsi got really annoyed with that after a while. You're such a conceited. Fuck you now. Just because you're too slow to run over me, don't take your frustrations on me. I've been a perfectly nice guard, sure, Warden Aburame. No, I'm not an Aburame, his prisoner cursed silently under his breath, and his smile reached her ears. He had somewhat missed the rehab was fine, but it was hard to have hope. It's too easy to get lost waiting for your body to heal, for your body to catch up with the abilities. It used to have to escape his despair. It really couldn't be overstated how much the girl's presence was easing his trouble. She was constantly looking for ways to kill him or evade detection, and it kept him focused and too busy to get lost in his depression. The idea that it was so hard for her to say that he was in Uchiha to begin with it was just the icing on the cake. It was in the middle of a highway that cut through the heart of the land of lightning, where two figures stood facing each other. There was no one around them for miles, and that had been prearranged. Akatsuki went to great lengths to never have their agents outside of headquarters without a partner to watch their back. After all, Itachi stood with his arms crossed in the shade of a tree as his new partner slowly approached him. Serving in the Akatsuki was a blessing and a curse. It was actually safer than going it alone, and yet the work he had done was nothing but despicable for an organization that intended to create a perfect world through the storage of the Biju. They took every good-paying job they could find. However, would you take any job when you were an organization of criminals? Itachi ached for the day Naruto or Sasuke stood before him, ready to lay him to rest. Although knowing Naruto, he would try to bring him back to Noah, back home. The thought made Itachi smile for a brief moment. The boy was so innocent and naive. Itachi could never live amongst the village hidden in the leaves. Again, that chapter of his life was over. He had heard of the rumors of the Uchiha massacre. He was vilified and detested the same as his new partner. Itachi was cursing himself for letting Bidua die. His replacement was far worse. After all the shinobi of Koen knew the horror stories of Orochimaru, the snake Sannin. The man had piercing yellow eyes, skin literally white as milk, and long black hair. His smile was also a spurn and a spurn. Itachi really fought not to Inan's use it with Amaterasu. Kukuku, it's a pleasure to meet you, Itachi Kuen. Where has Leader San ordered us to go? Kusagakure, they have hired us to destabilize the chain of command there. Interesting enough talking, we have a schedule to keep. While leading as they walked down the road, he began to wonder how long this partnership would last, and furthermore, if he would be able to end the Sannin's life and make it look like an accident. Yuzin had just informed Kakashi about Mui's proposal. The ANBU commander seemed to be taking it rather well, as his worry had lessened somewhat after the events of Shadow Valley. However, he could still feel the worry radiating from his thoughts and worries. Kakashi nodded and took a few seconds to process their initial reactions. He can't be sent alone, surrounded by two armies of foreign shinobi. Okay, it's too reckless. Kakashi nodded and looked at the map of Kirigakure on Lokage's desk. It was outdated. Most likely the outposts were long abandoned, but his intelligence department notes were filled in their margins. However, they didn't have much information at their disposal since Yagura's tenure as Mizukage began. The successful attempts of espionage collapsed. Kakashi would know he's the one who assigned each agent to their suicide mission, but this could be exactly what we need to avoid hostilities from Iwa Kumo. Kakashi nodded once more reluctantly. This was a chance for Horo, an alliance with two other great nations. And if the Hokage could maintain relations with the lesser villages, that alliance would be a global superpower that would be difficult to fight. They could force Komoa to the table, maybe form a real and lasting peace. Minato's dream, so close to be made reality. I have been able to contact someone in the Yagura regime who is offering to sell us some information. Assign Ibiki to lead the mission to intercept a Kiriki deployment. Perk Kak offered himself. Well, we need to know more information on the current standings of Yagura. Yuan's forces, said. Kakashi stood in thought for a moment, taking everything that was on the map. He looked back with a question. What is your plan to use Naruto? She would make the forces of the Konoha people would be used to back up and reinforce their own battalions. He would be kept in reserve to make a second wave, if necessary. Another with the session, and the Princess would need a guard. Someone strong enough to defend him and fast enough to filter him out if necessary. Yuan gave him a pointed look. It can't be you. You're too well connected to the Yondaime already. I'm afraid Inoki has made connections with Naruto's affiliation. Kakashi returned his reprimand. All right then, that only leaves one option. Yuzin raised an eyebrow. Really only one option? There is only one man I trust to protect Naruto from the enemies. As well as himself, he will be able to fight single-handedly against most of Kiri's rank forces. And if pushed, I'm sure he could fight Sandy himself. Very well, I will inform Taran that if he desires the service of Konoha's people, he will have to pay for me. Guayo, If this goes wrong, it is my professional opinion that Konoha should push silently to our forces to strengthen them. I suggest keeping honing in the expectations of war. I prefer not to militarize more than necessary, but you have my permission to begin to increase the recruitment and training of ANBU. We will start from the top down, make them strong. Kakashi or Naruto will be alone at the front. If it comes to war, with all due respect, I would be right by your side. Okagesima orders. Or not know if it were your orders, Kakashi. Now you have my orders. I want to double our ANBU in the 5 years. You better get started. When Kakashi left, Yuzin couldn't help but feel like he was making a mistake after being so against the war for so long. He created this perception that he was weak. Danzo would tell him regularly enough that he knew others were whispering about it behind his back. When raising Naruto, he slowly began to resent that reputation. Fearing that he may have actually been leading Konoha the village, he loved to be too weak to fight back. Now, however, Konoha's political influence and military were at an all-time high. He couldn't help but feel that things were going to start going wrong, and that it was too late to stop the events that were underway. He may be tired of war after all, but that doesn't mean he's tired of it. Naruto was quickly becoming the center of this conflict. He was too involved too quickly. He didn't want to overplay his hand. Success or failure, the Konoha agent would be quiet for a long time. He hoped that his adopted son would understand. Sasuke stopped his hands when he felt someone watching him. He looked up from the dock he was practicing on to see his classmates standing there watching him. He frowned and was about to turn around when he saw the boy slowly begin a hand seal sequence, the one he had just been practicing. The boy completed the hand seals and fired a ball of fire at least 20 feet in radius, easily dwarfing any fireball that he himself had. Sasuke could throw, stared in shock, and jerked as the emotionless boy walked down the path and towards him. Your portal need more definitive positioning, and your chakra needs to flow more through your lungs. The bigger the breath, the bigger the projectile size. Stated pointlessly, nothing coating sugar. The criticisms were spoken of as if from a shinobi. Lord, he hadn't been spoken to like that since the man who murdered his father was still around. How do you know what I have to do? Sai shrugged, seemingly unaffected by his condescension. The pale boy looked frail. He never called Sasuke impressive or strong. He never performed amazingly, but he never needed more work from Irika sense. And after participating in an exercise, how strong are you? Sai gave him a bored look and shrugged again. Sasuke began to feel like he was being looked down upon and felt his temper beginning to rise. He gritted his teeth, but remembered what his mother had told him he had taught him after the massacre. He took a breath and crossed his arms, but kept a frown. I was taught to be a shinobi before the academy. I could teach you how to use the jutsu if you want. Sasuke had been expecting some kind of flattery, some condolences for the Uchiha massacre. Every new person he met apologized for something they hadn't had a part in, but Sai didn't even ask to be friends or anything. He just offered to teach him the jutsu. And, well, insane, how was Ida going to admit it? He was the only one who taught him how to be a shinobi. His mother was too busy leading the rest of the clan, and she didn't want to push him too fast. But he needed to grow up. He needed to prove that the Uchiha clan wasn't gone. He would become the strongest ninja in the village. He would kill his traitor brother and become the Hokage or clan head of the Uchiha. At least he looked back, so he was standing there hoping. He didn't give any signs of discomfort in the slightest. Sure, but we can't talk about it, and we're not friends. Perfect. He starts by running through the undulls. No, you're already screwing up. Stop that frown. If you're mad, you're not focused. Don't tell me shut up and listen, stupid. He took every lesson his mother taught him to stop attacking, but if this is what it took to learn more than what he would be taught at the academy, he would pay the price. However, that didn't mean he had to like it. Kisame looked up from his food to see Zabuza Momochi walking through the chambers reserved for the seven-sword chin of the mist. Momochi was the last addition, letting Kisame go, who didn't have one of the famous swords yet. This was the first time I saw Zabuza without the Kubikiri Bocho. That wasn't to say that keeping his sword present was childish. The seven swords were almost sacred relics, and to Kiri they were national treasures. Kisame dreamed of being one of the legendary seven chin swords as a child. Every fight and every lesson was just another step on the ladder to achieve that goal. They were famous warriors, and Kisame wanted to be the best in his youth. Never he understood people. He didn't like them much either. He liked to fight. He liked to revel in the fear in his enemies' eyes when they realized he was stronger, that he would win. Zabuza headed straight for Kisame. That was another first. They had never spoken before, and Kisame didn't know any reason not to unless Zabuza had friends that had turned out to be traitors or rebels. Then he would probably be in some trouble with him. However, he was pretty brave trying to kill him. In the middle of the village, Zabuza stood before him and looked at him. Your happy hero, Saki. It's said that you haven't seen any missions since the last one was a failure. Kisame couldn't help the laugh that came from him and looked at Zabuza. He finished the last of his plate and stood up, towering over the smaller man. It may have only been a few inches difference, but it set the tone in Kisame's favor. You better be careful, Momochi, especially around me. I may be sitting on the sidelines now, but after a few more missions, I think Fuguki will agree. I'm more than ready for Samada. I could have had Kubikiri Bocho myself, but I decided to leave it for the smaller fish. Zabuza among make sure he would fight. He was young and would definitely fight, especially if he fought with the famous sword in hand. LO, I like your mon of Demis spirit, but it does little more than make me eager for a fight. Maybe we can have a spread once I get my sword. We'll see how you look. Why don't you try it now? Zabuza idly twirled a kunai that hadn't been undrawn. A few moments ago, Kisame's smile widens, and he leans in close because I don't know for sure if you're a traitor or not, Momochi. I've heard the rumors about you. The whispers of questioning say that you've talked to rebel conspirators. Or that's what one rebel yelled for them to stop. Why do you think Yagura put you here with me? I'll leave you be. Kisame, he laughed, and his sharp teeth glinted in the light. You're here, so I can keep my eyes on you. If you make a step in false, I'll be the last one he'll fight too. I want it to be a good fight. Chinese sword, chin sword. So I'll wait. If you're not a rebel, then we'll see who kills more of them on the battlefield. Zabuza growled in annoyance and started to walk away. He turned around to Kisame as he walked away, firing just before he was out of earshot. Fuguki wants to see you have a new mission, protecting Kuiper Corp. You better get it, fish face. Ha ha ha. Just you wait, Butcher. I want you to try your luck against me more and more. Naruto walked into Hokage's office with his mask in place. He walked in and bowed to Yuen and looked at the woman sitting in front of the desk. She had long brown hair that obscured half of her face. She was wearing a long blue dress and had a Kiri Tate. Agent Konoha, this is Might Terumi, leader of the Kirigakure rebellion. He bowed to her and stood attentively. She looked at him intently as he took a moment in silence to let his empathy do its work. She was nervous for him. A part of her was worried that he would be brought in to help assassinate her, that Kiri's secrets would be revealed. She was getting more and more tense, trying to think of some way to stop him. Her anxiety was skyrocketing, making her less and less rational. She was starting to worry about how long he had been silent. It's a pleasure to meet you, Teramisin. She nodded. Calma-17. Similar to hours of waiting to distrust shinobi, she was stronger than him, but maybe not as strong as Yuzin. That could just be your own bias, boy. He saw the rolling eyes behind his mask and looked at Hokage. Yuen smiled and looked at her. You seem a little nervous. Teramisin, how could I not be when you force call Tuas into the hole as a warning of our negotiations? That being said, I'm fine to adhere to your jutsu. Now Salat Bidon, their leader, smiled, and Naruto could feel that a part of his guardian was guilty at how much she was enjoying this little game she was playing. Her eyes drifted to Naruto and she nodded slightly, giving him approval to reveal the terrible truth. I have already cleared you, Teramisin. She looked at him and didn't know how to react initially. She looked like she was going to laugh at first, but then she immediately made a face. What have I already cleared? You are trustworthy. But I didn't. She fell silent, and Naruto heard Yuen laugh lightly. I know, Teramisin, you haven't sensed me or my technique. You still don't. The Jinjutsu you were curious to try to use to protect your mind from me is useless. I firmly believe that there would be had the same result. She was surprised, and Naruto knew she wasn't used to feeling like this. She knew her ability, her quirk, was something else. It was chakra-based, just like all the other abilities of this type. And yet the amount of chakra needed for it was insegui-free, unfiltered, and unrestricted information. The best gift that could have been given to her, at least that was her own personal opinion. Now that we have you cleared up, Terhumizan, why don't we go over your plan one more time? Agent Konoha, take this as your personal briefing. Once we're done here, go and report to Miguai. He'll be your backup for the duration of this mission. Of course, Okama, we're going to Kirigakure with Teramisin. Yes, you're going to war. Before he could answer, his empathy caught a new concern from Yuzin. The man who never doubted him before was worried that Naruto wouldn't follow orders, and he knew that the Yonde Mizukage was a Jinchuriki. Naruto, nothing's wrong. He's just looking out for you, Kurama. He doubts me. He doesn't trust me. Just breathe. It will be okay. It will be. But just because he doesn't know that I know it, Naruto, now is our only chance to save Isabu, Kurama, and Yagura too. There has to be a way. If it's too dangerous, then we should just let the situation play out. No, I'll just do whatever is easiest. Never again. We won't let Isabu suffer anymore. Under the shinobi system, we'll free him. We both can do it alone. We'll have to be smart. All right, boy, I'll start thinking of a plan. Naruto drew attention as Yujido and I informed him of the proposed raid, but throughout the meeting, he couldn't shake the feeling that his adoptive father knew there was something wrong with him. I'll show you that you can trust me, that I can save the Bijou and help Konoha at the same time. I forgive you, Gigi. I'll prove you wrong, and you'll never have to distrust me again. The leaves fell slowly in the autumn wind as Yujito made her way through the forest. This wasn't her first time in the Land of Fire, but it was definitely the first time she was sent to assassinate a fellow Jinchuriki. She had fought Bee long enough to know she was no pusher. She had even made it to Matatabi and was able to befriend her after learning from Killer by the 8 Tails example. If he is a Jinchuriki of Kurama and has a quirk, then you have to be careful. Dear Kurama doesn't care much, and anything that he cares about, well, I know. Thanks, Matatabi-chan. She looked coldly at the path leading to the gates of Konoha and settled in, but I will not let Reikage-sama down. Your trust in me is well placed. You are by my side for this mission. As with everything else, I just hope Kurama's grudge does not continue once he reforms. End of chapter 12. Naruto found that he enjoyed him very much. Guai, of course, he had heard stories of Kei, so a shinobi did not need ninjutsu jinjutsu to be truly terrifying, be deadly, or efficient. Could Guy be a true master of taijutsu and could make up for not use the other two schools of jutsu? Naruto struggled to compare to anyone but Reik with Gei's physical fitness. He looked harmless with his bowl cut, his thick eyebrows, and charming yet innocent smile. On top of all that, Guy was probably one of the happiest shinobi in AR. had ever met. When Naruto arrived at the door, he had found MG already present doing push-ups. The older Jounin had jumped to his feet and greeted, not an ounce of resentment at being addressed by a shinobi less than a third of his age. He was greeted with only respect and kindness, a true shinobi of the leaf. He held no resentment, nor anger festered, no jealousy. The greatest thing he could feel was the fear that he wasn't doing all he could to become stronger to protect the ones he loved. Naruto was impressed. The two of them were waiting patiently for Mui. Naruto had packed all of his supplies, at least everything he could think of. He had checked it 3 times before leaving his apartment. The task before him, it was terrifying. He worried about the upcoming confrontation. After experiencing the events of Shadow Valley, he saw the memories of hundreds of clones in his dreams. Some had made it to the end of the battle, and those memories were the hardest images of the aftermath dancing in his head. Fusing together pulled him from his fan. When he felt a finger tap his mask, he looked up to see Gay leaning down, looking at him. Something on your mind, Konasan? You seem distracted. My mind. I offer myself as an ear for you. Rest your worries, Josh. Naruto laughed and smiled behind his mask. Thank you, Gazon. As I was thinking about the mission and the upcoming fights, a hardened look came over the Jounin's eyes, and an understanding blossomed within him. I remember what the last shinobi war was like. I too am nervous about participating in the upcoming battle, but I can offer some advice my father once gave me. Your father? Naruto blinked. I had never heard much about Gay's family, just like I had never heard much about Kakashi's father. Was known as the eternal Genin who didn't know a single jutsu and yet saved my life and the lives of my 7 swordsmen from the Mist team. For some reason, Naruto was fascinated by the story. The feelings within MG captivated him. As he spoke, his negative emotions were slowly fading away, overcome by the emptiness of happiness and joy. He was almost void of anything negative, and it was extremely relaxing. He opened the 8th gate. The gate of death was stronger to them than most players, but he kept his strength for when he needed it most. That kind of power, when attained, should only be used with self-rule with him, so as not to endanger abuse of it. What was his rule? He would only use his power when needed to protect someone valuable to him. In my place, why did you mention that? Guy looked at him, and Naruto felt like he was trying to be nice to him, because we are both capable of amazing things. However, we have to be careful of which one to use, especially in Kirigakure. I know you know what it costs. However, do you have any rules? A self-rule? Naruto paused. If it had been anyone else, he would have dismissed the question. He honestly wasn't sure why he was thinking about it, except he remembered what I had told him right away. You can't break a promise, and I promised not to break any of mine. I don't break gay promises. He smiled at that and gave her a stiff thumbs up. Yeah, a big self-rule that would work just fine. My advice is to just use your power to keep that rule. Naruto furrowed his forehead in confusion. How does that translate to don't use my power, only use it when you have to, so you don't break a promise? Gay smiled widely with his hands on his hips, and Naruto could almost swear he was glowing. Hey, okay, yeah, Yash, I think you and I are going to have a great time. Kirik, it's a wonderful environment for cardio. All the sandy beaches are wonderful for running. I don't think we'll have much free time, Gazon, actually. So we'll just have to do as much as we can in the little time we have assigned for leisure. Gentlemen. Naruto jumped as Mir appeared behind both, smiling cockily. Gay, she seemed a little tense, but quickly relaxed and gave him the thumbs up. We are excited to begin our mission to help the relief of your people. Terramycin, excellent. Let's go. She looked at him, and he could see her evaluating him, focused on him. Desider, scared, hesitant. He nodded with her breast. Josh, to the land of water. May smiled and took the initiative. Perfect. We will meet my companion at the border. I lead the way. She left, and Naruto and Jiro quickly sat down next to Hinata in their seats. They were working on a simple enough activity. Although trying not to finish it too quickly was proving difficult, it was one of the most basic seal arrays, and this exercise was to identify anyone with talent in Fuinjutsu. Saya identified that no one here would be considered a prodigy in the art. He himself was not a prodigy, but he had long ago learned how to make the seals most basic along with their own style of jutsu. The most basic seals were simple. There was something about the patterns, the connections, and the art itself of sealing that made chakra interact with the world, just as it did. Sealing was one of the most esoteric arts because it had more limitations in its use at first glance. For most shinobi, the time to make a seal and use it would mean death. The pre-made seals were all fine and dandy, but keeping a vast arsenal of different seals and then making them damage catastrophe, it was not safe to store seals. You did not need the explosive. Notes were mass-produced because they were some of the simplest designs. They were made to be destroyed on activation. An explosive release of chakra, however, quite useful in the hands of shinobi. This is why it was important for new shinobi to be sat down and instructed in their creation, and use. Right in front of them was Sasuke. Uchiha behind them were the 2 girls, Sakura and Ino. Since L and Nada, they had become friends. The other students in the class had started to pay more attention to him, mainly the other heirs of the clan. It was a rarity to have so many heirs together in a single class. It was a kind of opportunity to gather intelligence. However, their scrutiny was annoying. It was difficult to watch them as they blatantly watched him. The girls behind him had decided that they needed to be careful and protect Nada from any of his plans. He suspected that they considered him a pervert. That is what worried them. They were mainly learning to be shinobi, and their biggest worries were if the Inuzuka was going to check them out and which girl Uchiha liked the most. Disappointing. Not even Hinata was exempt. Her anxiety paralyzed her at times. and she worried that she would never see Naruto again. At least, she had some hope. After all, scouts and spies didn't need to be bloodthirsty. The Uchiha was hard to tell he didn't talk to anyone either. However, the few words he said to Sai during their sessions training were somewhat informative about his personality. He longed for the strength to find his brother and confront him for his crimes. Of course, facing Itachi Uchiha soon for him was suicide. Uchiha's heir was gifted, but even he was no match for what the Third Shinobi War had molded his brother into. However, it worked for him. Sai was slowly revealing more and more of his arsenal, and Sasuke was becoming more comfortable with him, more cooperative and enthusiastic with his training sessions. His mission was going very, very well. Saiken, why does he want to be a shinobi? He looked at him and saw Hinata looking at him, his seal completed in front of her. He had done pretty well. There was nothing else for me. You have done pretty well with your seal. Yet San blushed and looked down, his fingers dipping into each other. He turned to his fourth seal and began painting it. What do you mean there was nothing else? He looked back and saw that she had control of herself again. Strange, that should have taken 10 more minutes. There was no what to choose. He gave her a smile like Shin had taught her, waiting for her to take her answer and get back to work. Instead, confusion slowly grew on his face. Your parents asked you 3 questions. 3 questions in less than a minute. Yada Yuga was chatting with him during class. He had no idea what to do. Nat kept looking at him, patiently waiting for his answer. No, I don't have parents. She gave him a sympathetic look and put her hand on his shoulder comfortingly. Sai's thoughts became overwhelmed. What's going on right now? I'm sorry, Saiken. That must be horrible. If you want, you can come do homework or eat at my house if you get alone. He nodded and went back to his work, and she looked at him for a few moments before smiling lightly and going back to her work. Sai wasn't ready for that kind of interaction. He would have to talk to Shin more, and Nada was becoming more comfortable with him and looking for a higher level of friendship or informality with him. If she was inquisitive about him, that could jeopardize their mission. She had to learning to be his friend. He had to learn fast. Maybe this mission wasn't as clear as he had assumed. That was why he wants to be a shinobi. Kurutsu stared at Warden from his position in front of the sink. They were making lunch, and he seemed to insist on getting to know her better and being nice. What was worse was that she didn't know if he was genuine and so stupid, or she knew that being nice pissed her off more. If he was that good, I'm such a kid's granddaughter. She went back to washing the potatoes. She wasn't trusted to peel them. The only one knife she was allowed to use was a dull butter knife. Not much of a weapon. That's not an answer. I don't care to give an answer. Honestly, he was the worst. She hated his stupid face. This Shaq. She hated being a prisoner. She hated being kept out of her home. Shut up, stop talking to me. You're not the prisoner. You can't be nice and talk to me like I'm being unreasonable for not wanting to talk or bond with you. Just because this cell isn't an empty room with iron bars. I want to go home. I want to be a kunoichi of my village, and I want to go on missions and kill as many of least children as I can. Her anger filled her, and she rushed forward. Her hand grabbed the butter tray, securing her weapon, and as soon as she could, her arm slammed down. She stabbed him in the shoulder with the knife. He stood there gripping her wrist's hand, the blade pressing into the fabric of her shirt. He looked up at her, and his anger burned because she couldn't read anything from him. He wore a deep crimson blindfold, and no being able to look into his eyes infuriated her at times. She should have been the one with the advantage, but she saw nothing when she looked at him. No clues or weaknesses to be found. No, instead her eyes began to water due to her anger and shame. She was crying like a little girl. Some kunoichi. She was Kurate. Don't say my name. I don't want to talk to you. She shook herself out of his grip, butter knife clattering against the floor, and sneaked back to the sink. She silently picked up the knife and reassembled the stew. Giving her space, listen to her, and respect her boundaries. She couldn't hate him more at that moment. I came home to Dad and Grandpa, and I'll be so strong that no one could ever capture me again. It's been some time since we've been gone without a fight. So long, Rossi. Rossi nodded at the silent voice of her permanent companion and looked around at the beautiful landscapes around her. Tea County was known for its fertile lands and breathtaking views. She had gone on a mission this way years ago, and he always wanted to enjoy spending his time wandering the country's roads. A peaceful life. He never imagined he would get to experience. The Biju laughed deeply. No, Rossi, I have yet to sense any Jinchuriki approaching us or any large group of shinobi. Just like you, I wouldn't have asked you to keep your senses out if mine were better than yours. Your paranoia is understandable, but I'm afraid it's no longer necessary. They have kept their word. It seems they can be trusted. The Urama kid. I have more reasons to dislike the fox than you, but it seems that we really are on the same side. Russell made a face, and Chaz removed his tongue. That made things more complicated. Imagine if his plan worked. Rossi, true freedom for the two. It seemed that his partner was already willing to roll those dice, but Rossi was not so convinced. It is too soon. He only convinced us we would have to guarantee that there were more Jinchuriki on board before committing to this. Besides, still it could be a trap. By Konoha no Kurama, I would never ever work with a shinobi village to endanger a brother, no matter how much he says he doesn't like us. Some of us. It's not a trap. Well, I wish I had your trust. We could go talk to Nkoko. We might be able to convince him I'm not going to endanger, and until I'm sure of our chances of survival, of success. His mind was as silent as the clouds that floated through the sky. They were full of color, and the breeze was sweet with the scent of flowers. It had been a long time Since he had experienced peace, he had fought countless battles, he had dreamed of retirement, though that fantasy had faded day by day. He had a chance here to disappear, fade from memory, to live the life he always wanted. You had wanted this for quite some time. Ross groaned in recognition. He had wanted this chance, ETA. And deeply there were many things he wanted to experience, and see, just retire to a mountain cabin, paint or write or something like that. He never got much of a chance to know if he was good at either. Maybe garden. The boy wouldn't stop trying to save the Biju. No, they won't stop. That was the problem. Rossi could wash his hands of the elemental nations. He had it in him to walk away. The boy was too young, too committed. He would fight and die if need be with no help. That brings us to the final question. Rossi, will you let him fight alone? Or will you help him? That was a hard one for him to answer. This could be his best chance, his only chance to leave all the fighting behind, to be at peace and live a simple life. The boy could make it without him. With enough Jinchuriki, he had a chance, but there was a better chance. He wouldn't have Naruto. Would need the loyalty of every Jinchuriki that could side with him. Not all would make it, some, but all of the Jinchuriki would die. If he disappeared, at least Naruto would die searching for him. That was the cost of his life of peace, possibly condemning the boy to death. Sounds good to you? Kisame looked, staring at the last Kiri Kunoichi under his protection, dying at his hand. She had been kind and sweet, but weak. Her soft, she looked at him, his agony shaking his body. What a terrible life that was. Ikki Marino in front of them with a squad of elite Koen players. She was too weak to risk capture, so the Sangria Mist demanded her death, the deaths of all the shinobi of Cirque. That's what she had been taught. Everyone was disposable. He didn't regret killing her. It was just a shame that it was necessary. What are you doing? Those are your own men. Kisame looked at the disgusted Lee shinobi and frowned. I won't hand over any of the Cyber Corps shinobi alive. And Vicky growled and took a few steps towards him, her squad preparing their swords. Surrender, there's no escape for you. Maybe she grits her teeth at me. If I'd had one of the 7, I could have fought them off, torn apart like I was now. If only they'd given him Sata. Stop, Kisame. I jumped off the cliff and down into the abyss below towards his village. Naruto inhaled the coastal air. They had been having a good time and had reached the border of the land of fire in several days. Mei's pace had been relentless to the point that Gay had to carry Naruto on his back. He could have matched it, but would have needed some help from Kurama. His identity as a Jinchuriki was paramount to staying silent, so he endured the embarrassment of a piggyback ride. He enjoyed them anyway. He realized they had been close to the coast. As the temperature dropped, it got colder, and the environment began to change. The dense forests had turned into coastal forests, and the animals had changed as well. It was still the land of fire, but it really felt like somewhere else. The coasts of the land of fire were quite beautiful. They were not very developed. Just a few coastal cities with ports for trade made most of the coast quite quiet and calm. It was never more relaxed than the areas with minimal human presence. Apparently Kurama felt a little guilty for that fact. He looked ahead sharply as he spotted a group of eager shinobi. It seems that Sakito was waiting for them on the ship. Your men are waiting for us, Terhumizan. She offered nothing more than a smile and a nod, and they changed course. They arrived to find 3 shinobi waiting for them. Naruto was impressed. One of them had a sword that could not be anything other than one of the famous 7 swords. It seemed to be the Kubikiri Bocho. The other, oh man, the other had a Yugon hidden. The Yuga they would launch an attack if they ever found out. I would definitely be informing the Sandame about it for sure. Mima, looks like the mission was a success indeed. Ao, this is Nick. Gay smiled and gave a thumbs up. And this is Agent Konoha. He nodded. The 2 men gave him their attention. The one with the sword approached him. He was wearing his headband sideways on his head over his black hair. He had bandages wrapped around his neck and the lower part of his face. Not unlike Kakashi's mask, he had arm guards on the forearms and a black t-shirt. Of course, his sword, a man-length slab of steel, was sheathed across his back. The man was filled with pride and bloodlust, closing off his vulnerabilities for fear of loss, and the pain was malicious. He enjoyed the fight. The other was more composed, more honorable, yet cunning. Both were fearsome in different ways. They made excellent bodyguards for a hopeful Cage. Then you are responsible for the massacre of Shadow Blade. How many shinobi did you take out? Naruto tilted his head to look at the 7 swordsmen. He was quite tall. He was also a very violent man. He was one of those shinobi that could never adjust to civilian life. Naruto knew that Zabuza could never retire. That was sad. He felt bad for him more than I care to admit. Zabuza scoffed. You're just a child. How do we know you really acted alone? It's not based on your reputation, also on the actions you committed as a child. Demon of bloody mist. Zabuza laughed out loud, a deep haunting sound. The man really had a fearsome presence. Oh, I know, I killed those comrades of mine. We are a simple village. Konoha, on the other hand, is much more devious. I think the reports are false from what I'm seeing here. I'm just more sure of it. You didn't act alone. Ha ha ha. The group of ninja. Kiri looked at Guy's boisterous laughter. The Konoha agent is one of our most important shinobi. If anything, the reports surely underestimate his effectiveness. Zabuza sneered. And who are you supposed to be? Could you, gay son of a Mig-gu? Zabuza rolled his eyes, and she scoffed again. The man's skepticism seemed to be hard to contain. Sure, that means something to he laughed humbly. Maybe I should, my young ally. Mei looked at the assembled group. and decided to take charge. Enough talk, we need to hurry to Kiri. Yagura surely knows something about us. 3 missing. My orders have been delivered. Ao nodded. Indeed, Mima. She turned her gaze to Zabuza, who grunted and nodded. Excellent, then let's go. Shinobi nodded and walked towards the beach where a small boat was stranded. Naruto and Gay followed Naruto, feeling that there were no plans to stab them in the back. While Gay had been informed of the possibility that Yagura's agents may have infiltrated Mei's inner circle, but it seems that was not the case. They boarded the boat and began to sail towards the Kiri Islands. It was time to go to war. Yusin, I congratulate you. Your apparent cruelty took me by surprise. It's not often that I admit it, and you're one of the few that I feel won't swell with arrogance in that admission. We both know we are capable of surprising the other. Our villages have often butted heads, but up until now it has always been business. The war after the days of Shota Tsuchikage, our relations have never been personal. Your agent saw fit to capture my granddaughter. You have my attention, Yusin, whether you want it or not. I am making the first step of negotiations, and they are personal. As a gesture of goodwill, I will allow these negotiations to take a month's time to settle. After that, I will take action and assume my granddaughter is dead. Don't push me to that point, old friend. I'm willing to admit defeat, but I don't think I'll bow to your every whim. Fond grandpa, whoever you may be, I'm still the Tsuchikage. We both know what that means. It's also worth noting that one of my assets has gone missing at the same time this attack occurred. Would you also like to take credit for that, Professor? I'm very excited to receive your reply. It's been some time since I've had the pleasure of biting words with someone of intellect. Rake can be so brutal. Sometimes I await your terms. Inoki Sandem Metsa Chikage. Well, that's all I suspected. Yuzin lowered the letter and looked in front of him. Shikaku and a masked Kakashi were sitting in front of him, mostly for formalities' sake. Their hair was pretty identifiable. Maybe I should tell him to start wearing his hood more often. He's angry. He might believe that the whole purpose of the attack was to hit his granddaughter. I agree. Shikako, we should let him believe that. Being the case, it would be beneficial to clarify that it was outside of Konoha's mission objectives. I think that might be more insulting. Kakashi went to his folder and went thinking, well, we could always overlook that in our response. Inoki seems to respond better with blunt correspondence. I suggest you just outline your terms and assure her of her safety and well-being, and that she is kept safe. And Kakashi shrugged non-committally and leaned back in his chair. She is kept in a shelter outside of the records. Increases his guard. Kakashi nodded silently. What asset does Okagesima refer to? Yuzin looked back at the letter in his hand. This stays here. Both nodded immediately. Rosie, the Jinchuriki of the Yomi Kakashi, having known this, no longer reacted visibly. Shikaku raised an eyebrow and exhaled audibly. It was us, Okagesima, indeed. Shik, the Konoha agent, convinced him to desert his village. That will not be written in our records. Okay, Sama, what is our work here? We are stripping IWA of one of their Jinchuriki and preemptively killing a platoon of their shinobi. Kumo EI had agreed to launch a joint invasion. They would have had to march through Kasaki to get to us. Inoki committed 100 men. This seems more like a show of force than an invasion. That Tsuchikage was probably just sizing up the rake, and his intentions, well, regardless, his plans will have reverted. You're very close to questioning my judgment. Is that a crime or Kajama? You used to tell me to do that when I had my doubts. Has that changed? There was silence in the office as Yuzin stared coldly at his commander. Honing, the man was not wrong. He had always asked to provide his feedback. It seemed he would have to relax a little. They were not at war. It would do him good to deliberate with his advisors. Shikaku, I have made mistakes in the past, and I have no desire to make them again. These are uncertain times, and we must strive for peace. Shikako nodded slowly. Very well, Okagesima. I will get to work drafting a response, please. Shikako nodded and left. Kakashi waited for the door too close before asking his question. Recruitment and training are going well, Okagesima. Good, Kakashi. Keep things moving. I want to be ready for any surprises. Kabuto's hand closed over the body beneath him, scalpel in hand, the blade barely hanging over the skin. It was a simple enough procedure. The experiment was to prove that a body could also handle flesh that chakra passively absorbed through the skin. Orochimaru had discovered a small clan in grass that had been born with the inclination to develop the bloodline, and the body in front of him was one of the last of the bloodline. The body was dead, of course, so it wasn't because of that his hand was frozen over the corpse. No, the inaction was because his body had been paralyzed. Just as he was about to start the procedure, he felt his body was slow. His heart rate also slowed, his muscles tensed, and he had no control. He managed to take a deep breath before it fully established. His eyes were fixed on the body. Before Ellie couldn't move from his point of focus, he heard a door that shouldn't have been opened behind him, and someone entered. Kabuto. He expected more from Orochimaru's right hand. You didn't even detect the toxin he sprayed into the air in front of your precious laboratory door. How careless. A voice that was definitely not Orochimaru shouted mockingly from behind him. If it were physically possible, Kabuto would have grinning from ear to ear. Finally, things had been going too well lately. He's been waiting for the shoe to drop. Who would expect a lowly data entry clerk to catch Orochimaru's top spy? Footsteps came up right behind him, and a stack of papers were slapped across the upper body in front of him. The voice was decidedly masculine, high-pitched, and dripped with a facade of self-importance. The clerk walked to the other end of the body, and Kabuto could barely see his face. Pinched, crooked teeth, poor complexion, greasy hair, and an eye that nearly popped out of his face. Shocked at being me, Kabuto Mu, I don't even remember his name. I have to reacquaint myself with the staff." After this, D-Sun Shinobi laughed as he reveled in the power of his current position. Careless, very careless. Important information samples of completed experiments were accounted for, but were missing, and too much of experiments signed by you while Orochimaru was away. I may not have even caught it if you hadn't stolen from all experiments so far. Perhaps I was a little too ambitious. There you go to die Usu Pizarre your place as the right hand of Orochimaru-sama. And as he continued to climb the ladder of glory continued already, Kabuto found it quite difficult to focus on his monologue. This was a serious throwback to the gathering of the most nefarious and unethical shinobi under a banner he had not anticipated in the past. His idiotic narcissism, this shinobi, whose name still escaped him, could have killed him. From true, that was could have killed him when he first entered the room, but then he gave in to the impulse or compulsion to show off as if getting lucky with a trap would con era in a shinobi superior to Kabuto. The weaker shinobi killed the stronger shinobi every day. Sadly for him, his window had passed. He leaned in closely, his breath as bad as his deformed eye flew from his lips with excitement. Some last word, Kabuto? Not well. Wait, Chu Turk. The surprise bloomed across his face as Kabuto effortlessly stabbed the scalpel in his hand through his bulbous eye and into the soft flesh of his brain. His mouth spat out rapid moans as saliva flowed from his panicked mouth. He silently backed away into the wall behind him and collapsed to the ground with a soft kick. The skin around his eye, the organ, was pressed forward around the blade through the gap in his iris. Blood, brain matter, and retinal fluid oozing out in a horrible mix of mess slowly dripped down his cheek and mixed with his saliva as Kabuto slowly gathered up the documents and dusted them off the saliva and bile. He walked calmly towards the dying ninja and fell on his toes. He was met with the syrupy face before him with a smile as polite as ever. "Thank you for your service." Failed experiment 37. VT grabbed the scalpel and slowly pulled it out jar. While pulling at the eye, he stood up, and the poor soul kicked him weakly. It seems the fool didn't realize that already he was dead. He was as dead as the corpse on the table now that he was under the scalpel. Well, now I have to get rid of this evidence, and I have found the perfect hiding place for them. Once I have inserted them into your chest, you will bleed rapidly. So you see, this is both a necessity and a mercy. No, don't strain yourself. It will soon be over. I am not yet finished with my work here. And it was not to open up the chest of a living man to stuff a handful of damning documents. No, it was exactly what Naruto had sent him here for, but cruelty would keep him alive in the snake's demise. Orochimaru never questioned how many corpses it took for Kabuto to achieve results. He didn't know this man's name, and never would anyone. Kabuto would dismiss his disappearance as a cost of experimentation, and that would become the truth, as had been a handful of other failed experiments over the past few months. No one was perfect, and even Kabuto made a mistake. Mistakes would become another experiment, nameless and failed, but he was one of the few who had taken the fall in Kabuto Jacuzzi. He just wasn't lucky enough to live to tell the tale. The group traveling to Kiri had just landed on land and began to head to their headquarters when a cold mist arrived. His fellow travelers didn't seem to be bothered by what Naruto had assumed was a natural mist that the land of water was known for. They traveled deeper into the island, and the mist slowly thickened. As soon as he could feel the faint traces of saturated chakra in the moisture suspended in the air, he felt the electric shock of hatred in the air. He shuddered as if he had been burned and gasped. The rebels, tensed and gay, immediately came right up to his back before he could even shout his warning, and a shinobi flock rushed from the trees, and the Kiri civil war began. Guy stood stiffly behind him as Zabuza gave a bloodthirsty roar and charged at OL to follow him to his shadow. May leapt to the side with most of the enemies branching out to point at her and engage her gaze on high. Guy's leg was raised high off the ground, and he crawled out to kick the nearest enemy. The loyal was able to evade Gay's kick, but Naruto, who had held onto the appendage, swung out with a kunai and slit his throat. The rest of their enemies immediately recoiled and got some distance, if only for the absurdity of the maneuver. Gay's leg was stretched out, and Naruto hung on of her as if she were a tree branch. The monkey claw was most effective when hanging from tree branches. The branches of the nearby coastal trees would be difficult to maintain, even Gay Naruto's weight. On the other hand, his arms and legs had been jokingly referred to as being as thick as a tree branch before. All it took was one awkward question to start a conversation on their journey about the possibility of such a collaboration. Of course, you would have to be the size of a child and be able to predict Gay's next move to not get disoriented. Luckily, that worked out very well for him, and so the world witnessed the birth of the experimental taught style, his living TR combination. Naruto was secretly glad that his enemies were dead. After witnessing it, he screamed from his one-legged stance and jumped off the ground and towards the largest of his opponents. Gay could move fast. Naruto could barely keep up with the spinning world, relying solely on his empathy to know when and how he had the intent to attack. Seemed like the style was pretty effective. Most taijutsu styles were designed for specific attacks, or had specific counters. Naruto was pretty sure no one had ever tried something like what he and Gai were attempting. Right now, Gai alone would have been able to hold off these enemies on his own. With Naruto's help, they were overcoming them, rolling over them like an unpredictable wall of death, and Fist's Guy would swing his leg, and Naruto would throw using a kunai in the opposite direction to hit the unsuspecting enemy, and Gai's blind spot was unorthodox, unconventional, and incredible, and somehow the two of them were making it work even while the world was blurry. Naruto's perception of the emotions around him gave him a clear picture of what was happening outside of his fight, and Gai's Zabuza was blocking blades with multiple enemies at once, cutting and slashing the minor wounds he was accumulating. Didn't slow him down in the slightest. Minamameo was dancing around the large blade, somehow being able to tell where all the enemies' openings were despite not being in line of sight from them. Mei was holding off 12 shinobi on her own. Considering the fear she was inspiring, Naruto believed he was doing well in holding off his adversaries. Retreated when enemy reinforcements arrived, and Naruto sensed another full squad was backing up the enemies attacking. Mei had originally been fine melting 2 enemies in the first few seconds, but some of the newcomers were stronger. They were there specifically to kill Mei. He couldn't let that happen. Today's Jay silently watched as the enemies regrouped to rush them again. How many of me can you handle at once? Gaizon 3 Konoha Tacho, maybe 4 with more practice, but 3 for sure. Josh, very good. Multiple shadow clone. Jutsu, a flash of smoke, startled the approaching Kiri loyalists who felt their jaws drop seeing Guy with 3 Naruto hanging by his arms and 1 leg emerging from the smoke. What kind of a whack? Gai descended upon them like an angel of death as the Narutos slid in with kunais. At every opportunity, the real Naruto made sure Gai could defend himself for 1 more second before turning and rushing to Mei's aid. He couldn't let her die. As he ran towards her, he had to step on 3 half-molten corpses from her boil release. She was able, so he had the feeling that together they would win. Her help would even the odds even a little bit. That was important to do everything he could to keep her alive. If she died, he would never be able to talk to Yagura. Kakashi looked up from his achecha as Inoichi Yamanaka slid into the seat next to him. This is your first time you're here for the world-famous Ichiraka Ramen? Inoichi no Kakashi, I've heard some rumors, and I wanted to get in touch with you before I'd fully decided how true it was what I heard. Or not. Let me guess, was Nara? Inoichi gave him a look, one that everyone in Konoha Shinobi Corp knew was customary if one of the Ino Shacho thought you were sullying one of their company clan's names. While I never realized how specific these looks were, Kakashi thought as Inoichi ordered a bowl to be polite and gather his thoughts. Yeah, I heard something Shikaku was mumbling to himself about. It got me worried. Is that do you think is it possible that the Hokage abused his position? I mean, well, you better hurry up, Inoichi, because I really don't like the tone of this conversation very well. I'll say it. Then I'm worried that Hokage-sama isn't acting in the best interest of the village. More specifically, I think he's hiding something about the Konoha people. Of course, he's not even in the village at the moment, and people were still finding some way to cause a mistake in his name. He loved his little brother, but he was a magnet for trouble. At least he didn't have to deal with all the while. It seemed like this mess had fallen in his lap, and now it was his turn to clean it up. Things had just started to get spicy in Jiraiya's latest novel too. Inoichi, I'm not allowed to talk about personal. You are, and it's a clan matter. Yakashi, I want the truth about what about his heritage? I think the Konoha agent is a Yamanaka, and the Kage is keeping it from me. Kakashi rolled his one eye and smirked condescendingly. That's false, Inoichi. There's no way. Inoichi put a file between them and slid it over towards him. You're wrong, Kakashi. The Konoha agent is related to the Yamanaka. His own files confirm it. Kakashi looked at the confidential file and opened it and saw the results of the blood test that Inoichi was talking about. This was a file that only the Hokage should have had access to. Is this the authentic ANBU personnel folder? It should have been hidden away in the sweet warm heart of the Hokage Tower, not on the sticky counter of the best ramen shop in town. It proved that the Konoha agent was in fact a Yamanaka. What exactly, Kakashi? The Yamanaka glow was on full display, and Kakashi felt like this conversation was going to turn into a real pain in the ass. As clan head, I demand to have an audience with the Konoha agent and secure him in our clan compound. About that, the Konoha agent is on a mission. The glow intensified, and Kakashi knew in his bones that someone scheming was really going to the good day he had been having. Let's talk to Hokage Kakashi now. End of chapter. He's just a loser, nothing like stopping it. They both got shocked when she turned around to frown. Hinata, we are my friend, and I don't like the way you both are talking about him. She turned around quickly with her face completely red. She felt very hot and uncomfortable, as if she was about to sweat at any moment. She couldn't even take off her jacket, because then she would feel too exposed. She was overwhelmed. I can't believe she just said that she felt proud for defending her friend and guilty for being a little mean to Sakura Ino. I hope you both understand that I was just defending a friend, and I forgive her. I decided to pretend they weren't looking at her, just pretend I didn't say anything and go back to watching the fights. Kiba was currently fighting Chui, and it was a very close fight. Without Akamaru, Kiba's style was at a disadvantage. And yet you think she can't say she's Esperant because she's kind to her. She doesn't have many friends, so he's probably just taking advantage of her loneliness. Yada shot himself to the feet and scowled at the two girls. She realized that she didn't think she could hear them, with them whispering a little quieter than before. They seemed shy, but not repentant, saying such bad things about her, like she was a weak-willed girl who had no friends. She could see it in their eyes. Even now, after making her angry, they weren't worried, maybe a little guilty, but they believed she wouldn't do anything, she wouldn't say anything, do anything. Even though they were talking bad about her friend, she was going to do something. And Nat-san, is there a problem? Irika asked as she approached them, having concluded the fight between Kiba and Chui. She turned around. I want to train Hosen Yuka-sensei. All conversations ceased, and even Yuka seemed surprised by his behavior. She felt another blush creeping up her cheeks and tried to fight him with everything she had. Everyone's eyes were on her, and she didn't even want to think what he was thinking of her. Please, okay, Aranosen, would you like to fight Hinata? That's clear. Irika-sensei sounds fun. The whispers broke out between her classmates as Hinata marched towards her starting position. Ino smiled awkwardly from her position and took a ready stance. What was she thinking? She couldn't beat Ino. She had just been very angry. But as always, as soon as she had time to think, her anger would flare up because of her insecurity. This is too much. She was going to embarrass herself. What would you think there if she had made such a challenge only to lose miserably? But it was too late. If she tried to leave the spar after requesting it, Yuka-sensei would disappoint her, and the other students would laugh at her, and on top of that, and she wouldn't speak ill of Sai again. She had to fight, but she didn't know if she could. Yada, and not ready, of course she could. Sensei Nada steeled her nerves with a deep breath and tried to mask her stutter, speaking slowly. Hi, Sensei. I'm ready. It begins. Hinata watched as Ino charged towards her with no strategy, no trickery, just a direct charge to attack. It was at this moment, when Ino approached her with a fist ready, that she realized that nothing else would be needed to beat her. She was a Yuga, a supposed taijutsu monster, and she couldn't even keep her hands from shaking enough to get into her ready stance. Her father was right. It was a huge disappointment, and he didn't reach her and swung. Hinata was able to dodge and retaliate, but even she could tell there was no fire in her blows. Her attacks were hesitant and weak. She doubted they had bruises. Ino didn't seem to care and didn't even try to dodge or deflect. She moved in close, and she elbowed Hinata in the throat. She stopped and started crying, and before she could catch her breath, Ino slid one leg behind hers and tripped her. She crashed to the ground and coughed as she tried to get air into her lungs. She heard her classmates cheering for Ino, and through her blurry vision, she saw Sai looking at her. He wasn't upset. He nodded, and then said a few words. Get up, keep going. She looked up and saw Ino waving at Sasuke. Felt like it could be any other day. Hinata would have conceded defeat. She would have whimpered on the ground, crying in shame and self-pity. However, Sano was disappointed. He didn't believe she was done. Get up, could she? She'd never before. Keep going. It matter. She wouldn't win. It was impossible. But maybe it wasn't about winning. Maybe it was about doing everything she could, as if someone her age had done everything they could to save her. She would definitely get up. She would keep going. The boy with blonde hair and kind blue eyes who had saved her life so long ago. Get up, keep going. She blinked away her tears. She paid no attention to Irika walking towards her, or the classmates who were cheering. She was so focused as she channeled her willpower. She missed Sa's smile, and she wasn't laughing at something, and she still had it back in. Hinata got up. Hinata to her. She punched Ino and slammed her fists into her as fast as she could. There was no way, no technique, no style. She kept repeating in her head, keep going forward, and that's what she did, blow after blow. And she hadn't screamed initially, but she began to respond. Hinata felt her resolve waver at the continued struggle, and so she grew more desperate, her hands clawing and scratching at herself. Ino, ouch. Hinata, stop. She stopped as Ino jerked herself back, and before she could even open her mouth to apologize, I slammed forward once more and slammed her into the ground. Bossa girls, before anything else could happen, Irika was there suddenly, and Jinata, as she was getting up, she was beaten and bruised, covered in dirt, and once again she was crying. Sensei, she's just enough, and I don't want to talk to you too after class. Do you understand? Ino scoffed and rolled her eyes, and Hinata nodded meekly. She laughed. She went to her seat, and once again she could hear Hino and Sakura whispering behind her. She lifted her hood and pulled her knees up to her chest. She rested her face in her arms, hiding it from view. However, she was sure that everyone knew she was crying. Sasuke, he watched as Sai hit the ground in front of him and heard Irika proclaim him the victor. Most of the time he was left with a bit of pride for beating each of his classmates, but now that he knew the truth, he felt bitter. He knew Sai's secret. Sai was stronger than him. Not only that, but he was strong enough to trick Irika into thinking he was weak. He heard cheers all over Dano and Sakura, and his pride twisted, and he became like an idol stuck in his guts. Sai looked worse than the girl Yuga before. Yada was shocked when she got up and chased after Ino so brutally. She was quite unlike her. Of course, she hung out with Sai quite often, so maybe the boy saw something in her. She had said that she saw something in Sasuke, so it could be that she was not just training him. That pissed him off even more. He closed his eyes with Zez. He had a hand to pick him up. He looked at how Sai blinked and grabbed his hand. He picked him up, and the second they were close, he whispered to her, I want to train more often after class. Sai gave him an unreadable look, but nodded. Irika congratulated them both on their fights, and they went back to the stands. Sasuke sat alone, but watched as Sai sat next to Hinata crying. He leaned towards her and seemed to whisper to her. After a minute or so, he sat back down and wiped the tears from his face and seemed to whisper to her. Sai nodded and watched as the two began to have a conversation. A part of him wanted AB to have a friend to talk to, but no one here would help him avenge his father was still unsure if Sai would be up to the challenges he would face. Time seemed to move slowly, as it always did day after day since his own older brother joined his family. Even now, after being subjected to a meeting with a holier-than-thou therapist, he still couldn't understand how Itachi had turned out to be so bad. His therapist said he was left with serious issues, trust issues, but how could he trust strangers on top of his own family? The only thing you were always supposed to count on was family. His brother taught him how weak they made you. The bonds Sasuke never used to cry before, and now, every night he woke up sobbing. That's the prize he won for loving his family. The curse of caring. After an awfully short period of time that seemed to last forever, class was dismissed, and Hinata walked over to Iruka, and Sai gave Hinata what seemed to be some words of comfort before. As he walked out of the school and out onto the street, Sasuke followed him. He knew the route they would take to the training grounds closest to the Uchiha complex, and yet he deviated from the usual course, and Sasuke had no choice but to follow him. What should have been a 10-minute walk turned into almost half an hour as the two crossed almost a quarter of the village and arrived at a totally different training ground. Sasuke walked up to him and dropped his backpack and turned to the training ground. Once again, it seemed pretty abandoned, the grass growing wild and full of bushes. Some training ground seems abandoned. 28 openings. You left in our training match before. Your form is imperfect until you awaken your Sharingan. If you ever do, I suggest supplementing your taijutsu with another style. Until then, Sasuke gritted his teeth and held a scathing comment. Nothing he said would affect Say. The boy was immune to taunts or insults. He didn't care what Sasuke said, and somehow that was very infuriating. The academy style is clearly inferior. I never mentioned the academy style. Sasuke gritted his teeth again. It was very hard not to bite with Sai. So what do you suggest? Asatao thought and shrugged his shoulders. It depends on how you want to progress. What are your goals as a shinobi? Sasuke almost scoffed. He was tired of adults, and Sensei is asking him that. Even though Sai was different from everyone else, Sasuke didn't quite understand, but he knew he was always serious. He wanted an answer, and if he didn't get it, there would be no training. I want to bring my clan back to prominence and bring my brother to justice. Justice? You want to finish him off? He stared and sniffed. If he resisted, my mother would want him on trial. I'm sure so. Justice? I can live if he rots behind bars. Sai tilted his head in thought, and Sasuke slowly realized the answer mattered a lot to him. Where are your strengths? As a shinobi, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and possibly jinjutsu. When I have my Sharingan. If you get your Sharingan, when yes, you don't know for sure if you will ever awaken it, so you can't plan as if you have it. That's just unrealistic and foolish. Well, if I receive the Sharingan, which is incredibly likely, it should be fairly rounded. The Uchiha are excellent shinobi with vast chakra pools. Most Uchiha that make it to Honing are consign easily. The Honing. Sai gave him a smile that set his blood on fire. It will be one of the hardest journeys you've ever undertaken. Your brother was just a little older than you now. When he reached Honing, I will surpass you. If you do, it will be quite an achievement. I can give you the training you seek to excel above your classmates, but you will still be far from the skill level your brother naturally found himself at. Sasuke frowned. You could hit him. No, then how is your training going to make a difference? My brother was one of the strongest shinobi in the village, if not the strongest. I gave him another smile, and Sasuke fought desperately not to give up. Unite him. Odi, how descendant he could be. Sai thinks. Sasuke, is there a shinobi who was able to fight your brother? Or don't you remember? Sasuke was suddenly bombarded with flashbacks of that night. The smoke, the fire, the blood, his mother's sobs, his father's screams, his brother's twisted eyes. The only ANBU agent younger than him who seemed to defend them from the Uchiha's pride. The open battle, the two of them participated in. Itachi cut his opponent's hands in two, and the Yulos slowly grew back halfway through the battle to keep fighting. That was true and terrible power, the power to do before the paragon of the Uchiha. The comments the two had made to each other resurfaced, long buried under the trauma of the night. He lost his father. Of course, I would send you to Konoha. You are the only one who would have a chance to stop me. Itachi. Uchiha, you are accused of treason, murder, and crimes against a founding clan of Konoha. Surrender. Sasuke's eyes opened wide. Itachi himself declared them equals. Yes, this shinobi, this supposed Konoha, if he were still in the village, he could train Sasuke to the level of his brother Sariya, the only one who could help him match his brother's strength. I see you remember well. The Konoha agent is the only one who can get you what you want. Your chance at justice. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Then why am I wasting my time with you? Ark, I think you're ready for it, and not a waste of your time. You'll just have to be content with staying in class. If you can't keep up with those simple instructions, you'll lose even my own teachings. Well, if this is what it takes, just don't stop. Sai smiled and nodded his head. I won't. And this Konoha agent is really as strong as Itachi. He's one of the strongest shinobi I know now. Well, if the academy style isn't up to his standards, maybe the W style will suit you. You'll have to be pretty flexible. You better start stretching. Naruto gulped as he crouched down the spray of corrosive mist that Mai shot at one of the loyal Kiri. She was a brutal assassin. Putting aside the looks and the pleasant personality on the battlefield, she was terrifying. There was an aspect of melting your enemies that was inherently intimidating to the sensitive life, especially when she was slow. Some of the shinobi were left screaming a lot after her arms had melted to the bone. May had at first stopped But after realizing that Naruto could sense how she was going to attack, and he made sure to give her her room, he put the heavy fire back on. The release of lava and the boiling release were terrifying to behold. Naruto was a constant blur of motion. He darted across the battlefield, focusing his efforts on Mei's blind spots. They were constantly in sync with each other, and Naruto gave the enemy no time to retaliate. Monkey Claw's stance had him almost dancing through the sparse trees, as he relied heavily on the trunks to redirect his momentum. He and Mei, they formed a sort of whirlpool. Once an enemy entered Naruto's range, he was quickly absorbed into Mei's crosshairs. C1, C2, C3, switches the shuriken blasts at 17:9. Guy called out to the three clones, who are currently staying for life. The noble green beast of Konoha, he had apparently given the clones their own nicknames, and a few seconds after his command, 3 different hails of shurikens sailed through the air and cut off the escape of Gei's current enemies. They had neither idea of how to handle Gei's use of clones. Naruto watched as Gei took out an enemy just for the clone on the C2 leg to grab the shinobi by the throat. Gei jumped up and kicked, and the clone let his enemy go in the kick, sending the unfortunate Nin into a crater in the ground. No one seemed prepared to handle him. Gei was twisting Jukin and flying through a crowd of shinobi like a storm. His kicks could become claws. His punches could become necks by kunai. It was almost impossible to predict what he and the clones were planning. Naruto was quite proud of it. He idly wondered if Gei could make shadow clones himself. Even if he could only make like 2, that would be 9 clones, and the 3 taijutsu masters, that would be insane. Zabuza was cutting down his enemies, and Ao was helping him. The battle lasted 6 minutes. When the last of the loyalists melted into the mud, I looked at Gei, who was taking out the 3 clones and giving them notes before turning back to him. It's normal that I treat your clones like people. Makes it easier for my allies if they think they are sensitive. She nodded and seemed to believe in his word. The last thing they needed was for other villages to know about the usefulness of the shadow clone technique. The rebels were already bad enough having a Bakugan. The last thing they needed was a jutsu handmade by the Nidae Mokage. Send yourself. We have to get to UB as soon as possible. If the loyalists had an ambush, then Yagura is out of our plans. We must hurry. We have to attack as soon as we can. Zaza leads the way. Ao and Koha on my side's Gu and takes the rear. Let's go. She took command of the group effortlessly, and they immediately followed to obey her orders. So in a span of minutes, 35 bodies were left in the middle of the forest. Naruto knew that soon there would be bodies. It seemed that Mei didn't want to take this out more than necessary. She would beat Kiri soon, and he could save Yagura and Isabu from this war. Yuzin hadn't told him that Yagura was a Jinchuriki, but Main hadn't. He had told Yuzin that he knew Yagura was under a very powerful genjutsu, and suspected the Uchiha was responsible. If he could break that genjutsu, then he might be able to knock some sense into Yagura and get him to run away no matter what. If Yagura stayed in Kiri, he would die. It was now or never for the rebels to retake his home, and for him to save his brother in arms. He has done terrible things. Naruto, it is possible that the genjutsu did not force him to commit them either. Then at least we saved Isabu Kurin. We have no other choice. This is our only chance. We have to make it worth it. The clan heads were granted many luxuries and privileges for their loyalty and service to their clans for the good of Konoha. There had always been rivalries and political maneuvering between clans. Even clans like the Nara Akimichi and the Yamanaka had feuds between them. If a dispute came close to the point of violence, the Hokage would intervene, and his decision would be the final say on the matter. The Uchiha had forgotten that lesson, and Danzo had taken it upon himself to humiliate them once again. The problem with the system was when a clan head had a dispute with the Hokage, like Inoichi did when he walked into his office with Kakashi and told Inoichi-san, how may I help? Inoichi marched straight up to his desk and slapped a folder on his desk. He took it in his hands with crossed arms and held back the urge to raise an eyebrow when he realized it was the official folder of the Konoha people. He looked back at Inoichi, who was staring as if would have been personally insulted in front of another clan head. Page 2, paragraph 1. Okage-sama opened the folder and felt the shock wash over him. It had been quite a while since he had been caught unawares, thanks in large part to Naruto's help, but this is a forgery, and not Ichisen. The blood report backs it up. They are from 2 separate sources. Unless you are claiming that both are forgeries, they are. I personally guarantee you that Agent Konoha is not a Yamanaka. Inoichi, he used to be quite friendly, and yet he could see the man was outraged. Do you have any proof of your claim? Okage-sama. Yuzin had a couple of options. He could deny it outright, which wouldn't ingratiate him. His own documents, which could be proven to be false. He could finally claim the Konoha people as an Uzumaki, a very dangerous and bold claim. If it ever came out, there was a reason Yuzushiogakure was wiped off the map. The Uzumaki were fearsome, their prodigies, even more so a prodigal Uzumaki Jinchuriki. That would be enough to get Konoha into the crosshairs of all the major nations, or at least more of the more ambitious nations. That's ranked. Inoichi ranked, and was cut off mid-scream by a rather pointed glare. You forget yourself. I just personally assured you that the Konoha agent is not from your clan. Now you should ask yourself who wished you were otherwise, and what they wanted you to do. With that misinformation, he tapped his fingers on his desk in agitation. Making an enemy out of your leader, maybe acting like a fool. He said something he couldn't take back. Maybe luckily you were smart enough to see through this farce. and realized that I'm not your enemy, right? He realized that Inoichi wasn't completely SAT, but the anger seemed to have left him. The man nodded at him. Of course, Okage-sama. Now I see that the matter is more complicated than I've been led to believe, right? You're fired. I'll inform you of who was responsible for this mess. When they've been caught, Inoichi nodded and walked out. He forcefully slammed the door shut as close to his head as possible. Use inside and looked at Kakashi. Why is it that every time I get yelled at in my own office, it's you or someone you brought here? Kakashi shrugged with that infuriating smile. You must investigate who is tampering with official documents. Okage-sama, do it. When you find the saboteur, execute him. This feels like one of Danzo's schemes. Start with him first. Oh, Okage-sama. Things had been quiet for so long, at least in the village. I don't want constant threats. But if Mei could be brought in as an ally, of course, now that there was a chance for peace and stability to take hold between the great nations, it would be the worst time for intrigue to take root in the village. Things were changing. He was changing. He couldn't put his finger on it, but he had started to get tougher and more decisive, more aggressive in his desire to bring peace to the elemental nations. Pulling a rank like that with Inoichi probably wasn't the most diplomatic, but it gave him time to get to the bottom of it. Hopefully he could figure out who was pulling these strings before Naruto got back to the village. Kurenai laughed at Asuma when he came back from the karaoke stage. Anko and I8 were calling out to him, while Yugao scoffed at her drink. It's been some time since they had a moment like this to sit back and relax. Asuma seemed out of sorts the past few months, and Kurenai was sure it was because he was worried about Naruto. He had been away for so long, but there had been no official excuse for his absence. Imp pilgrimage seal echoed in Asuma's ears, as it did in his own. The Saratobi quarter was on a mission, and Asuma didn't know where Kirin was. He had a good idea, and yet he couldn't comfort Asuma with it. I caused the Shadow Valley massacre. I am the Konoha agent. He felt some of his emotion fade, and he held back a grimace, as it caught his attention. They had fought over what to do with his knowledge. Tell Asuma to pressure his father to ask for a leave of absence to go and help him wherever he was, or to do nothing, wait for him to come home. Senate had put his foot down and declared that he wouldn't do anything. Anko was reluctant to wait, but obliged. There in the week. Then 1 turned into 2, 2 weeks turned into a month, 1 month turned into 6. Naruto had been gone for SE months, and even Kurenai and I were starting to harbor thoughts of action. However, they still had to find out where Hallie had gone. Sing you a song? No, I think we all need a break after that. Yugao laughed and felt a hi8 side her hand idly running through her hair. Kurenai smiled again as the conversation resumed, and she could stop worrying about Naruto. How have you been, Yugao? Has anything interesting come up while you've been abroad? Anko asked inconsiderately, although it seemed like Kurenai was the only one who could say it. How loaded that question had been. Nothing was said between the group that Yugao had been accepted into ANBU. ANBU agents were never supposed to reveal to their families or compatriots their membership in the upper echelons. Their identities were to remain secret. It seemed Hanko had waited until everyone was drunk before she started asking questions. You mean confidential, Hankachin? Everyone laughed, and Yugao took another sip of her drink. Kurenai noticed Anko's smile. She was struggling to hide her impatience and worry. She may have heard something out of order. That is something interesting. The group eagerly gave her their attention. I heard from a reliable source that the Konoha agent was seen fighting in the Kiri civil war. Kurenai felt all her happiness drain away as panicked hands grabbed her heart. No, it can't be Anko. She slipped in, but her reactions were dwarfed. Discussing her drink and I8 whistling sharply. None makes sense with what I heard. Kurenai turned sharply to Y8 and asked, what do you mean? I heard you say that the forces of the rebels seem to have exploded overnight a few months ago. I didn't think much of it at the time, but well, it seems the Hokage wants to put an end to the bloodbath. Asuma sighed. I wish Dad could tell me these things. It would have been nice to know he's alone. That would be bad. Hopefully he had an ANBU squad with him. I'm pretty sure Miguai is with him. If the rumor about the rebels acquiring a taijutsu master is true, I haven't seen him in a few months. If memory serves me right, that's all. Everyone looked at Anko after her outburst. She was pale, shaken, and her knuckles were turning white with how tightly she was holding her glass. Naruto had been fighting a war for months, and they hadn't done anything. Kurenai felt her own guilt rise up, and she couldn't even imagine what Hanko was going through right now. The Konoha agent is quite the shinobi. Yugao seemed to reassure the group. Asu will be okay. How old is Yugao? Even the drunk Asuma recognized the ice in the Anko's voice. What, Eve seen him, and he looks like a shrimp. How can you say he'll be fine? And Kiri, yo, he's had a stellar record from what I've heard. Anko's eyes pierced Yugao, and Kurenai's recoil. She knew a fight was about to happen. You were on a team together, right? No, and you were Anko. Enough. Hi8's voice cut off harshly. Kurenai could see how it only fanned the flames of her departure. Why did little Miss ANBU over there let Sui get into a war? And she hasn't done anything. I haven't done anything. I went to Inu. I asked to be sent to Kiri. He denied my request. So you gave up? I didn't do it. Anko, she left him here. There's quite a commotion. The entire group froze as Kakashi idly flipped through his book in the corner of his room. It was baffling how none of them had ever sensed it. Speaking of the village's secrets quite brazenly, how embarrassing. Nico-chan. Yugao nodded and bowed her head, and the group held their breath as her codename was used to publicly identify that the threat was Clara. might be fired from the ANBU Corporation for this. Hi Kakashi, Cho won't do it, it won't happen again. Excellent, I hope. She closed her book and looked at them lazily. Kurenai felt tense as she paused on her Yanko. Very the most popular topic, the Konoha agent, is a popular ghost to talk about. No one said anything. Kurenai knew that beneath the lazy facade was one of the strongest shinobi in the village and realized that they had earned her wrath. It's always surprising when gossip about clandestine actions that the village may or may not be action on. Luckily, most of the honing know better. Kurenai could almost see Anko's eagles rise in the PY. Just wished she'd keep her mouth shut. Haha, but I know you all know better than to possibly endanger a mission agent. Enjoy your night. He quickly walked out the door and tossed to his feet and took off after him. Anko, sorry, everyone, I'll be right back. She saw Asuma start to follow and waved as she left. Okay, I'll be back. She met up with Anko on the roof of the building across the street. She was looking for Kakashi, who was long gone. Anko, we should. How dare he knew all along. He can't tell us. It's against the rules. I turned around to see him sitting on the edge of the roof with the mud in his hand. I want some answers. Anko growled as she walked over to him. She looked at them lazily. At Ando's, of course. Karina grimaced. This was too easy. Why, oh wait a minute, excuse me, who are you to ask me questions? Anko broke her teeth and grow. We are completely out of line and treading in dangerous waters. It seems that way. Anko was turning red in the face and shaking, and Kurenai quickly grabbed her arm and pulled her back. We are worried about him. Kakashi-san looked at her, ignoring Anko as he gritted his teeth. That may be the only reason you ran away. With just a warning. I understand your frustrations, but he's fine. He's in the middle of a war, and less shinobi than he's been sent to more difficult situations before. Yes, he is in danger, but he's been handling it well for over 6 months. There's nothing you or I can do about this situation. It's up to Hokage. But if you two know people like Oha as well as I do, then you know he won't realize this now, not after he's gotten to know the shinobi he's fighting. His reports talk about the progress he's made in making allies. If all goes well, then Kiri, he can become a close ally that would give us an alliance of the 4 great nations. It wouldn't be hard to pressure I into the mold. I don't care about politics. Anko crossed her arms, and Kurenai couldn't remember the last time she'd seen her friend this upset. I just care about him. The Shadow Blade massacre was too much for him. I can only imagine why they sent him there. And it's just to fill their ranks. He's not an assassin, he's not a shinobi. Just like the two. Anko opened her mouth to retort, but Kurenai stepped forward and stared Kakashi in the eyes. We are his friends. He looked at her, and she knew that for the most part that statement would come off childish or immature, that the emotion behind it was dwarfed. Kakashi's attack. We will not abandon him, even if we face repercussions for it. Anko stood up beside him and grabbed her hand at what she said. She gave them both a lazy look and slowly closed her book and put it away. She stood up and sighed loudly before slowly nodding her head. I'll let you know if something changes. Prepare for a long deployment in the near future. I'll find you every time I have news. She looked at them both and nodded with a firm opinion. She waved and then jumped off the edge of the roof. That's when Karina and realized that they had been tested and approved. She smiled and looked at Anko. Anko, this is great. She saw Anko sensor with the skin, but she didn't seem relaxed. She still seemed to be on edge. Do you think she expects the situation to go downhill? Kurenai froze and felt her worry. He slowly began to deworm himself. He's back to the surface. I think he does. We should go pack. Kurenai, yeah. We should hurry up, Kano. Let's do this. Zabuza Momochi, he said as he walked through the thick fog that had formed. Naruto had long become accustomed to the fog the man frequently used, as well as his forceful personality. It had taken some time to acclimate to the bloodlust, the aggression, and anger the man continued to simmer beneath the surface. Once he realized not to gag every time his bloodlust rose, he found that he could appreciate the man's attitude. He was one of those warriors that dedicated their all to their craft. Zabuza believed of himself as a weapon, while Naruto disagreed with the philosophy. He found that he couldn't help but admire the man's loyalty. Naruto could feel it as clear as day. The man was absolutely loyal to those he respected. Momochi would never betray Mater. Rumi also had a sweet spot that he would never admit in his young Wardaku. Yuki professed that the boy was just another weapon in his arsenal, but Naruto immediately felt the worry and concern for the boy who survived this war. Working with Zabuza was also far superior to working with Ao. Whenever he worked with the holder of the stolen Bakugan, Naruto was worried that he would find out that the Konoha agent was the Jinchuriki of the Chi. It seemed Ao was just as worried about his stolen Kek and Jinkai being discovered. No one he realized the power of his empathy. May had quickly distanced herself from him once they reached Kiri, but it was too little too late. Her fears had betrayed numerous Kiri secrets long before they reached Konoha's borders. Luckily, none of those secrets jeopardized their mission, so Naruto was able to continue on as if he knew nothing. That was good, since this war was not what he expected. He had notions of a heroic battle, a last stand for the people of Kiri, something from the era of the warring clans or the First Shinobi War. This was a war of the mists. Both sides beat each other down with bleeding resources and manpower with no end in sight. Both sides fought to the last man. Both sides used every advantage possible. Naruto had nightmares about some of the battles, and Kurama had been silent for a long time with his protests about what was being put through. Come on, boy, let's get a move on. Zabuza took his sword in hand and stood over Naruto's form protectively. You can relax, there's no one near us. Well, last time you said that and started sealing. Someone walked up while you were distracted, so this time I'm going to stick to my toes. Naruto chuckled lightly as he picked up the ink and brush and began to finally write tiny seals on the wall in front of him. I heard you use some futon jutsus on your last mission. On all of them. Naruto tried to keep his focus as the damp wall he was working on could compromising the integrity of his seals. He had to constantly tweak the seal to maintain its intended function. This was his 30th seal today in a row, so it was important to not let his exhaustion get to him. So you can use wind style, which means my theory that your senses are derived from wind currents is a viable theory. Naruto laughed again as he felt Zabuza getting annoyed at his rejection of his assumption. Momochi didn't like to be wrong. I usually didn't. Just because someone younger than him told him he was wrong doesn't make it right. I think that's a better guess than what I've heard. At the base, he has eyes in the back of his head. He's obviously a master water user who controls the water in his target's brain. He's a Nara with dyed hair who has control over the shadows that make people. Naruto laughed as he listened absent-mindedly. After drawing these seals 29 times today, he felt comfortable in his ability to wrap them around. He enjoyed Zabuza's speculation. Maybe he's a Jinchuriki like Yagura. She's those idiots. Naruto tensed and almost yelled at himself for reacting so visibly when Zabuza took a step back, looking at the mists around him. I'm sorry to hurry up. Naruto finished the seal as quickly as he could and then turned around and drew a kunai. Well, that was a lucky chance. Kurama. Naruto be careful. Before he could ask what was wrong, he felt a group of shinobi enter his range detection and quickly headed straight for him, and Zabuza, one of them, was strong as Rosie Killer, be a huge swirling ocean of genocidal hatred and the undercurrent of despair at being held prisoner in his own body. Yagura is no surprise. I never thought I'd see your face here again. Zabuza, except on the front lines of the insurgency. Yagura's form appeared out of the mist as two more elite jounin stepped forward on either side of him. What can I say? I had a mission, Zabuza sneered as he readied his legendary sword. Ironic, the last wielder of that sword that crossed me said pretty much the same thing. He also stood next to a Koan shinobi in his betrayal. However, the last one was a missing. Am I correct in assuming Saridon isn't making a statement? AG people. Konoha Itachi fought Itachi Uchiha. He was worried that Zabuza would comment on the desperation in his voice, but Yagura just bowed his head yes and defeated him soundly. Now give up and tell me, what are you doing on the walls of my village? Zabuza growled, but Naruto could sense his fear and hesitation and his shame that he was afraid to challenge the cage. But Naruto felt something else in that moment that gave him pause and renewed hope. Mito didn't defeat him, he hit you and ran away. Yagura frowned and Zabuza laughed darkly. Seriously now? My god, my Sukage Dano, you didn't seem like the type to lie about your own flaws. His partner, the previous owner of your sword, wasn't so lucky. Machi, plus he wielded your blade for a long time, longer than you have. He wasn't as good in OI as I was a true traitor, leaving his true cage behind. So that's what this is. Choose a pretty face, not choose the strongest leader. Yagura sneered and his two men pulled out their sabers. I'm getting tired of this, Zabuza. I would have expected you to have struck the first blow long before I made my move, and I guarantee it will be lethal. Yagura smiled and slowly began to advance. I stopped to give my partner some extra time. Naruto could feel the instant in that Yagura's eyes were fixed on the two kunai that was being thrown from behind Zabuza. He could instantly sense that his enemy was going to evade his attack instinctively, but he would be too slow to report it to his allies before the attack had left his hands. Naruto knew that the other two shinobi were already dead. He turns. He is the ton of the two kunai flying 6 inches deep into the trees directly apart from the two in and drowned out the rest of Yagura's words. The weapons they launched at the speed of a top-tier shinobi. Itachi would have been proud. He always valued what you could do with just a few kunai. Before the next syllable left Yagura's lips, the seals on either end glowed a bright purple and soared parallel to each other across the 20-foot space between them. The molecular matrix ignited and supercharged the air straight between the two seals as the chakra lens matrix guided the ignition channeled into a cylinder no wider than a thumb. Human, the rayon catalyst seal completed the sequence, and a bright white beam of light exploded from both tags and created a concentrated laser of chakra between the two men. The men screamed in shock and tried to move forward, which only caused her to come to a standstill. The ace lasted another 4 seconds and made the air smell like ozone and burning flesh. Naruto was glad that the attack cauterized his wounds. The prototype of that seal hadn't always been so clean. A Fuinjutsu user frowned and removed the staff on Zabuza's back. I can tell why anyone would call him that. Okay, I think we could take him. We could end this here now. He smiled behind his bandages, and Naruto felt his intent to cut Yagura in half. We didn't follow Mei's orders. She said to stand down if we met any resistance. Naruto could sense Zabuza's inclination to ignore orders and grabbed his arm. Don't do it. We have orders. Don't let your pride get in the way of your mission. Act as the weapon. What do you say you are, Zabuza? He growled as Naruto used his own ideology against him. But Naruto could sense his wavering resolve. We landed a good attack on him and escaped after Naruto felt his reluctance to run away from the battle, and he didn't know if the Espadachim would run or not. He may have to fight here. Kurama, any advice? Isabu is more defensive, but I'm sure Jinchuriki would know how to turn that defense into a strong offense. Be careful. Naruto nodded and relaxed. He focused and allowed that his reflexes would take over instead. Fight stronger enemies with his empathy, focused on allowing his sensory prowess to take over, to give himself over to his reflexes for the quickest physical response possible. His adrenaline would surge, and his conscious thought might cause him to freeze or hesitate. However, there would be no hesitation for him now. Yagura stared at them both, and the only movement was Zabuza readjusting his stance. Zabuza was struggling to contain his bloodlust and show some restraint for once, and Yagura was in the middle of deciding who he felt more insulted by. Finally, Yagura decided on Zabuza. The next second, Naruto was in the air above Zabuza, firing 2 fireballs. As Yagura moved forward, his staff hit Zabuza's throat, and the legendary sword barely repelled it in time. Seeing the lack with which Yagura moved through the flames, he began to form the undulls for a right unjutsu. Before he could complete the jutsu, he saw Yagura's eyes land on him, and his body. He moved, flipping back on himself. His jutsu, completely forgotten. Konoha watched as Yagura's fist approached his face, and his instincts screamed as Yagura wished to see his face, half scrunched up in coral, and screaming in agony before Yagura could make his vision come true. Zabuza's sword hit his side and sent him flying. The sword bounced to his side, and Naruto realized that Zabuza had to have thrown it to save him. He quickly grabbed it to throw it back as Zabuza jumped and dodged Yagura's blows. Just as his hand grabbed the hilt, flashes of Yura through a clearing red clouds over black layers. Prepare yourselves. Well, there you go, trying to surprise him with your Genjutsu. Disoriented movement of Jutsu red chakra claws. Suddenly the blade broke, but the iron of the blood slowly replaced it. I am one of the first Jinshu to have perfect control of my demon. Do you understand your madness now? Uchiha, a flash of his companion, the solemn one in front of Itachi. Uchiha, from his peripherals, that is the technique of the fist. Yagura, coral. It is important not to let it hit you. Very important. Via a monstrous chakra, meeting a Biju lady, a tailed beast. Ball we have to move. Maida, the wielder, did not run away and met the explosion head on. He tried to redirect it with all his might. It was not enough. The blade fractured more. The explosion was sent into the air, but half of the blade flew towards the wielder and nailed him to a tree. The wielder's blood soaked into the sword, and the two became one. Even when one of the two ended up Itachi, it seems you were more compatible than me. I want to die here on this earth. I've been on for too long to be at peace. 2 red eyes crying tears of blood, then black. He blinked and realized the fight had continued without him. Zabuza was bleeding heavily, and his left arm was locked in coral. Naruto felt his heart stop for a moment when he realized Yagura was moving for what he was sure would be a killing blow. Naruto, Kurama, that was my recock. I saw your ally approach. He didn't even think of a response as he ran towards Zabuza and threw the Kubikiri Bocho at him. Momochi, finally, boy, about that. Or Momochi held onto the sword, and Naruto immediately felt that Yagura resigned himself to a longer engagement. However, with what he had learned, Naruto realized that they couldn't wait any longer. Yura was too strong. They couldn't win. Suddenly, the battlefield was flooded with mist. Fear filled him as the images he had just seen earlier flashed before him. Mind was you. We don't have to get out of here now. Zabuza was about to retort, and Naruto cut him off. He's going to use his Biju. What? How did you do it? Momochi, your betrayal ends now. The steam flew away when Yagura stepped forward, wrapped in the burning red chakra of the Biju cloak. Naruto was glad that Zabuza was aware enough to be filled with fear at the aura heading towards them. Come on, boy, we have to be careful. Yagura immediately fell to all fours, and chakra balls began to form in front of him. Zabuza smirked and readied his sword with the intention of trying to throw it off course. Naruto froze for a second. His history seemed to be about to repeat itself. No, Yagura swallowed the chakra ball and threw it. Zabuza roared as he swung his sword. Naruto roared right next to him as a flash seal went off. As before the impact, the light oozed out at Zabuza, and he hoped that would be enough as Kurama's chakra flooded through his arms for almost a second as the ball of the tailed beast impacted the sword. The sword nearly fractured until its chakra rose along it and reinforced the legendary sword. The two together managed to return the blast straight at Yagura. Zabuza, we gotta go right. Naruto began to mindlessly run through the trees, dropping seals on every surface he could. Zabuza laughed as he kept pace. They had almost 20 seconds head start, and Naruto felt Yagura reorient himself after that explosion. Monumental coming for we. Didn't for long. He pulsed his chakra, and 450 explosive tags ignited less than 50 feet from the walls of Kirigakure, blocking their escape. Oh boy. Yeah. Finally, the war has come to blood. Mist. Naruto tried not to gag Zabuza's lust for battle and his own anxiety at the fight to come. End of Chapter 14. Things had largely been resolved for Shisui in the past few months. The last message he had received was that negotiations with the Tsuchikage had come to an agreement dead end, and that the duration of his tutelage of Kuratsuchi could be extended indefinitely. He was shocked when he was utterly horrified by the news. The two had settled into a good routine, and their coexistence had become somewhat friendly. There was still at least one escape attempt a week, but the tone of their encounters had become more of a game to be played than a vicious combat. He may have tried to bite her jugular last time, but he had done so with a smile and laughed as she was hit. Her skills were increasing and Shisui had lightened his seals so he could maintain his level of chakra control and even train him further. It also increased the difficulty of protecting her and kept him even more alert and it was quite fun for him. The Uchiha had always been so serious and Shisui had always been more of a cheerful spirit. The girl was cheeky, rude, and daring. He had idly wondered if this is what it would have been like if he had been born in a Wagakure instead of in Konoha Insen. She walked over and handed him his plates, and he took them without even looking at her. He could smell her, and the soap residue on the plates. He could feel the air tremble and shift as he got closer. The wood creaks beneath his feet. His awareness had grown significantly in these past few months, just as Kabuto had predicted they would. You want what? I want to try an experiment on you. Shisui would have blinked in shock, but settled for the brow of his eyebrows and mouth open in disbelief. What that Utakuin is trying to say is that he believes that the experiment could help you regain your sense of sight without implanting some of the recovered Sharingan that you refuse to implant in you. I will not use the eyes of others, he growled, and clenched his fists. He felt Konoha-sama place one of his hands on his knee. They were so small, the hands of a child, smaller than Itachi when he became ANBU. I understand your fear. You fear that the myths may be true and that another pair of situation. Shursan, you said that the options we had provided you were lackluster, therefore this is the only kind of option left for us. I know, Kabuto, there are risks in the darkness. That was his sight. He swore he could almost see the man smirk, but the rewards would be far greater. If this is what it takes to serve. He turned his head to where he knew the youngest of the three was sitting. He heard the boy sigh. Promise me he will live, Kabuto. I promise, Kohama. And that was enough. The boy stood up, leaving them in the operating room while Kabuto set about preparing for the procedure. Shisui found himself lying down and considering the strange group they made and how the most small of making unbreakable promises comforted him the most in this new life of living in the shadows. Literally and metaphorically, his sight was gone, but Kabuto had done his best to amplify his other senses extremely. All of them together gave him everything he needed to see the world around him. He just needed time to learn to process his new sight. Sometimes Karatsuchi caught him experimenting, slowly pressing one foot down on the ground to hear the full range of sound, or touching various surfaces with his fingers, examining their temperature, texture, and the sounds they made when pushing. After the first few times, he had learned to tell when she was looking at him, and when she wasn't. It wouldn't do to give him too many ideas of how he was perceiving the world around him. I'm going to bed. You want to train in the morning? Of course, Kuro-chan. Maybe you'll beat my winning streak this time. He heard her ref. Fun Fu waited until he could hear her breathing and the slow throbbing of her rhythm before he pulled out silently from the house. If someone tried to open any door or window without the proper keychain, he would know. He made his way silently through the forest, effortlessly stepping over every hole and rockagage of every branch, and he couldn't help but smile at his progress. He took a new route every day, so as to not become familiar with the obstacles in his path. It wasn't his familiarity that kept him safe, it was his senses. Shisui was learning. He was almost ready for combat training again. Without having seen Kabuto, healthy Konoha-sama in months, he expected one of them to return soon. He would have loved to start training with his superiors, but Konoha-sama was on an extended mission in Kiri. Kabuto, well, he didn't know where he had gone, but he had the idea that wherever he was, the man was in dangerous waters. He reached his training camp and breathed. He began to stretch and enjoyed how the cold night air swirled around his body and danced on his skin. He swore he could almost feel the light of the stars bathing him in the clearing that Konoha-sama had shown him. He moved fluidly through his katas and tried to ignore the sound of his bones moving and rubbing from the sound of blood pulsing in his body. He tried to sharpen his senses and focus on what he needed, the sound of a person making their way through the forest. He stood up and put a kunai in his hand. Whoever was approaching walked calmly, and their breathing was relaxed. They entered the clearing, and from the tone of the stranger's voice, they were men. Hello, who are you? The stranger was a shinobi, and when Shisui turned to look at him, he noticed the stranger was getting just as nervous as he. Sent you, Danzo. The stranger stared at him and crossed his arms. Oh, he had a large chakra pool. A rather strong shinobi was in front of him. It couldn't be no, of course not. Excuse me, but your name would be Rossi. The man tensed and Shizu, and knew she had guessed correctly. Quickly, Yurio Sukunago, and nodded to the man with a wide smile. It's wonderful to meet you, Rosian. And you are, excuse me, Shu Yukiya, at your service. Yukiya, I'm sorry, I guess. Without choice, Shisui's smile turned slightly tense, but he felt that the man didn't mean to offend. Yes, without my eyes, it's kind of hard to tell right away. My neighborhood is more or less the same. She comes from the same town as you. The man relaxed with that knowledge and nodded. Rosie realized what she had done and opened her mouth, but Shisui beat him too. It's okay, not okay. Oh. It's now. The Jinchuriki sat on one of the logs around the bonfire and smiled lightly. I'm not as blind as you think. The man stared at him for a few seconds before snorting. Of course not. Why would I think that anyone that boy brought into the fold wouldn't be special is beyond me. You speak of Konoha-sama. The man stared at him coldly for a moment before nodding slowly. Yes, Agent Konoha. Shisui Had to hold back his urge to moan. Of course Rosie would know Konoha Shirsui's real name. He walked over to the bonfire and sat down on the other trunk next to Rosie. So what brought you here? I was hoping to meet up with the boy again. Konoha Shirsui nodded, lamenting that Rosie seemed determined not to let the name get away. Well, Konoha-sama isn't here. He hasn't been for some time. What did you want to tell him? I just wanted to regroup and discuss your plans. On my way here, I noticed a group of IW shinobi heading towards Fire Capital, and I wanted to let you know as well. They're probably on their way to protect the Tsuchikage in his negotiations with the Hokage. Rossi nodded and pulled out some field rations and took a bite. Yeah, that makes sense. I thought it was something like that. Then where is the kid? Anyway, oh, he's been in Kiri for some time on some mission. Rosie froze mid-bite in Shizu and felt fear wash over him. The man shouldn't have reacted like that. Nothing good would cause a reaction like that in an experienced shinobi. What's wrong? Rosie stood up in Shizu and stood up with him. The Ava veteran almost left him then and there, but turned her head to him with a worried frown. At least that's what Shirsui assumed it was from the sound of his skin creasing. Kiri has been in the middle of a civil war for the past 6 months. There would only be one thing he would be a part of if he had been there the whole time. Oh my. He managed to take a step before Rossi raised a hand in front of him. Stay here. I'm going to go find him. You have your own mission right now. But I stop. You have no justification. You would just be in the way as you are. Everyone knows about the war, Kiri. And that puts certain things I've seen in a different light. What are you talking about? Rosie sighed and looked back towards the Fire Capital. And beyond that, Kiri, I know someone with a vendetta against Konoha, both the village and the agent who has a card to lead a small group of their forces into the middle of enemy lines. I wouldn't be surprised if he had something up his sleeve. With luck, I'm wrong. Without another word, he walked away, leaving Shirsui standing in the clearing, not knowing what he should do. He didn't know. I see before me the future of Kirigakure, the sons and daughters of the mist. The odds are against us, but the work we have done these past few months has brought us to the moment of truth. May declared before the fully assembled might of her forces. They had turned the MES hall into an auditorium and had the maps of their plans hanging behind them. Ao Zabuza, Chojuro to her right and Agent Kono, and Migi to her left. Her soldiers stood before her, grim and electric, ready to die for the people they loved. We are all called by Kiri. We all have our duties to fulfill. The regime of Yagura will not sit idly by and will give us our voices, our freedom. So we will take it. I would never ask you what I myself would not be willing to do. So our plan will see me along with Zabuza, Yao taking on the tyrant Yagura and ending his reign. The rebels cheered and shouted cries of jokes and calls for the insane Jinchuriki to be mutilated and burned to death. Couldn't help but notice the tension in the people with Hoa as bloodlust filled the room. Storm the village, and Agent Konoha will create an auxiliary force of clones. These clones will supplement each squad, 2 clones per squad. Squad leaders, I implore you to heed any warnings or advice these clones provide if the tides turn against us. Agent Kono will resupply the battlefield with a secondary set of clones from the back. She folded her arms behind her back and took a quick second to assess the morale of the force gathered before her. They were excited but nervous. She completely understood their plan was to lay siege to a hidden village. Something each and every hidden village is ready for a suicide march. We have another advantage in our corner. A few days ago, a critical mission led by Zabuza, along with Agent Konoha, was completed. This mission was to plant 30 seals on the walls of the Kiri, explosive seals, but they faced Yagura and survived an engagement with him. There was murmuring and confusion throughout the chamber. She nodded to the people with Hoa, who stepped forward and coughed to get their attention. He held himself well and spoke concisely with confidence in addressing an army of shinobi far older than himself. The seals were designed to appear explosive seals by design. If they were to be turned against sides they are exposed to a disarming array. It would trigger an embedded obfuscation array. The boy hesitated when it became clear that they didn't understand, leaving Mai to smile. It seemed like she still had some things to learn. She spoke once more and focused back on her. It was a trap. By disarming, the seals would have been activated. After activation, they will have blinded the people's sensor body, leaving them. CIOs are ready for war and have done so for the past few days, but when we attack they will be caught unaware. It will not be ready for our assault. Just as a fire seemed to spread throughout the audience before her, the wings and blushes began to flare as the taste of victory began to settle in. It would be good for morale, but I couldn't let them feel too confident until the battle had been won. We are on the precipice of victory, but don't lose focus. We have a vacancy, and it will fall on your shoulders to win the day of Primos of each of you. Free Kiri. Gather your team, prepare for at dawn. We will take our village back to Kirigakure. To Kirigakure. Dismissed. The Kage chambers in the Palace of Fire Dano were far more luxurious than the chambers for any visiting noble, perhaps except for other Dano. But it had been decades since a Dano had willingly traveled to another's palace. Any deliberations between the Dano took place largely in the land of Iron. Dano trusted the honorable samurai far more than even his own shinobi. Yuzin found little pleasure in the luxuries presented to him. He had been redo by the Tao of Fire Oda and Yoshi because Sambu had brought with him as his protection detail. Yusin had smiled and assured him that he didn't mean to say sub fugio, he just didn't trust that Inoki didn't have something. Planned some act of revenge against him. They had fought many times in the past, but Yuen held his granddaughter back. He was sure that this would be Inoki at her most dangerous. So he sat in his seat drinking tea, waiting for Oda and Inoki to show up. Oda was determined to follow tradition and give Inoki the tour of his palace and its several new wings that had been built in the last 15 years. Since Inoki had seen it, he was sure to rub against the old cage, and it brought a smile to Yuzen's lips. His own tour had lasted 2 hours, and he had visited it not too long ago. A bell rang lightly, and Yusen stood up and bowed his head as Oda entered the room with Inoki at his side. Daim Yadano, I have prepared your favorite tea, splendid old friend. I'm particularly parched after that little tour. I'm thinking of adding widened corridors, so that even Palanquin can travel through the palace more freely. Unfortunately, then I would have to rebuild all the rooms and extend the outer walls. Or Oda and Yoshi was about 40 years old and was kind of an indecisive creature. Negotiations were always a kind of competition between opposing viewpoints, and whoever convinced him enough would be the winner. Of course, it was unlikely he would be up against his own cage, but the Dano were always a bunch. Inoki had a permanent frown on him whenever he was in the land of fire and ruin. Wasn't surprised to see him. What worried him was the gleam in his eye that never bodes well. Okido Suedo, you can start, Oda, he said as he drank his tea, and then unfolded his fan, covering all of his face, except his eyes. Having been in this situation before, none of the men were expelled. It was finally time to start business in earnest. What all those months of correspondence had been carried. Okay, Dano, in my first letter, I gave you a month's deadline before I believed my granddaughter was dead and sought retribution. It's been a little over 6 months, and my granddaughter still hasn't returned to me. That's not my fault when you weren't willing to enter into negotiations for a peace treaty. The life of a kunoichi, even if she is my granddaughter, won't pave. He waited as Oda sipped his tea, and only when the fire Dano waved his hand did Yusen once again continue the dialogue. You weren't there either, willing for her to become a pupil of the re-glorified fire Daima. No agreement where Yagik is beholden or indebted to Konoha is acceptable. Any grievance you speak of is from years past on Noi Dano. I'm afraid claiming the massacre of Shadow Val as a grievance against his village is a falsehood. That scandal was of your own making, and an action meant to deter any further aggression. That was all it took to anger his rival. But surprisingly, he didn't jump to the bait. Inoki, he took a sip of his own tea before answering. Would you know anything about a mission to eliminate a high-ranking shinobi of mine? Sarutobi, one of my Jinchuriki, hasn't responded for months. Oddly, contact with him was lost the same day of the massacre and kidnapping of my granddaughter, using a military commitment to obfuscate an assassination of another nation's Jinchuriki. That sounds like the old god of shinobi to me. Is this true? Okay, Dano, Oda asked. Toplam Yuen laughed and shook his head. I didn't send any people to assassinate you, Jinchuriki or Nuki. If you have lost communication, it is most likely your own shortcomings, which of course, Sarutobi, it must have been my own oversight. We are getting a bit off topic, gentlemen. I believe you two wish to discuss the release of Miss Kurama. Oda selflessly offered. Of course. Daim Yadano. Yuen turned to Ananoki and placed a paper on the table in accordance with his own demands. The Daima of Fire, and I have decided that the best recourse would be a gesture of goodwill towards the land of fire. Inoki took the paper and unwrapped it before shouting a somewhat exorbitant ransom, and that you're demanding that I almost go bankrupt. Roar my emergency reserves. Ah well, so you can. And Yoshi slipped slightly, so he kept his small smile a secret. If you look further down the page, he's already signed it. It seems that Konoha's Suna sanctions and the Kiri embargo have hidden many of the pleasures of the Daima of the land from him. He was begging me to push for the deliberations to cease, and it was even the one who suggested payment when I informed him of the struggles with the negotiation. Yusen waited, almost on the edge of his seat, as Inoki looked between the two. Yusen had had to call in a few favors to make this happen, but he had successfully elevated this dispute above just 2 hidden villages had evolved through careful cultivation into a dispute of the firelands, and the earth, offering Oda a large piece of the pie, had been perfect. Keeping Dano's pleasures away from him from the earth had been the masterstroke. Well, Sushikage Dano, it seems that this would be the most equitable and pleasant solution to our current situation. Or not? He turned his gaze to Yuen and knew there would be retribution. His fellow Kage signed the paper wordlessly and handed it to Oga, who took the paper with a pair of airy shorts. I hope you enjoy the rest of your stay. Sushikage Dano, the land of fire greatly values your selfless decision to help maintain peace. As soon as the funds are received, a contingent of samurai, accompanied by her own guards, will escort her granddaughter home safely. For her part, Oda didn't even bat an eye as Inoki continued looking at Yusen, rather atrociously insulting the Daima of Fire. He laughed some more and walked out of the room, leaving his cup of hot tea on the table. I hoped we could have taken this opportunity to meet Inoki. If IWA came to the table, the 5 great nations could lead the way to peace for the elemental nations. You haven't made any lasting peace, Yusen, and don't pretend you think otherwise. You've been pulling your weight lately. And I'm not the only one taking note. It's been a long time, my old rival, but you wouldn't make it through another war, and there's no other shinobi that can match your strength. I think you're wrong about that. Inoki smiled warmly at him and began to laugh. There's one truth. I must say I'm surprised by what the Rakage told me. You're quite partial to bringing your little protege to important political meetings. Ewan began to feel his skin crawl. But if he somehow managed to keep his friendly smile, the Konoha agent is on some rather important business at the moment. Oh, understandably, Inoki took a large sip of his tea and gulped in thanks. Oh, I simply must have some of this tea. It's your darling's favorite, a special blend of Kiri's. I'll send some along with your granddaughter Inoki once she's back in your care. I hope we can both agree that further conflict would be quite moot. Oh, don't bother, Yusin. I know that the tea is Kiri's. The old man smiled widely and began to leave the room, his last words shooting ice through Yuzin's veins. I have sent some men to go get me some. I wonder what else they will find in the land of water. Itachi knelt before the Katsuki puppet with Orochimaru at his side. Or at least, he assumed Pain was simply a figurehead for Madara to control from the shadows, yet the man in charge of the underground group of S-rank criminals had nothing to do with it. Take lightly, his eyes pierced through the shadows and became uneasy even at Itachi. Congratulations, Itachi-san. Orochimaru's san, for a mission well done. Kuku. Thank you, Leader Sama. I'm glad we were able to complete our mission to your satisfaction. The snack Sanin was always a little too bold when he addressed his leader. It seemed all his associates were doomed to be arrogant. He wondered idly if Orochimaru would fall victim to his own arrogance. I hope to be there to witness your death. Both their fired. Itachi didn't wait for Orochimaru and left the room as soon as he could. He still wasn't sure what Akatsuki's goal was, but with the players that were starting to accumulate, he knew it wouldn't be for any good. The group was slowly turning into the kind of threat he and Naruto had spent the evenings after training theorizing about defeating for the good of the village. If I became Hokage Chikuin, I would like you to be my right-hand man in the shadows. What do you mean? Naruto-kun, as a real shadow, a spy who could have knowledge of any threat, but be able to fight himself out of any situation. And if I were the Hokage Naruto-kun, what would you be? Ha ha ha, who better to be the Hokage's shadow than the Jinchuriki? He stopped walking, and before the boy could even evade the attack, he poked the blonde in the forehead. Oh, you're more than a Jinchuriki, Naruto-kun. Yes, but if that's all the world is going to see, then I would use their fear against them. They would never attack us. You're wrong. They would only be more careful. Any peace based on fear would be doomed to failure. Naruto-kun. The boy fell silent and continued walking with him, sitting on his shoulders. Then I will change the way everyone sees me. That's a promise, Nissen. He didn't say anything, but he couldn't help a smile that danced on his lips. Your protege has stuck his nose in another one of my plans. Itachi, the little agent Kano, a fight with the rebels in Kirigakure against Yagura, didn't flinch as he entered his room and began to take off his uniform robe. Madara had only visited him infrequently up until this point, and never for anything other than talk of the shinobi system. Itachi could tell he was searching for something from him, trying to find some change within Itachi, but he had perfected his mask for a long time. If he didn't even shed a tear while brutalizing until after the deed was done, then no monster was going to provoke a reaction from him. It seemed Madara had decided the same thing, so he decided to change his tact and settle down in Agent Konoha. Naruto, his protege, his second little brother. That must be aggravating for you, Madara. A little. What do you know about him? He has a lot of talent. The Sandame thought highly of him. Yes, but what do you know about him? His name. Very well, Naruto. I am very proud of your progress. No, the Sandame did not trust me with details of his abilities or identity. Did you meet the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Kurama says you are a pretty good teacher. Itachi senpai does not congratulate you often either. He would guard the Sarutobi neighborhood from time to time in when yes, it could be Agent Konoha. Itachi took a moment to contemplate the question before shaking his head. No, it couldn't be. I've seen them both at the same time. I think the Sandame changed some aspects of the people with Hoas appearance to lead others to that conclusion, but the Sarutobi neighborhood is nowhere near the level of the Konoha people. Very well, Itachi. Let's hope you haven't been lying to me. Itachi simply nodded. Madara stood up and walked towards the door. Before leaving, she turned around and asked one more question with the Konoha agent. Do you think the rebels will win? Itachi shook his head. Neither side will win, but Naruto will do his best to do everything he can in that war. I know that for a fact. Good luck, little brother. The sun had not yet risen when Mei decided to strike. The whole rebellion organized themselves into formation. She gave the signal, and the smoke cleared in the forest. As a secondary army of clones appeared all the rebel forces to her group. They were given 6 clones of their own. They would need them. Each clone was said to have the combat capabilities of a low-ranking Honing. The joy that erupted in response was quickly silenced by a pulse of chakra. It was unlikely any Kiri scouts were here, but she didn't want to risk it. It was just before dawn, and Mei couldn't help her heart from racing with all the clones reinforcing their forces. Well, she had never been in command of so many shinobi. She had never entered a battle with so many allies, and enemies like this ran through the sparse trees of the land of water, and she couldn't help but admire the beauty of her homeland, the grass, the trees, the wildlife, the coastal air. Her people arrived at the village gates and the walls, and before she had to give the order, the clones of the Konoha people through Kuna and convent and killed the guards. This was the moment. This was when she truly knew if the Konoha agent could be trusted. Or not, if his Fuinjutsu really it was as good as he had claimed. Her next move would alert the army behind her walls. Or it would be the first step of her great trap. She pushed towards the wall, and her people followed her. Hundreds of shinobi crossed the short clearing and swarmed the walls like a group of invading ants. The few guards patrolling the top of the village walls were quickly overwhelmed, and suddenly the first wave leapt down and entered the streets of Kiri. The sun began to shine on the village as he was slowly beginning to wake up. It was a shame it was too late. His forces spread out and began to occupy every block of the town, street by street, organized peacefully. The civilians would have a place in their new order. That is to say, those who had not benefited from the death of the rebels, nor had they betrayed Yagura. His group went deeper into the town and headed towards the Mizukage Tower when they encountered their first resistance. She stopped, Ao and Zabuza at her sides, and the clones in front of them. Protective form in front of them stood Fuguki Suikazan Kisame Osaki, and a handful of honing loyalists. Teramisan, I see my hunch is correct. You would be the type to use such a brazen and shameless approach. She grits her teeth. Their mission required as much haste as possible, and any prolonged engagement with a CMed wielder would be prolonged. They needed to get to Yagura as quickly as possible. Come on, Mima. I can take them. Her eyes looked at Zabuza, who tightly gripped his own legendary blade. Don't be absurd, Zabuza. You couldn't take him, so what can I do? Leave me 2 clones if you feel the need to. But you have to get to Yagura. Leave. Before he could agree, 2 of the clones separated to either side of Zabuza. It seemed the Konoha people's abilities actually extended to their clones. Zabuza, I'm disappointed. You think you could take me, the leader of the 7 Chinese swords? Come on, Fuki, the 7 swords mean nothing if we don't even have a full group. Don't worry, once you're dead I will take charge of leading the new generation of the 7 to greatness. Zabuza, you are insolent now, boy. I was almost surprised when both clones were ready to throw Kuna, and with seals attached, Fuguki and Kisame evade the attack. But 2 of the honings were caught in a sphere of chakra that violently expelled all the air inside them. One of them was smart enough to cover his mouth, but the other lost all the air inside his lungs at the same time. He scratched his throat while suffocating and trembled on the ground. Mei lunged forward with Ao and the 4 remaining clones, possibly leaving Zabuza to his death before disappearing down the avenue. She saw Zabuza and Fuguki crossing the blades, and the 2 clones fighting Kisame and the rest of the Jonin. It would be something close. I hope the demon of the bloody mist passes. Some other ambush. Koreo, no, Mima. I don't see any more shinobi ahead of us. Where are all the loyal ones? It was good that the rebels hadn't met with a ready resistance, but this was too much, too easy too. Without protection, his small band made it to the Mizukage Tower unhindered, and then a huge spike of chakra stopped them in their tracks. The doors opened and Yagura stepped out. Behind him followed a squad of Kir, and a turning Yura was smiling as a film of red chakra began to bubble from his body and flow around him. Mei cursed. She hoped against all odds to surprise him. Surrender, Yagura. We have captured the village. If you challenge, that will be taken into account during your trial. On trial, please. If I die, I will die here on the battlefield. He removed his hooked staff and gave it an experimental twist. I was content to let the rebel rats slink away in the shadows for a few more years, but that was a mistake. Come, words add for someone. Surprise, surprise. We've been waiting on you. On us, Gay. He was in a ready position, protecting young Naruto from any assault. The boy was sitting cross-legged in the middle of a forest of trees. They were laughing with the small reserve of reinforcements. If all went well, that would be as close to danger as these men and women would be today if they needed reinforcements. The rebels swarmed into the village with a secondary wave of Naruto clones. The boy, and he would be left. This was as close to danger as he was willing to let the boy have it. That had been his plan. If things went wrong, Guy would be fast enough to outrun any shinobi that would be sent after them. He was brought out of his musings as the boy's head twitched. He was looting and quickly stood up. He followed the boy's gaze and saw some strange birds flying in the sky. Gaze on Explosive Corp. He gritted his teeth and turned to his allies, all reserves ready for contact with the enemy. The Kunoichi in charge of the reserves sneered and rolled her eyes. I haven't received the signal from Mei-sama or Ao-sama, so you're going to have to cook over low heat. It's very likely that a group of IA elites will come to attack us by surprise. Yeah, and I bet an army of Suna puppeteers comes to attack them. Go to the... We mobilize when I receive the order from above. A kanai. And in the next silence, the captain and Guy cursed as he raised his load and jumped in the middle of the surprised reserves. Then the earth shook and the lights began to flicker as explosions began to echo from the village of embittered forest. However, it was too late. Gay's booming voice fell on deaf ears, and in panic, as the earth walls began to rise behind the rebel force blocking the village and helping their comrades, pits began to open in the ground and rocky javelins began to fly through the air as Ai's combat force dressed through his prey, Agent Konoha, on him. The boy jumped into the air and grabbed his arm as Gay prepared his fighting stance. As long as I stay ahead of them, fighting with me is the safest thing it will be. Gay began his dance of the new living tray style and almost got distracted by how nice the style was. In the Touter rarely had collaborative styles. He just didn't lean towards it. The amount of teamwork and trust it required was extraordinary. To have someone who could sense your next move and react consequently, it was extremely rare. and made it all possible the living Trey style would be short-lived, as Naruto would grow up too soon, but it would be legendary amongst taijutsu masters. He moved through attack after attack of IW Shinobi, launching the screams that they surrounded the two as Shinobi fought to the death reserves were gathering against the ambushers, but between the pits and spikes flying through the air, the IW and ninja were setting the pace of the fight. He watched as a Kiri Shinobi tried to fight in tandem with him, only to be impaled by an earth spear. Gay grabbed the spike and lifted it off the ground, letting his dead ally fall to the ground. He threw it at an IW Shinobi, creating pits beneath the allies, selling it. It was pandemonium. There was nowhere safe to step on, and suddenly a mist exploded from his position and Gay turned a surprised look towards Naruto. The boy shrugged, and his masked face looked away sheepishly. Zabuza. He used it so much, and I may have convinced him to show me the basics. Very well, Kono Asen. Yes, Kiri Shinobi attacked. There was a war cry, and shapes began to fly through the mist. I could hear the Yuan begin to curse as they pressed their assault. The earthen walls and rock spears began to slow down as more and more water began to saturate the ground beneath them. All the more water there was in the ground, the harder it was to form the ground. As long as they weren't proficient in mud-style earth, Jutsu Sky had no problem jumping from puddle to puddle and punishing any yinning that let him get close. Feeling Naruto give his arm a rather noticeable pinch, he jumped back and barely missed a water dragon. Sorry, Gazon, I didn't see you there. Akiran raised called out. Yig smiled and gave him a thumbs up, only for an explosion to knock him off his feet. He curled up reflexively and opened his eye, only to feel a pinch on his arm. He jerked his body as fast as he could, only to see a spear of earth graze Naruto's arm. Agent Konoha, is that you? A puddle of smoke answered him, and suddenly the boy was gone. A clone. But then where? Oh no, Gay. He turned to face the Great Wall of Earth and the city besieged by bombs beyond it. Gay shot straight into the wall, and as he approached, he raised his knee at the last second and kicked the wall. It cracked and began to collapse from the center, but Gay was already free of the rubble and was heading towards the city. Kakashi would kill me if you died. You better stick with your power of youth. Watching the bombs began to fall on the village, and panic began to arise as civilians fled their burning homes and sought shelter. Windows shattered and buildings collapsed. People screamed in fear, and suddenly it silenced the unfortunate ones. Her screams were prolonged and grew in intensity and desperation. He was slaughtering his people, his own people. She never saw him with a monster, the blood of May Reticulum. A deluge of the ban. Yagura, a geyser of water, shot him into the air and ran to the top of the tower. Ao, take care of the guard and help me. Roger Mima launched himself towards Adante to face the hunters. Neens, with 3 of the clones and a last clone, approached his side. We are going to face Yagura Masan. Hello, when I give you the signal, release the second wave. She didn't pursue any longer, talking and followed the tower after the tyrant. I have to finish this before he destroys everything we've fought for. She had never considered that Yagura would destroy his own village out of cruelty, and spite it seemed that she would have to learn to think the worst of her enemies. He is waiting for you, the clone shouted as he approached the top of the tower. Thanks to the early warning, he was able to easily dodge to the left of a burst of water bullets. Yagura was trapped all over her body in a layer of chakra, but she hadn't grown any tails, yet it seemed like he wasn't taking her seriously yet. All the better for her. May was quick to weave jutsu after jutsu, pushing herself to her limits and then beyond them. Fighting Yagura was like fighting her waking nightmare. She had dreamed of what this fight would look like for months, years, and the pressure was insurmountable. She was fighting the most bloodthirsty enemy she had ever fought, an enemy where no trick was too much, dirty, no inexcusable action worried her. That in the event that he had truly had the foresight to plan contingencies in case he fell in battle, the smaller, more merciful part within her whispered that Yagura might still be a patriot at heart. He might still really be a Kairish shinobi at his core, that this facade could only be a result of the genjutsu he was under and nothing else. She couldn't take that risk. He was too susceptible to be trusted. There was no way ensure that he couldn't be controlled. Again, he was right in his case. Only the strong would survive. Whoever won this fight would be the only one of them still alive. I see you hesitating, May. Well, the assurance that I was ready for your assault. I thought with Konoha's help, it would encourage you to hit me directly. Well, just to show you how fruitless this all was, he pulsed his chakra and raised his arms in submission, and from the top of the tower, she watched as the loyal shinobi army poured out from the top of the towers of the back wall, outside the blast zone in the city below, safe rested and ready to slaughter those under your command. It is not fruitless, Terui. Even if you outnumber me here, you have lost. Surrender, and some beneath you can still be saved. Her heart broke as the loyalists began to engage the rear rebel guards still atop the walls, as smoke filled her nose and dust nearly brought tears to her eyes. Kiri burned. She focused her energy as best she could and fought without reservation. There was no opening too small to take advantage of. No attack could be allowed to land. Yagura would die today, easily hit a lava dragon, but only when a cloud of steam exploded beneath him. The moment he flinched, she fired a jet of SAT lava into the air and grabbed the clone's leg, trying to kick him into the melting ground beneath him, and threw him in turn. She watched with her arms crossed as the clone swings to safety with the ninja cable that he had prepared, but he didn't pay any more attention to it. In a moment, She was in Yagura's face, and the chakra on her face distorted her pink eyes and blurred her wild teeth. Her canines elongated. He went to paralyze her with a coral strick, but a precise jet of lava made him abandon that plan. He retaliated with a kick that launched her to the edge of the roof. She coughed up blood, and she heard him laugh. She looked up with an evil smile and revealed her staff. She launched herself as far as she could towards the war zone behind them. It looks like you've lost your favorite toy, Yagura. You'll lose more than that this day, Terumi. Then he was upon her. There was no grace or style or pattern to his attacks, just pure raw strength. She had no time for jutsu, and neither did she. Began to tire, and yet he never slowed down. He began to intensify his pace. She stumbled back and saw the flash of victory in his eyes, as he in murder felt a small hand grab her arm and pull her away and take her from the danger the clone landed with. Her with blood soaking his arm, he blinked and realized the original Konoha agent was at his side, and had been the whole time. That hadn't been according to plan. Well, that was close. Kurama eyed. Rather not. I can't have anyone figuring out I'm the Jinchuriki. I know that by I hate subterfuge. Kurama. Alright, RJH, if you could touch him I might be able to get enough of my chakra into him to disrupt the Genjutsu. Touch him, he's a Jinshu Kage. I can't even get close to him. I didn't say it would be easy. Boy, now hurry up. Your ally seems to have gotten over her near-death experience. Maybe with using her to distract him. Don't get too excited. Yet, she's seen through your ploy. Boy, Naruto held back a wink as he immediately felt the same. She knew he wasn't a clone, and she could sense his paranoia spiking. Wow, she really didn't trust him. What are you doing with Hoa? Why have you deviated from the plan? Mei seemed intent on scolding him. Even when they both barely dodged Yagura's highly pressurized water blasts. Without his empathy, he would have been dead for a long time. He just wasn't fast enough on his own to dodge the three-tailed Jinchuriki's attacks. Without warning, I sensed something was wrong. So you didn't inform your commander and decided to accompany him. Those loyalists are going to slaughter my forces and then tie up the reserves. He looked at the charging army of the captivated brother of his and realized that without a second hour of reinforcements of clones, the rebels would lose. You don't have enough chakra to do both. If you make a second batch, you won't have enough chakra to escape from me with Yagura's body. And that's it. Even if you win, boy, I have to do it. I have no other choice. I won't let this fight turn into another massacre. It's already one. Boy looked up as a large cloud of dust exploded in the distance. Something had just knocked down the massive gates of the village from the outside. I'm not alone. Kurama guy is here. I think he's even coming for me. Yeah. I can prolong this fight. Prolongation. I can do this. Do you trust me? He gasped as he dodged another barrage of water projectiles that were aimed at separating his head from his body, and asked again, do you trust me? Do it. Don't you leave me. Boy, you'll never hear the end of me in hell if you're wrong. Dryo, despite the odds, and jumped to the back of the tower and clasped his fingers together. Cannon massive shadow jutsu. A huge cloud of smoke appeared on the Kiri walls closest to the tower, and a massive army of hundreds of clones rushed from within him. Down at either end of the cloud, he barely had a chance to see how they quickly reached the rear of the loyal forces before two fronts of fighting began to take place on the walls. He smiled even as exhaustion set in. He had promised himself that he would try to save as many lives as possible. He had to save it. That was his nest, his rule. He watched as Mei fought against Yagura, and he couldn't help but be in awe. He had a good idea of how strong the Sandame was, but I had never seen him fight back completely. Yagura and Mei shook the entire tower with each attack. Each attack crumbled the buildings into rubble to their foundations. There was a huge hole in the middle of the top of the tower, and I had the feeling from the noxious fumes wafting from within that the lower floors had not withstood the Mileso assault. Naruto, through canal exploding shuriken tags. Everything had never been pushed so hard, and he still couldn't even get close to Yagura. It was infuriating. For so long, he had been so confident and comfortable in his strength. He still had so much more to do. If this is how well I can do without using your chakra, Kurama, then I need to intensify my training. Focus. Boy plan later. Survived now the two titans he had before him, and left no opening, and he was frustrated as he felt Mei was purposely trying to stop him from getting to Yagura. Her paranoia was consuming her. She hoped that he turned on her, but didn't realize that he wanted to bring her in another way, saving Yagura's life instead of ending his own. Their dance continued, and Naruto began to tire quickly. He couldn't keep up the day. They were too fast, too strong, too powerful. And then one of the Lien bombs from above landed a little too close to the tower. The air shook with the force of the explosion, and the surprise of how close it detonated created a 1 in a million opening. And now Naruto felt his right leg go. It broke from the force of the chakra that exploded through his muscles, and he flew through the air on lava fumes that poisoned his breath and burned his skin. Scorched from a torrent of water, and the flesh of his fist burned. As it entered, it came into contact with Yagura's flesh. Naruto bit his tongue as he tensed his jaw in agony, as he mentally screamed, Kurama, you are an amazing boy. Bua Isabu Tunison is here to save you. Naruto felt a spike of chakra, then felt the bloodlust, hatred, and anger of Yagura. They bled out immediately. Fear and confusion remained, and then it was all gone as he was absorbed into the mindscape of Yagura. Gay He was covered in smoke, ash, and dirt before reaching the first large town square hidden in the mists. The bombardment had begun to wear off after a few minutes. The damage was extensive. It would take a number of resources to rebuild. No matter which side was victorious, it left a bad taste in his mouth. He could have stayed with the reserves and defended most of the IWA ambush, but they weren't his comrades. It wasn't the first time he abandoned another village's shinobi to save an ally of his own village, and it probably wouldn't be the last. However, it didn't make him proud. However, he wasn't here to earn pride or glory on the battlefield, or even to enjoy his jogs on the beach. It was to protect Naruto Uzumaki as a personal favor to his best friend Kakashi. It seems Kakashi wasn't actually exaggerating. Imagine what a kid he is. For trouble, yeah, better catch up with him quickly. Stopped before him, the survivors of a battle stunned were determined to finish off their enemies. Zabuza, very alone on one side, two other battered Chinese swords were in front of him. G recognized one of them, Fuguki Suikazan, one of the men who had killed his father. Josh, revenge does not prosper well in the Garden of Youth. Gai-chan, what are you doing here? Gay Zabuza groaned. No. At a quick glance, he could see that if the mist demon continued to fight, he would be a dead man. With another look, I could say the same about Fuguki Zabuza. After all, he is an impressive demon. The Koan people didn't keep to themselves, I guess. He accompanied his group to involve Yagura. The kid wanted a rematch. Sounds good. Zabuza's leg collapsed beneath him, but he fell into a kneeling position. Fuguki Joe and held a hand to prevent his partner from getting involved. It seems the blue-skinned man was the most inijo of the three. Okay, Kisame, I can get us out of this with life. You are there, Konoha Shinobi. Fuguki pulled out some scrolls and a flawless Konoha. Yet I have been selling Konoha information on Yura for years. I wish to defect. Save me and my partner, and I will start a 7 Chinese swords action under the leaf flag. Coward. Zabuza became enraged. Traitor, my snake, don't pay attention to him. Gay has to pay. Fuguki laughed and took a step closer. Gift. Zabuza, my ally, and I will leave together with Kisame. This village is pathetic, the weakest of the big 5. And everyone else, you know, it only made sense to get what I could from his dying corpse before moving on. The 7 Chinese blade swords have a terrifying advantage. Of course, I'll need that blade back. How about Kisame? Would you like to carry the Kubikiri Bocho? As my right hand die tensed as Kisame started to walk forward, but didn't even blink as he thrust his katana through Fuki Same's heart. Why are you such a liar? You're weak today. I'll take one of the 7 blades, but not yours. Kisame smiled, toothily pointed, and twisted his blade. Yours. The death and shame of a traitor is all that awaits you. Fuguki guy didn't move as Kisame grabbed the hilt. Give me piss. He seemed to enjoy it and flourished, seemingly unfazed by its weight. He steadied the sharkskin sword for him, already Zabuza, and smiled. Time to finish taking down the rebels. I still expect a good fight. I wouldn't be too sure about that, my friend. Kisame tilted his head at me and looked very amused. Oh, and why is that? My name is Mgui, son of Mig-gu, the Genin. Eternal Allah will and will not harm you at all. We can take him to him. Zabu Seizen Baha no. Kisame had a dark smile on his face. He seemed to be overwhelmed with confidence after finally acquiring what Gay could only guess he had wanted for so long. Why would I care about your weak father? Seriously, what kind of victory could the Eternal Genin have achieved that would make me hurt you? Know what a real victory is? It's not hitting someone strong, it's being able to protect something important to you. Gay smiled and gave a thumbs up. Josh, because my father saved me and my squad mates from the full wrath of the 7 Miss Genin chins and sent 4 of them to an early grave. Both of them chins jerked back as if being hit had been years ago, but that kind of defeat wouldn't be forgotten so easily, and my father gave me the confidence and training to overcome it. So come test your new power against the teachings of the eternal Gay Genin. He began to see a worm of doubt that is in Kisame's expression, and I knew he wasn't as confident as he was a moment ago. Morale was half the battle, so it was off to a good start. Then the telltale trace of a Biju's chakra filled the air. Gate. Kisame looked at me all the way to the end of the village where the tower was located. It was clear Yagura was using his Biju. Naruto was in extreme danger. I'll settle this with you another time. Conan hooked up with his new sword and smiled at Zabuza. Lente, let's not have that duel after all. Momochi is fine. I think we won. I wouldn't have even enjoyed it at this rate. Fuck you. Osaki. Zabuza took a step and then collapsed on the street. I watched as Kisame headed to the tower and kneeled down for Zabuza. Zabuza, Sen, I think Explo's Joe Corp has started to retreat. I'm going to move you to cover, and then hurry up and go after him. G picked him up and placed him near a broken fountain, and before he could leave, Zabuza grabbed his arm in a gag. Don't let her die, I won't, and then ran after Kasami to the battle that would decide the fate of Kirigakure. Once again, Naruto stood next to Kurama in a large white void. The way the room seemed endless and also suffocating. It was his realist. Kurama looked like he should be hitting the ceiling, but he was able to rise to his height. In front of them was Yagura, and beside him a giant 3-tailed turtle. Its armor was a dull green and had many spikes. It had 2 huge arms, and its 3 tails were covered in the same plate-like armor as its shell. One of its eyes seemed to be permanently closed. Naruto felt his wariness like a coiled snake. The pain was a bleeding wound ever present in Isabu's heart. He was a gentle soul and had been traumatized by the shinobi world. Naruto couldn't help but want to make him feel better. No one should feel so alone in the world. Yagura, on the other hand, was extremely confused. He had quickly realized that Naruto was a fellow Jinchuriki, and after realizing who Kurama was, but he seemed even more bewildered than he should have having been. He didn't remember anything. After a dark shadow appeared before him and a red light flashed, and then nothing. Hi Yagura Karatachi, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, and this is my friend. He gave Kurama a pointed look as Yagura looked at them both with a raised eyebrow. Kurama, the nine-stringed fox, we wanted to talk to you. What's going on here? Yagura asked. He crossed his arms and Naruto wished he had manifested with his mask over his face. Yagura's eyes were piercing and almost disturbing. Isabu lowered himself to a more even level with Yagura and spoke. His voice was much more childish than any Biju should have, but Naruto wasn't about to say anything. However, Kurama chuckled lightly at his thoughts. You were under a Jinjutsu. Dagira-chan, like me, we haven't been ourselves for I think the years. It's hard to say. Kuran Manasan saved us. Why would you save me? He gestured to Kurama Adi. And besides, they didn't matter when the worst kept secret of all the nations was that villages had to Jinchuriki for what we are, who we are. Honestly, if you were the tyrant the world thinks you are, I would have killed you and tried to save Isabu. From now on, I know you both didn't want that, meaning you're not responsible for the civil war and Kiri civil war. Naruto felt a great sadness bloom in Yagura, and it also bled on him. It would be a nightmare to suddenly return, just to know that he had almost to zero the village he loved. Yes, you started to purge your village of all lineages. Mater, you and I stood up to usurp you and hired me to help you. And instead you're here to save me. Yeah, Naruto smiled widely. I want to make a world where Biju never get imprisoned again, and to do that my goal is to save each and every one of them. Haha, I already have one. His name is Rasi, and he's the Jinchuriki of Don Goku the Four Tails, and I knew Killer B, who is the Jinchuriki of the Tails, and he seemed to like him, and I know that the Jinchuriki of the Do Tails is called Yujito. Yagura suddenly got in his face with his hands on his hips. Very well, head hollow, you're rambling. Naruto laughed sheepishly and scratched the back of his head while Kurama laughed. I'm glad you made a friend, Kurama. It's nice to meet you, Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled and gave Isabu a thumbs up. It's amazing to meet you too, Isabu. I'd love it if we could be friends. You're crazy. Yagura was looking at him as if trying to understand. Why would Naruto care about strangers? A Jinchuriki and his demon. Naruto felt his steely determination. Shouldn't it be surprising that does anyone care? Yagura and Isabu seemed like great people. I have a plan. We just have to make it look like you're dead. Yagura sneered and frowned between the two and just left my village. I don't really care about you, human, but your village already wants your head. If you come with us, then maybe you could save Isabu. He seems like he really cares about you, and I would hate for him to lose someone he cares about. Thanks, Kurama. I'm so glad you're here. Kurama walked over and threw his arm over Isabu's shoulders. Isabu laughing as if this wasn't the first time the two had seen each other in dozens of years. You don't have to defect to my village. You don't have to join my plan. You can walk away, find your own peace, but you can stay and I can show you places to hide. I promise to keep you safe. A promise of truth. I always keep my promises. Yagura searched him for any deception and then assigned with the nasty with the okay. So this is my plan. Naruto opened his eyes and watched as Yagura staggered and became disoriented. He was suddenly at the Mizukage and engaged in a flurry of blows. He managed to get in a few debilitating hits before he could throw her back. His Jinchuriki cloak faded away, and then he was dodging blasts of lava thrown at him. Naruto was suddenly there and fighting, and Yagura worried that he would betray him, but decided to move on. Naruto would repay that trust 10 times over. He's going to work with us, Kurama. This is amazing. Those are 3 Jinchuriki. We're further away than I ever thought that we would get. Naruto, but be careful. This will be hard to accomplish. Yagura went to hit him, and Naruto easily created an opening and planted a stack of flashbangs. Not enough to kill, but Yagura would need help to get away. After that, he saw his opening and came in with a kunai. He got close to Yagura's stomach. Naruto slammed into her and went off course. The moment she was pushed away, he created a single clone with no seals. He dove into Yagura and knocked him off the edge of the tower. You better make this work. Shrimp, I'm only 8 years old. A massive explosion emanated from Yagura's chest as the seals immediately exploded. It knocked the air out of his lungs and sent him flying towards the ground. He wordlessly activated 2 seals on himself and his chakra pressure seals on Yagura. Now it would be harder to detect their locations. We have to run to Konoha. You know the fastest way to get there. I know a route, though I'm gonna need help. You had to use so many anything. But end of chapter 15. 2 waves flutter between the branches of the trees on the shores of the land of fire. As they passed, a mist blew quickly into the forest and swerved after them. Naruto growled as he stopped on a branch. He didn't start when Yagura jumped back to check on him. They had made good ground and had reached the land of fire, but they were not safe. Yet the Kirin turning were ruthless and efficient. Their search was endless. However, even if they encountered a patrol of Koen, they would not necessarily be in the clear. To save Yagura had never been discussed nor approved, and although Naruto was fairly certain that he wouldn't face any strong repercussions, he couldn't guarantee Yagura's safety. It wouldn't be too far-fetched for the Sandaime to hand him over to May as reparation. No, Naruto was alone for this. Is your leg? Yagura looked dillies and worried Naruto could sense his anxiety. The man was also refute. To being caught, at least he wasn't thinking of leaving Naruto behind. However, yes, every time we took a break it heal a little, and then they push forward, and when we run all your progress is undone. Yagura stood up and looked past him to where the mist was slowly spreading through the forest and floating towards. They're trying to tire us out. We can't head towards the village. They'll probably already report that we ran to the land of fire. Yagura gave him a piercing look and Naruto grew dizzy. There was a cold, calculating part of Yagura that had remained after the genjutsu was broken, and a pain deep in his soul he was ignoring. Losing his home, Naruto couldn't help but feel it was impossible to ignore, but he tried to give his brother some privacy, and he hadn't said anything about it. This wasn't the time to help him feel better. However, if you wish for them to be fired as the safest option, then just say it. No, that's what you're saying. You don't want Terumi to know that you saved me. Do you think we should kill them? Naruto stood up as tall as he could and looked Yagura in the eyes. My training me. He says it's the smartest move, but the smartest and most ruthless move isn't always the right one. I'm not going to ask you to kill your people. I refuse to do that. He flinched as another flash of pain ignited in his leg as the bone fractured again for the 15th time. If he didn't allow himself some time to rest soon, then he risked doing permanent damage to himself. Gura, staring at him before smiling slightly. Oh, look at the little boy trying to be a big shinobi, and Naruto blushed in embarrassment as Yagura once again chose to tease him. Every time he tried to get serious or vulnerable, the man chose to remind him of his age, though a part of him wondered if this was how brothers acted towards each other. Shut up, shut up. That's what you're going with. Naruto wasn't used to getting this nervous, and he also wasn't used to Kurama laughing at him when someone else made fun of him. It seemed the fox had quickly warmed up to the Brotherhood of Jinchuriki. Before Naruto could say anything else, Yagura ended and pulled him into his arms. Hello, what are you doing? We need your leg to heal, and running on it won't help ya, but this will slow us down. And it's not like you're all healed either. I know your ribs are still fractured. Yagura smiled as he jumped to the ground and started running. Yeah, but I don't have to hide that I'm a Jinchuriki. As he spoke, Naruto watched as coral began to grow on Yagura's chest and molded into a mold of light. The coral was flexible and didn't seem to inhibit his breathing, and then a green-hued chakra began to glow from it. Wow, Yayobu, take good care of me. Naruto felt bloodlust fill the air just as a bank of mist passed them by and blocked their path. 9 o'clock Kuna fighters, and with exploding seals, Yagura gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on Naruto and flipped through the air and went right. The kunais detonated and kicked dirt into the air. Naruto detected 4 more fighters coming into his range. Yagura felt them too, so Naruto stayed silent as Yagura ran through the fog, expertly navigating the woods as if it wasn't even clouding his vision. Naruto was chaining hand seals faster than he could. Earth style, rock wall, wind style, razor, earth style, stalagmite field. He threw multiple jutsus in his path and felt them keep his enemies' offensives away. Rock walls erupted in front of kunais, detonating prematurely their explosive seals. The wind blades cut through the mist, dissipating the water, saturating the air, and causing their pursuers to evade. Yagura was slowly gaining ground against them, and then they ran out into the middle of a road. In front of them, an entire squad of a turning was waiting for them. Yagura cursed as Naruto quickly moved away from Yagura's arms. He took a ready stance. His leg had managed to heal a bit, but he knew it would only take one hard impact before he would be incapacitated. He quickly entered the interceptor stance and breathed. Yagura, Itachi, by order of the MIT cage, you are charged with treason and are sentenced to death. You can surrender and face trial, or refuse and face immediate execution. Yagura wasted no time, and without a single word began launching blasts of pressurized water from his mouth at his enemies, and the battle began. Naruto found himself once again in a supporting role, and it was eerily similar to how he had fought me all those months ago. He was dancing around Yagura and punching those who got too close. He didn't look good. Jinchuriki was strong, but not without limits. He and Yagura hadn't recovered from their fight, and he had no chance of recovering. Things were bleak. Yagura had a good chance of fighting this out, but Naruto's chances were slim with the amount of clones he had used in the final battle. The lack of sleep, the fight against Yagura, and his restless running away from Kiri was working on fumes. Could you use my chakra? Such no. Then they would know. Then they all had to be killed or captured. It's already gotten to that point, boy. They know who you are, and you know it yourself. You just don't want to admit it. Naruto defended himself from a kenjutsu assault as the ground became increasingly slippery with water. Water was one of Naruto's inherited affinities, but Kiri shinobi lived and blew, incorporating water into their fighting styles. He was outmatched, and his control over the water around him only managed to prevent them from landing any lethal blows. He managed to keep the water beneath his feet saturated with enough of his chakra to keep it from turning on him. But other than that, any blast he sent out could be redirected after completing the attack. This is not good. Yagura gasped as his coral mold seeped blood from underneath them. They stood back to back. Yagura had managed to take out a handful of their pursuers, but it didn't seem like it was enough. Naruto, he dodged the kunai thrown at his head and threw one back, hitting the honing on the shoulder. They were starting to get closer to them. He had no other choice. He would have to use Kurama's chakra, except Yagura decided to use Isabu's chakra first, and 2 red tails came out of a layer of chakra almost instantly. And Naruto couldn't help but be surprised at how easy it was for him. It seems like he and Yobu really are close, and since his seal isn't even a fifth as strong as yours, boy, we can be like this someday. I'd really like that the fight took on a more frantic tone as the honing rushed at once. The next minutes that seemed like hours were filled with clashes of knives, gusts of water tore into flesh, blood that mixed with mud and water, and fear clogged the air with a noxious grip. Naruto's eyes began to cry slowly, and as love Azaba slipped, his current opponent was thrown out, and Naruto could barely block it with his fractured leg. With a cry, he fell to the ground, unable to do anything but cradle him. Yagura stomped on him and took a guard stance, but it wouldn't be long before he too was overwhelmed. They were surrounded, and the hunters sensed their weakness. There wouldn't be a fourth. They were like sharks swarming to kill them. I'm sorry, Kurama. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, It's okay. It's okay, me. We're here, you're here, and I'm here. And before Naruto knew it, he was sucked into his mindscape. Over the years, it had become a vast field reminiscent of one near the border of Amigakure. However, the gates of sealed, they remained the same. They brought him before the cage of the Chi, his best friend, and sobbed as he crashed through the bars and jumped into the open arms of Kurama. The huge fox sat up and cradled him tightly in his huge arms, whispering comfort to him constantly. I don't want to lose you. I'm scared, Kurama. Say, boy, hey. It's not going to be so bad. You're here with me now. You'll be okay, we'll go together. He simply closed his eyes as tightly as he could. He had never been so terrified, so scared. He thought of all the people who counted on him, all his family who would be devastated by his death. He thought of the Sandaime having dinner with him at least once a week, of Kakashi checking in on them and telling him stories of his parents. Kabuto goes above and beyond to make sure Naruto had every advantage, an asset he could get from the days when Itachi shared his dream of a peaceful future. He regretted letting them all down, all the promises he would break if he died. His breathing began to become more regular as he felt the hopelessness overwhelms him. But just as he was about to give in, his anger began to rise within him. It wasn't fair that he worked so hard, tried so hard, and fought so hard only to lose this early in the game because he was holding back. Kurama, because of the seal, would be dragged along with Naruto. When he died, they both fell silent, and Kurama looked at him as he looked towards the doors of the cage where the seal was placed. Kurama, Naruto, just because he dies doesn't mean that to him. Just because he dies doesn't mean that to him, boy. No one spoke to him. Conviction that for the first time in his life, Kurama was stunned into silence. No. Naruto stood up and jumped down to the grass below. He gave Kurama a big smile as tears filled his eyes, but he didn't let them fall. It can't be. This is how I die, but you should stay back. We have Sungo and Sobu on our side. You can keep fighting. You can free the Biju. Naruto, goodbye, Kurama. You were more than my friend. You were my family. He turned to rip off that cursed seal his father had used to imprison the closest friend he had ever had. He had before he could reach it. A huge clawed hand blocked his way. Kurama, NID, wait, isn't that right? Kurama closed his eyes, forcing his senses, but when he breathed, Naruto could feel them too. No, it couldn't be. Immediately his eyes flew open. Still, he lay down beneath Yura's legs, barely 2 seconds after having passed, and yet as each second ticked by, it became easier and easier to spot them. They were here. He had no idea how they had found him, but they were here. His Konoha brothers. I think this is all no Yagura. They are reinforcements. That's what I'm saying, boy. The former Mizukage gasped as he repelled another attack from one of the 12 shinobi surrounding them. Not for us. Yagura groomed himself as he sensed the newcomer's chakra in flight. A second later, all the hunters froze as they felt the massive chakra signature, and then they heard the sound of trees crashing. A cacophony of destruction drew closer, and yet Naruto had never felt so relieved. Yagura was still tense, but Naruto felt like he was starting to understand what was coming to his aid. But exactly who are you? Sure they're coming to help us, boy. Oh yeah, that could only be Rossi. Naruto smiled. Number 4. Yagura smiled. Unbelievable. How screwed are they completely? The hunter Nin's fear increased and turned to dread and panic as a burst of smoke and ash shot up from beyond the tree line behind them and headed straight for them. Back Yagura, she launched herself at Naruto, and a coral dome began to rapidly grow above them just before it covered them completely. Naruto watched as a pillar of magma shot up from the ground and consumed 3 of the hunters. They didn't even have time to scream before they died. And although Naruto knew they didn't even feel the pain of their death, the fear they felt at the realization of how they would die nearly made him vomit. Rosie inspired a primal and naturalistic terror as she struggled. She couldn't see and could barely hear through the coral shell, but with his empathy, he could tell what was happening. Rossi was there, and he was enraged. One by one, he felt the lives of a turning being extinguished. After barely a minute, the last one fell. Yagura gritted his teeth and stood up, allowing the coral to crumble and crumble. He held out a hand to Naruto and helped him to his feet, and as he did, the acrid Adora burning flesh nearly caused Naruto to burn. Maram, the surrounding area had become a molten field of death. The bodies lay half submerged in pools of molten rock and slowly sank As they melted, Naruto knew he would have nightmares about the sights and sounds of Rossy's work for the next few weeks, but he could live with that. He wouldn't envy the man for how ruthless he had been. After all, he would kill anyone who threatened his family. Rosy walked over to them and took a look at Yagura. He seemed to have turned his own body into magma. His body slowly turned back to normal, and the tail behind him, it slowly sank into his flesh before it had completely disappeared. He stamped his foot, and the pools of magma deepened and swallowed the last of his enemies' bodies. He clenched his fist, and then all the magma immediately hardened, leaving the three of them standing in an obsidian graveyard. Rossi, thank you very much. The older man nodded at him, but he had a troubled look on his face. This is Yagura. Why didn't you use Kurama's chakra? He was on the ground as Yagura turned to him with his arms. Both men were very angry and conflicted on how Naruto had acted. He hoped the anger stemmed from worry. It was hard for him to say how well. I didn't want to have to kill them, and it was too late for that, Dagura, he said quietly, but not without advantage. Dagura gestured around. The only chance we had was if you used a tail or two of flip-flops, I guess. It's still a little difficult for you with your seal, but I'm sure you two have a close enough connection as to not be overwhelmed by one or two tails. I know you needed help, so I was about to release a Kurama. What did you say? Naruto stepped back as Yagura's anger rose, but it was Rossy's cold inquiry that made Naruto feel uncomfortable. I knew Yagura needed help. Rosy took a few steps towards him, and Naruto couldn't help but sink into himself. Both were very disappointed with him. He looked down and clenched his fists, expecting a nasty reprimand. He felt a hand resting on his shoulder and peeked through his hair to see Rossy crouched down to look him in the eyes. Fight with everything you've got, boy. Don't weigh your life as less than ours. Don't you ever do that again. You've got the power of Kurama in you, and if you falter on your own, there's no shame in using his help to defend yourself. The world is already against us. We'll have to fight tooth and nail to survive, every single one of us. Do you hear me? Yes. Promise me. I want you to promise me that you will always fight with everything you've got. Rossy started to say before Yagura crouched down next to Rossy and looked at him sternly. I want to hear that too. It's important that you never give up like you just did. There won't always be someone who will jump in at the last minute to change the course. Yes, the chances of survival would be higher if you had gone ahead with your plan, but the chances of us both leaving together would have been erased. That's not your decision. We can't worry about you losing hope in the middle of a fight and you give up, or we won't be able to concentrate. Ross and growled in agreement. Exactly this, boy. You would become an Aegon if we had to worry about you becoming a martyr when things get tough. I think they're right, boy. I think I'm going to have to ask you to make that promise. Too. Naruto couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the emotions swirling in the air around him and suffocating him. Everything became too much, and he began to cry. He felt Yagura hugged and clung to him despite the embarrassment of acting like a child like that. Rosie didn't join in the hug, but ruffled her hair. We need to hear it, boy. I promise that I will fight to the end, no matter what happens, no matter the odds. I promise you. Well, you're becoming a good shinobi. Rosie stood up and cracked her neck. Vin, as soon as I realized where you were, you shouldn't have gone alone. Naruto sniffed and wiped his nose before taking a shaky breath. He laughed lightly, and he shook his head. I had to try to save Isabu. Yagura looked at them both and took a step back. Naruto could sense that neither Yagura nor Rossi knew exactly how to act right now. He himself wasn't so sure. This was an unprecedented moment, one of his wildest dreams. Yagura looked around softly. Well, then where should we head, brothers? Rosie grimaced. Maybe a little bit away for now. Let's stay with the comrades. Naruto smiled at them both and then looked at around him. By the speed at which Gai could travel, he would soon arrive at Konoha, and Naruto still had a good trip ahead of him. His memories had never returned from that last clone, so he hadn't shown up, and that meant he was still with Gai. He knew he would have to get to the village in a hurry. Yuzin would be very disappointed and angry, and Naruto didn't want him to worry too much. I have to get back to the village. I have to get information. The people there will be worried. Rosie nodded her head, and Naruto was so grateful that the man didn't disagree or distrust him. It seemed like he had come to trust Naruto a little while he was gone. Okay, we could stay together. Maybe we could meet up at one of your places to regroup. Noos, sure, you want to meet up at Tanzaka quarters? Naruto shook his head and slowly stood up. His leg was clearly fractured again. He would need at least one night before he was good enough to travel. How about the outpost at the northwest border, the base of the ancient Uchiha? Sure, that sounds good. How long do you need for your leg? He shrugged and started walking into the forest. Just one night would be fine if you two would stay clear, boy. Yeah. And you two can tell me how you two met, okay? It's a pretty crazy story. Naruto smiled. Oh, and in the morning, I'll make a bunch of clones to get our paths off the ground. I've always wanted to be able to do that. Yagura laughed and walked after him, while Rossi seemed content to listen to him ramble. Everything looked so much brighter. Was he going to be able to go back home? He had been gone for so long. Yes, sir. And then it took us about a week to travel from Ugak back here. Okama, the Konoha agent, managed to survive without any serious injuries. We did record time as instructed. It was a perfect report to top-notch shinobi bravely returning from the war of putting a tyrant and aiding an ally at the helm of a great nation, and thus inserting a new daimon into the land of water with family ties, direct with his own daimon, a perfect result. However, something was wrong. He didn't have Naruto's empathy, but he knew the boy so closely from having raised him that he could now easily tell when the boy was feeling uncomfortable like a child, hiding a truth from a parent, and squirming about it. Of course, in Naruto's case, with his empathy, he knew that now he had figured it out. The best course was to come clean before he could be forced to do so as both his guardian and his cage. The boy visibly deflated and yucca. He couldn't help but grimly amused at how much Naruto acted like a Suma when he was caught sneaking out or with his hand in the cookie jar. Suma had never been a perfect child. He had been quite the naughty child in his younger years. Naruto stepped forward and Gay fell silent. The boy turned to Gay's face and bowed in apology. I beg your understanding, Gazon, for yet another deception. He stood up and turned to Yuan's face, and he couldn't help but wonder what the boy was going to divulge. Now C1 reporting for duty. Hokage-sama. Even when he raised his brow, he instantly noticed that guys would have been shocked and paling, and he knew that the revelation was not good at all. See first, hi, my name, Hokage-sama. C1 short for a clone. First, everything started to fall into place and Ruin felt worry start to make its way from the back of his mind. If there is more information that needs to be added, please do so, Agent Suin. Yes, Okama. The clone took A and then began to start his own report, one that he clearly had been preparing for this moment. The mission in the middle. It was learned through sources that Yagura had been enslaved by a Jinjutsu. An opportunity was revealed to break him from this illusion and extract him for interrogation and possible defection. No one made a sound. Gay seems completely horrified and shocked. Yusin knew he had been fooled. Just as well it seemed that Naruto was capable of fooling even the upper echelons. He idly wondered who the boy hadn't fooled yet, and saw him flinch as if struck. You acted outside the parameters of your mission, Seer. You endangered not only yourself but your teammate as well. Not only that, but you endanger the village, and you will not know the retribution of the Mizukage. She doesn't know, and that makes it better. Her acrid tone silenced the boy and stopped his response in his throat. Gay, you're fired. Gay. He immediately bowed and left the room, gently patting the boy's shoulder and quietly closing the door behind him. You surprise me, Naruto. I was expecting it. No, you are not surprised, Naruto. C1. He looked at him with a frown on his face and tears in his eyes. He had never seen the boy look so hurt before. That's why you didn't tell me that Yagura was a Jinchuriki. You were afraid that he wouldn't follow orders to drop everything to save him. He sat up from his seat and walked around the desk towards the boy. He knelt down and looked him in the eyes. He spoke sternly but worriedly. You are my subordinate, but above that you are my family. I know your dream, and I know your heart. You are already a good person, Naruto-kun. I am very proud of you and your growth, and yes, I was afraid that meeting the man the war was meant to defeat was a Jinchuriki who would fight with the duty to take him down. I recognize that I should have known you would feel the lie on my part. One, apologize for trying to keep it a secret. Understand that I did it to protect you, and that it was important that you did not try to do exactly what you have done. Naruto sniffed a little and nodded in that way that children do when they are scolded. He was surprised at how much he had grown in its months. He was getting older. He was no longer that 4-year-old boy who joined Team Rin missions. We can continue when you get back. What was your route back? I was planning on taking Yura to the land of fire, and then to a safe house. I don't know where I am now. All right, let him go and go back to him. Thanks for your help and understanding, Naruto. C1 Herm Cal of the two. It's okay. The clone boy reached out and hugged him tightly. Just as he returned the hug, he felt the clone. I sobbed softly once, and then in a puff of smoke, I was alone once more. I wasted no time and hit my say within a minute from deep within the heart of the Kage Tower. Kakashi came running in his ANBU commander regalia and armor. Naruto hasn't returned. He extracted Yagura and fled to the southern border of the land of fire. I think they're both injured, and if there's any trace of Yagura's possible survival left, then they're surely being hunted by Mei's forces. Take whoever you want discreetly and bring them to me back. Kakashi spared no time for a sark reply, barely nodding at him, giving him a sympathetic nod before he walked away. This was troublesome, as Shikaku would say. He sat at his desk and sighed deeply as he rubbed his jaw. Please let him come back alive, Naruto jade. As he pushed himself forward, he had spent a night with Yagura and Rossi, and in the morning they had split up. Naruto had created 50 clones. They had spent the better part of 2 days making dozens and dozens of false trails. They crossed, receded, and were layered with scents and hairs of both him and Yagura all over the forests of the land of fire. A dedicated tracker might be able to map them all, but it would take time, and every second it took was another second. They had to put some distance between their hunters and towards their destinations. His leg had managed to heal to the point that it wasn't in constant pain, but it was stiff and uncomfortable. He hadn't even managed to reach his limits. His it had almost been reduced by a third. However, it was his chakra levels that concerned him. It had never been this low for so long. He had always been quite gifted in his chakra pool thanks to not only his Uzumaki heritage, but also Kurama's work on the biology of his body. However, It was not infinite. Once a body had been strained, it took time to regenerate back to capacity. The more effort you put into a chakra system, the longer it took to generate more chakras. In effect, Naruto, he was playing a dangerous game in his quest to get home as quickly as possible. He wouldn't be able to fight off a squad of it turning in his condition. Even if he used Kurama's chakra, his chakra system was so strained, it could cause permanent damage. Then about a day ago, his clone had appeared, and C1's memories were telling him that Yin knew about it, and he was disappointed and worried. He had to get home. Things were bad. If he got into a fight, he wouldn't last long. He swung through of the trees as fast as he could. He was about to jump to the next tree when his body jerked back, almost as if it moved on its own volition. It had only happened once or twice before. When his empathy detected a threat, it wouldn't be able to process fast enough. Then his subconscious took over. Just as he finished realizing what must have happened, he watched as the tree he intended to land on burst into blue flames. He cursed before that he could look around his body through itself to the side as hard as it could. It slammed into the trunk of a tree, and it felt like every blow to the bark was imprinted on his skin, and yet he was terrified to see another blue fireball detonate in the exact spot he was standing. Who's out there? Is he? Threw his senses as far away as he could and was furious to find nothing. Whoever or whatever was behind him, he knew it was at least a sensor. They seemed skilled in attacks of long range, and they seemed happy to shoot at him. He was being attacked. They knew exactly who it was. They weren't Kiri's either. That was extremely worrying. Without them coming into range of his empathy, he was blind. He had no idea who they were or even how. Many traps had been planted and prepared in the forest around them. They had brushed the border of his empathy, and that was the only thing that had given him a warning. The two shots should be able to tell he hadn't been hit by the two initial volleys, which meant it would come from further away. He had to run. He ran forward, and no more than 2 seconds later, a blue fireball fell through the canopy and exploded the tree he had been leaning against. He stumbled as the explosion launched him forward, and he struggled to recover as quickly as he could. The fireballs fell from the sky with increasing frequency, putting fear in Naruto's heart. Whoever was doing this had chakra to spare, and they were channeling it into an area of death. Every time he tried to turn back or make a break from a forward course, a flurry of fireballs impeded his path. The traps, the snares, and the razor wire webs of kunai were also a major inconvenience, as any chance he gave his opponent would end in his death. Just as he removed the third trap, his body reflexively dove to the right as a figure dropped from above with elongated, sharp nails aimed at his vital organs. He jaded deeply as she rose to a defensive stance, and his eyes quickly took in her appearance. She was a woman. She had long blonde hair and a braid, a pale complexion. She exuded confidence and power. She wore a Kumogakure itate. Then his empathy encompassed her, and he knew. This is Yujiro Kurama. She is the Jinchuriki of Matabi, and I don't think she's here to play nice boy. Run. Naruto turned and ran away, and Yujito chased after him in a quick pursuit. She took the branches of the trees, turning around them, throwing themselves at them, using every single trick the Sandame had thrown at him, monkey claw style. It wasn't enough. Yujito was there every step, and her nails were painful reminders of how close he was to being killed. Every step. After 5 miles of running, he realized he was bleeding too much. Every time she had cornered him, she would settle for a glance at him. She knew he was tired. She knew he didn't want to fight. She knew it was her only option. She was a predator, natural, playing cat and mouse with him where there was no way he could win. He gritted his teeth and didn't give up. He had promised Rossi and Yagura he wouldn't give up. He ignored his drowsiness and the throbbing pain as his leg got close to breaking once again, and kept running. The next time she cornered him, he dove in and engaged in hand-to-hand combat, surprising us. Tails, listen to me. She didn't even give in to thank him, to answer him, her claws penetrating the air and flesh alike, shining in red under the afternoon sun. I know they sent you. He crouched down as her claws tried to tear out his eyes. To kill me, but I don't want to end it. He turned back as she tried to slash his throat deeply. But I don't want to fight. I think she heard you the first time, boy. What do I do, Kurama? She's not listening. I don't think she wants it, girl. She already knew you were my Jinchuriki. She knows exactly who and what you are. The fact that Matabi would ever let her Jinchuriki attack on one I had chosen, now that's an insult I'm going to have to answer for in the future once this all calms down. Kurama, she's trying to kill me, right? Wait, boy, we only have one choice. Naruto resignedly agreed and growled in frustration. So be it. His legs sliced through the air to collapse onto his chest, and was stopped by his red chakra-covered clawed hand beneath his mask. His eyes grew slitty and wild, and he began to shed tears as his empathy increased. You have maybe 20 seconds. I have to do that. Count. The pace of the fight suddenly changed as Naruto pushed her back. He fluidly dodged every punch, every kick. He effortlessly countered every attack in ways that 5 hits later left her wide open. Her eyes widened as he punched Akuna upwards and in her armpit. Only her heart was missing. She jumped back as blood began to pour down her side, and the layer of chakra quickly dissipated around her. Her hands sank up to her knees, and gasping deeply for breath, "Can you please hear?" she growled and stood up shakily. Her leg had gone from fractured to broken, and her vision was shaking and in and out. I want to save the Biju. Don't you want that? Wouldn't you like Matabi to be free and safe after you're gone? Why are you fighting me? Yujito frowned and growled as her anger rose. She retrieving the kunai and let the wound bleed. She stood up, she looked at him and scoffed. You're just a fool. That exact thing to every hand he had been dealt. If you had waited a decade or two, you would have become the leader of your village. Perhaps you would have been able to achieve your dream, but your ambition drove you to this end. I will do as my cage has instructed, just as you would do as you were told. He roared at her in defiance as a layer of chakra began to slowly grow around him. His wound quickly stopped bleeding, and he could see through the film of demonic chakra that he had completely healed. That had been his only chance to escape, and he hadn't taken it. He had made a mistake. She walked towards him, claws outstretched ready to continue the fight, and collapsed to the ground as chakra exhaustion set in her body functions shutting down, and she lost. Yujito stopped as the boy collapsed. His mask fell off his face as he landed on his side. He groaned, panting lightly as his body slowly shook. Chakra exhaustion. He had never seen a Jinchuriki fall victim to it before. He relaxed and breathed calmly. Matabi had been silent since he ate or the fight, and although he knew the cat had mixed feelings about his mission, he had his orders. He pulled back his claws and pulled out a kunai. So it would be faster. I'm going to have to ask you to stay away from the boy. He turned around and stared at three Koan shinobi. The one in the center had spiky gray hair held back by his headband. He had a mask covering the lower part of his face, and had lifted his headband to reveal a Sharingan that narrowed at his direction. On either side of him were two kunoichi. One had her hair in a ponytail and was wearing a trench coat. The other was wearing what looked like a red armor blouse with red eyes. The boy had reinforcements. I'm afraid you're violating the treaty between our villages. Challenge yourself and surrender, and this will be resolved peacefully. She entered the war, gave a shrill whistle, and from all around her dogs of all things swarmed. She managed to knock them all back, but a small, but grabbed the collar of her target and ran as fast as she could, dragging him behind him. She glared from the boy to the reinforcements, and the man took a warning step towards her. Don't do it. She turned and chased after her target, and the three shinobi chased after her. It would take more than that for her to fail her mission. End of Chapter 16. Yujito star through the forest, almost cursing under her breath. Months of waiting in the forest, months of Eva constantly telling enemy shinobi and civilians nonsense, months of her life waiting for a shinobi to pass her way so she could finally step out of the shadows and kill him. Then, just as all her planning was on the cusp of coming to fruition, just as he collapsed from chakra exhaustion, a summoning dog of all things interrupts her and snatches the mark literally from beneath her claws. She had ignored her pursuers to catch up with her prey, but they seemed content to urge her progress. The sheer amount of genjutsu she was killing, she was being forced to repel. It was preventing her from focusing, helping Yujito with her sensory powers. Without the help of Matabi, her own sensory abilities were barely strong enough to keep up with a dog that was leading the Koha people towards Konoha. Except they weren't going straight back to the village. Where are they going? She felt one of the women finally catch up and flipped over a lunging snake and kicked it in the head while she was disoriented. She kicked it hard in the side and sent her flying into a tree. She turned and stared at the man as I ran at her with my arm outstretched and engulfed in lightning. Yito tried to jump back, but one of the dogs erupted from beneath the ground and latched onto her leg with its jaws. Instinctively, she instead reared up with her leg and threw her out, forcing the dog, tied to her leg, right into the line of fire. The man immediately called off the attack and the dog disappeared in a puff of smoke, right as she spat out three molten fur balls. Great, she smiled and leapt into the trees and took off after the Jinchuriki. She had a lot of distance to make up now. Anko, a tree branch she intended to land on, disappeared, and as her momentum carried her back to the ground, snakes came out from all directions. Evil summoners, she roared as her claws cut through most of the snakes. But despite her best efforts, one managed to sink its fangs into her thigh. Quickly dissipates as his claws lunged across her head, but the damage was done. This is a strong toxin, yo Yujito. I don't know if I can burn it out of your system. Mid of making a break for the village and risk being hit at that distance, they would run towards something closer like an outpost or a patrol plus reinforcements. Matami added a layer of red chakra, covered her body. The man in front of her ready to kunai and fearlessly stepped in her way, but she growled and leapt into the air, higher than any normal shinobi could hope to reach, and towards her target. As she sailed through the air, she twisted to face the three enemies that were holding her. They chase after her, and quickly chained together hand, seals a burst of blue fireballs launched from her mouth, bombarding the forest immediately below her, and then towards the enemy ninja pursuing her. She twisted back as she neared the ground and shot towards the dog and the boy. I can't let them catch up, Matabi. I need to do something. I have an idea, but I know you're not going to like it. You have no other choice. Go ahead. Yujito nodded and channeled Hulu's chakra into his arms. They glowed red for an instant before the chakra ignited into blue flames. She pulsed her chakra and ignited her arms, allowing the flames to shoot from her outstretched arms and bathe the surroundings in flames. Matabi never liked her powers being used to destroy nature in such a manner, But in times of preza, she would allow extreme circumstances so her pursuers froze when they came upon her forest fire. They barely wasted any time before they began to circle the she kept up her pace and allowed another minute to add flames and fuel to the fire before focusing on reaching her target. The fire spreading behind her and rapidly spreading in all directions would soon be nothing more than a massive sign that a fight had taken place. The pillar of smoke would be seen for miles around them, and any idle Koan patrol would investigate as soon as they could. It was truly a double-edged sword, however. She gave him enough time to close the distance. She leapt towards Adante once more and finally saw the dog and the boy once more. With 2 steps, she was at them. Her claws flashed and scratched at the dog as she leapt. "Look, lady, if you stop, I'll let you touch me. Your paws are pink and floppy." She could barely understand the tiny pug as she spoke. Through her control of the boy's vest, she just waved and leapt towards Adante with her claws extended. What she hoped would be a quick end turned into a murderous game of cat and dog that at any other time he would have found some sick fun in, but as the seconds ticked by and his mark kept getting dragged right out of his strikes again and again, he was really starting to get pissed off. His attacks became more desperate, and he ignored Matabi's voice in the back of his mind, begging him as the dog took advantage of his distraction to run off once again. No. Rem Molina box began to slowly bubble up from beneath his skin. He didn't even notice. She tells as her target moved further and further away from her. Yujito only heard her opponent's celebratory outburst ringing in her ears and saw only his satisfaction at having thwarted Yujito's assault. Yujito felt the uncontrollable urge to ravage her enemy rising from within her and found no way to deny it. The kunoichi finally realized it was slowly stalking her, and she paled in fear and froze. Well, she should be scared. Yujito was at least going to kill a Koan ninja today. Oh. Kurenai slid back with her claws, blue flames licking their edges, and tried to cut her enemy into ribbons. She felt numerous genjutsus attempt to subvert her senses, but they could barely overcome the chakra saturating Yujito. Those that did were dispelled by Matabi, but Yujito was too oblivious to notice that she continually stalked towards Adante, slicing snake after snake as the summoner tried to jam her with overwhelming force. A pathetic and amateur attempt. She faced a Jinchuriki. There was no overwhelming Yujito. There was nothing to overpower her. There was no escape. She would only have death. She throws a pony-sized snake through her open jaw and was upon her in an instant. Her claws met Kunai and Yujito's grin turned savage. She could see the genuine fear in her prey's eyes as she toyed with it. She cut through her skin, but never deeply pierced her flesh, but only superficially. Oh, Yujito was going to get this. She deserved this for daring to oppose her Yido for a trembling Kunai and quickly stood up in defense. She cut herself in fifths, her nails shredded through the metal, and cut into the kunoichi's face, tearing the flesh of her cheek. Anko, the other kunoichi, the genjutsu user, rushed in and attempted to engage her hand-to-hand with desperate ferocity. She pulled out and grabbed her head and slammed it against a nearby tree, throwing her unconscious body to the side. Kurenai cut herself with a kunai and quickly tossed it aside. Yujito is almost here. She almost purred as she held the kunoichi down and slowly leveled her claws to her eyes. Sweet dreams. She slowly pulled her arm back, relishing the terror the woman beneath her displayed as she struggled futilely against her. Yes, this was going to be it. Yujito behind you, blinked Hijideo. As she once again had control of her emotions, she twisted as fast as she could, feeling the attack coming from behind her. The Koan shinobi was there with his fist launching towards her, locked in lightning. In a second he was inside her guard, and if it wasn't for his claws she would have been dead. As she was, his claws were able to stop her arm. Just as his attack entered her stomach, he drove about 1/3 of an inch into her stomach, and the pain nearly made her vomit. She quickly pulled her arm out of his grip, slicing thick sets into it from her claws, but he didn't persevere in time. Swinging with a kunai, she jumped back with one hand firmly gripping the hole in her stomach as Matabi's chakra, the wound, was slowly healing. Her adrenaline was pumping as she had been the closest she had been to dying in a long time. Anko grabs Karina and follows Pakin. It won't take long, she growled and watched him closely from her perch on a tree limb. She stood patiently between him and her. She's a Jinchuriki. Kakashi, you can't take her alone. The man smiled and laughed. I don't have to take her out alone. I need to hold her off long enough for you to get to that patrol that Pakin is heading to. Yujito could see that her words had largely resolved the kunoichi's anxiety. Meanwhile, Yujito felt anxiety slowly begin to creep into her chest. There was only one Kakashi, she knew, with a Sharingan. It looked like he was facing Kakashi's attack. The copycat ninja never moved as his last conscious ally took his third comrade in his arms and ran away. He made no move for several seconds as she slowly thought of a plan. She knew that in terms of chakra levels that there were envelopes by far, but she didn't let that fool her. This man was one of the strongest shinobi Konoha had to offer, and Konoha was loath to admit it. He had some very strong shinobi. I don't see many options here. Yujichan was fast enough to keep up with you all day, in a single tail faster rather too. Might be able to match him, but if reinforcements arrive, but I'm still purging that toxin from your system, and that wound on your chest won't be able to fully heal in the middle of the fight. She bared her teeth with discontent. Every second she hesitated was another second for him. To flee reinforcements, he stood his ground, watching her every move, sharing a lazy roll in his eye. You could leave, you know I wouldn't. I'd follow you. If you retreated, believe it or not, but the boy would be happier with me. And you, if you'd leave now and survive another day, she growled and spat out her reply. If I did survive, do you really expect me to believe you think you could kill me right here, right now? All forms of courtesy and kindness were discouraged from the man's stance, as her stare slowly furrowed into a frown. Yes, we both know he wouldn't like that, so go you jite and tell the Rakage that you failed. It's better than failing and dying before your next chance at success. Her claws slowly dug into the bark of the branch beneath her. Over and over she tried to race the odds that she could take him the reinforcements and kill her target and survive. Over and over she tried to figure out what to do, and each time the odds of success were getting lower and lower. Smaller time had become her enemy. An attack, she knew it. She stood her ground, blood running down her arm and pooling at her feet, her body tense and ready to fight at any moment. Sharingan perfected his stance. She felt desiccated. She began to feel as if he was reading her thoughts, as if that damn red eye of his was watching through a window into her soul. He knew how intimidating he had become to her. He knew she was jealous to participate. He doubted he could win. He knew she had given up, and he knew she had done it even before she did. This isn't over. Attack. I'd watch your back if I were you. The same way. He smirked and gave her a wave. I've never been so angry. I'll let Konoha. No, you got out of this, okay? Fuck you and fuck you, she yelled before turning and making her retreat. She would have to run all night to make sure they didn't follow her, and she had to get to Amo as fast as she could. She had to know the Hokage would have more ammo against him due to his failure. Yun quickly made his way through the hospital halls with a gait that made him look like he wasn't in much of a hurry. The little policy that required him to always be in control could be quite annoying in stressful times. He reached the emergency wing and walked past the hospital staff, who went out of his way with bows of their heads. He walked not to the correct door and entered to see 3 beds along the wall. Kakashi stood up from where he was leaning against the wall and stood in front of him. The man's arm was in a sling, but he didn't seem to be hurt beyond that, so Yun looked up at him. Report what happened. Kakashi coughed into a fist and looked back at Anko. Karina and Naruto. Anko and Kurenai had bandages on their heads. Anko also had bandages wrapped up and down her arms. Both were laid out and sleeping peacefully. Naruto didn't have a single bandage on, but was hooked up to a multitude of fours and wires, watching him exhausted. Extreme of chakra. The boy had expended nearly every iota of chakra he possessed on his flight from Kirigakure back home. Yuzin could tell that Kakashi was proud, and not just of the boy. The 2 token his honing had helped him fight a Jinchuriki. That was certainly a great accomplishment, and one that told him that his full ascension would come soon. From what he could tell, Naruto was traveling alone when he was ambushed by Yu, the Jinchuriki of the Nibi. There was no sign of Yagura with him. Yusin's heart relaxed in his chest. The last thing I needed was Yujito seeing Yagura in Naruto's company. Very well, continue. I sent a clone to inspect the battlefield. It looked like she had started with long-range artillery. By the looks of her tracks, it was a few close calls. Then she channels it to her kill zone and chased it. Then she stopped running to face her. She dealt a good blow. Judging by the blood, if it had been anyone else, she would have managed to escape, or at least recover on her own. She collapsed due to exhaustion of the chakras, and it was then when my team and I arrived. The 2 of us managed to surprise her with my dogs, and Paken grabbed him and ran away. We got engaged, Anko and Karina, and they were incapacitated, and Appin managed to scare her. Yusin sighed and Pelizano demission for you and your team high rank to easy. Very well, I will fill out the paperwork. And Naruto, what have the doctors said? Well, your personal doctor is on leave right now, but the temporary doctor said your recovery may take a few weeks. Never, he's been in the hospital for so long. Kakas felt gloomy and rubbed his arm. If he wasn't an Uzumaki or even a Jinchuriki, yeah, well, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You should go get some rest, Kakashi. I'll stay here. You can come relieve me tomorrow. Understood. Okage-sama patted Kakashi on the shoulder before leaving, then walked over to the single chair in the room and sat down. Now it was time to wait. Rossi growled as she sat by the fire. He looked at Yagura cooking dinner over the fire, and he couldn't help but a small smile at the sight. He never would have imagined his life would turn out like this. It's pretty impressive how fast it's come this far. Don't get too excited. We've still been lucky. It could be years before another opportunity to meet or even talk to another Jinchuriki comes along. He nodded to Yagura as he was handed a bowl of stew and ate a few bites. They were far enough into the desert to be able to manage a small campfire. It had been almost a week since they parted ways and left Naruto to return to their village. They had plans to meet up in about a month, and Rossi was hoping to get a better read on Yagura before making any definitive plans. The Kaj was polite and courteous, kind, even had an edge to him, but Rossi would have been disappointed if he hadn't. What he and Son hoped was a chance to fight him, see where he matched up in the hierarchy. Currently Naruto was strong, of course, but young and inexperienced. And a few years later, and with a few clues and tricks the two vets had gained in their years of experience, the three of them would be strong enough to threaten serious damage to any hidden village. It's amazing how excited you are with that fact. It's just realizing how much influence the Jinchuriki Inoki has spent years drilling into me and Anand, that we had no choice but to be loyal, that our duty was to the village, that our burden indebted us nothing they could do. Yeah, that were true. Don't you think all of us Biju would be free right now? Our strength isn't infallible like some of my brothers would have you think. I hear you. But if we had others behind us too. You never talk much, Rossi. You like stew. He looked up to see Yagura smiling. It's been decades since someone decided to make fun of him. It's fine, delicious. Ha, it's nothing wrong, boy. Yagura rolled his eyes. I'm a cage. I'm not a child. Cages can still be children. The Rakage throws a attack every time he is bothered. Ha, as if that such a cage would never stubbornly reject a genuinely beneficial treaty if he felt a little bit scorned and respected. Rosie smiled and shook her head. Inoki might throw a tantrum, that's for sure. Well, at least you're man enough to admit it. I never liked you. I never liked anyone at home. But even if I completed my missions, I'd be left alone. I'd have weeks, months of peaceful loneliness and isolation, and then you'd have another mission. Yeah, that's what it was to me at beginning when I first became the Jinchuriki of Isabu. At first my clan acted like nothing was different, but after the first time I lost control, they give us this burden and this power. And they're terrified the moment they fear that you might lose control, as if that power is given to us. It's given to us naturally as if we're the Vulu, the moment it's sealed in us. I used to have friends Dagura side and waved his bowl evil, and then they called me Mizukage, and I don't remember not a single day. Instead, someone turned me into the monster the world fears us to be. Rosie felt her heart break with Yagura's story. Naruto was young and had been raised differently than Rossi. Their experiences were very similar in certain lights, but overall there were major differences. But Yagura's words hit close to home. Rosie took another bite of her stew before hearing someone approaching. She looked up and then nearly choked once the newcomer stopped, suppressing his Gura's presence, froze, then stood up as the blue-skinned man held up a green staff with 2 hooks in each hand. I think you've lost this, Miyuki-sama. Kisame asig ki. Yes, sir. Fuguki is dead. A traitor. Rosie watched as he swung the sword, but already behind his back. So I took Samida on my own. Yagura didn't seem to know how to react at first, but then a cool, satisfied smile grew on his lips. In fact, he stepped forward and Rossi firmly resisted reaching out to stop him. He took the staff in his hands and looked at him before looking at Kisame. I remember you. Your wish was to become one of the 7 swordsmen. Do you remember me? Kisame looked up with slight confusion, and Rossi realized he knew nothing about the Jinjutsu that had controlled Yagura. He had chosen to give his loyalty to the monster Kiri. I only remember the strong Osaki. I didn't expect anyone else to survive the war, but here you are. And you have brought my staff. Your loyalty will be repaid in full. Get up. The man stood up, and Rossi watched, almost in a trance. While Yura adopted her cool facade, the man could act. You will serve under me. As the leader of the 7 shinobi, I charge you with gathering the other 6 blades. It will be up to you to find them. And once you have done, reform the ranks with the shinobi of your choosing. Rosie watched as each word seemed to make Kisame more and more enthralled. She had seen this look before in IWA, some shinobi consumed with power and their perceptions of where they fit in the world, misinterpreting fanaticism for loyalty. Of course, Miyuki-sama, I will do whatever you ask of me. Where will you be? Use your summons to contact me. I will inform you of a meeting place in case we need to meet. Rosie stepped forward and instantly saw the tense Espadachin. Maybe he knows where you can begin your search. Who is he? Dagura-sama, a compatriot, meets Rossi, the Jinchuriki of the Yambi. The man's smile took on a bloodthirsty and rich tint, and he rolled his eyes. Of course he wanted to fight him once he knew he was a Jinchuriki. Where should I start looking? Rossi, what information do you have on where I can find Kiri's most wanted treasures? There is a group gathered whose goal is the eradication of all Jinchuriki, including yours, a gang of criminals known as the Akatsuki. It might be useful to have a man on the inside, and I'm sure with his connections you could find where the other swords may be hidden. At the same time, the man's smile grew even wider. Rosie blinked as she noticed that all of his teeth, they were literally sharpened to the... He was a fanatic. Please tell me more about this. Akatsuki Hinata looked at Sai as she packed her notebook. School had just let out, and she had been working hard all day to ask Sai a favor. Well, actually, she had been working up her courage for the past 3 months to ask Sai this favor. Honestly, she just wanted to see if he would like to be her friend, to train with her after school. Sometimes Sakura, didn't they train together all the time? At least they did a little training, and then they hit on boys or other girls, and Nada never felt like she progressed in training with them. And she didn't really like the topics of her chats a lot of times. She just talked about people she didn't like besides them most of her friends were guys. Either they didn't train together after school, they didn't want to train with her after school, and normally, she didn't want to train with boys. She felt like they would think she was weird. Well, the other girls along with Hino and Sakura thought she was weird anyway. She knew everyone thought she was weird, everyone except S. That's why she hadn't given up on the idea and let her anger build up and didn't try to fight it. Sane didn't think she was weird. She was about to finish packing her backpack, so she pushed through her anxiety and started saying, "Is that there?" He blinked and looked at her. Nada. That's a what would you do? Would you like it?" He didn't rush her, he didn't make fun of her, all he did was stand there listening patiently, and she appreciated it very much. She felt the tension start to bleed through her, and smiled lightly. "Asai, would you like to train after school?" "Sometimes, I'm sorry Hinata, I can't." Her teeth closed. And she blinked. "Oh yeah, today isn't the best for me." "Okay, one tomorrow." Sai looked at her, and realized he wasn't going to say yes, but that was weird because, well, why Sai didn't do anything after school. He didn't hang out with friends, he just went home and did homework. This seemed to be another one of Sai's secrets. What did his? She had seen Sai try to cook during class before, and he really wasn't good at it, so someone spent a lot of time making amazing lunches for him at least. And now he had things to do after school, and he wasn't telling her. With anyone else she would have dropped it there, but she had worked too hard to ask him to give up now, and if it was a secret of Sai's, then he would be really impressed with her if she figured it out on her own. Every time who caught Sai in a lie, or fished a little about himself, he was always impressed with her, and complimented her for being nosy. She blushed as he gave her a soft smile with a knowing glint in his eyes, and stood up and walked out of the classroom. She quickly stood up to go after him, but quickly lost him in the crowd. She pushed past her classmates to leave and looked around, and he was gone. She frowned, he really wasn't going easy on her. She activated her Byakugan and scanned her. He quickly spotted the parents chatting as their children ran towards them. To idle civilians chatting across the street. Sasuke slipping into an alley trying to be discreet. Shino looking at some bugs near the bushes. He blinked and focused on Sasuke. He was stealthily making his way through an alley away from the suspicious Uchiha compound. Sasuke had gotten used to asking Irika to spar against Sai whenever they had training sessions. Well, it was a stretch, but maybe they were friends, and if that was the case, maybe they were training together after the. If Sasuke wanted to train with Sai, he was being sneaky. Maybe Sai had promised not to tell anyone else. If he couldn't tell her, then the only way she could be invited was if she found out herself before she could think about it anymore. She was already following Sasuke. She wasn't as sneaky as him, but thanks to her eyes, she didn't need to be stealthy so as not to alert him that he was being followed. Her path, it was twisted and long, but eventually, she came to a training ground that looked to be abandoned. Lots of overgrown plants, and such, and Sai was just sitting there waiting, and as soon as Sasuke showed up, they started fighting each other, and Sai was winning. She knew it. Sane wasn't it? Weirdo. He was a prodigy, he was smart and strong, and her best friend had inadvertently walked up to them, and as she got closer, Sai stopped in the middle of the fight to look at her. He smiled politely and nodded with his head towards her. Sasuke turned around and stared at Sai. When he saw her, "Why is she here? You've told her nothing about us at all. It seems, Sasuke, that you were followed." "Impossible. HL is right. You walked into the alley in front of the school, and then you followed me." He walked up to her and got in her face, trying to scare her. Her stomach twisted and she turned around, and she thought she was going to pass out, but she had thought about this for so long, and there was no one else who she could train with, and Sai was her friend anymore. Sasuke didn't even he cared about having friends. "He's my friend, and I want to train with him after school," he scoffed, and she felt a disma anger for being dismissed so openly. Maybe her father was right that Uchis could be a little presumptuous. "If you want to train with us after school, it's okay, you're more than welcome, you just have to be in NS." What? She gathered her courage and walked to be next to Sai. "He hasn't told me to leave, which means he thinks it's a good idea for the two of us to train with him. That means that he thinks they would both grow from training together. You can't even beat Hino." He crossed his arms, and she could see his disdain. "Will you just stop me?" She felt his resolve harden. "Then teach me what he's taught you, so I can beat her." Sai finally spoke, and spoke as softly as ever. "Sometimes the best way to learn is to teach Sasuke. His idea has some merit." She watched as he raised his eyes and took his fighting stance. She was doing it. She was really going to train against Sasuke. "Uchiha, I will not willingly go easy on you." Well, she couldn't say anything else, so scared as she was. Let's hope this wasn't a mistake. These long months had dragged on for Itachi. Orochimaru was a difficult partner. The H wanted to kill him, that's what he knew. It seemed like it was finally time for him to strike, judging by the snake wrapped tightly around his torso and lifting him into the air. "You know my goals, Itachi. I felt like you've kept me at a distance ever since we became partners. Don't you seem to trust me?" "Not once." Chuchu, a small smile tugged at the corner of his lips. It was finally time to put the snake in its place. "That is your weakness, Orochimaru, your arrogance." With that, the Genjutsu was broken, and Orochimaru realized he was frozen in place, standing right in front of him, helpless, vulnerable, outmatched. "Impossible. Your Genjutsu is really that strong. Your eyes must be more powerful than he imagined." His words draw out Itachi's anger and pain for Shirsue's fate, of Danzu's desire for his Sharingan, and he raised the Genjutsu, making the Sannin believe and feel as if a dozen stone spikes were being launched through their body. Impressively, Orochimaru slowly raised his arms to form a hand seal, only for Itachi to cut it effortlessly. Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock as his arm bathed towards the stone at his feet. He decided to give the man one final warning. "Orochimaru, fight all you wish. You cannot fool my eyes." The Sannin just fought, and he glared at him. Daggers clearly hadn't been like that for a long time. "Not sure what to do with you. Kill you or take you to leader. Not even worth saving." Itachi, "Wait, you're insensitive." "Is disgusting." Lord Orochimaru, a hail of shurikens flew towards his head, and in an instant another shinobi stood between him and the Sannin. I won't forget this insult, Itachi, the madman screamed before putting into form a spread of explosive tags. As the smoke cleared, both were gone. However, Itachi had no intent on chasing them. He didn't have to inform the base that he would need another partner. At least they couldn't blame him for chasing Orochimaru, but what he really had in mind was the fact that the shinobi who saved Orochimaru had winked at him. I wonder what this is about. Kurotsuki slowly picked up his bag and looked around the cabin. His surroundings were filled with scratches and scrapes, and even some burn marks from his multitude of escape attempts. He wasn't home, but it wasn't a prison. Although it was a cell, her feelings about it were extremely conflicting. Fortunately, the warden didn't seem intent on pretending that he hadn't kept her as a rein all this time. He was waiting for her with a smile. As she walked towards the door, he patted her on the shoulder, and she didn't feel the usual burst of anger at the gesture of friendship. In a way, he had become a teacher of sorts. At least she learned a lot from him. He smiled at her, and she smiled back, even though he couldn't even see her. I'm ready for real. I'm going home for real. For real, you're not gonna lure me into the forest and then kill me because negotiations went south and my grandfather declared war. No, they're gonna transfer me to a maximum security prison in Konoha. You're not going home. Woof woof. Yeah. She stood there in front of him, resisting the temptation of a hug, and instead punched him in the shoulder. Don't capture any other girls and keep the female prisoners. Okay, hey, don't say it like that. She laughed, and he laughed with her like old friends, but not a bit like friends. It was weird. He held his hand out for them for a handshake. Any last questions? Can you at least tell me your name? She reached out and took his hand. Shisui Yukiya. Her eyes opened wide, and then she felt her body being dragged along in a body flicker technique. Before her vision could settle, she felt her chakra returning to her. The seal must have been deactivated, and she instantly felt Warden Shisui walk away. It was so fast. That was great. So there must be been, as always, she caught up with her. Kurotsuki-sama turned to see a group of samurai and her comrades staring at her in shock outside the walls of the fire capital. She took in the sight before her and embraced the Terran of her chakra running rampant within her. Freedom. She smiled widely. Sasuke ate breakfast in silence before school. His mother sat across the table with a smile and a cup of coffee before Itachi. Before the massacre, before his father was killed, they would never sit down to breakfast together. Fugaku would grab food and head out. Itachi would grab a bite before he left, and Sasuke would have to eat breakfast on the way to school. But now his mother tried hard to make enough time for both of them to eat breakfast and dinner together every day. It was a lot, though it was nice too. It made happy to his mother, and that was worth it. Both of them were close beforehand, but since they only had each other now, he couldn't imagine losing her. He never guessed that she probably felt the same way about him. So I've noticed that you come home late after school every day now. Yeah, want to tell me what you've been up to? She asked with a playful smile. She had also become a lot lighter and playful. It was surprising because she had always been very serious whenever Dad was around. But he too. I'm training. I guessed it's so much you want to tell me who you're training with. He groaned and shoved his through some eggs. Mom, just some classmates from the academy. Saw her laughing at his answer and put her head in her hands. She had been pushing for him to start hanging out with other students his age, making friends with your future comrades, Sasuke-kun, and all that. He didn't care about making friends. He just wanted justice, and to get it he would need all the strength he could get so fast as he could. His therapist he was forced to see said that it was still possible to achieve his goals and make friends at the same time by compromising like that and making his mother feel better, but he just didn't see the use of it now. However, he froze for a second and looked back at his smiling mother and gave a small smile in return. Just two classmates, and their names Asayase Hinata, Inat Yuga. Yes, she is a Yuga, his mother asked, and I slowly watched and sipped some of her coffee. He was surprised that she didn't immediately know follow-up questions. Okay, Mom, huh? She snapped out of her trance and looked at him confused. He started to feel a little sick in his stomach at the thought of disappointing her. Well, I just know it's a Yuga, and how Dad would do it. Before he could say another word, Mikoto had hugged him. Oh, Sasuke would never tell you who you can and can't befriend, and if your father was still here and you told him about her, I'm sure he'd take back the things you mumble. He'd be happy for you, baby. Sasuke hugged her tightly from the back and wouldn't let go. He felt his eyes start to water, and he concentrated as hard as he could not to cry. He was tired of crying every time he talked about his father or his brother. His father was dead. He always would be. Now it was time to be strong for himself and for his mother. He didn't pass. Healed. Mom, I'm okay. Aren't you okay, darling? She pulled back and gave him another soft smile that made it a lot easier not to cry. She rubbed his cheeks and gave him a kiss on the forehead. But you are so strong. I'm so proud of you. Thanks, Mom. She fidgeted with her hair a bit before sitting back down. I'm surprised. I thought you didn't want to make friends. She resisted the urge to claim that they weren't her friends. It would be easier if I thought he was making friends and not training under a shinobi disguised as an academy student, and his friend are focused on becoming better shinobi. I see. Well, delay dinner a bit so you have plenty of time to train, but don't stay. It was too late during the week. Just training. You still need to complete your homework and your chores with plenty of time to rest. Okay, yeah, Mom, I love you. Sasuke, I love you too. I love you, Mom. I have to go to school. Have a nice day, honey. Anko opened her eyes somberly at the sound of the mechanical beeping. Her eyes were dry, and she felt like something was pulling hard on her cheek. Her tongue felt swollen, and her mouth was dry. Her whole face itched. She really had to pee. She was in the hospital. Typical. She looked through her blinking eyes and saw Kurenai sitting in a chair in the corner of the room, snoring. Kurenai EPSS, T Kurenai. Blinked her eyes and yawned, stretching her arms up. See, Anko smiled. I can't believe you fell asleep in that chair of all things. Well, I wanted to look at you too. Hanko looked at the bed beside her and saw the people with Naruto sleeping soundly in the bed beside her. His mask was on, and for some reason that made her mad. They couldn't just let the child sleep like himself. Anko just saying, I understand, it's ANBU and all. Anko to the let him sleep without the mask. They can't take it off. He holds it in place with his chakra. Unconsciously, his anger quickly deflated, leaving Anko feeling exhausted. She must have really needed the bed rest if that little adjustment tired her out that much. You could have always crawled into my bed without you needed to sleep. She laughed as Kurenai told her the child is going to be okay. Kurenai shrugged and gave a soft sigh. The doctor said it would take about a week or so to know anything for sure. She should have died, but with her status and her lineage, apparently it's hard to predict. She's in a coma, but she could come out of it at any moment. That's fucking horrible. So all we can do is wait. Yeah. Anko tried to sit up, but fell back onto her pillow. She felt her face sting from the movement, and she reached up and felt heavy bandages that were soaked in the half. Anko, be careful. She's got you really bad and she'll probably give you scars. My face, that bitch, I'm going to kill her. Kurenai laughed and gave him a look, one that angered her and made her want to smile as much as she could at the same time. Kurenai always confused her emotions, but she couldn't help but want a little more. Anko, it's going to be okay. It'll be a light scar. Well, as long as he's still just as handsome, I guess. It could have been worse. Kurenai looked at the calm to Naruto, and Anko felt a spear of guilt. It could have been a lot worse. It's okay. Kakashi well managed to scare her from further conflict. He gets intimidated by a Jinchuriki, yes, though I think he should have tried to kill her. Why? Because now Kumo knows their mission failed. They'll be ready for whatever Hokage-sama throws at them. Anko squirmed at the thought. That won't be fun. Orochimaru had never been weaker. That was the thought that kept running through Kabuto's head as he worked to save the snake Sannin's life. He had never been weaker than he was now. Every drop of blood seeping from his arm made his body weaken even more. He really did have the chance to end his life right here. It took everything he had learned with Naruto to not reveal any thoughts of murder or betrayal he was fighting, because even if he decided to attack Orochimaru, he would not die meekly. He fought until his last breath. Even then, Kabuto's fight would not end because the SF were on guard right outside. Kabuto still couldn't decide if that was due that Orochimaru's trust in him had changed, or if he suspected that some other pawn was willing to take advantage of his master's weakness. Almost finished. Orochimaru's Sama Ninji. Thank you, Kabuto-kun. You will be rewarded for this. You are lucky that I am a patient man, otherwise you would have died this day. Orochimaru, I promise this to myself. I will be the one to kill you for real. With the promise made, Kabuto felt a load fall from his shoulders. Naruto would not stop him now. He would not force him to break a promise, a loophole that according to he probably wouldn't abuse it in the future. But for this it was worth it. He continued his work to save Orochimaru's life, but he wasn't as careful or gentle as he could have been. The Sannin would never claim that he had suffered during the procedure out of pride, but Kabuto couldn't enjoy his position too much. As with everything, it was a balance on a knife's edge. How much insult could he get away with? It was quite a rush. The rest of the procedure went by relatively quickly, and Orochimaru didn't linger just to sit on the Sannin's bed. Hospital cradling what was left of his arm to his chest. I assume you've prepared a new body for me, of course, Orochimaru-sama. Well, how many replacements have we prepared? 3, sir. 2. Don't offer anything too impressive. Itachi, if I had managed to get my hands on his eyes, my schedule is screwed. I may never be able to get his body now. It will always be ready for me, waiting for his younger brother to survive the Konoha massacre. Welcome again. Itachi has a brother, minor Sasuke Uchiha, who is currently in the Konoha Academy. The yellow snake eyes of his master pierced him with an unnerving look. How do you know this? Kabuto raised his glasses with one hand and a knowing smile on his face. I figured it wouldn't hurt to look at the future recruits in my time in Konoha. I kept track of all the being heirs of the clan and the next generation of shinobi in case that information was useful. He grabbed a nearby folder and placed it on the table next to Orochimaru. The man unsurprisingly snatched the folder with his remaining hand and quickly went through all the reports he had missed since leaving. His stint in Akatsuki hadn't been long, Peresi, but Kabuto had been very, very busy. In his absence, we lost 23 of the functional shinobi of this base. Some of the experiments required additional volunteers. He quickly flipped through the pages detailing the heirs of the Konoha clan without further comment. His own disregard for human life blinded him to the fact that half of those shinobi had been loyalists he had carefully eliminated and executed in the shadows of the base. As he would never ask about them, he would never know. Sasuke, yeah. Maybe he's a suitable replacement for his brother. Imagine Itachi's face confronting him in his brother's facade. A brilliant revenge, yes. He put down the folder and leaned back into his pillows with a sigh. Fantastic job, Kabuto-kun. You have made me proud. He points at the SF to go find me a new ship, and then I would like to know more about Sasuke, and the best way to tempt him to my camp. It will be difficult to get him from inside Konoha. Especially with the Uchiha matriarch watching him, so I will need him to come to me. You will once again be my eyes in the village. He knelt down and bowed his head as you wish. Orochimaru-sama stood up and walked out of the room. The Sanfur straightened up as he looked at Sakan. Orochimaru-sama wishes for a new ship to be brought to him. I would suggest subject Mill 6 Torero in cell 42. Sakan nodded. But the girl Tayuya, he snorted and crossed his arms. And why don't you go get her for him, huh? Will our lord to return to my post in Konoha. I'm leaving immediately. He gave a toothy grin and glared at her. But if you make him wait, he might decide to use you as his host instead. Tayuya-chan, fuck you. Four-eyed, she turned him around and stormed into the hallway. The other three members followed her, and he simply laughed. It would give him great pleasure to see Orochimaru's legacy crumble and burn to ashes. It was just a matter of time. After all, he had made a promise, and you could never go back on a promise. Inoichi quickly walked into the entrance of the Shinobi Hospital and headed towards the ANBU room. His conversation with Huin and Kakashi over half a year ago had never served him well, particularly when after a week or two, his clan had reported reduced sightings of the mental infiltrator. The cage had running around the village to test them. That lie was probably the one that angered Inoichi the most. He was not stupid. He was one of the highest-ranking players in the village. The Yamanaka may not have been as prestigious as the Uchiha, the Yuga, the Senju, or the Sarutobi, but they were still a founding clan. The Hokage didn't care about continually strengthening the Yamanaka's sensing abilities, not on this scale. If he was doing this on behalf of the Yamanaka, he should have been strengthening the other clans in other ways as well. Had Inoichi asked around, wasn't he the Akami? Didn't have to deal with saboteurs poisoning this food stock to build their constitution. The Nara did not have to worry about infiltrators hiding in the shadows that should have been their safe haven to keep them on their toes. The Inuzuka and Aburame did not have to continually keep their dogs and insects at ease. Neither the Yuga nor the Uchiha had specters appearing at the edge of their vision, only to disappear when they focused on them. No, the Monica were the only clan being tested and trained daily, which meant Inoichi's suspicion was correct. They were not the focus of this exercise. He had been fed a lie to appease his clan and boost his pride. It kept them from questioning. The answer soon became clear when you looked at all the facts objectively. The first reports of a lone infiltrator with an aggressive empathic ability had been few and far between. A few years ago, then almost overnight the number of infiltrators grew exponentially, numbering somewhere among the hundreds every day, yet no Yamanaka had been able to determine the identity of any of the saboteurs. Every time they came close to cornering one, his presence vanished, and the shinobi along with him, as if out of nowhere. It was then when Inoichi put together the pieces of the report of a Yamanaka who had been in the most recent Jounin exam. Shadow clones, the one and only infiltrator, had been taught how to make shadow clones, and somehow he was making almost 200 clones. Everyday reports indicated that most of the clones remained active for hours at a time. Training the Yamanaka had never been talked about. It was to rapidly accelerate the learning of a single shinobi. Most of the clones had been placed in the library. 200 days of study on one. The mental fortitude required for such a feat had never been heard of before. Knowing that, another realization became clear. If the intention was not to teach the Yamanaka, then the lie was to deceive them. From one simple fact, the shinobi couldn't turn off their empathy. The shinobi were constantly sensing the emotions around them, a mental jutsu of unmatched power. A single shinobi who could make an army of empathetic spies. The greatest threat to the Yamanaka's position in the village was then when an anonymous informant left a clue on his own personal desk, a file of blood tests and a classified ANBU file for Agent Konoha. The two newspapers stated that the agent could not be more than a Yamanaka. Everything made sense to him. Of course he was a Yamanaka. He had to be. This kind of technique could only be from his bloodline. The idea of the Yamanaka having a dormant Kekkenkai had been thrown around his head, but the bloodline, or Hutsu, the important factor was that the shinobi would be more protected living among the Yamanaka, and then hidden to do only the will of Hokage. Sarutobi had been much more autocratic. When he took up the mantle of Hokage, Shikaku had tried to dissuade him from talking to the Hokage, so Inoichi had confronted Kakashi. First, after Kyui's attack, Kakashi had quickly risen through the ranks to become Yuin's Hex Susurhand and his staunch supporter. It had all been in vain, as he had been less scolded for his protests, so he had kept his nose down, but had also secretly kept his eyes open. It wasn't long before one of his men was nodding at the people again with Hoa, as apparently he was being taken to the felt his rage simmering as he made his way towards him, a scowl creeping across his face. Inoichi, why am I not surprised to see you here spying on your fellow shinobi now? He hardly stood in front of the door with his arms crossed as Kakashi subtly moved to completely block the entrance. They were left just staring at each other. The silence did nothing to hide the growing tension between them. Finally, Inoichi's patience snapped. First, if you'll excuse me, I would like to speak to Agent Boy Konoha. You mean a member of my clan who falls under my protection? Kakashi laughed. Oh, so you decided not to abandon yourself and pose crusade. You won't lie to me anymore, Kakashi. I'm going to find out the truth if it's convenient for the Hokage. Or not, you really should know better than to keep your tongue as clan head before you start getting close to talks of sedition or treason in Oichi. He took a step towards him. I feel more than comfortable taking you and the other guards before entering that room. Kakashi seemed to pause for just a second. This neighborhood has emptied out. How did you know about those inside by inside? Don't pull my leg, Kakashi. Your men down the hall in the span of a breath. And Oichi and Kakashi had their kunais out as the two janitors leapt from behind the corner out of the wall and towards them with the lower half of their mops falling away to reveal blades disguised. Beneath, the strength of trust between Koen Shinobi was perfectly displayed by the two elites, slicing each other up, instantly moving in tandem. Although Inoichi may have been seconds away from fighting the other, Kakashi both wanted what was best for the boy. Recovering in the room, the only target the infiltrators might be willing to risk attacking. Kakashi attacked the room was silent save for the clanking of metal as the two countered, lacing each blow of their swords with kuna, and expertly placed on an invisible signal. The two assassins turned on each other, trying to entangle their enemies in each other and attack. As part of a legendary cell, Wobbled, the three-man squad, was notorious for their teamwork, and Kakashi had a Sharingan. The trick only gave them both time to slide towards a Dante in unison, disrupting their assailants' landing and pushing them back down the hall. One of the janitors began chaining together hand seals as the other ran towards a Dante. The chirping of 1,000 birds was all the warning Inoichi had before Kakashi ran down the hall with a clenched fist like lightning. The Chidori was dodged by the first assassin, but he sank into the second's chest, interrupting his jutsu. It was at that moment that the trap was sprung, as with his dying breath the man grabbed Kakashi's arm and ignited an explosive tag vest. Inoichi was knocked down in the ensuing explosion. He didn't see what happened to Kakashi and didn't have time to care, though it most likely wouldn't have killed him. It would have only taken a second of hesitation to not clear the explosion in time. No, Inoichi's focus was on the remaining shinobi, who had just reaching the door to the Konoha people's room. He stood up as quickly as he could, but was left helpless as the door swung open and the man pulled out a kunai. It was then that Inoichi knew the goal wasn't to capture, but to kill. And he couldn't do anything before the man took a single step into the room before a python leapt at him, catching his neck in its jaws. The explosive force of its attack slammed him into the hallway and pinned him to the wall. Hana Matara and growled with an overwhelming thirst for blood as it ran down the back of his summons and drove a scalpel down the man's neck before he could ignite his own suicide vest. Blood sprayed across his face, but he didn't even blink as he smirked in cruel satisfaction. Not today, son of a... Inoichi sighed as the adrenaline left him, and he braced a hand on the wall. The boy was safe. The snake disappeared in a puff of smoke, dropping the kunoichi and the body to the ground before he could even think of getting in the room. Felt a hand rest on his shoulder. We're going to have to talk about yours, Inoichi. This is worrying. Inoichi turned to Kakashi with a curse on his lips, but it withered in his mouth. In Kakashi's other hand was the severed head of the suicide bomber, and he felt an icy chill settle in his stomach. The man was a Yamanaka, long thought dead now. It seems he really was. We're going to have another talk with the Hokage involved, then attack. Why, this is getting out of hand, and it feels more and more like a conspiracy against my clan. Hinata hit the ground with a howl of pain as her thigh bone twisted beneath her. Sasuke scoffed and returned to his starting position as he slowly and weakly got up after beating him in the quiz. Sai decided to jump on them. He had to decide what the training was for the rest of the day. Sai had told him repeatedly that one of the most important things he lacked was experience in taijutsu, so that's what she had decided to train Sasuke hand in hand for the rest of the day. Of course, the Uchiha thought that fighting her was beneath him and a waste of his training time. How will me help her if she can't find the will to stay in the fight and see it through? Then fighting me isn't going to help her. You're right, but not the one you think. Sasuke-kun. Sai turned his smile to her and nodded. I'll spread you around for as long as you can, Hinata, but if you don't get up, I'll move on to teach Sasuke some jutsus she's been asking about, and you'll be able to recover at home. Sasuke seemed sated with the condition and accepted, but Hinata had realized what Sai had done. This wasn't a battle of who was stronger, but who was more determined. It didn't matter how many times Sasuke would outwit her or knock her down. All she had to do was get back up, get up, keep going. Her words from her spar with Ino replayed in her mind once again. Over the past few months, they had almost become her mantra. Sasuke kneeled her on the stomach, knocking the air out of her lungs as she collapsed, gasping to the ground. Getting up, Sasuke undid his kunai, turned around, and slammed her into a tree. Keep going forward, Sasuke roared, and caught her blow, flipping her over his shoulder and slamming her back into the ground. Getting up, he growled as he countered Abe's every single blow she threw before, throwing his body forward into a vicious haymaker, knocking her on her back with the taste of blood in his mouth. Keep going. She stood back up unsteadily, once more blood dripping from her wounds. As she entered her ready stance, Sasuke was enraged at this point, breathing heavily from the exertion of the continued spars. The sun had begun to fade for a long time, and they were nearing the end of the session. He turned to Sai with a barely restrained rage. He ends up barely able to throw a punch, let alone stand up. Sai shrugged from his position, watching the fight. She's back up. There's no time enough for another fight. She spent all day with friend taking down Wave, and she's getting up again clearly. You haven't been as effective in this exercise as you thought you would be if she still thinks she has a chance to beat you. Seeing as Sai didn't step in between them, he twisted to face her. All composure was lost as the rage he had buried deep was laid bare for her to see. He hid nothing in that moment, his disdain for her, his anger at her refusal to give in at her will, her frustration at somehow losing to her mate, and not a smile. She was winning against Sasuke. Uchiha, however, she shuddered as her battered and bloodied body trembled in agony from the continuous beatings she had endured today. This was the most pain she had ever felt in her life. She slowly but surely entered the ready stance, and if possible, Sasuke seemed even more enraged. Arati Sasuke-kun, without a formal start, leapt at her, throwing furious punches. Although the continued sparring had also made a dent in her stamina, she was barely able to block a third of his strikes. She resorted to blocking the attacks to her vital points, allowing him to strike her limbs and return. Her vision began to blur as blood poured from a cut on her head in her eye. She missed him kicking out at her knee, but felt her joint snap out of position. She fell to one knee and Deo as Sasuke slid up behind her and locked one of her arms, and she struggled weakly against him as she felt him slowly start to cut off her air performance. And no, she tried to relax into him, but he dodged her attempt and then locked her leg in place with one of his. The pressure increased on her neck, and she felt her resistance, weakening performance. And then she couldn't even speak as she began to gasp weakly for breath. Her vision began to fade, and then she heard Sai's voice from beside her. Stop, Sasuke, let go of her, and coughed as his lungs sucked in as much oxygen as they could. There, the eye hit. Tomorrow will focus on me. Without a glance back, she heard him snatch his backpack off the ground and start to walk away. Get up, keep going, get up, keep going, get up, keep going. She shook forth what felt like every muscle in her body. As she knelt defiantly, she started to stand up and almost fell again, but caught herself. She took a breath and then slowly stood up. The rest of the way, he had almost left the training camp before she take a deep breath. I have BB. He turned to face her, and she smiled weakly at his leaving. And you won, go, but I have it again. She didn't know why she was leaving or why she cared so much, but she felt nothing but pride in herself, probably for the first time since she did nothing but stand up. Tomorrow, same time. Sasuke-chanase yelled at him as he walked away. It might not last as long tomorrow. She smiled as Sakura, a roll of bandages. Good job, Yasin. Maybe tomorrow you'll give in after 1 or 2 rounds. She bowed her head. Yeah, I don't know if I could do this again tomorrow. No, maybe not tomorrow. But when your body heals, you have the strength to do it again. Thanks, Saiken. Thanks, Inat-chan. Now let's bandage those wounds before your father starts asking questions about what you've been doing. Thank you, Tsuchikage-sama, for saving me. It was one of the few times her grandfather had allowed her to hug him, but both he and her father were more than a little excited at her return, given that it was just the 3 of them in their office. Was allowed. Of course, darling, of course we wouldn't leave you in those Conan's house for long. What do you call months? Then she thought, but didn't express herself. She didn't know exactly how long she had been held captive, but she knew it was definitely more than a month or 2. On the journey home, she had asked her escort about what she had missed and had conflicting feelings about why it had taken so long to secure her release. Her grandfather would be seen as weak or taken advantage of. Even to save her before her capture, she would have approved. Okay, even with that choice, that decision, but he was her grandfather, and it was complicated all around. She was very conflicted. She tried to keep it out of her mind as she enjoyed hugging her family and the feeling of freedom. After a while, she had lost hope that she was going to go. We will talk about what happened in her report at the end of the week. For now, you should go get a medical evaluation. Very well, your Shikage-sama. When do you think I can return to duty? Active. I want to do something good for the village. Give back whatever it costs to save me. She smiled at him as always and patted his cheek. All in due time, boy. For now, rest. We will talk more details about when you can be approved for missions again in due time. She bowed her head and left with her father. She tried to enjoy the conversation as they left, but something about what her grandfather had said was bothering her. What does he mean by approved? End of chapter 18. Yusin was convinced that he had insulted some spirit or put some curse on him during the very short period that Minato was Hokage and retired. It seemed that the Hokage position was filled with much more turmoil, fighting, damage control, and stress than he was in his first term. It would be in poor taste to promote Naruto-kun now. If we can have child soldiers, it would be too bad. A childish leader. He sighed quietly as his spirit sank. Further, I'll never be able to retire at this point. He refocused when he finished reading the report in his hand and looked at Inochika almost sitting in front of him. You two seem to have a habit of getting into arguments and then coming here for me to mediate. Kakashi laughed and Noichi scoffed. Okay, Sama, I'd rather we didn't try to defuse this situation with humor. This is serious. He clearly threw the folder on his desk and tapped a finger on his desk. It's also clear that you're not going to let this matter go, right? Inoichi affirmatively watched as the tension in the 2 shinobi slowly began to coming to the surface, both trying to protect the same boy and somehow working against each other until another group threatened Naruto. He hadn't wanted to involve anyone else directly. Too many people knowing a secret only increased the odds of the secret getting out. The Shadow Valley Massacre, the Kiri Civil War, the attempted assassination of Kumo. Almost every major nation had had close interaction or exposure with the boy by this point, and had learned important information. God forbid they ever gather his information. I don't had his face KIR, and his fighting style. And how could he very well guess he was the Jinchuriki if he didn't assume it straight up? No, the T to hold all his cards to his chest was gone. It might even do them all some good if Naruto had more people he could count on. ANBU secures the perimeter. 20 minutes S-rank information exposure. The ANBU in the room was immediately vacated to protect the sensitive information that was on the table. Kakashi tensed and sighed in resignation, and Inoichi gave him his full and undivided attention. This is not leaving the room. Forgive me, Okage-sama, but I am familiar with the protocol. I understand what this means. He forgave the insult to the man and nodded his head. He tried to decide what was the best way to explain the situation and decided that the beginning was the best place. The Konoha agent is not a Yamanaka. Give me a moment. I still see that you do not believe me. He is not a Yamanaka. It is impossible. Naruto Uzumaki is the codename agent of the Koha people. Inoichi blinked and seemed surprised. The Jinchuriki, yes, the Jinchuriki son of Kusina Uzumaki, the only one who could have survived the power of the Kyuubi Kusina. So you mean, yes, the Konoha agent is the son of the fourth Hokage that took the wind out of Inoichi's sails. He sank back into his chair, and Yuan knew he had finally convinced the man that he wasn't hiding a child stolen from his clan, so his powers were exactly where you can guess. The fox decided to claim a gift to young Naruto. He decided that he would rather try to peacefully coexist with young Naruto. He and young Naruto are now, as Naruto describes them, best friends if not brothers. Best friends with the Fox 9 and is an ANBU gent. The demon massacred our village, and the Kyuubi was caught in a genjutsu upon his release. Naruto has also mentioned that by his command within Kusina Uzumaki was chained and impaled on a rock with nearly a dozen stakes. While it is effective, I believe that even you could empathize with the fact that anyone subjected to such treatment would be very angry and search. While the clan head seemed to be speechless on that, Yusin himself had taken a long time to admit to himself that perhaps the ethics of the Jinchuriki were not as harmless as most elemental nations considered them. It is evident that tailed beasts are not as monstrous as our ancestors would have us believe. Take it as you will. Naruto is perfectly confident and trustworthy. Kakashi nodded. He has done more good for our village in the past few years than many of our troops combined. Surely you have noticed a decrease in spies. And Kakashi is right. While Naruto is in the village doing his sweeps, any attempt at espionage is doomed to failure. Although they may have backed off in these past few months, as soon as he wakes up, our village may very well be the most secretive of the great nations. Then his empathy is a result of his condition. Jinchuriki, right? Then the unequivocally false blood report was a forged one, by whom I don't know. Naruto's presence was absent from the village at the time, and while it's not impossible that a spy from IBA or Kumo could have infiltrated that timeline and forged that document, it's highly unlikely. I'm thinking, Danzo, Kakashi said, as he pulled out his obscene and began to read. It seemed that now that Inoichi was on his side, his interest in the meeting was waning. Naruto has confided in me that he doesn't feel anything that would lead him to suspect Danzo of foul play. Before he left, he stopped to visit my former teammate and informed me that there were no new signs of deception or subterfuge on him. There is also a possibility that this is the work of Orochimaru. Inoichi pulled a face and shook his head. And the two assassins in the hospital, one of them was a Yamanaka. We were actually unable to identify the family or clan of the other assailant, but with one of them being a Yamanaka member of the village, it just makes me feel more certain that it was an inside job or compromised by someone with extensive knowledge of the inner workings of the village like Orochimaru. Kakashi guessed right. I see. Inoichi frowned, and Yusin felt how tired this whole ordeal had made him. The boy had been the subject of 2 different assassination attempts in a row. If he wasn't even safe in the village, then he wasn't safe anywhere. The Konoha agent had quickly distinguished himself as a rising star of the village, and that he made it his greatest goal. I would like to have a request, Okage-sama. Oh, if Konoha Naruto ever takes on a genius team or an apprenticeship, I would like to offer my daughter, and not for her to learn beneath him. I feel like he would be able to teach her in ways no Yamanaka could prepare her for. I will take that into account. Inoichi-san. Inoichi stood up and bowed before leaving the room. As soon as the door opened, the ANBU waiting outside returned, but Yusin was considering the request. Inoichi, the boy seemed comfortable risking his own life to achieve his dreams, but his protective instincts were something else entirely. Now he's a honing. Maybe this could work out. Life was bound to change. One moment you're a prodigy of an elite clan in a great nation, and then you find out your clan wants to start a coup. One minute you unlock the next step of your dojutsu evolution, and one of your eyes is stolen. One minute you're fighting alongside your brother in arms and better yet friend, and then the next month you tell him to kill you and take your last remaining eye and keep it safe. One minute you're falling to what you think is your death, only to wake up later blind to find out your best friend is on the run as a terrorist and mass murderer. One minute you have a political ream living with you and making the days go by faster, and everything doesn't feel so bad, and the next you're selling out for a price that could bankrupt a town, and you're left in a cabin in the woods alone and forgotten since you completed your last mission. Well, some of those experiences may be extremely unique to him, but the essence was the same. Life had thrown change after change at Shisui, and he was getting tired of them. He ate, he trained, he cleaned, he ate, he trained, he slept, he woke up, rinse and repeat. He had lost the joy of training again. He would lose himself in it as he did so, but before he knew it, He had hit a wall. He would have to stop and the silence would return with no one to talk to. There was no reason to say nothing. He was really about to lose it. Then he heard a knock at the door. Chakra answered his knock as he ducked behind his Kuna visitor, and voila, it was a young man, his hair in a ponytail, wearing a snake mask. No ANBU. No one he knew, but something was familiar about the individual, the energy. They were exuding his chakra. Looks like you're doing much better, Shirsu. Go. Kabuto stepped back and lowered his gun. A part of him was almost worried that he would be reprimanded for threatening the number 2 of people knew. But then the doctor always seemed to shrug off these sorts of infractions. Excuse me, Kabuto, it's been a while. It's good someone checked, and I'm actually judging that the treatments were successful. Oh yeah, Shirsui smiled widely. They were very successful, a little overwhelming at times, but it doesn't burn me anymore. He brushed the question off. Kabuto laughed. It was nice talking to another person. Having Kuratsuchi here had been great, especially as they had grown closer. But in the back of their minds, there were the circumstances. Captor-prisoner. It was easier to be with an ally. Oh, did you hear Sikin no Asama has returned? Safely. Dean. Kabuto's smile faded, and his posture tightened. His pupils dilated for a moment and blood drained from his face. What do you mean? Well, a little over a week ago, Ross appeared and the Jinchuriki. I told him that Kono Asama had been in Kiri on an extended mission, and he told me that Kiri was in a civil war. He rushed to help Konoha-sama, and I assumed that I had done well. Kabuto. He nodded once, and then looked back at the village. Well, if Rossi went to help, then the chances of Konoha-sama returning safely are significantly higher. Surely his safety would be guaranteed. The Jinchuriki are strong, but not infallible given enough enemies, or if a powerful enough shinobi is their combatant. We need to go to the village to see if Konoha-sama has returned or not. You want me to accompany you? Yes, here you will need this so that no one asks you any questions. Kabuto had him. A tempered and reinforced mask in the typical ANBU style, perfectly curved and devoid of any animal designs, with no eye holes, just a plain blank mask. You just had this on hand. It's Konoha-sama's own design. He thought it would make you look super cool and intimidating. Shirsui smiled and put the mask on. He was elated when it didn't impede his senses at all. He would have to thank the people with Hoa when they had a private moment together. It felt great wearing it. Yo Yujido. How has your mission gone? Yujido froze on the steps of her house as Killer Bee waited for her on her porch. The two were friends, which was only natural after Bee taught her how to get along with Matabi, but Bee was also the one who prepared her for this latest terrible failure of a mission. He didn't intend for you to fail your mission. Yujido was just protecting. He withheld information about the target, how far the target's abilities had progressed. He couldn't have known the extent of their strengths. Bee and Yuki would have known not to ask if they don't know anything. They can't reveal anything, so they decided to hinder any mission against him. She heard Matabi sigh and withdraw from the conversation, but Yujido was too upset to give them the benefit of the doubt. What do you think? Be a resounding failure. Bee stepped to the side as she walked past him and began to open the door. He's just a boy, a girl, and one failed mission isn't going to ruin your career. Your strength is enough to scare someone. He's a Jinchuriki Bee of the 9 Tulos. She stared at him and held back a hiss. It was a statement of her training that her control over Matav's chakra faltered. Not once. Bee. She frowned and crossed her arms. However, she wouldn't back down. She wouldn't admit that he was right about anything. The Raikage was furious with me. B. It was incredibly important that Konoha's asset be neutralized. He's a child. He's got some growing up to do. And he's got some dreams to make come true. You're starting to sound like a sympathizer. B. This is a shinobi enemy. Do you think he'll hesitate to kill our comrades if they cross paths on a mission? B. didn't answer him. He just opened his small notepad and began to write down another rhyme. Yujit-chan calmed down in a moment. She squeezed the bubbling red chakra around her claws, and B slowly reacted, counted the sword he had begun to strip. Very well, get out. I didn't mean there were no results. I'll talk to my brother about your results. You're a cool cat, and he's a little stressed. Tomorrow morning he won't be so pressed. He rested a hand on her shoulder, and she couldn't help but hold her glow over him. I'm glad you're home safe and sound. Get out of here. Go. I need to go to bed. He just nodded at her and hopped off her porch and headed towards A's office. You should probably go to bed, Yujit-chan. You really need to relax real good. All right, I'm going to go grab a drink first. She sighed and walked inside. All she knew is that next time she got into a fight with the brat, next time, only one of them would leave. You need to channel your chakra in a specific ratio. Too little, and you will slip too much, and cause your foot to move away from the surface. The correct application will have you sticking perfectly to the surface. The ability to wall walk, as it is colloquially called, will allow you to expand your mobility exponentially. Now, the level of chakra control required for this technique is normally only expected of the starter gene. With the proper focus and dedication, it can be achieved much sooner than that. I am sure neither of you will succeed in a day. I'm sure neither of you will succeed this week, let alone the month. I guess it's 2 months. If I'm proven wrong, I'm inclined to speed up our training approaches. The first one to successfully walk, not run, but walk, climb an entire tree will be able to suggest topics you might like to focus on in future sessions. Any questions? Sai finally looked back at his 2 students as they both sat in silence and listened to his instructions. His first private sessions with Sasuke were plagued with frequent interruptions and challenges to his experience and choices. After Hinata began to join in, her influences on Sasuke became clearer. There were no more interruptions on Sasuke's behalf. He had watched as Hinata listened, analyzed, practiced, and improved. Her confidence and faith in Sai's knowledge, and her trust in him as her friend allowed her to flourish in ways that her social anxiety inhibited in a group setting. Sasuke couldn't allow her progress to eclipse his own like this. That his pride between you heard there had come into conflict with his pride in being the best shinobi in his class, his pride in being better than Hinata one. So now he listened to say it was a rather welcome change. Say, she hated being interrupted. I don't expect results today. Now we will spend the rest of our time on this exercise. You both can begin. As soon as they were dismissed, Sasuke and Hinata stood up and ran towards a tree. Sai had worked hard to cultivate Hinata around his shyness to compete with Sasuke. At every turn, Sasuke learned best when he had someone to train against. Hinata learned best when she was pushed beyond her shell and given no time to doubt herself. The two were actually good for each other. Sai would never have guessed it. It was quite an experience for him to watch the two ran to their respective trees and put one foot out to run across the surface. Hinata's momentum carried her to the first step before she immediately slipped in gravity. She slammed into the ground. Sasuke's first step was met with a loud bang as the bark exploded beneath his foot, sending him back to the ground with splinters of wood in his hair. The two of them got back to their feet, not willing to give the other any more time than they did, and once again ran towards the perfect tree. He would have plenty of time to write his weekly report. He felt a presence beyond the tree line. He sighed as Shin glanced at his head from behind an oak tree and gave him a thumbs up. He stopped his scroll and quickly made his way to his brother, knowing that the two academy students wouldn't even notice his absence right now. Yeah, Shin, I'm currently on a mission. Aha, I know, look at those two, they're so cute when they compete like that. Haha. Sai crossed his arms. They're taking my lessons and applying them well. They show great potential. Oh, proud of your little disciple. Sai frowned as they mocked him, but he knew there had to be more to this appearance that only Shin's useless jokes. What's wrong? Why are you here? His hunch was proven correct as Shin's smile slowly faded and he actually became serious. Has something happened? Forest fire contingency. The assassins tried to eliminate Konoha-sama wildfire. They tested it in the village. Yeah, that's the worrying part. Toon delegated our orders to maintain the missions in the village, but reminded each and every one of the troops abroad. Toon and Fu now protect the hospital from any other assassination attempt. What else could make the situation worse? The two assassins are ex-Rot. They are two of the 5 agents that Konoha-sama reintegrated into the civilian sector. It is suspected that they held a grudge against his dismissal from the organization. That is very worrying. His training was compromised. Shin frowned. Perhaps it can't be possible that there are those among the Rot who resent the transition of power between Danzo and Konoha-sama. Do you think there are more traitors in our ranks? Is it entirely possible? Sai, be careful and stay alert. Sai nodded. You too, Shin. I'll see you back at base as soon as I'm done here. Shin nodded and disappeared. Traitors in the route. If their conditioning wasn't as perfect as Danzo had been led to believe, if they didn't know who to trust, then it was quite possible that no one in Konoha would be safe. Oh well, he hasn't been able to do anything about it. Yet, he turned around and went back to his report and watched Sasuke and Hinata's progress. If Rot was compromised, then Koha, the village, would need strong shinobi and kunoichi to pick up the slack. He would do his part to make sure these two didn't find themselves needing their skills and temper. The next few days were sure to be quite volatile. Naruto's eyes fluttered open. His eyelids had never felt so heavy before. His limbs burned and itched. His empathy was hard to make out. With how numb he felt, so many confusing feelings swirled around him, each emotion bleeding into another. As soon as he tried to focus, the one in the other blossomed and saturate his focus. It was like trying to find a specific stone in a fast-flowing river. As he stormed and he breathed relaxed, it was easier when he was more aware. Where was he? He was in a hospital. No wonder who it had been. He had been fighting with a fellow Jinchuriki, had almost died. How long had he been asleep? Easy, kid, you're safe alive. You've been out of it for about 6 days. 6 days. Even you have your limits, boy. You found yours. You're getting too far too fast. We need to regroup and find a way to accomplish your goals that doesn't keep taking you back to where we are currently. Okay, you're right, Kurama. I'm sorry, you don't have to apologize, kid. We just need to be smarter, more careful now. The old man has been waiting there for a while. Something happened while you were gone. You can tell Naruto's empathy began to settle as he calmed down. Instead of overwhelming, slowly they began to become more manageable. The pain of those recovering from missions, the fear and regret of those wishing for their loved ones not to succumb to their injuries, those two emotions prominent throughout the building left Naruto feeling on edge and imagining the smell of death in the air, focusing on those closest to him. Toon was outside his window. Yuzin was sitting in a chair beside him. Both were deeply worried. A dead Yamanaka fighting in the hospital. Forest fire contingency. Someone tried to have him killed while he was in the hospital. While he was helpless to defend himself, he took a deep breath and sat up instantly like a shock. Yuen was there in a moment, holding his hand and rubbing his back. Easy, Naruto-kun, breathe, it's over, and you're safe. I was they tried. Yes, Kakashi and Noichi defended them, and young Anko was here to finish their job. We already have teams going around the killers' homes investigating what led them to try. Naruto blinked rapidly as tears fell down his face. He could feel Hokage's sadness at the fear of his own mortality. Naruto was struggling to process the anger he felt on his behalf. Dare to say the hatred for those who would dare take his son away. away was too much. Naruto cried and sobbed. He was glad that at that moment Yuzin knew that he needed his grandfather, his father figure, and not his cage while most would assume. Yuen was stronger than he could be. Tender Naruto knew the truth. Yuzin loved more than he hated. The emptiness of his love could swallow the sun, and the substance of his hate could barely fill a glass. It was held back, and Naruto never felt safer than at that moment. Thank you so much. What were you thinking, Naruto? It felt like a long time ago. It felt so stupid. You didn't tell me Yagura was a Jinchuriki. Why did you think I would? Using gave him a moment to continue, but Naruto just walked away. He felt nothing but shame because I thought you would try to save him. Yeah. So you decided you would try to save him? Yeah, you inside. Naruto looked it away and bit back a sob. I guess I should have known. You'd notice. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, Naruto-kun. We should have had a talk about it. But you acted recklessly and endangered not only yourself but your comrades as well. Your course of action was the wisest. No, it wasn't. It's okay. We can talk about the repercussions later. We're all just happy you're safe and sound. Once you're feeling better, I think we should check on you and see how you've progressed since you've been here. Status out. I trust you took advantage of the time with Gei to hone your taijutsu. Yes, it was extremely helpful in that regard. We said he would train. He would be interested in that. Oh, knowing Gei, he's more likely to check on you more often now that keeping his distance. You'll just have to live with it, Naruto-kun. Yuzin smiled, and Naruto couldn't help but smile. No matter how lonely he felt, sometimes those around him were always there to remind him that he was loved. His sadness, when he was hurt, his anger in his name, it all meant so much to him that people cared so much to feel so strongly for him. Who saved me? Anyway, no way. Kakashi, Kurina, Yanko, Yuen laughed as he felt the answer to his questions always amused the old man whenever he did that. If you really want to hear the story of his battle, I can tell you. Yes, please. He was home at last. It started just as the sun set below the tree line a few miles from Konoha village. The two-man ANBU patrol went ambushed simultaneously after having finished their route at the exact moment that marked the longest window before another patrol passed by a squad that ambushed them from the shadows. It was swift and brutal. There was no last heroic adventure. There was no mercy. The ambushed were not unscathed, but they completed their objective. They had slaughtered 2 loyal shinobi of the Leaf. 3 of them turned to the room for orders with only a few hand signals. The bodies were burned, and the group fled the scene of the battle. They ran and disappeared into the trees. He flees the village and successfully escapes from anyone looking for them. There was work to be done, and none of it could be completed while Agent Konoha was back in the village, and his job would be done no matter what. End of chapter 19. Naruto's eyes flew open from dead sleep and narrowed in annoyance. He wiped his eyes as he sat up and ignored the 2 figures staring at him at the foot of his bed. He stared with his arms crossed at the clock on his nightstand and he groaned. It's 1 in the morning. Kabuto, you couldn't do this before. Kabuto bowed his head and removed his mask with an irritating smug smile on his face. Good morning, Konoha-sama. We don't need code names right now, Agent Snake. It's okay as long as the 3 of us are trustworthy. The 3rd figure perked up behind his blank, featureless mask and took a tentative step forward. We're boss with no Asama. Naruto felt guilt course through him as he realized Shisui still didn't know his real name. Oh boy, I'm so sorry, Shisui-san. I wanted to tell you earlier, but then I went to wearing Kiri without informing his second in command. You were out of contact, Kabuto. There was no way I could. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude, but Naruto didn't need his empathy to tell how eager the Uchiha was to be led into his inner circle. Sorry. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Couldn't help but shudder, preparing for the worst when out of nowhere he knew it. Shisui raised his fists and punched him. AC Kabuto on the shoulder was absolutely right. You tried so hard to make me guess myself. I wouldn't stop guessing all the way here. Naruto-kun was pretty excited. I've been thinking about it for months. I've had so many ideas, so many theories. I'm glad one of the most reasonable ones was the truth. Kabuto smiled and fixed his glasses, rather saying, I was half convinced you were a living shadow clone of Itachi. Jinjutsu and self-realization. Wait a minute, what are you doing here? Naruto cried in state of shock as he loots. Both were highly wanted in Konoha. Well, Kabuto was wanted. Shisui was thought to be dead, but if he was found to be alive, I'm here to give you your checkup, was Kabuto's nonchalant response as he walked over and began to do just that. I've had a checkup due to the mediocrity of the hospital doctors. Yes, no one knows the ins and outs of your medical needs like I do. Creepy. One thing really is Peruz Nandy. What to say, Kabuto? Naruto laughed at the glow. Kabuto threw Shisui's way as the Uchiha walked to the other side of his hospital bed. You two shouldn't be here. Hard, Naruto, Shisui joked. As he sat down in a chair, the green glow of Kabuto's medical jutsu cast the room in a soft light. The Uchiha took off his mask and held it in his hands. Thanks for the gift, BTW. I love the mask. It's disconcerting. Naruto smiled as he looked at the blank mask. Not to me. I think it's really cool. Ha. Anyway, not to interrupt Naruto-kun, but what happened? Your body is good. In all honesty, your body is a mess. I've never seen your body so wrecked before. Naruto sighed. Things went downhill. In short, during my time in Kiri, I may have smuggled in Yagura Itachi. He's the Jinchuriki of the Zambi. And while they kicked us straight out of the battle, they ambushed us, their hunter Ning, and it was then when Rossi showed up they left, and when I was on my way home, I was ambushed again by the Jinchuriki of the Nibi. Kakashi saved me with Anko and Kurinai. I've spread myself too thin. I've learned my lessons. I heard it from Kurama. Kakashi, Anko, Kurinai, Asuma, Gigi, Rosie, Yagura. Please, Kabuto, I know I messed up, and I'm sorry. Naruto couldn't hold back the tear that dripped from his eye as Kabuto simply placed a hand on his shoulder and smiled at him. I'm glad you kept your promise. I told you I'd come back if you did. We promised. And you never break a promise. That's a rule. They both blinked and looked at Shisui, who had raised tentatively a hand. How to be part of this group? We don't break promises, eh? Good, yes, I guess it is, Naruto said, and laughed. Could understand Kabuto's embarrassment and continue and change the subject. Kabuto, what is your diagnosis? Can I go now? Unfortunately, no, Naruto. You will have to stay at least one more week. I can't for a week. I have to meet with Rossi and Yagura. We meet. It's very, very, very important. I could feel a scathing comment forming from Kabuto's impatience about to leave his lips when Shisui he intervened once more. Oh, could I go once more? They considered it as long as you are your liaison with them, as you recruit more Jinchuriki. That is the objective, right? Are you serious? Kabuto asked, and Naruto was worried when he didn't feel that Kabuto was opposed to it. Wait a minute, Shisui. Kabuto, I have to. If you were Konoha-sama's liaison to the roaming Jinchuriki, your safety could not be guaranteed at all. In fact, it is very likely that very soon you will put yourself under a high level of risk and danger from every faction and country. Exactly, at last could do something. Haha, I'm tired of being a good boy and sitting on the sidelines. I want to help. I can't help in the village, but I can help outside of it. Shizu, I can't ask you to do this. It's too much. You're not ready. I'm ready. Naruto found no words to respond as he could sense that the Uchiha was truly prepared. He stretched his senses to find any hesitation, any doubt the man had. And he had none. In fact, he could feel how much Shisui truly needed this. To me, you saved my life. It's time for me to use it to make up for the life I lost. Okay, I don't like it, but it's okay. You too win. Shisui punched and pumped a fist. Yeah. He froze while Naruto and Kabuto shut him up, right, hiding in the hospital. I'm sorry. You should inform him. Naruto, tell him your plan, your vision, the Jinchuriki. You have about an hour while I work before I have to sow you by the time the Hokage visits you in the morning. Understood very well. Shizu, I have to be quick. First, we have to give you a cool nickname. Oh, I love. Any ideas? Naruto smirked as Kabuto smiled and worked to heal him. It's been too long since he's really been home. Kakashi lasted the punch thrown his way and retaliated with 3 quick strikes to the throat and kidneys of his opponent. None left his hella, and instead of backing up, Kakashi fluidly changed styles and threw out a series of kicks as he redirected his momentum to soften the blow. He took a look at his ribs. From the impact, he realized he had bruised pretty hard. He pressed towards a Dante and sacrificed 2 strikes he could have avoided throwing towards a Dante to cut his opponent's neck, only to feel a spear standing in his own at the same time. Ugh, very well. Draws 87 for the day, Gay, he decreed while gently rubbing his neck. 2-minute reset, and then around 88. I think it's time for our check, and we agreed it would be after the 100 round, Kakashi said with narrowed eye, not liking the look that rested on Guy Tut's face. Taijutsu is increasing. Well, Kakashi, I'm more concerned about the cruelty you're starting to show. You're now skilled enough to dodge most of the ones you just took. I don't like getting the idea of how you imagine you'll have to fight in the field who you're preparing to face, and why do you imagine you'll have to do it alone? We agreed to check in later. It's happening now. My eternal gay rival replied calmly. It's nothing. You're talking nonsense, my friend. I don't need this right now. Gay, then prove it. Answer my questions. Kakashi stood up and turned to leave. His blood began to boil as he felt G's hand grab his shoulder in a hold that would be hard to break. Gay, don't even start with me. Attack. This is your wake-up call that you're about to travel down a path you've sworn to avoid. You're being dramatic. It's really me. Kakashi bit down the insult that nearly left his lip. He wilted as he felt G's grip tighten. No, you gotta worry, Gay. I'm not suicidal. I never said you were. No, but we know what you're implying. You're scared that I'm shutting everyone out. You're comfortable thinking of yourself as a lone wolf. Kakashi, I've worked really hard over the years to remind you that's not the case. You have allies, friends. You gotta listen to me now, and we gotta complete your check-in. Okay, Gaze, for today. They both stood with their arms crossed apart from each other. Who are you? Getting ready to fight anyone that goes after Naruto. So this is also about the Uzumaki. You saved him from both the Jinchuriki and the assassins. Kakashi, you don't need to be training as a piece of sacrifice to fight any unknown threat. Your darkest thoughts think up for you. I do, whether I know about them or not. They are out there, and I will be ready for them. The boy sees you as a role model. Kakashi, with his ability, will sense your choice and the reasoning that led you to it. What will his reaction be? Kakashi, he froze. He didn't expect that from Gay. He hadn't thought of that. He remained silent as he acknowledged Gay's point, but couldn't find the humility to answer it himself. Gay didn't wait for the silence to continue for a long time before answering it himself. The boy would decide that he would have to train in the same way, to the same extreme. Not only are you endangering yourself with this path, but also the very person you strive to protect. The wind blew the leaves around them as Kakashi struggled to find some way to deny the Gay declaration. He might not actually be endangering Naruto by trying to protect him, but the more he thought about it, the more he realized that Naruto would really react like that if he started to see himself as self-important. The boy would hold himself to that same standard stubbornly. In fact, I imagine that's a tough pill to swallow. Kakashi groaned and leaned against a tree trunk with his arms crossed. Be the boy you look up to. Kakashi was straightforward from the start. First day we traveled to Kiri, he almost died. Gay. Several times he's trying as hard as he can, too hard, and yet he's still in danger from all sides. Yes, we can only do the best we can to guide the next generation and protect them, but we must be with them as long as we can. That's when we're at our strongest as a family, as a team, and as a people. Good pep talk. You haven't had to give me one of those in a long time since you lost that bet of who could drink the most in one night. I think Josh banned us from almost every bar in town. Ha, Kakashi smiled and nodded. Yes, say you want to spin HM. You have a new challenge in mind. Instead of training my eternal rival, the first to run 20 laps around the village selection where we had dinner before Gay could answer, he ran off the field, and just outside the town walls he heard Gay right behind him and felt the tension it took to not let himself be overcome, a necessary distraction from the truth of Gay's checkup. Someday Naruto would have to protect himself, and Kakashi wouldn't be there for him at all. He needed to turn his training around. He needed to be there as much as he could for them. Although Hinata's life had changed drastically since making friends with Sai, going to school was still one of the most stressful and exhausting parts of her day. Being at home was worse, although her training sessions with her father were becoming more manageable. Her use of the cursed seal was the main frustration of her now. Her blows, although painful, they no longer hurt as much now that she had developed more tolerance to pain. Sasuke was not a fan of giving his blows, neither was his father. Both were arrogant. No, the most frustrating part of the academy now was that he had to keep his progress hidden by losing fights. He might have had the chance to earn perfect scores, just average, in line with his previous tests, even when his lessons were on topics that he knew he had covered relentlessly. Weeks before, he was more anxious for it to slip away than anything else. No matter what was going on, her anxiety followed her everywhere, and no matter what they were doing, it was all an act. She would get teary, trying to find some way to answer Irika Sense's questions wrong, and in a way that wouldn't be completely unbelievable. She would be with Lara and her classmates, whispering and laughing. Why couldn't she feel normal at school? Even when she had grown up, she was becoming a true kunoichi, and she was proud and still dealing with all her anxiety. And she still seemed like she was a failure because now she couldn't pay enough attention to what was going on because she was so anxious all the time. And Hinata Yuga she Jade, as she heard Irika's scream and saw everyone looking at her once again. They were sitting in the stands during the training exams. It seemed like she had missed being called to train. Ah, yeah, that one. I'm sorry. She stood up and walked to her place while strictly ignoring her classmates. Her anxiety rolled over her like the sea, and now it was joined by a storm of shame and embarrassment. It was damn. Could she feel normal? Not once. Hinata, are you ready? She shook herself as once again Shiruka scolded her, and the laughter was no longer silent. She was shocked to see Sasuke standing in front of her, and he looked so bored he didn't even care that she was against him or being laughed at. She had to hide her growth, but Sasuke was already the prodigy of the class. He didn't have to hold anything back, not like she had advised him to stop, so he wouldn't have to answer any awkward questions about who was training her. She hadn't wanted to get depressed, but it was starting to get so hard to constantly worry about hiding. No, Sasuke would take this opportunity to humiliate her where she couldn't even fight back. It could be that bad. He starts lunging at her because of course he did. It was so unoriginal. He's done the same every time. Every spread, it was like he was so impatient fighting her. He wanted to finish it as fast as possible, like it was a chore. The fight against her was just some kind of burden. He swung in with a right hook, and she stepped back and redirected his second punch after her first feint of the fight. Oh, as strong as he was, he loved to sneak and kneel gas solnadas. And poor athletes, shinobi, were supposed to fight dirty, but he enjoyed it. He started showing off in a boat with jumping kicks, and she crouched and twisted beneath him and slapped his foot, sending him extending forward into her. He was honestly mocking her, using all the tricks she had learned from him in the first week of training against him. He jumped back with a growl, and she could see that his frustration with her. He got so angry at her every time she talked back or saw through one of his tricks, as if he couldn't consistently get the best of her. It was some sort of insult. He responded back with a scream and launched a rapid series of Ino makers that she had a hard time countering or redirecting. So, she had to quickly jump to avoid them before spinning and tripping him as he passed her. She instinctively lashed out with a kick that caught him on the chin before she snapped back to her ready stance. He'd been so angry, any moment they'd disperse. He was mean and arrogant, and he was only satisfied when he hit her. It was all a competition. She felt sweat dripping across her forehead as the fight escalated into a relentless dance of attacks where neither of them let the other get away or regroup. This is the time when Sai would call to restart the spar, but Hinata wasn't going to wait for him this time. She was too stressed, too anxious, and now she felt so angry she couldn't calm down. She always had to be good, be perfect, be nice, be kind, be careful. She never wanted to hurt anyone, but Sasuke was so sure she could never be close to hitting him, so it was her own fault if she couldn't keep going. She let out her own battle cry and slid towards him, threw a blow and kneed him in the groin. She writhed and tried to throw him over her shoulder, but he shelled. They fed on each other, and he slammed her head into his nose as hard as he could. She laughed at the ground and walked away from him with an exultant smile on her face. Could she win this? He was bleeding badly from the nose, battered almost as much as she was, and she was full of so much adrenaline and excitement at the fact that she might even win this training. She might be close to beating Sasuke. Uchiha. She glanced at wise Irika sensei and her entire academy. Class staring at her in utter shock and silence. Sai's head was in the palm of her hand. Sasuke looked up at her from the ground. Blood was flowing down his face and smiled at her. Ayuka-sensei, Aya felt her face turn red and shame and anxiety flooded in again. Just as she was going to win, just as she finally felt proud, happy, she felt tears flooding her eyes against her will, and she turned and ran. Sai is going to be very angry with me. Itachi sat and waited with his arms crossed for his tea to cool under the wide brim of his hat. He was able to have his Sharingan activated to take a look around. The townspeople didn't seem to draw attention when the travelers were sitting down to eat or drink. Acting like a traveler, imagined that the minimum of mixing, he was allowed to observe everyone in sight and take a look at what they were talking about, reading their lips perfectly most of the talk, as he once considered it was mundane, trivial, nothing of note, personal business. Tall tales, complaints about the weather weren't the rumors he was interested in. This town wasn't on the main highway of IWA, but it was close. The gossip he was looking for would soon reach his people. Officially, he was here to gain information about the Jinchuriki of IWA. Unofficially, he was trying to find out something about the outside world that he might have overlooked. Off the grid, a lot could happen in the shinobi world in the span of a few months. It was always important to keep an ear to the ground or an eye on some gossiping lips. His eye traveled down the busy street before settling on a pair of tax collectors were sitting at a table enjoying a lunch. Itachi could only see one of them talking, but what they seemed to be talking about was exactly what he would expect to spy on. He doesn't look, is because of what happened in Kiri that Sasuke sent KT Blast to aid the Mizukage, but somehow the rebels succeeded in their Konoha-backed coup. Hey yeah, the fools set up a puppet as the newbie Dime. I'm telling you, Enzo, the Dime is getting nervous, and I bet I'm sure the T-Shikage is fanning those flames. Konoha is making a lot of moves lately, and the Daima are really starting to take notice if things don't settle down soon. I'd hate to be a shinobi. Haha, yes, I will drink to the assassins. Itachi looked away from their boisterous, hateful revelry and drank his tea. The rebellion had won. He didn't know if Naruto had survived or not, but in his heart he knew that it was okay. He knew now he really did have some Jinchuriki to track down. The longer he was on his own, searching, the longer it would take for him to be assigned another partner. After the last two, a part of him was dreading the third again. Hopefully this time, it wouldn't be some thirsty one's blood maniac. Really hoped they were a silent introvert. As he walked down the street, he idly cast a genjutsu that made the two tax collectors collapse, foaming at the mouth. People screamed and swarmed. Well, after a few weeks, it was pretty pathetic to be so disrespectful to those who put their lives on the line for peace. Maybe they faded away and weren't so vocal. I could think of a number of other shinobi who would do a lot worse for a lot less. Honestly, one should hold his cards close to his chest. He was smarter. Yagura sighed as the sun began to slowly set. Ross groaned and took another bite of his dinner and looked at him. The two had found a measure of camaraderie over the past few weeks. Comrades, it's a strange feeling that I can trust this deeply. Isabu, I'm glad things are changing for us. Isabu, we're on the run, wanted everywhere, and we're with Rossi and Sun, and we've got Naruto and Kurama, and no one tells us to fight or kill whenever we want. He smiled and nodded and looked towards the entrance of the old Uchiha base they were hiding in. Rosie waved a few flecks of magma at the various candles they had set up, and they lit up with a furious hiss. Is that absolutely over the top? I don't want to get up just to sit back down lazy. Look at him, Yagura, Rosie said with a slight smile. You get defensive when you're impatient. The day is almost over, and he's not home, yet we don't know if he ever made it back home. He has been through a tough one. I have faith in him. You do. And that's the most surprising thing. Rosie Yagura watched his compatriot as the man laughed. Rosie seemed to completely trust Naruto. That fact was what allowed Yagura's paranoia to calm down after a week or two of waiting for the Konoha death team squads to hunt him down and execute him. He claims Isabu for himself. Here the two deserting Jinchuriki from their village sat in the heart of the land of fire and were safe. It was a surreal situation. He may not be able to do it. The guy wasn't too hot. When I ran into two others, Yagura nodded. That was true. He was young and had really pushed himself. We should wait for how long if we do it? A week. 2 really, we shouldn't stay anywhere for too long. Okay, a week sounds good. Stop by. Sorry. Yeah, Yagura was already following Rossi when he answered. A presence had appeared and was waiting for them near the tree line. When they came out, Yagura didn't know how to react. It wasn't Naruto. A figure sat on a stump at the tree line waiting for them. I don't like this. Isabu, your son? I don't know. It doesn't look threatening. Who are you? Rosie called Yagura side as the figure stood up and began to approach whoever they were. They were trying to be as non-threatening as possible, but no one should know where they were. No one but Naruto. He really betrayed us. Yagura didn't hear a response from Isabu, and that didn't inspire much confidence. The shinobi stopped 50 feet from them. It seemed, wearing the Koan uniform under a gray cloak with a fur collar, and wore a featureless white mask. He was blind. Perhaps he seemed to move fine despite everything. Hello, Konoha-sama. I am sent by Rossi. He growled and distrust Yagura didn't blame him. Naruto had never spoken of this. Who are you? Konoha-sama has given me the codename Minma. The man removed his mask. Yes, he was blind. His eyes were marked and stayed closed, but the man smiled a lot. He advised me to tell you that my real name is Shisui Uchiha. He also told me that Kurama wanted his greeting to be passed on to Isabu's son Goku. Dagura felt rosy. Relax and looked at him. While using the names of the as a code worked for now, there would come a time when it could be used against them. Rosie relaxing. As much as she had wanted to say there was more to this, Rosie knew him. I remember you from the clearing with Noah's San. Trust you as your liaison. Young Naruto has welcomed me into his inner circle. Upon his return to the village, he expresses his regret at not being able to attend this meeting. He himself was too injured to leave the two. He was ambushed by Yui Tun, the Jinchuriki of the Nibi. Yagura was shocked. Naruto had not been in the best of shape. When the three had separated, how he escaped. He was rescued by Kakashi. Attack Ujiten Yo. When his mission was compromised, Shisui put his mask back on and stepped forward. Can I come in? Naruto sent his correspondence with me, and there is much to discuss. If you both are willing to allow me to work with you, it is risky. We have to choose. We trust in him. We trust Naruto. Dagura didn't know, so he looked at Rossi. He could see the unease in the shinobi's eyes, the tension in his arms. However, he assigned with his sight slow, and then looked at Yagura. Rosie wrist, trusting the boy. I'll do the same. He greeted Shisui. Minma towards them enters. We just finished dinner, but you can eat a little if you're hungry. We'll settle in and talk. What do you prefer that we call you? Minma may be for the best. All of Konoha thinks I'm dead. The Uchiha joked as he approached them. Now with you two, 5 people know that I'm alive. Rosie laughed as she entered. Yagura couldn't help but shake her head. Of course the Uchiha would be eccentric. It seemed like his entire merry band would be at this point. Tell us about your fight with Yui, and what messages did you want Naruto to send us? Naruto was nothing but smiles, not even as he felt the wind brush him as Anko threw him through the hospital doors. Kurenai called out behind them for both of them to slow down and take it easy, but they were too excited. Anko, you can't push the wheelchair that hard. What are you talking about? Like he's gonna fall. He can stick to it. With chakra, he has to take it easy. Naruto smiled at them both as they shot. Anko was just pushing Kurenai's buttons to get up off of her and make her laugh. Kurenai was worried that the chair would break and her injuries might get stressed. She was happy to go home. So good, okay. Nache-chan, slow it down. The two women really looked, having taken him under her wing really made the day seem brighter. Anko pushed him down the street and did her best to tune out his empathy. As they went, she didn't want anything to ruin his good mood. They got to his apartment complex, and he laughed as Anno picked up the wheelchair with him in it to walk up the stairs. Kurenai sighed but had a soft smile on her face. They got to his door, and he opened it quickly. He was home. He stepped in, nor was he surprised to see it spotless, nothing out of place. Wow, Kakashi must have kept it tidy for me. Then he looked at Hano and Kurina, and with excitement almost bouncing out of his seat, since we don't have to clean up, we can play some board games with dinner. Oh, of course. Little one laughed as Anko gave him a yeah and started pulling games off her shelf. Kurenai walked into the kitchen and started making dinner. What are we eating? Kurenai yelled as if she didn't know. Sometimes it was fun to pretend she was normal like everyone else, just sometimes ramen. Yagura froze and stared at Anko, who he smirked. How dare you? He ran up to her and she giggled and ran down her hallway. He was very happy to be home later that night after Anko and Kurenai had left after scheduling their next training session for later. That week, Kabuto still had him on house arrest for a few more days. He opened his living room window in a moment. Trune and Fu knelt before him. Konoha-sama, we haven't been able to locate the rest of the discharged agents, and Danzo is gone. Understood. Twice as much. Our patrols within the village detain those who were on long-term assignments. They deserve arrest, and those who have not returned since I took command needed to be examined. The operatives I ordered to go find the rest of the Jinchuriki are to be redeployed. They are not to make contact and report directly to Ando's. As you command. They left without another word. He felt his mood sour, and all the fun he had had before couldn't fix it. He had been having such a good day. Unfortunately, it was time to get back to work. Jiraiya, I'm disappointed that you haven't responded to any of my correspondence in these past few years. He couldn't respond to the problem of his godson. He knows it. Jiraiya, he knows about you, who you are to him. He knows that you know him. He knows that I've tried over and over again to get you to know him again, and that you've decided not to know. No, I haven't told him. It's impossible for me to hide it from him. He needs you as much as I imagine. It would be better if I knew him much better than you are now. Running away from this in answer to everything in my letters, except any word about the boy. His power is growing. I can foresee a day in the future, far sooner than any of us had wanted for him, where there will be nothing left for me to teach him. A day when you will pass the point where you will have any significant influence over his life or education. Come home, Jaya. You may not have been able to save your student, but you can still be there for his son. Ewan slowly lowered his pen with a heavy sigh. This would be the last letter he sent to his former student about his godson. It took him too long to get over his own negative feelings about it before Naruto felt them. It hurt him that every time he tried to make things better with his former student, it left another black mark on Naruto's perception of the man. Hopefully this time Jiraiya would heed his warnings and come home. Hopefully, since OSE to a little monkey and delivered the message to him. Please, would you be so kind as to take this to Jiraiya? It is much appreciated. He nodded with a nod of thanks as the summons happily took the scroll and made its way away. He turned to look at the rest of the paperwork, littering his desk. It would be another long night. Best start with the mail. He searched for the first letter and stopped when he saw the seal of the fire Dao and Yoshi. What would he want so soon after my last visit? He read the letter and groaned, excellent, a very long night. He looked into the shadows and waved to the people of ANBU to his desk. Can you bring me Shikaku, please? It seems he's coming in. We will have Idios and Sama next month, and we will have to prepare the security detail. Yes, okay, Sama. Something else. Yes, in the morning you would inform Naruto-kun that you needed to speak with him. The Fire Dao has requested to meet with the two when it comes. End of chapter 20. Sai breathed and his features. He shouldn't be nervous. He was prepared for a private meeting with Konoha. Sama was proud of his work and Shin assured him that he was setting an example. He had been informed that his 50-page report might have been excessive by what he had trimmed the fat to a more reasonable 37 pages. He had prepared arguments to defend his adjustments to his original mission objectives. Putting all that preparation aside, he was nervous, which frustrated him. Emotions. He opened the door and entered. Good morning, Konoha-sama. Hello. Sai took a step back when Konoha-sama smiled widely at him with her hand extended. Yes, a handshake. He took his superior's hand and was not surprised by the steel behind the boy's grip. After all, Konoha-sama was the best of the hi, I'm ready for my report. He waited and watched as Konoha looked into his eyes and seemed to be processing something. He was shocked that the moment he got anxious he had done something wrong. Konoha wildly waved his hands in the air. Oh no. I'm sorry, you haven't done anything wrong. Come sit down. The anxiety is there. It only deepened as he began to understand what was happening. Konoha shuddered as Sai began to put the pieces together. However, Sai remained silent, saving his thoughts for yes itself. I'm sorry, Sai. Right, yes, you can change it. If you want. No, it's not okay. Your name is yours. I don't want to change it. You can do it if you feel like you have a better one. Sai watched curiously as Konoha seemed to take a deep breath before calming down and relaxing. It seems Sane wasn't the only one who felt anxious at this meeting. He didn't want to worry you today. He wanted to hear directly from you about your mission, how Sasuke has been doing. Has he been getting along at the academy? Sai put down his report and slid it forward. Konoha took it, but it seemed to be giving Sai another piercing look.